C2046 Blue Water World Hum. A terrifying power of space wrapped around Yang Fann's body, bringing him through the endless space and time. At this moment, Yang Fann was so helpless. Under the power of space, he had no strength to resist at all. It was as if he was no longer the high and mighty quasi-universe lord, but a weak scholar with no strength to even truss a chicken. Hiss. This. What kind of power is this? Yang Fann was extremely shocked. Even the Supreme Universe Lord would never be able to make him feel so powerless. Even if he wasn't a match for Universe Lord, he was still confident that he could escape from danger if he wanted to leave. I'm afraid this path of eternity is even more mysterious than I imagined. Putting aside everything else, just the power that erupted from the eternal secret key. Hong Long. It was unknown whether this path of eternity was naturally nurtured by the universe or man-made. If it was the latter, it would gurgle. That would be too terrifying. Even Universe Lord was only a slightly stronger ant in front of such an expert. He could be killed with a wave of his hand. There was always someone stronger than him. The vastness of the universe was beyond imagination. With just this bit of strength, in front of a real expert, what could it possibly be? No, just a casual breath of air could destroy him thousands of times. Although he didn't want to admit it, Yang Fann understood in his heart that he had inflated quite a bit over the years. However, this could also be understood. In less than 300 million years, he had obtained 300 great achievements that might not even be achieved in 3,000 eras. He was proud of himself. That was normal. However, if it was anyone else, their tails would have gone up to the sky. However, at this moment, Yang Fann had completely awakened. The swelling and self-satisfaction in his heart had disappeared without a trace. The current him was still far from being able to compare with the real expert. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann slowly closed his eyes. Without thinking too much, he allowed the power of space to carry him away. Since he couldn't resist it, he would just accept it. No matter how much he thought about it, it would be useless. It wouldn't change anything. He did not know if it would be 1 minute, 2 hours, or even 1 day. Bang! Yang Fann's feet finally landed on the ground. Have we arrived at the path of eternity yet? Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and slowly opened his eyes. He found himself standing at the foot of a huge mountain. Soon, a trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Is this really the legendary path of eternity? Path of eternity was the most mysterious place in the universe. The most mysterious treasure in the universe, the place where the heart of eternity was born. In Yang Fann's eyes, the power level of this world might even be higher than the eternal great world. But what the hell was this? The surrounding spirit of heaven and earths were extremely thin. Let alone comparing it to the eternal great world, it was even comparable to the sobbing blood continent that he was born in. It was much thinner, completely a land of the last days. With this environment, there was no need to talk about Universe Lord. Could the Universe Sovereign give birth to a golden core martial king? It was still unknown. There's something strange about this place. Suddenly, Yang Fann's expression changed. The spirit of heaven and earth in this place was so thin, so logically speaking, the level of the world shouldn't be much stronger. At most, it would be a large world. Any true god would be able to easily destroy the entire world. However, he had just used a layer of power of the shell, but it was still difficult for him to tear the space apart. One should know that the current power of the shell was no weaker than some middle-level universe sovereign warriors. The strength of the first layer of body was enough to crush many high-low-level universe sovereign warriors. Even the spatial barrier of low eternal world would be crushed by him easily. 2 layers of power of the shell. 3 layers. 5 layers of power of the shell. Power of the shell. 8th layer. Power of the shell. Interesting, I'm afraid this is really the path of eternity. Currently, he had already used all of his power of the shell. Not to mention shattering the spatial zone, he wouldn't even be able to cause the surrounding voids to ripple. HMPH, I don't believe in this evil thing, break for me rumble. The power of the laws within his body began to surge like a surging tide, gathering towards Yang Fann's right arm. A few breaths later, hiss. What a terrifying spatial barrier. Yang Fann sucked in a breath of cold air. Right now, he had only managed to cause a slight ripple in the surrounding voids after unleashing 3 layers of power. If it wasn't for his meticulous observation, he might not have been able to discover it. It was completely unimaginable, the power of his 3rd layer. However, compared to many extreme top-level universe sovereign, it was much stronger. It could easily crush a peak-top Everworld world crystal wall. No, wait, the surrounding spatial barriers. They were not that powerful. Not to mention, they were not even comparable to the eternal world. They might not even be as powerful as the Great Thousand World. Instead, it was because of the extraordinary power of this world. The suppression has reached its limit. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned. He had devoured a large amount of universe sovereigns, and many of them specialized in the Tao of space. Yang Fann's attainments in the Tao of space were not at the same level as some top-level universe sovereign experts who specialized in the Tao of space. It was the infinite suppression of the extraordinary power of the heavens and earth that gave Yang Fann the illusion that the surrounding spatial barrier was 10 million times stronger than a top Everworld. As a matter of fact, the strength of a cultivator was suppressed by more than trillions of times in this place. Ordinary true gods. Here, it was just an ordinary person who ran fast, jumped high, and had greater strength. Even some sovereign lords were only capable of climbing roofs and walls. A martial artist who came and went at a high speed. Not only their own powers, even the strength of soul, all of their extraordinary powers, were completely suppressed. As expected of the legendary path of eternity. It really isn't that simple. Yang Fann's facial expression turned serious. With his current strength, even a peak-top Everworld could only suppress him. This path of eternity was able to suppress his strength by trillions of times. His energy level was so high that it could even surpass a peak-top Everworld. Even the eternal great world might not be able to compare with this path of eternity. In this path of eternity, we still need to lower our standards for the time being. Yang Fann had made up his mind. He was far from being invincible, let alone anything else. There were a few of them amongst the dozens of quasi-universe Lord Warriors. They gave him the feeling that they were no weaker than him. Besides, there was probably no one in the path of eternity who could threaten him. One should know that under the suppression of the will of the heavens and earth, his strength was suppressed by more than 1,000,000,000,000 times. He wasn't much stronger than a saint. The next second. Fuck. Yang Fann couldn't help but curse. In the eternal great world, with just a single thought, the spiritual consciousness could cover an entire top Everworld, but in the path of eternity, it couldn't even cover an area of 10,000 miles. This made him extremely unhappy. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one who was suppressed. The 9,999 universe sovereigns that came with him were also greatly suppressed, especially those middle-low-level universe sovereign spiritual consciousness. The spiritual consciousness might not be able to cover an area with a radius of a few miles even if it was just a decoration. It's him. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. As if he had discovered something good, his entire body soared into the sky. One breath later, Yang Fann appeared 100 miles away on top of a cliff in the outside world. In just one breath's time, he was already tens of thousands of light years away. Now, it was only 100 miles away. Sigh, I really can't get used to it. Sighing, Yang Fann turned into a ray of black light and jumped off the cliff. His target was a young man's corpse at the bottom of the cliff. If he wanted to quickly establish his foothold in the path of eternity and become a native of the path of eternity, it would definitely be his first choice. Buzz as the dark shine entered his body, the wounds on the young man's corpse began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10 breaths later, boom, the young man's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. So this path of eternity is called the Aqua Blue World by these natives. It turns out that science and technology is the main focus of cultivation, and the path of cultivation has actually become a legend. C2047 killing intent was faintly visible Aqua Blue World, at the bottom of a cliff. A hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He was not unfamiliar with science and technology. In the eternal great world and even the entire universe, there were many who walked the path of science and technology. However, compared to the mainstream cultivation path, the path of science and technology could only be considered a small path. The path of cultivation and evolution was the true path. The path of science and technology. Even if one were to develop it to the limit, it would still be difficult for them to reach the universe sovereign. Not to mention the universe sovereign, even some sovereign lords could easily sweep away most of the technological civilizations. As for path of eternity, it was the most mysterious place in the universe. Logically speaking, it should not be based on the path of science and technology. However, looking at the surroundings and the spirit of heaven and earth, Yang Fann had a hint of understanding in his heart. In this cultivationless environment, the spirit of heaven and earth was extremely thin. Even the martial arts beginning would find it extremely difficult to open up the heavenly meridian in the human body. The Tao of cultivation was almost a legend, so it was only natural for it to become a legend. With a high talent, no matter how mysterious the technique was, without resources, without a cultivation environment, everything would be useless. A clever woman can't cook without rice. Path of Eternity, which was also the aqua blue world, it was surrounded by a vast ocean, and the continent was only one level of the world. This was also the reason why the aqua blue world was named. The Great Shah, the Golden Eagle, was one of them. The Purple Thorns Empire and the White Bear Empire were the top 4 empires, and they occupied nearly 7 layers of the Blue Water continent. After that, there were hundreds of small kingdoms that divided up the remaining 3 layers of the continent. The person Yang Fann possessed was Zhao Yu. He was a university student from the Great Shah Empire. The huge Great Shah Empire had a land area of 980 billion square kilometers. It was one of the 4 empires with the largest land area, the Fang Empire. It occupied almost 2.5 of the water blue continent. It was further divided into 816 provinces. Under each province, there were many cities and counties. Zhongbei University. This was the number 1 university in Zhongbei province. Among the tens of thousands of universities in Great Shah Empire, it was also one of the top 100 universities. It was the school that countless students dreamed of. This Zhao Yu was a second-year student of Zhongbei University. The reason why such a top student from a top institution would die miserably under this cliff was because there was a hidden reason behind it. He killed him and threw his corpse off the cliff. Snatching your identity and bearing your karma, I will take revenge for you, Yang Fann muttered in his heart. Although it was just a little karma, he didn't care about it at all, and couldn't affect him. But after all, he bore Zhao Yu's feelings. Repaying kindness with gratitude, taking revenge with enmity. This was Yang Fann's principle. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned. How could this be? My life force. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he realized that in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, 10,000 years had passed in his longevity. In other words, in just one day, he would have used up nearly 1,000,000 years of longevity. Furthermore, Yang Fann could tell that the consumption of the longevity was complete. It was irreversible. Looks like I have to find that heart of eternity as soon as possible. The other universe sovereigns had infinite longevities. As long as the universe wasn't destroyed, they wouldn't be destroyed. There was no pressure from the longevity at all. Not to mention millions of years in a day. Even if it was millions of years in a day, it wouldn't affect them at all. However, Yang Fann was different. Even if he had consumed a large number of longevities that could increase his longevity, if he couldn't break through to the next level, he would be able to live past 400 eras. There was no way he could live past 500 eras. One day was close to 1,000,000 years of longevities. 1 year was equivalent to 400 million years of longevities. A single era was merely 5.6 billion years of time. In just a few 100,000 years, he would have to consume an entire era of his lifespan. In other words, the time he spent in Path of Eternity would never exceed 10 billion years. At this moment, Yang Fann faintly felt a trace of regret for entering Path of Eternity. With his current strength, even if he stayed in the eternal great world, one day, he would be able to gather all the universe sovereigns needed to break through to the universe sovereign realm. It was nothing more than a little bit of time spent. However, in the Path of Eternity, it was not an easy task to find the heart of eternity. Furthermore, he had to refine it. 10 billion years. It might not be enough. If he died in Aqua Blue World because of the exhaustion of the longevity, it would be a huge irony. I almost forgot about them. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Yang Fann's mind, and his tightly furrowed brows eased up quite a bit. There were still 9,999 universe sovereign that had entered the Path of Eternity with him, and they were all the best of the best. The top-level universe sovereign alone was close to 1,000. There were also dozens of quasi-universe lord if he could defeat nearly 1,000 top-level universe sovereign warriors. And the dozens of quasi-universe lord warriors. Perhaps he didn't need all of them, he only needed half of them. It was enough for him to break through to the universe sovereign realm. As long as he successfully broke through to the universe sovereign realm, he would be able to completely break free from the restrictions of the longevity, and his life would truly be equal to the heavens. I also need to do my best to capture those heart of eternities. I need to do both at the same time. Suddenly, Yang Fann's furrowed brows knitted together again. The next second, His consciousness quickly entered his inner world and headed towards his parents. Phew, luckily, my parents' longevities weren't affected. If his parents' longevities were affected as well, things are going to get really bad. Even his little sister and the others, with the help of the world's authority, could directly refine origin of eternities to cultivate. If they wanted to break through to the next level within 10 billion years, they might not even be able to break through to the next level. Not to mention the two old men who didn't really like to cultivate. As for Qinhu and the others, they had no hope at all. If this caused his parents' longevity to dry up and die because of this, he wouldn't be able to absolve himself from the blame even if he died 10,000 times over. Fortunately, the worst outcome didn't appear. Soon, Yang Fann made up his mind that he couldn't let his parents and the others leave the inner world no matter what. However, it didn't take long before a hint of self-mockery climbed onto Yang Fann's face. Even if he wanted to let his parents out, he had to do it. Ever since he stepped into the path of eternity, the creature of the world in his body seemed to have been sealed, and he couldn't leave the inner world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to fight for the eternal secret key with his life on the line. As long as he hid in the inner world of the universe sovereign, he would let them out once he arrived in the path of eternity. Zhongbei University. I didn't expect that I would be able to re-enroll in the academy one day. Yang Fann stood at the entrance of the school with a complicated look in his eyes. He was a quasi-universe lord, one of the top powers in the eternal great world. To think that he would be able to return to the school. One had to admit that the world was really unpredictable. Male dormitory, 3 blocks 402. This was the dormitory where Zhao Yu lived when he was still alive. Bang! Yang Fann had just pushed open the door to the dormitory when he immediately smelled the stench of sweat mixed with the unpleasant smell of stinky socks. It made Yang Fann frown. He had lived for so many years, but he had never lived in a place like this. When he was a servant in Seven Stars Sect, the living environment in the mixed room was much better than this. This was not a place for humans to live. It seemed that it was necessary to find a place to stay outside the school. As for money, Yang Fann was not worried about it. Not to mention the Zhao Yu that he possessed, he was born in a wealthy family. He still had nearly 100,000 great Sha coins in his hand. With this amount of money, it would be too much to buy a house in Zhongbei Province, the capital of Zhongbei Province, Zhongbei City. However, it was more than enough to rent a house. Furthermore, the will of heaven and earth had a restriction on the inner creature of the world. As for those dead things, it wasn't restricted. For within Yang Fann's inner world, any one of the treasures he took out would be enough to feed a family of 3 for 10 lifetimes. However, it was a pity that all of these treasures and their powers were sealed by the will of the heavens and earth, especially the divine crystals and divine stones. They were all relatively good-looking stones. There was no way for him to control the energy within them. Otherwise, with the vast amount of resources he possessed, he would be able to easily cultivate a batch of experts. Little you, you're finally back. You better be careful these 2 days. If there's no need, don't leave the school. Bailey Rui wasn't a kind person. A handsome man wearing a nameplate immediately stood up and spoke with concern when he saw Yang Fann. Zhang Hao, one of Zhao Yu's 3 roommates, a local of Zhongbei City, and a slightly famous second generation. He could be considered an influential figure in the entire Zhongbei University. He was quite loyal to his friends, and he did not feel superior just because of his good family background. He looked down on Zhao Yu and the other 2. Bailey Rui, Yang Fann's eyes flashed with cold shine. If his memory was correct, Zhao Yu's death was most likely 8 to 9. It was Bailey Rui who did it. The cause of the matter was very simple. Zhang Xin'er, one of the 4 campus belles of Zhongbei University, had a closer relationship with Zhao Yu. After saying a few more words, she was hated by Bailey Rui. Since Zhang Xin'er entered the school, Bailey Rui had regarded her as his exclusive property. Over the past year, there were no less than 50 boys who had been avenged by Bailey Rui because of Zhang Xin'er. There were also 30 boys. There were even 3 people who had mysteriously disappeared, and no one knew whether they were alive or dead. It was very likely that they had been killed and thrown into the wilderness like Zhao Yu. In the next second, Yang Fann waved his hand and said casually, "Hao Zi, don't worry. It will be fine." He was not the Zhao Yu of the past. Even if this Bailey Rui did not cause him trouble, Yang Fann would never let this Bailey Rui go. He was just a wealthy young master. How could Yang Fann put this in his heart? Even now, His strength had been suppressed by 9 layers, 99 layers, 99 layers. In the aqua-blue world, he was virtually invincible. Little you, don't be careless. Bailey Rui is a madman. A trace of fear flashed across Zhang Hao's eyes. It could even be said that he was afraid. Compared to the others, he, who was also a second-generation member of Zhongbei City, knew better how terrifying Bailey Rui was. This fellow could do anything. Cold Mountain River Garden. This was the top villa district in Zhongbei City. All the residents here were the richest people in Zhongbei City. In one of the luxurious villas, a gloomy and cold young man stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back. Behind him was a kneeling man in black. His head was lowered so that no one could see his face clearly. Evil puppet, didn't you say that brat had already died at the cliff? Young master, I have clearly finished off that brat. You still dare to quibble? Then who was the one who just returned to school? That kid's twin brothers. Useless trash, I'll give you one day. If I see that kid again tomorrow, you won't have to come back. C2048 Ghost House Zhongbei University, Library. Chi Ancient History Books, Biographies of Miscellaneous Books. Yang Fann quickly flipped through them. Zhao Yu was only an ordinary sophomore student of Zhongbei University, and he wasn't a disciple of any big family. His understanding of the aqua-blue world was extremely limited, and it was far from enough to satisfy Yang Fann's needs. And this Zhongbei University Library was known as the #1 library in the southeast and 72 provinces of Great Xia Empire. It had over 100 million books, and it wouldn't disappoint Yang Fann. At this moment, Yang Fann was like a dry sponge, quickly sucking in water. A huge amount of knowledge gathered into a long river of knowledge that flowed into his sea of consciousness. As for that Bailey Rui, Yang Fann wasn't in a hurry to find him. He could run away from the monk, but not the temple. He was just a wealthy young master. When he had free time, he could just strangle him to death at any time. Very quickly, 6 hours passed. Yang Fann closed the modern history book, and a trace of seriousness flashed across his eyes. There was still some skill in this technological power. Now, in the various empires, the strongest weapon is the star cannon. It was said that a single cannon would be able to shatter a meteorite. If he was at his peak, with this bit of strength, it was nothing. He casually blew on it. But now, under the suppression of the will of heaven and earth, his combat strength was suppressed by trillions of times. If he really had to face the cannon head-on, it would definitely not feel good. If it was light, he would be heavily injured. If it was heavy, he might even die. The will of the heavens and earth was a complete suppression of extraordinary strength. Not only did it suppress strength and soul, but even Yang Fann's defense was also weakened to the lowest point. Currently, even if Yang Fann used the 9 revolutions divine devil body, his divine body's defense would increase by 99,810 times, barely touching the threshold of a saint artifact. However, it was understandable. If the divine body's defense remained the same, how could the heart of eternity have anything to do with other races? It had already been taken care of by the witch clan a long time ago. In terms of divine body, there were hundreds of millions of races in the eternal great world. Which one of them could be compared to the witch clan? It seems like the strength of these aboriginal empires can't be ignored. It's about time. It's time to go out and find a house. Yang Fann did not want to go back to the pigsty dorm anymore. To be honest, he was somewhat impressed by Zhang Hao. Although the Zhang family wasn't one of the richest men in Zhongbei City, they were used to living in dorms. The Zhang family was the second tier of the wealthy family, and their net worth was more than 1 billion Great Xia coins. He had grown up with a golden spoon in his mouth, so how could he accept this crime? Zhongbei City, Lingnan Garden. This was a high-class villa district in Zhongbei City. Although it couldn't be compared to the Cold Mountain Courtyard, it was still a grade lower. From time to time, there would be many high-class maglev cars going in and out. It was very lively. However, in the southwest corner of Lingnan Garden, there was a unique villa. The entire villa was faintly shrouded by a faint fog. Anyone who passed by this villa would be in a hurry and would not dare to stay too long in the vicinity of this villa. Lingnan Garden, Mansion No. 9. This was a ghost house that was extremely fierce in Zhongbei City. 3 years ago, rumors of ghosts had spread from Mansion No. 9. In just 3 short years, 7 people had died tragically in Mansion No. 9. There was even a heavenly master with great magic power among them. Night was about to fall. A maglev parked in front of mansion number 9. The next moment, a beautiful young woman dressed in black professional attire and a student-like young man walked out of the maglev. Mr. Zhao, this is mansion number 9. The beautiful young woman stood in front of mansion number 9. Her beautiful eyes were filled with indescribable fear, as if she was looking at some ferocious beast. She gritted her teeth and tried to persuade him, Mr. Zhao, this is mansion number 9. Mr. Zhao, you are not a local. Maybe I'm not sure, but there really is one in mansion number 9. How about I introduce you to another apartment? Actually, some apartments are not bad. You don't have to live in this villa. Although the young man with the surname Zhao insisted on coming to mansion number 9, she felt guilty when she saw such a young man die a violent death. This was the real ghost. No one who lived in the haunted house could see the sun the next day. There's no need to go through so much trouble. This mansion number 9 is not bad. Yang Fann waved his hand gently. How could he not know about the unusual condition of mansion number 9? It was merely a ghost, and he didn't care about it at all. Furthermore, Yang Fann wanted to take this opportunity to test out the extraordinary strength of Aqua Blue World. Mr. Zhao, listen to sister's advice. You are still. The beautiful young woman opened her mouth and wanted to say something else. Mansion number 9 was cheap. The rent for a year was not even 30,000 great Sha coins. This was something unimaginable in Zhongbei City, not to mention a mansion that occupied several acres of land. Even some single apartments that were dozens of square meters, with a year's rent. It wasn't just 30,000 great Sha coins. But this cheap price was deadly cheap. No matter what, you are a top student of Zhongbei University. Why don't you use your brain? If this bargain was really that easy to take advantage of, then it wouldn't be your turn to rent a house. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Fann had already given the order to chase her away. If there's nothing else, you can go back first. The beautiful young woman felt a burst of anger. She had kindly advised him, but she had never thought that she would be able to get it in exchange. It was such a result. Consider it me speaking too much, treating good intentions like a donkey liver and lungs. All of this, you asked for it. If anything really happens, don't blame me for not reminding you. Very quickly, the beautiful young woman got on the maglev and quickly left. She didn't want to stay in this place for even a second. It was almost dark. Who knew if that evil ghost would come out? Gotcha. The door of the mansion was quickly opened by Yang Fann. Although it had been more than a year since someone lived in the mansion, it was spotless inside. It was very clean. It was as if someone was cleaning the villa every day. Hee, it seems like a clean ghost. Yang Fann chuckled. Suddenly, he turned his gaze and looked directly at a patterned mirror in the hall. A playful smile appeared on his face. Hiding in this mirror, you do know how to hide. Come out. Do you want me to invite you out? At this moment, swish swish, the lights in the entire hall started to dim, and even the temperature dropped by 10 degrees all of a sudden. Not only that, the cold air was oppressive. This little trick won't scare me. You'd better show me your true ability. Rumble, rumble. As if angered by Yang Fann's indifferent attitude, ripples began to appear on the surface of the mirror. A translucent female ghost in white clothes, whose body had completely decayed, crawled out of the mirror. Her hair was disheveled and it was very scary. A timid person would probably be scared out of his wits immediately. The next second, that long hair was growing rapidly, like countless long snakes, as it shot towards Yang Fann. Is this your method? Extinguish for me. A trace of disappointment slid across Yang Fann's face. This so-called evil ghost had no other abilities besides being a little scary. A slightly stronger pulse opening stage martial master could deal with her, and she could also bully ordinary people who didn't have any strength. Even now, his strength was being suppressed infinitely. With just a breath of air, he could destroy this evil ghost countless times. Poochie. Yang Fann didn't do anything. The female ghost in white turned into a flying ash. If the supernatural powers of this land are all like this, then there's basically no need to care about them anymore. Yang Fann thought. Suddenly, his expression changed, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. I never thought that a mere female ghost would have such an advantage. 3C2049 Comprehend Karma Lingnan Garden, Mansion Number 9. A hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. A ferocious ghost that was barely comparable to a pulse-opening stage martial artist was nothing in his eyes. He could easily destroy it with just a breath of air, but he never thought that. Hong Long. The suppression of aqua blue world on him had actually loosened a little after the death of this ferocious ghost. Although this tiny bit of strength was almost negligible, he was very sure that the strength he could use had increased. Could it be that by killing the extraordinary energy of the aqua blue world, he can kill the extraordinary energy of the aqua blue world? Could it be? Suddenly, a thought flashed across Yang Fann's mind. A trace of excitement flashed across his eyes. It seemed like he needed to search for the extraordinary strength of aqua blue world. If he could really recover all of his strength. No, even if it was just a tiny bit, he would be able to sweep across aqua blue world with ease. It was unknown whether this malicious spirit was a special case or if it was the same for all the extraordinary powers in the land. This matter had to be done quickly and couldn't be delayed. He wasn't the only one who had entered the aqua blue world. If he waited for the other universe sovereigns to recover their strength first, he would be in a passive position. If he wasn't careful, it wouldn't be impossible for him to fail miserably in an easy task. I almost forgot about this little bug. Suddenly, Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and a mocking smile appeared on his face. The next second, Yang Fann's gaze turned and seemed to pass through the wall of the villa, landing on a high wall not far away from the villa. He saw a tall and sturdy man in black lying on his stomach. He was monitoring mansion number 9 through a telescope. His eyes were as wide as fish eyes, almost falling out of his eye sockets. His chin couldn't close, and he kept muttering, "No, how is this possible, how is this possible, how could he possibly kill that ferocious ghost? It's fake, this must be fake. That was a malicious ghost, and only the legendary trainer could do that. It was a terrifying existence that could only be dealt with by the legendary trainer. Even a soldier king like him couldn't deal with it. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of that terrifying evil spirit. Zhao Yu was just an ordinary man. How could he possibly kill that evil ghost? Little bug, come out. What, do you want me to invite you out?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in Men in Black's ears. Not good, he found me. He found me. Men in Black was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He used both his hands and feet to try to escape. "Little bug, where do you want to go? Come here obediently." No, let go, let me go, let me go." Men in Black howled in pain, as if he was being grabbed by a pair of invisible hands. In the blink of an eye, he was dragged into mansion number 9. Bang! He crashed heavily in front of Yang Fann. "Little bug, tell me, who are you? Why are you following me?" Yang Fann looked at Men in Black calmly. From the moment he left Zhongbei University, he had found out that Men in Black was following him. He was just busy looking for a house and did not want to bother with him. "What are you following me for? I'm not following you. I don't know what you are talking about." Men in Black's voice trembled as he denied it. "Are you trying to deny it?" A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. "Those who know nothing are fearless. This little bug simply doesn't know what kind of existence he is facing. Does he think that by denying it, I won't be able to get what I want to know?" Buzz! A divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. In an instant, it was as if Men in Black had lost his soul. Both of his eyes were blurry, and there wasn't a trace of life in them. It was just a simple soul manipulation technique. A mortal like him was not qualified to let him search his soul. "What's your name, evil puppet? Why are you following me? Under the orders of the eldest young master, I've come to kill you." "Who is the eldest young master of your family?" "The eldest young master of the Bailey family, Bailey Rui." "What a good aphid. I was thinking of looking for you after I finished reading the books in Zhongbei University's library. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me first." Yang Fann's eyes flashed with cold shines. Since there were some people who were eager to die, he could only show mercy and fulfill his wish. In the next second, Poochie, the evil puppet's entire body shattered and turned into flying ashes. Frozen Mountain Courtyard, Mansion number 12. In the spacious and luxurious hall, Bailey Rui sat on the sofa. Under his feet, there was a beautiful young woman dressed in revealing clothes and with a hot figure. She was burying her head in her work, occasionally letting out lewd sounds that would cause one's imagination to run wild. "We have already been gone for so long, why hasn't that trash evil puppet returned yet?" A trace of impatience flashed across Bailey Rui's eyes. He was just a poor student who could not even truss a chicken. Did he need so much time? At this moment, that trash won't be able to return. A mocking voice rang in Bailey Rui's ears. "Who is it? Bailey Rui's heart trembled, and he cried out involuntarily. Young Master Rui, what's wrong? Where is there someone? The beautiful young woman looked at Bailey Rui with a puzzled expression. You didn't hear it just now. Someone was talking. And no, young Master Rui. Could it be my hallucination? All of a sudden, the sound of light footsteps came from outside the hall. Bailey Rui's heart, which had just been relieved, was suddenly lifted again. When he was enjoying himself, those bodyguards would not come in and disturb him. Evil puppet, yes, is it you? Didn't I tell you that trash won't be able to return? Accompanied by a mocking voice, Yang Fann slowly walked over from outside the hall. Why is it you? No, this is impossible. Impossible. Bailey Rui's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. Evil puppet, that was the top weapon king that his father, Bailey Yi, had found for him. He could easily defeat 100 ordinary people. If he was fully armed, he would be able to kill a company by himself. What was that Zhao Yu? He had been fighting for a long time. He had done a thorough investigation. He was just the young master of a small company. His assets were not more than 10 million, so ordinary that he could not be an ordinary university student. How could he be a match for the entire killing machine of the evil puppet? Could it be that the evil puppet still had time to make a move? But even so, how did he enter his villa and appear in front of him? As the best villa district in Zhongbei City, the Han Mountain Courtyard was the wealthiest and most powerful family. Its security force could be said to be the most powerful in Zhongbei City. It was not much worse than the city council compound, not to mention that there was a team of bodyguards that the Bai Li family had carefully trained in his villa. Even a top soldier king like evil puppet would find it extremely difficult to sneak in without making a sound. Isn't it me, young Master Bailey? It's time to settle the score between us. Yang Fann had a wicked smile on his face as he walked towards Bailey Rui step by step. Every step he took was like stepping on Bailey Rui's heart. The terrifying pressure made him unable to breathe. He even forgot that his treasure was exposed. You, don't come over here. Don't come over, someone, come over. Young Master Bailey, don't waste your time. Do you think that I'll swagger in like this? Will your bodyguards still be able to save you? That group of bodyguards has been wiped away by Yang Fann. Not only that, he has also set up a soundproof barrier in the hall. Bailey Rui's voice can't even be heard. Before his cultivation base was unsealed, Yang Fann didn't want to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Great Xia Empire. This technological power is very dangerous to him. If he really died in the hands of the natives of Path of Eternity, that would be ironic. No, Zhao, student Zhao, I have no grudges with you in the past. Why do you want to make things difficult for me? No grievances in the past, no grudges in the present. Young Master Bailey, you really have a good memory. Don't tell me that the evil puppet wasn't sent by you to kill me. No, what evil puppet? I don't know him at all. Student Zhao, it's a misunderstanding. You must have misunderstood. You pushed it cleanly, but unfortunately, I'm not an idiot. You'd better go on your way obediently. No, don't kill me, Student Zhao. I'll give you the money. 5 million, 10 million, as long as you don't kill me, I'll give it to you 100 million. As expected of young Master Bailey. What a generous offer, but you still have to die today. No, if you dare to kill me, my father will not let you go. He will definitely kill you and kill you. Don't worry, he will come down soon to accompany you. As soon as he finished speaking, Poochie, Bailey Rui and the beautiful young woman turned into flying ashes, as if they did not exist in this world. Once we get rid of the Bailey family, we will have a thorough understanding of the cause and effect. C2050 The Ghost Spellcaster Association Han Mountain Courtyard, Mansion Number 3. In an elegant study room, there was a man in Bailey Rui. The middle-aged man with the same number is looking down at the documents. This middle-aged man was none other than Bailey Rui's father, the chairman of Bailey Corporation, Bailey Yi, one of the top 10 corporations in Zhongbei City. From this, one could see the wealth and status of the Bailey family in Zhongbei City. The courtyard of Cold Mountain had developed a total of 36 villas. Being able to stay in one of them was not only a symbol of wealth, but also a symbol of status and status. It was already considered not bad for a top tycoon to be able to get one of them. In the entire Zhongbei City, there were no more than one person who could get 2 villas from the courtyard of Cold Mountain. Crack! Suddenly, the tightly shut door of the study opened. A person walked in. His steps were light, as if he was entering and leaving his own home. There was no sign of restraint. The man was none other than Yang Fann. If one did not remove the roots from the roots, he would grow again in the spring wind. Since he wanted to understand the cause and effect, he naturally had to be thorough. He wasn't afraid of any revenge. However, his body, as well as his parents and relatives, were all ordinary people. They couldn't stop the revenge of the Bailey family. Who are you? Bailey Yi raised his head and looked at Yang Fann. A trace of panic flashed in the depths of his eyes. Although the Bailey family could not be called a dragon's den or a tiger's den, it was not a place that ordinary people could enter and exit as they pleased. There was a team of 36 bodyguards guarding the villa all year round. It was not simple. The young man in front of him was definitely not simple. But very quickly, that panic was concealed very well by him. To be able to start from scratch and establish such a huge foundation in a short few decades, Bailey Yi was also a formidable character. His courage was far from what his son, who was not talented, could compare with. What about me? My name is Zhao Yu. I'm the same as your son, Bailey Rui. I'm also a student at Zhongbei University. I wonder why little Zhao has come to my house. Could it be that he's here to look for little Rui? A smile appeared on Bailey Yi's face. Those who did not know would think that he was really that kind senior. Bailey Rui, I just came from his place. Now, I'm here to look for you. Bailey Yi's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. A trace of uneasiness appeared on his face, but he didn't show it on his face. May I know what business does little Zhao have with me? It's nothing big. I'm just borrowing the lives of your family. Yang Fann said it lightly, but when it fell into Bailey Yi's ears, it made his hair stand on end. Little Zhao, this joke isn't funny at all. Joke? That Bailey Rui found someone to kill me, so I had no choice but to send him on his way. Before he died, he even threatened me that you would take revenge for him. I had no choice but to make another trip. What? You killed Rui? Ah, Bisheng. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Bailey Yi's entire body suddenly exploded, his eyes turned red. He was like an enraged tiger that wanted to eat someone. After all, he only had one son, and he had no descendants. This young woman had caused his Bailey family to have no descendants. This young woman had to die if he didn't tear him into pieces and burn his bones and scatter his ashes. It would be difficult to dispel the hatred in his heart. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the study. The next second, a black-robed man in a long black robe, surrounded by a dense ghostly aura, quickly entered the study. Mr. Ghost, you must avenge my poor Rui. Bailey Yi let out a heart-wrenching howl. He had been pretending to be friendly with Yang Fann just now, but he had been stalling for time and waiting for Mr. Ghost to arrive. This was the true reliance of his Bailey family. With his presence, a powerful ghost warlock would definitely avenge him. I can avenge him, but my rules are clear. Mr. Ghost, as long as you kill this little scholar, I will immediately send someone to deliver 100 million great Sha coins to you. Kekaki, that's refreshing, leave the rest to me. Mr. Ghost chuckled strangely. Little doll, you actually dare to come here and behave atrociously, you really have a lot of guts. Another extraordinaire. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He did not expect to get his revenge in an unexpected gain. He was really dozing off. Someone had brought a pillow over. It just so happened that he could use this Mr. Ghost to verify his guess. As long as he killed these local extraordinaires, he would be able to unseal the suppression of the will of heaven and earth on him. Little kid, he does have some guts. Hehehehe, my baby likes to devour the souls of bold people the most. Hehehehe, come out, my treasure. Rumble, rumble, ghost energy was rolling around Mr. Ghost's body. A female ghost in red clothes with half of her face rotting came whistling out. A terrifying ghost claw attacked Yang Fann. Good timing. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. In an instant, the female ghost in red didn't even have the time to scream before she turned into a flying ash. Although this female ghost in red was slightly stronger than the female ghost in white in Lingnan Gardens Mansion No. 9, she wasn't much stronger. At most, she could only fight a few intermediate martial artists. In the next second, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's face. The suppression from the heavens and earth had loosened a little. Although it wasn't much, if it wasn't for his soul, it would have been hard for him to notice it. However, it had indeed loosened. It seems like my guess is correct. At least by killing the ghost, I can unseal the confinement of the heavens and earth. Trainer, I didn't expect you to be also a trainer. I misjudged you. There was a hint of solemnity in Mr. Ghost's voice. Although the female ghost in red was not his strongest trump card, it was able to kill his red-dressed female ghost so easily. She was at least a second-grade trainer. Even a third-grade trainer. As for him, he was merely a third-grade ghost warlock. Bai Li Yi, 3 billion great Sha coins. I'll kill this kid for you. Otherwise, I won't care about this anymore. Bitched old thing. Bai Li Yi cursed in his heart. This old man was really asking for an exorbitant price. 3 billion great Sha coins. This was almost half of the circulating funds of their company. Although their company was worth tens of billions of great Sha coins, most of them were real estate, and the real circulating funds were only around 5 to 6 billion. However, the situation was better than the others. At this moment, the only person he could rely on was this old man. Once this old man stood idly by, their 100 Miles family would be finished. It would be a piece of cake for Trainer to destroy their 100 Miles family. Their Bai Li family. The reason why they were able to become the richest family in Zhongbei City was because their Bai Li family worshipped this ghost warlock, the Ghost Lord. Otherwise, the Bai Li family would have long been divided up by the other families. Ordinary people might not know, but these disciples of the major families were well aware. In fact, Trainer was the true ruler of this world. Mr. Ghost, don't worry. 3 billion great Sha coins. As long as you help me kill this kid, I will deliver it to you. Alright, Bai Li Yi, remember what you said. Come out, Ghost General, Han Chen Cheng. Rumble. Ghost Chi crazily surged around Mr. Ghost, and an evil aura that was 100 times, or even 1,000 times more evil than the red-dressed female ghost rose from Mr. Ghost's body, turning into a terrifying ghost general that was nearly 2 meters tall, with a green face and sharp teeth, and a large saber in his hand. For the Han Emperor Ghost General was a high-grade third-grade ghost, and it was Mr. Ghost's natal spirit to control ghosts. It was also his strongest reliance. Kekekeke, if the little kid can die in the hands of me, Ghost General Han Chen, then you will be able to rest in peace in the underworld. Kekeki 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 kekeki, how dare an ant act so impudently? The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. In an instant, the majestic and threatening Han Chenqing turned into ashes after following the footsteps of the female ghost in red. It was as if it was an illusion. This so-called General Han Chen could barely match the previous High Marshal Marquis. An ant like him, even if his current strength was suppressed to the limit, he could still destroy tens of millions of people with just a breath of air. Ah, Mr. Ghost spurted out a large mouthful of blood, and his aura was extremely weak. Compared to Bai Li Yi, even an ordinary person could not compare to him. It was as if the candle in the wind could be extinguished at any moment. Mr. Ghost suffered a backlash when his natal spirit was destroyed. Ah, my king, the Ghost General. How could this be? How could this be? Bastard, Bai Li Yi, you bastard, you tricked me. C2055 Extinguish Aqua Blue World, West Ghost Mountain. Kekekeka GG Jia, it has been 800 years. I, Heavenly Ghost Emperor, have come out again. Jia Jia Jia, the terrifying howls of ghosts resounded throughout the entire West Ghost Mountain. Genshi, large patches of mountain rocks were corroded into slag by the dense ghost energy. At the mountainside of West Ghost Mountain, Zhang Xin'er and the other three were trembling all over. A bone-piercing chill rushed from the soles of their feet to their heads. What did they hear? Ghost King had actually come into being. Now, they knew very well that ghosts were not some kind of feudal superstitious belief, but a real existence. Although they didn't know the specific classification of ghosts, they knew it just by thinking with their toes. Could those who could self-proclaim themselves as Ghost King be ordinary ghosts? Also, could it be that the dark clouds in the sky were created by that Ghost King? Gulp, gulp, this. With his own power, he could change the heavens and change the earth. Even the legendary immortal god was nothing more than this. Could it be that Heavenly Ghost Emperor was comparable to the legendary immortal god? West Ghost Mountain, top of the mountain. Buzz boundless ghostly chi roiled, finally condensing into a middle-aged man in his 40s. Dressed in a black dragon robe, he looked no different from the emperors of the ancient dynasties of Great Sha Empire. The only difference was, his face was so pale that it was scary. There wasn't any color of blood that a normal person should have. Hiss. Is this the legendary Heavenly Ghost Emperor? The group of elders and disciples of the Western Ghost Sect carefully sized up Heavenly Ghost Emperor who was walking in the sky. Their eyes revealed an unconcealable panic. Heavenly Ghost Emperor was the 6th-generation sect master's natal spirit. Later on, the 6th-generation sect master's longevity was about to expire. Heavenly Ghost Emperor was sealed in the Western Ghost Sect's ancestral master hall and was worshipped by the Western Ghost Sect. He was also the strongest foundation of the Western Ghost Sect. World of Warlocks, another shortcut. Abandoning the spirit of heaven and earth, he used ghosts, evil spirits, and other foreign objects to cultivate. Their combat strength was not weaker than trainers at the same level, but the longevity was stronger than the orthodox trainer. For example, the 6th-generation sect master of the Western Ghost Sect. He was a mighty rank 8 great warlock, but he was no match for a quasi-saint human. But in reality, the longevity couldn't even be compared to a fraction of a quasi-saint human. He had lived for less than 1,500 years, and had reached the limit of the longevity. Although Heavenly Ghost Emperor was the 6th-generation sect master of Western Ghost Sect, and was worshipped by the Western Ghost Sect, everyone in the Western Ghost Sect, including the current sect master who released Heavenly Ghost Emperor, felt uneasy. According to the legends, Heavenly Ghost Emperor wasn't a good-tempered person. After the 6th-generation sect master passed away, the Western Ghost Sect experienced a few ups and downs, and was forced to a dead end more than once. In the end, they had no choice but to summon Heavenly Ghost Emperor. During this period of time, many disciples of the Western Ghost Sect were devoured by Heavenly Ghost Emperor. Right at this moment, Heavenly Ghost Emperor's eyes fell upon the sect master. Junior, you are the sect master of Western Ghost Sect. Disciple Wu Xin greets the old ancestor. Western Ghost Sect master hastily bowed, not daring to show any neglect. He didn't think that he, the sect master of Western Ghost Sect, was qualified to put on airs with Heavenly Ghost Emperor. There's no need for formalities. You should know the rules of this emperor. Heavenly Ghost Emperor waved his hand gently and said coldly. He wasn't a free fighter of Western Ghost Sect. If he wanted Heavenly Ghost Emperor to attack him, he would have to pay a price. Don't worry, ancestor. I understand the rules. Within a month, I will definitely offer 1,000,000 souls to ancestor. The Grand Master of Western Ghost Sect said respectfully. However, his heart was bleeding. A soul represented a human life. 1,000,000 souls represented 1,000,000 lives. That was the total population of some small counties. Not to mention, this was not the war-torn era. Even the Western Ghost Sect would have to pay a painful price to gather 1,000,000 living souls. The mortal world was the foundation of the world of warlocks. With just a few souls and dozens souls, the officials could still turn a blind eye. If they didn't pay a certain price, they would be able to gather 1,000,000 souls. The officials would have to find trouble with the Western Ghost Sect in a matter of minutes. Although the Western Ghost Sect was the #1 sect in Zhongbei, Huai'an, and Huainan province, it was still far from being comparable to the Great Xia Empire officials. Behind the Great Xia Empire, there were rank 7 and rank 8 great warlocks. There were many of them. Even rank 9, or even transcendent grade warlocks that surpassed rank 9, were not unheard of. Otherwise, how could they suppress the sect? If not for the fact that he was forced into a corner, West Ghost Sect Master really did not want to invite Heavenly Ghost Emperor out. This price was too great, it was enough to shake the foundation of the Western Ghost Sect. It's good that you know the rules. If you don't see 1,000,000 souls in a month, don't blame me for not giving old Ghost face. Heavenly Ghost Emperor revealed his white teeth and said coldly. With this 1,000,000 souls, it should be enough for me to advance to the Ghost Emperor realm. At that time, the seal on old Ghost would no longer be able to do anything to me. If not for the restriction of the seal, Heavenly Ghost Emperor would have left the Western Ghost Sect long ago and formed his own faction. He would have opened up a ghost land and established a ghost country. Tell me, who is the one that this emperor is going to deal with this time? Old ancestor, it's him. Huh, there is not a trace of ghost chi on your body, nor is there any aura of evil spirits or devils. It seems like you are one of those hateful god warlocks. However, meeting this emperor is your greatest misfortune. Heavenly Ghost Emperor carefully sized up Yang Fann. His voice was arrogant and arrogant, as if he didn't take Yang Fann seriously at all. After thousands of years of offerings from the Western Ghost Sect, his strength had reached the peak of rank 8 Ghost King. He was only a step away from breaking through to the rank 9 Ghost Emperor. As long as he didn't encounter any rank 9 practitioners, he would be invincible. He didn't believe that this divine warlock in front of him was an arch-warlock of the 9th rank. The strongest warriors in the Western Ghost Sect were only 2 6th-grade warlocks. Apart from being crazy, they would only provoke an arch-warlock of the 9th rank. A mere ghost dares to be so impudent in front of me. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and he pressed down with his finger. Rumble. Yang Fann's 10 fingers swelled rapidly in Heavenly Ghost Emperor's eyes, as if the legendary pillar that supported the heavens had instantly seized all of Heavenly Ghost Emperor's attention. Ah, no, how is this possible? This power, ah spell, Warlock King, you are Warlock King. No, Heavenly Ghost Emperor let out a heart-wrenching cry. With his peak rank 8 cultivation base, Ghost King, not even a rank 9 divine warlock could make him so desperate. He could not put up any resistance. Warlock King. Only the legendary Warlock King had such a terrifying power. Warlock King, could this be the expert above rank 9? Yang Fann's heart tightened. Sure enough, rank 9 warlocks were not the limit of the world of warlocks. In the aqua blue world, there were also experts that could rival saints, and they were even comparable to true gods and domain gods. It was not impossible. He had to think of a way to unseal his strength as soon as possible. With his current strength, if he encountered a warlock that was comparable to a true god or a domain god, if he was not careful, he might really be in trouble. Ah no, exalted immortal, please spare my life. Exalted immortal, please spare my life. The little brat is willing to surrender, willing to surrender. Bang. Yang Fann remained unmoved. His index finger continued to crush. A malicious spirit that wasn't even a quasi-saint wanted to become Yang Fann's servant. What a joke if it wasn't for the fact that he needed to unseal his power. An ant like this would never be given a second glance. His soul was destroyed. Heavenly Ghost Emperor's soul was destroyed just like that. This, am I seeing things? How is this possible? How is this possible? No, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. How could Heavenly Ghost Emperor lose? How could he lose? From the top to the bottom of Western Ghost Sect, to the sect master, from the ordinary disciples, all of them looked like they had lost their parents. Their minds had collapsed, and they couldn't believe their own eyes. Heavenly Ghost Emperor, that was the strongest foundation of the Western Ghost Sect. The top expert among rank 8 Ghost King was a lot of rank 8 warlocks. He was no match for Heavenly Ghost Emperor, so how could he possibly lose? And it was as simple as losing, without any ability to resist. They were instantly killed by that an arch-warlock of the 9th rank. He didn't even have such terrifying strength. Next, it's your turn. C2057 Sweep Evil Moon Valley, Valley Entrance. Following the sound of light footsteps, Yang Fann's figure approached from afar. His steps were very slow, but he was well versed in the art of shrinking the ground into an inch. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Evil Moon Valley. Evil Moon Sect, you must not disappoint me. Yang Fann stopped at the mouth of the valley. There was a trace of anticipation in his eyes. Whether this evil warlock could unseal his cultivation like those ghost warlock would depend on this time. The next second, Yang Fann stepped into Evil Moon Valley. His steps were light and casual, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. It was as if Evil Moon Valley was not the lair of some big evil sect. It was like the backyard of his house. However, before Yang Fann could take a few steps, a few young men dressed in evil clothing surrounded him. Each of them had a proud expression on their faces. They had an indescribable sense of superiority. They looked down on everyone and gave others the feeling of looking down on them. This was a common phenomenon in World of Warlocks. They looked down on ordinary people and regarded them as lowly ants. Obviously, in the eyes of these Evil Moon Sect evil practitioners, Yang Fann was the mortal who mistakenly entered Evil Moon Valley. Although the Evil Moon Valley was secretive, every year, there would always be a few unlucky fellows who would accidentally enter it. Cruel Gia, another unlucky fellow had arrived. And he was even a pretty boy. GG. This skin, this face, this figure. Du Ming and senior brother would definitely like it. The only rank 2 evil warlock carefully sized up Yang Fann and smacked his lips from time to time, as if he was admiring a beautiful woman. One had to admit that Zhao Yu, who was possessed by Yang Fann, was quite good looking. His skin was white and smooth, his facial features were handsome, and there was a trace of gentleness between his eyebrows. A full score of 100 points was enough to give him 85 points. If Zhongbei University ranked him on the school grass list, Zhao Yu would most likely be one of them. Otherwise, after learning that Zhang Xin'er and Zhao Yu were having a good conversation, Bailey Rui would not have used such an extreme method to directly send his subordinates to become Zhao Yu. GG, GG, GG. Du Ming's senior brother really likes this kind of delicate and tender gigolo, Bo Yang senior brother. GG, 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 GG. We'll capture him immediately and send him to Du Ming's senior brother. The other Evil Moon Sect disciples echoed. Du Ming, senior brother, was a core disciple of the Evil Moon Sect, a third-grade evil sorceress. He was also one of the best, and according to the legends, he was only one step away. They would be promoted to fourth-grade evil warlocks and would be on equal footing with the elders. He was a hot topic of the next sect master. If he could board Du Ming's senior brother's ship because of this, they would be rich. A bunch of disgusting ants, disgust flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He was truly disgusted by these aphids. With just these aphids alone, Evil Moon Sect could die 10,000 times over. Rumble. Terrifying energy ripples swept across the entire Evil Moon Valley with Yang Fann as the center. Poochie Poochie, the few evil warlocks didn't even have time to scream before they turned into dust, not even leaving a trace behind. Ah, don't. How could this be? How could this be? No, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Seventh stage Great Warlock. This was definitely the power of a 7th stage Great Warlock. Senior, please spare us. Let our Evil Moon Sect go. Why, Senior, just what did our Evil Moon Sect do to offend you, to actually want to make such a ruthless move against us? No, Hua Sheng, the Association of Warlocks won't let you go. The Association of Warlocks was an official organization of the Great Xia Empire. It was used to manage all the major warlock sects in the Great Xia Empire. If it was just a personal vendetta, the Association of Warlocks basically wouldn't care about it. However, if they killed someone for no reason, the Association of Warlocks would definitely get involved in it. The Great Xia wasn't the only empire in the aqua-blue world. Between the various empires, what truly determined the strength and status of the empire wasn't the huge number of troops. The National Defense Force was the strength of all the warlocks. If a sect was slaughtered in large numbers, it would undoubtedly weaken the overall strength of the Great Xia Empire. A few breaths later, Evil Moon Valley was completely reduced to a land of death, not even an ant was left behind. The next second, Wang, a golden light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. What he was worried about did not happen. Killing these evil warlocks could also unseal his power. After destroying the thousands of evil warlocks in Evil Moon Valley and the evil spirits that they kept in captivity, the power that he could use had increased by a notch. As long as he destroyed 1 or 2 medium-sized warlocks, it should be enough for him to exert the combat strength of a high-level saint. Demonic Eye Castle. It was a fortress, an ancient castle with thousands of years of history. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was an abandoned castle. There was no one inside, not even a shadow. However, in the eyes of many warlocks in Zhongbei province, the Demonic Eye Castle was a forbidden area, Because one of the 6 medium-sized devil cultivators, the Devil Eye Sect, lived in seclusion in this Devil Eye Castle. This was the #1 devil cultivator of the 5 provinces of Zhongbei, the sect. Its strength was on par with the Western Ghost Sect. At most, their foundation was slightly weaker. The Western Ghost Sect had once produced a rank 8 Ghost Warlock, several rank 7 Ghost Warlock. This Devil Eye Sect had existed for thousands of years, and the strongest one was only a rank 7 Devil Practitioner. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying force descended from the sky, crushing down on the Demonic Eye Fortress. Wherever it passed, everything was crushed. From rank 6 to rank 1, the servants and maids were all destroyed. Good, a magician is indeed able to unseal my power. Yang Fann's eyes lit up and said goodbye. This Devil Eye Sect is worthy of being called a quasi-large devil sect on par with the Western Ghost Sect. After sweeping through this Devil Eye Sect, not only did it allow his combat strength to be unsealed to the advanced sage stage, it was only a step away from the intermediate. The last one left is that Divine Warlock. However, at this moment, Yang Fann wasn't in a hurry. Even if this Divine Warlock couldn't remove the seal on his combat strength, it wouldn't be a big deal. After the twilight of the gods, the Divine Warlocks had fallen. Like the sect, the strongest one among the 3 great divine cultivators in the 5 provinces of Zhongbei, was only a 5th grade divine warlock. It couldn't be compared to the other 3 great warlock sects. The Spirit Ghost Sect, Evil Spirit Sect, Earth Sect, Sanhe Sect, Despair Valley, 100 Ghost Mountain. One medium-sized mountain after another was swept away by Yang Fann, and his strength was quickly unsealed. One day later, a medium-sized sect that was destroyed by Yang Fann. There were already 12 of them. Apart from the Demon Eye Sect, there was another sect that was not much weaker than the Western Ghost Sect. The Ghost King Sect was the second largest sect in the Ghost Dao in the 5 provinces of Zhongbei. In fact, it was only slightly stronger than the current strength of the Western Ghost Sect, and it had 3 6th-grade Ghost Warlock guarding it. What was lacking was its history. The Ghost King Sect had only risen up in the past 500 years. Not to mention the rank 8 Great Warlock, even the 7th grade Ghost Warlock had not been born. And after killing the 12 sects, after killing close to 10,000 practitioners and hundreds of thousands of evil spirits, Yang Fann's strength had been unsealed to a high-grade sage stage. At the same time, Yang Fann had confirmed his last guess. Killing that warlock could also unseal his strength. However, compared to Ghost Warlock, the Magic Warlock, and the Evil Warlock, a Divine Warlock of the same level could not unseal his power. A warlock, or a warlock of the same level had at least one evil spirit of the same level. The power of a warlock of the same level came from a god, and did not have the power to control evil spirits and ghosts. Very quickly, another day passed. Within the 5 provinces of Zhongbei, other than the number 1 evil sect, the Blood Spirit Sect, the remaining 25 medium-sized sects were all slaughtered by Yang Fann. Yang Fann's strength had doubled once again, and he was only a step away from top saints. After killing this Blood Spirit Sect, it should be enough for him to unseal the seal and become top saints. As the leader of the 8 evil sects, whether it was in terms of strength or foundation, the Blood Spirit Sect was not inferior to the Western Ghost Sect. In history, there had been rank 8 evil warlocks. Blood Spirit Pond, the headquarters of the Blood Spirit Sect. Something's not right. Something is wrong with the Blood Spirit Sect. C2059. The Sorcerers Association was in a terrible situation. Great Sha Empire, Huayan Province, Blood Spirit Pool. Rumble. A stream of light tore through the lake water, blocking Venerable Thunderstar's path. From within, a student-like young man walked out. It was none other than the Zhao Yu that Yang Fann had transformed into. He looked at Venerable Lei Xing with a hint of ridicule and heat in his eyes. He had never thought that he would meet such a big fish. This superior top-level universe sovereign was the current Yang Fann. It was also a piece of fat meat. Since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Bitch it! Venerable Lei Xing cursed in his heart, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. If it was a native of the aqua-blue world, he was confident that he could deal with him. However, although he couldn't see through the person in front of him, he was certain that he wasn't a native of the world of warlocks. Although his current strength was greatly suppressed by the will of the heavens and earth, and wasn't much stronger than some great saints, his soul realm and his eyesight hadn't changed much. A mere barbarian warlock, even a true god or a domain god might not be able to appear. It was absolutely impossible for him to hide from his eyes. Only the universe sovereign that came from the eternal great world like him could make him unable to see through the depths of the universe sovereign. In fact, the person in front of him might even be a top-level universe sovereign like him. As for the heart of eternity, there was only one. From the moment they entered the path of eternity, the 10,000 universe sovereigns they had were their competitors. Even if they were venerables of the same race, there was a possibility that they would fight to the death, let alone the venerables of other races. As long as it was possible, they would not show any mercy. If one of them was missing, the chances of them obtaining the heart of eternity would be higher. In order to prove Universe Lord's worth, no one would be soft-hearted. However, the one who was at a disadvantage was Venerable Lei Xing, the great sage. Top saints, the gap between them was more than 10 million times, trillions of times, and it was impossible for him to turn the tables. What should I do? What should I do? Unknowingly, Venerable Lei Xing's forehead was covered with sweat, like an ant on a hot pan. This was the biggest crisis he had encountered in his life. I'll give you a chance, say your last words. Yang Fann looked down at Venerable Lei Xing. He was not in a hurry to make a move. After all the treasures were used as decorations, Venerable Lei Xing was already a fat piece of meat on his chopping block. There was no way he could turn the tables. Venerable Lei Xing took a deep breath and suppressed the panic in his heart. He pretended to be calm and said, "May I know how to address you, friend? I am the Supreme Elder of Thunder King's family, Lei Xing. Please let me go on account of Thunder King's family. In the future, Thunder King's family will reward you handsomely." With his current strength, he could only hope that his background could intimidate his opponent. Thunder King's family. Although he wasn't one of the 8 most powerful races, he was still a member of a higher grade clan that was second only to the 8 most powerful races. His strength was far greater than any other higher grade clan. There were a few top-level Universe Sovereign experts, and that Thunder King had even stepped into the Universe Lord stage quasi-Universe Lord. Even if it was the 8 most powerful races, they wouldn't dare to provoke Thunder King's family unless it was absolutely necessary. "These are your last words. Be obedient and go on your way." Yang Fann's voice was cold and indifferent. He didn't seem to be affected by Venerable Lei Xing's words. The other Universe Sovereigns were afraid of Thunder King's family. Also, there was that quasi-Universe Lord Thunder King. Yang Fann had no qualms about that. In terms of strength, he was no weaker than Thunder King. Furthermore, Yang Fann was determined to get the Heart of Eternity. Sooner or later, he would face Thunder King. At this moment, there was no need to give him any face. In the next second, rumble, Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Venerable Lei Xing. He struck just like that. He was swift and decisive, not giving Venerable Lei Xing any chance to negotiate. "Ah no, my friend. Do you really want to become enemies with my Thunder King family?" Venerable Lei Xing was so angry that his eyes were about to crack. He never thought that. Wasn't he afraid of Thunder King's revenge? He was a top-level Universe Sovereign. In front of Thunder King, he was just a slightly stronger ant. "Roar break for me, the Star Thunder Divine Prison Rumble." Rumble. Countless lightning dragons roared as they transformed into a terrifying thunder prison, blocking the descending heaven sheltering Big Hand. However, the gap between them was just too great. It was more than 1,000,000 light years. Poochie. In just a fraction of a second, the thunder prison, which was a few miles in radius, collapsed into dust. Not even a trace of thunder or fire was left behind. "Ah, I am the Supreme Elder of Thunder King's clan. How dare you kill me? My Thunder King family will never let you go. His Majesty Thunder King will never let you go." The Thunder Star Venerable burst out with a heart-wrenching cry. He wailed in despair, I am unwilling to accept this. I am not willing to accept this. If it wasn't for the suppression of the will of the heavens and earth, I would have ended up like this. No." His voice was filled with an indescribable unwillingness. If not for the suppression of the will of the heavens and earth, how could he have been defeated so thoroughly? With superior top-level Universe Sovereign's cultivation base and numerous trump cards, even if he were to face some extreme top-level Universe Sovereign, he would still be able to retreat with ease even if he wasn't a match for them. Unwilling. Yang Fann sneers as if your cultivation base is being suppressed by the will of heaven and earth. Isn't he the same as well? If there is really no suppression, do you think you can escape? It wasn't like he had never devoured a mere superior top-level Universe Sovereign. Even super top-level Universe Sovereign had devoured a lot of him. If he was at his peak, Venerable Lei Xing would only die a worse death. Only those extreme top-level Universe Sovereign had a slight chance of surviving his attack. Buzz. After suppressing the Venerable Thunder Star into the inner world, Yang Fann ignored him. Now was not the time to devour Venerable Lei Xing. A superior top-level Universe Sovereign wasn't something that could be devoured and refined in a short period of time. The top priority now was to kill more warlocks and unseal his suppressed power. The appearance of Venerable Lei Xing gave Yang Fann a sense of crisis. At this moment, there were many people who had found out that the local warlocks could unseal their powers after entering the 10,000 Path of Eternities in Path of Eternity. If someone was one step ahead of him, unsealing their powers and becoming a true god, he was not sure if the domain god realm would really cool down. Those ordinary Universe Sovereigns were not too dangerous. Under the suppression of the will of the heavens and earth, a low-level Universe Sovereign could unleash the power of a Golden Core Martial King. That was the limit. If they were placed in the world of warlocks, it would take a lot of time for a rank 6 warlock to deal with a medium-sized sect with a rank 5 warlock. What Yang Fann was truly worried about was those top-level Universe Sovereign and quasi-Universe Lord who were on the same level as him. A rank 9 warlock, and even Warlock King who had surpassed a rank 9 warlock, could easily defeat him. A large sect with a rank 7 warlock. Besides, there were only so many warlocks in Aqua Blue World, especially those great warlocks. If they didn't kill more of them as soon as possible, they wouldn't have the resources to hunt them down in the future. Quick, they had to make the best use of their time. As for the low-profile development, Yang Fann couldn't care about it anymore. It was time to race against time. He didn't want to die one day. In the hands of an ant. Huaiyin Province, Ghost Sect. This was the #1 ghost cultivator sect in Huaiyin Province. A large sect had a ranked 7 great warlock overseeing it. Rumble. Suddenly, a heaven-sheltering big hand that was dozens of kilometers long descended from the sky. It ripped apart the void and crushed towards the ghost sect. "Ah, what is that? Not good, there are warlocks attacking my ghost sect." Roar. Quickly activate the mountain protection formation. Quickly activate the mountain protection formation. Awoo awoo awoo, 10,000 ghosts roared. A black sky rose from the ghost mountain where the ghost sect was located. It blotted out the sky and covered the entire ghost sect. Vaguely, one could see countless fierce ghosts roaring and struggling within. The 10,000 ghost sky screen formation, the ghost sect's mountain protection formation. It was set up by the first ancestor of the ghost sect, a rank 8 great warlock. For thousands of years, under the nourishment of a large number of fierce ghosts from the ghost sect, the 10,000 ghost sky screen formation became even more powerful. Even an arch warlock of the 9th rank warrior would need a lot of effort to break through the 10,000 ghost sky screen formation. However, before the ghost sect could do so, a scene that made them despair happened. Bang! The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The entire 10,000 ghost sky screen was like a piece of paper, disintegrating into dust. Ah no, how could this be? How could the 10,000 ghost sky screen formation be broken? No, this isn't real, it's not real. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Collapse, including the rank 7 great warlock. One by one, the ghost warlock from the ghost sect completely collapsed. One breath later, whang, a ripple appeared on the void as Yang Fann stepped into the air. After sweeping across the 5 provinces of Zhongbei and 26 medium-sized sects, Yang Fann had searched almost all of their sect masters' memories. In any case, with his strength of soul, even if there were hundreds of millions of times more memories of these ants, it wouldn't be a burden to him at all. From the memories of the sect masters, Yang Fann had found many places where sects were stationed outside of the 5 provinces of Zhongbei. Next, the 8 Devil Sect. 2 Great Xia Empire Capital, Capital Xia, head office of the Warlock Association. The 12 overlords of Association of Warlocks had gathered together. However, the entire meeting hall was filled with an indescribable oppressive atmosphere. It was as if a black cloud was pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. This is already the 48th major sect. What do you think we should do now? C2060 Great Retreat, Great Xia Empire, Capital Summer City, head office of the Warlock Association. The atmosphere was extremely stifling, making it hard for people to breathe. Large warlock sects were the pillars of Great Xia Empire. In the past, they might not be able to destroy a sect even after hundreds of years. But now, in less than a month, they had destroyed 48 large-scaled warlock sects. Among them, 5 sects even had an arch-warlock of the 9th rank. Especially the Heaven Ghost Sect, which was a top-grade sect that had once produced Warlock King. Although the Heaven Ghost King had already died, the current Heaven Ghost Sect. There were still 6 an arch-warlock of the 9th rank guarding the place. Adding the resources left behind by the Heavenly Ghost King, even an ordinary Warlock King wouldn't be able to guarantee that the Heavenly Ghost Sect would be destroyed. However, such a powerful top-grade sect was slaughtered overnight, including the 3 rank 9 Ghost Warlock. There was also Zhong Tian from the Heavenly Ghost Sect. None of them managed to escape. Terrifying, truly terrifying, and this was only the large sects. The medium-sized sect and the small-scale sect had suffered an unknown number of losses. They had all been slaughtered. Even if it wasn't 10,000, it would still be a few thousand. It could be said that the Great Xia Empire had suffered a great loss in just a short month. The loss was so great that it was comparable to 5,000 years ago when the Golden Eagle, the White Bear, and the coalition forces of the Purple Thorn's 3 great empires invaded. The most terrifying thing was that these powerful warlocks who attacked the sects couldn't find out who they were or who they were. It was as if they had suddenly appeared. Some of them were famous. However, the degree of credibility was too low to make one's hair stand on end. Many of them were ordinary people before this, and there was nothing unusual about them. Some of them were even young men who weren't even in their 20s, but in the blink of an eye, they had the strength to fight an arch-warlock of the 9th rank warriors, or even Warlock King. Anyone who believed it would be a fool. Ever since the Association of Warlocks was established, the youngest an arch-warlock of the 9th rank had spent 100 years to break through to the arch-warlock of the 9th rank, and he had even broken through to the arch-warlock of the 9th rank by more than 300 years. Warlock King, who was not even 20 years old, must be joking. Even if he started cultivating when he was in his mother's womb, he would never behave like this. Before this, they had also suspected that the three great empires was up to mischief. The White Bear, the Redbud, and the Golden Eagle, three great empires, had always defeated the Great Shah and divided the Great Shah's heart. But soon, they dispelled their doubts. The White Bear, the Purple Thorn, and the Golden Eagle weren't any better than the Great Shah Empire. Every day, a large number of sects were destroyed, and countless practitioners were killed. Especially the Golden Eagle Empire. It was said that even Warlock King was killed. For the four empires, rank 7 and above warlocks were the backbone. Warlock King was the true pillar of support, the foundation. The four empires were competing in Warlock King's strength and quantity. In the meeting room, the leader of the Association of Warlocks, Feng Yanzhang, tapped his index finger lightly on the table and asked the other big shots of the Association of Warlocks. If this continued, their Great Shah Empire's world of warlocks would be severely injured, or even destroyed. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Those mysterious warlocks were not only strong, but also slippery like loaches. They would not stay in one place for long. By the time Warlock King rushed over, they would have already fled. Ordinary warlocks from the association would only be sending food to them if they went over to help. Furthermore, each and every one of them had their own concerns. The Heaven Ghost sect had been slaughtered in one night. If Warlock King was not careful, he might die. There were indeed people who were benevolent and righteous, but there were definitely not many who would ask them to help those sects without caring about their own safety. This was especially true for Ghost Warlock, the Evil Warlocks, and the Devil Warlocks. All of them were either dealing with evil spirits or devils. Their minds were more or less affected by those evil spirits. Once a warlock advanced to Warlock King, the longevity would have a qualitative leap and could easily live for 10,000 years. Among them, the one who had lived the longest was only over 9,000 years old. Some of the younger ones were even less than 3,000 years old. There was still a lot of time left. How could they be willing to take risks and risk their lives? In my opinion, I should let the other sects withdraw from their base and move into the association's branch, in case those mysterious warlocks attack us one by one. One of the big shots pondered for a moment and suggested, an association of warlocks, other than the headquarters of the Shah city. There were also 36 branches in the Great Shah Empire, and each of them, they were in charge of the warlock sects in more than a dozen provinces. They would be in charge of dozens of provinces. Although their strength could not be compared to the headquarters, they were still extremely strong. The weakest there was a Warlock King in charge of all of them. There were several important branches, and even a few of them were guarded by Warlock King. Together with the various defensive measures of the branches, it could be said that they were impregnable. Thinking about it, no matter how strong those mysterious warlocks were, they would not be able to do anything to the major branches. If there is no other way, then this is the only way. President Yanzhang frowned and said helplessly, those sects alone were like a pile of loose sand in front of those mysterious warlocks. They wouldn't be able to put up much resistance. Apart from being defeated one by one and weakening the overall strength of their empire, they wouldn't be able to do anything else. The branches of the various provinces and cities have all been moved to the various branches. The Association of Warlocks had branches in the provincial capitals and various cities. Many of them were stationed there, and many of them were warlocks of the Association of Warlocks. However, in this month, the Association of Warlocks had suffered great losses as well. Many of the branches in the cities had been forcefully broken through, and countless association warlocks had been slaughtered. The number of civilians who had been affected was even greater. The entire empire had a new outlook on the world, and countless people were in a constant state of panic, as if the end of the world had arrived. When local warlocks fought, they would usually choose to avoid the civilians. The deterrence of the Association of Warlocks was not a joke, but those universe sovereigns did not have that many concerns. From the bottom of their bones, they looked down on these natives. Not to mention, it only affected a few people. Even if the hundreds of billions of living creatures in Aqua Blue World were to die, they wouldn't even frown. Shadow Province, Xianxia Desert. In the center of the desert, there was another world. There was a secret realm that covered an area of close to 10,000 square kilometers. The Transverse Sand Secret Realm, the headquarters of the Transverse Sand faction. This was one of the top sects in the Shadow Province. It had a rank 8 Great Warlock and 5 rank 7 Great Warlocks. They were very powerful, and with just a stamp of their feet, the entire Shadow Province would tremble. However, right now, the 10,000 evil warlocks of the Xianxia sect were like stray dogs, crazily packing their luggage and preparing to leave the Xianxia secret realm that they had lived for thousands of years. Although the Xianxia secret realm was mysterious, whether or not it could escape the search of those mysterious warlocks, the master of the Xianxia faction had no confidence at all. The Heaven Ghoul secret realm where the Heaven Ghost sect was located was much more secretive than their Xianxia secret realm, and the strength of the Heaven Ghost sect was 10 times, 100 times stronger than their Xianxia sect. But in the end, they were still razed to the ground in one night. If a mysterious warlock really came to find them, how could their Transverse Sand sect resist with their meager strength? Although the sect's ancestral land was important, it was nothing compared to the inheritance of the sect. Quick, all of you, hurry up. We will immediately retreat to the Golden Sand branch. Heiko Province, Hague faction. This was also a large sect, but compared to the Xianxia faction, the strength of the Heia faction was much weaker. It only had a ranked 7 Great Warlock overseeing it. Among the many large sects, it could only be considered to be at the bottom, just like the busy Xianxia secret realm. The members of the Hague faction were also busy packing their things and leaving the sea cliff where the Hague faction had lived for generations. Dongshan Province, Tianyi Province, Yunya Province, Chenyun Province, Fallen Maple Province, Yuyuan Province, Tianai Province, Mahai Province, Evil Cloud Sect, Flower Mountain Sect, Heavenly Elephant Sect, Shibai Men, Long Yamen, Acacia Gate, Furnace Cauldron Sect, Tian Lu Sect, Great Sha Empire, 816 provinces. Of the millions of sects, except for a small portion who believed that they were lucky or confident in their own abilities and believed that they could resist the mysterious warlocks, most of them strictly followed the orders of the Association of Warlocks and retreated to the nearest association branch. The destruction of the Heaven Ghost sect, the top sect, had completely frightened them. Retreat, retreat, retreat to the nearest association branch as fast as possible. C2061 Black Demon Zhao Yu. The arrival of 10,000 universe sovereigns was like a nuclear bomb exploding in a huge lake. It had completely broken the situation in Aqua Blue World and the peace in Aqua Blue World. Although 10,000 universe sovereigns were not very strong under the suppression of the will of heaven and earth, most of them only had the strength of rank 6 warlocks. In the entire world of warlocks, they could only be considered middle class, and were far from being called experts. However, their speed of improvement was simply too heaven-defying. One had to know that in the Aqua Blue World's world of warlocks, it would take at least a few years for a ranked 6 warlock to advance to a ranked 7 Great Warlock. However, a group of universe sovereigns only needed to hunt down a few small sects and kill hundreds of low-ranked warlocks, and they would be able to display the combat strength of a ranked 7 Great Warlock. In less than a month, these universe sovereigns all had the strength to fight a rank 8 Great Warlock. Furthermore, each of them had their own experiences. They were simply incomparable to the natives of World of Warlocks. Even if they were to fight an arch warlock of the 9th rank, they wouldn't be able to defeat him, and they would be able to escape with ease. In the eyes of many warlocks, an arch warlock of the 9th rank was already the strongest warrior in World of Warlocks. Not to mention, some of the outstanding ones among them, even the ordinary Warlock King, might not be their match. Helplessly, Association of Warlocks could only use the most helpless method to retreat. All the warlocks of sect abandoned their own mountain gates and headed to different branches. They gathered all their strength to fight against those mysterious warlocks, so as to avoid being defeated by them one by one. World of Warlocks, and even the entire Aqua Blue World, was in chaos for a moment. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Many cities at the border were robbed and slaughtered. Unceasing, the evil thoughts in the hearts of countless people continued to expand. Since they were all going to die, why not go crazy and enjoy it before dying? There were also countless ghosts and evil spirits that took this opportunity to stir up trouble. Eating human flesh and souls was their favorite food and nourishment. It was just that before this, there was the Association of Warlocks. There were also many sects that suppressed everything. They could only bitterly suppress their desires, not daring to act recklessly. Now, in the association of warlocks, all the major sects were holed up in their branches, or they could just seal the mountain and stay in the city. It could be said that they were extremely weak. Shang province was one of the 168 upper provinces of the Great Xia Empire. Great Xia Empire, one of the 816 provinces, could be further divided into 168 provinces and 648 provinces. And whether it was in terms of resources or territory, a higher province was far from being comparable to a lower province like Zhongbei province. The Six-Joint Paradise was the nest of a large sect, the Six-Joint Sect. Among the thousands of sect in the Great Xia Empire, although the Six-Joint Sect could not be compared to a top sect like the Heavenly Ghost Sect, which had Warlock King, it was still considered one of the best among the large sects. It had an arch-warlock of the 9th rank, 6 rank 8 grade warlocks, and more than 30 grade 7 grade warlocks. It was an undisputed power that controlled the Shang River province. The hundreds and thousands of warlocks in the Shang River province were merely vassals of the Liuhe sect. Every year, the thousands of warlocks in the Shang River province would offer a large amount of resources to the Liuhe sect. Buzz the Void began to distort. A student-like man in black appeared out of nowhere and appeared outside the 6 secular worlds. It was the Zhao Yu that Yang Fann had transformed into. Although he wasn't keeping a low profile, Yang Fann didn't give up on Zhao Yu. A month had passed, and Yang Fann was running around everywhere. He was racing against time, and that was not a moment of waste. 48 large sects that had been destroyed, no, that was the data from 3 days ago, and now it should be 56 large sects. However, 9 of them had been destroyed by Yang Fann, and one of them was the ferocious Heavenly Ghost Sect. There were more than 200 medium-sized sects that were at the 2nd level. On the contrary, there were only a few small-scale sects. If Yang Fann hadn't bumped into them on the way, he wouldn't have bothered to look for them. Even the strongest small-scale sect would have 100 warlocks, which was the limit. The strongest one was only a rank 3 warlock. If he killed them all, he would be able to obtain the benefits. It wasn't even comparable to killing a rank 5 warlock. Yang Fann didn't have that much time to waste on them. After a month of hunting, there were at least a few 100,000 evil warlocks who died at Yang Fann's hands. The number of demons and devils was even greater. This directly caused Yang Fann's power to be unsealed to the Saint King stage, and he was still an intermediate Holy King. He was only a step away from Saint King Holy King. After killing a large number of large sects, Yang Fann's understanding of the world of warlocks had also increased. Especially the Sky Ghost Sect, a top force that had produced Warlock King, it had given Yang Fann a huge harvest. After the Arch Warlock of the 9th rank, it would be Warlock King. Warlock King, on the other hand, was divided into 4 grades from low to high. 1st grade was the lowest, and 4th grade was the highest. According to the records of the Heavenly Ghost Sect, there was also the natal Heavenly Ghost left behind by the Heavenly Ghost King. According to his calculations, Warlock King was about the same as a saint, half-step Saint King, and demigod. With Yang Fann's current strength, he was only equivalent to AA Tier 3 Warlock King. Of course, whether it was the truth or not was still up for debate. The current him was facing the true strength of Warlock King. In other words, the Ghost Immortal from the Heavenly Ghost Sect had never fought with the other Warlock King. After Warlock King, there was also the legend that Warlock Emperor was the strongest power in the world of warlocks. He had the power to fight against gods. However, as the gods fell asleep, the world of warlocks had not given birth to Warlock Emperor for millions of years. As for whether there was still Warlock Emperor in the world of warlocks, no one knew. Even if there was Warlock Emperor, he should be like the gods, sleeping in a secret realm, suppressing the consumption of his longevity. The limitation of longevities had always been one of the biggest drawbacks of warlocks. As strong as Warlock Emperor, he had the power to resist and even slaughter gods. However, the longevity was far from being able to compare with the longevity that could be used for tens of millions of years compared to gods that had lived for hundreds of millions of years. There were very few gods that had lived for more than 100,000 years since ancient times. Currently, the world of warlocks was under Warlock King's rule, a kingdom. As long as a Warlock King was born, he would immediately be able to enter the ranks of the strong countries. Even the 4 empires had to give him some face. The biggest kingdom of Warlock King was none other than the Great Xia Empire. There were more than 300 warlock king in the world of warlocks, and the Great Xia Empire occupied 1/3 of the territory. The Golden Eagle, the White Bear, and the Redbud, three great empires, were the only ones that could suppress the Great Xia Empire. The Great Xia Empire was able to defeat the coalition forces, a warlock of the three great empires. It was definitely not a fluke. During this period of time, Yang Fann had encountered other universe sovereigns. Whether it was top-level universe sovereign or low-level universe sovereign, as long as they dared to appear in front of him, they would be mercilessly suppressed by him. In the eternal great world, he didn't even have the desire to attack a low-level universe sovereign. However, it was different in the world of warlocks. If he really waited for them to unseal their power, perhaps he would be the one to suffer in the future. At this moment, including Venerable Lei Xing, there were a total of 22 universe sovereign in Yang Fann's inner world. Among them, there were 3 top-level universe sovereign. There were 7 high-level universe sovereign warriors, the most middle-level universe sovereign warriors, and 9 middle-level universe sovereign warriors. There were also 3 low-level universe sovereign warriors. However, very quickly, Yang Fann furrowed his brows and a hint of disappointment flashed across his face. Bitch, it's empty again. Including Lu He sect, this was the 12th empty sect headquarters he had encountered in the past 3 days. Especially today, 5 sect headquarters were empty in a row, and not even a dog was left behind. These natives have really moved everything. This won't do. I have to speed up. A trace of urgency appeared in Yang Fann's eyes. This was an opportunity for the Association of Warlocks. 2 days ago, he slaughtered a sect. He would know once he waited for these sects. If they retreated to the Association of Warlocks branch, it would be difficult for him to hunt them down again. Every branch had at least one warlock king guarding it. This was completely different from the Heaven Ghost sect, which had already fallen. Adding the expert from the various sects that had gathered around them, with his current strength, even if he could destroy a branch, he would have to pay a painful price. If he was not careful, he might be able to benefit others. He was not the only quasi-universe lord that had entered the world of warlocks. It was likely that the strength of those quasi-universe lord that had been unsealed was not much weaker than his. I hope the next sect will be able to reap some benefits. Yin Demon Wonderland, Demonic Yin Sect. Different from the other sects, the Demonic Yin Sect did not follow the flow and retreated to the nearby Association of Warlocks branch. Not every sect was able to abandon their ancestors' foundation so decisively. Everyone had the intention of being lucky. Of course, the most important thing was that Demonic Yin Sect was confident in their own strength. The Demonic Yin Sect was one of the top 10 devil sects in the Devil Dao. Unlike the Heaven Ghost Sect, there was a true warlock king in charge. Even if someone really wanted to attack the Demonic Yin Sect, they believed that they could defeat or even kill the enemy. Buzz the Void started twisting. Yang Fann took a step forward and appeared outside the Yin Demon Paradise. The wind was blowing and the crane was crying. The Demonic Yin Sect, which had already entered the highest alert, immediately discovered Yang Fann. Ah, there's an enemy. No, not good, it's true. It's Black Demon Zhao Yu. How could it be this devil? Quick, inform the sect master that it's Black Demon Zhao Yu. C2063 killed the giant spirit demon king, the Yin Demon Wonderland. Rumble. A terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky. It was as if Devil God had destroyed the world, and was crushing down towards the Yin Demon Wonderland. Poochie poochie poochie. Wherever the heaven-sheltering big hand passed, everything, including the air, light and matter, were completely obliterated. Ah, really? All of this is real. I'm not dreaming. The old ancestor has really fallen. He has really fallen. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Someone save me. Save me. It was only at this moment that the entire Demonic Yin Sect accepted the cruel reality. Their old ancestor, the god of the sea stabilizing needle of the Demonic Yin Sect, was really killed by Black Demon Zhao Yu. The tens of thousands of devil practitioners of the Demonic Yin Sect all felt their hearts collapse and wailed in despair. Buzzing, the heavenly passage crystal wall trembled violently, and it resisted the suppression of the heaven-sheltering big hand with all its might. However, all of this was just a last-ditch struggle. If the Yin Demon Heavenly Abode had the power to resist Yang Fann's attack, Yinmo Ancestor wouldn't be able to do anything about it. He wouldn't hesitate to use the forbidden arts to consume a large amount of longevities and fuse them with thousands of devils. He would fight with his life on the line. When the 10,000 devils combined, the consumption of longevities wasn't a year or two, but 1,000 years. Even a warlock king like Yinmo ancestor would not dare to use it unless he was in a life or death situation. Pucci numerous crisscrossing terrifying cracks that were several kilometers long swiftly spread out in all directions. Ah no, Lord Black Demon, please spare my life, please spare my life. I am willing to surrender, and I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The entire Yin demon paradise had completely collapsed. Countless living beings, including the arch-warlock of the 9th rank warriors, were trapped inside the Yin demon wonderland. Not a single one of them was left alive. They were all destroyed in the turbulent spatial current. Rumble. Yang Fann's energy rose once more, and he successfully stabilized his energy at the peak Saint King stage. This time, he didn't lose out. Yang Fann smiled with satisfaction. The 10 Devil Dao sects. The 12 Devil Dao sects and the 9 Evil Dao sects. If he could capture all of them in one fell swoop, his strength should be able to break through to the true God stage. However, he had to be fast. Once the news of the destruction of the Yin Devil Cave was spread out, perhaps these superpowers with Warlock King in charge would also leave the ancestral land like the other large sects and gather at the Association of Warlocks' branch. At that time, it would be very difficult to deal with them. Even though his current strength had already been unsealed to a peak Saint King stage, he still didn't have much confidence in dealing with the Association of Warlocks branch. As the ruler of the Great Xia Empire, the Association of Warlocks' strength was not something these sects could compare with. Especially after absorbing Yinmo ancestor's memory, his understanding of the Association of Warlocks had become much deeper. There were a few rank 4 Warlock King in the Association of Warlocks alone. According to the legends, Warlock Emperor was still sleeping in the Association of Warlocks. If they really woke Warlock Emperor up, he would be in danger. With Yinmo ancestor's strength as the basis, Yang Fann could basically confirm his speculation. That Warlock Emperor was definitely an expert above true divinity. With his current strength, against a true god, not to mention winning, even running away was just wishful thinking. The Giant Devil Sect was just like the demonic Yin Sect, one of the 10 devil sects. It was even ranked higher than the demonic Yin Sect, ranked 5th among the 10 devil sects, and had 2 Warlock King overseeing it. Outside the Giant Devil Cave. Rumble. The void twisted, and Yang Fann stepped out from within. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. The Giant Devil Sect hadn't left yet. It seemed like the news of the destruction of the demonic Yin Sect hadn't spread yet. Ah, it's Black Demon Zhao Yu. Black Demon Zhao Yu is here. Black Demon Zhao Yu is here. Quick, activate the Devil Formation. Activate the Devil Formation. In that instant, panic filled the giant demon paradise. Layers of black demonic light rose up, enveloping the entire giant demon paradise. The skin of a tree, the name of a human. Black Demon Zhao Yu, one of the 12 devils, wasn't a joke. This was because they didn't know that the demonic Yin sect had been destroyed by him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be panic, but despair. Rumble. 2 terrifying auras of half-step Saint King rose from within the giant demon paradise. One of the auras was so powerful that it was almost comparable to a top-level half-step Saint King warrior. As expected of one of the top 5 sects of the 10 Devil Dao sects. Sure enough, it's not something the demonic Yin sect can compare with. Yang Fann's eyes flashed, but there was no trace of fear. There was only excitement. The stronger the Black Demon sect was, the more powerful it was. After killing them, the benefits he would get would also be greater. Destroying the Giant Devil sect should be enough for him to break the seal of Semi-God Heavenly Sovereign Realm. At that time, as long as he didn't run into the legendary Warlock Emperor, he would be able to retreat even if he couldn't defeat him. Buzz, the void in front of Yang Fann started twisting. 2 terrifying men over 3 meters tall wearing black armor, with heads like mountains, and eyes like the sun and moon appeared in front of Yang Fann. Black Demon Zhao Yu, how dare you behave atrociously in my giant demon sect today? I will make sure that you will never return. The leader of the group, a peak 2nd grade Warlock King, looked at Yang Fann and spoke in a cold tone. His voice was like the ringing of a bronze bell, and it carried an indescribable domineering aura. Although Black Demon Zhao Yu had destroyed the Heavenly Ghost sect, so what? Even the declining Heavenly Ghost sect was confident that he could kill Black Demon Zhao Yu in one night. It wouldn't even take him one night to do so. Furthermore, this was the lair of the giant demon sect. The giant demon king beside him was also a second-grade warlock king. How dare he have designs on the giant devil sect? This black demon Zhao Yu was courting his own death. In the next second, rumble, terrifying devil cheese erupted from the giant spirit demon king's body, causing it to grow infinitely taller. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying giant demon that was more than 3,000 meters tall. Black demon Zhao Yu, die for me! The giant spirit devil king let out a ferocious laugh. With a twist of its body, it tore through the void and lunged at Yang Fann. It had no intention of wasting its time with Yang Fann. Rumble, he struck out with his hand, causing the wind and clouds to surge. Terrifying devil cheese could be seen everywhere. In an area of a few miles, a large expanse of air was completely obliterated, forming a terrifying vacuum zone. Giant demon paradise. Lord Devil King is mighty, Lord Devil King is invincible. The fear in the eyes of the giant demon sect's demon warlocks disappeared without a trace. They looked at the majestic figure that looked like Devil God, full of worship and respect. With the presence of Lord Devil King, their giant devil sect would definitely be able to defeat that black demon Zhao Yu, or even kill him completely. You still dare to attack first? You really don't know what death is? A hint of disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. If it was this giant spirit demon king, with the help of their giant devil sect's resources, they might be able to fight him. One Yinmo ancestor, with the resources of their demonic Yin sect. With the strength of this second-grade giant spirit devil king, warlock king, he would be able to fight a top-level half-step saint king warrior. With the help of the foundation of their sect, the combat strength they could unleash. Hong Long. But now, they wanted to use their own strength to fight him. If they didn't want to die, what could they do? Rumble. His right arm moved, and he struck out with his palm as well. The power within his body exploded forth with all his strength, and a terrifying force that was comparable to a peak A Tier 3 Warlock King was unleashed towards the giant spirit demon king. Oh no, how could this be? 3. How could this be? A Tier 3 Warlock King, you are. A Tier 3 Warlock King. In an instant, an ominous sign of collapsing swept across the mind of the giant spirit devil king, causing him to let out a hysterical howl. Bang! Both of his palms collided. Yang Fann's terrifying strength rampaged and crashed into the body of the giant spirit demon king, causing his entire body to swell like a balloon. Oh no, I'm not willing. With the foundation of their sect, they could even fight a Tier 3 Warlock King, but because of their arrogance, they had completely lost the chance to turn the tables. Rumble. C2064 Horrifying silence. The gigantic giant demon paradise was deathly silent for a moment, like a grave. They saw something. Bang bang! The invincible existence in their hearts, the spiritual pillar of the giant spirit demon king, had been destroyed by a single palm strike. No, this wasn't true. It definitely wasn't true. In his dreams, I must be here. Dream on, I must be dreaming. The giant spirit devil king was the #1 expert of the giant spirit devil sect. It was only a step away from breaking through to the A Tier 3 Warlock King. Even the big shots of the Association of Warlocks had to show some respect to it. How could it fall just like that, and be killed instantly with just a single palm strike? They couldn't believe it. We must have been struck by an illusion technique. Rumble. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of regret. He was only a step away from unsealing his cultivation base and strength to the semi-god heavenly sovereign realm, which was also the rank 4 Warlock King of World of Warlocks. But very quickly, the trace of regret in Yang Fann's eyes disappeared. However, there were still so many devil practitioners waiting for him to hunt. There was also the second-grade intermediate Warlock King, the giant devil king. If he killed them, his cultivation base would be unsealed and he would be able to break through to the semi-god heavenly sovereign realm. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the intermediate demigod in one go. In the next second, Yang Fann's gaze shifted, and his cold gaze fell upon the giant demon king. In an instant, an extremely desperate and dangerous aura enveloped the giant demon king's body, causing him to finally regain his senses. It was true. All of this was true. The giant eldest brother, he had truly fallen at the hands of black demon Zhao Yu. No, I can't. I have to run. The giant devil king's mind had collapsed, and it couldn't summon any resistance thought. Even the top grade 2 Warlock King's giant spirit devil king was instantly killed by black demon Zhao Yu's palm. He was merely a second-grade intermediate warlock king. How could he possibly be a match for this devil? Furthermore, he was only the second devil king of the giant spirit devil sect. The true foundation of the giant spirit devil sect wasn't in his hands. There were many techniques that he couldn't use at all. Even if he wanted to fight to the death at all costs, there was nothing he could do about it. Rumble, the giant spirit devil king, was also a man of his word. Without any hesitation, he ignited the 1,000-year longevity, increasing his speed by tenfold. Not only that, he was even faster than many of the low-grade 8 Tier 3 Warlock King. HMPH, if you want to leave, stay behind, Yang Fann coldly harumphed. He moved his body and caught up to the giant demon king. Rumble, his right arm moved, a palm descended from the sky. The giant demon king let out a wail of despair. Ah, don't. Lord Black Demon, please spare my life. I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. Bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The giant demon king's demon body exploded into countless pieces, and in the end, it was completely destroyed, not even leaving a single fragment behind. Boom boom, Yang Fann's chi fluctuated. He had successfully broken through the gap between them and had broken through to the demigod realm. Ah, your majesty, the devil king. Woo 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 woo. How could this be? How could this be? It's over, our giant demon sect is finished, it's over, woo woo woo. Why didn't we retreat from the giant demon paradise? I hate it so much, I really hate it. At this moment, in the giant demon wonderland, tens of thousands of giant demon sect practitioners finally understood the reality. The giant demon king and the giant demon king, whom they were so proud of, had really fallen in black demon Zhao Yu's hands. Endless regret, like a surging tide, engulfed the entire giant demon wonderland. They were truly regretting their decision. Why did they pretend to be aloof and virtuous? They thought that with the protection of the two devil kings, their lives wouldn't be in danger. If they had gone to the association's branch earlier, they wouldn't have today's disaster. Alright, let's end this. Yang Fann grinned hideously and sent a palm strike towards the giant demon paradise. Ah, don't. Lord Black Demon, let us go. Please, let us go. Woo woo woo. I'm still young and have yet to become a great warlock. How could I die here? Woo woo woo. I'm not willing to accept this, I'm not willing to accept this. No, Black Demon, you're going to die a horrible death. Roar Zhao Yu, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Zhao Yu, you will get what you deserve. I curse you, curse you. A few breaths later, rumble, a huge mushroom cloud rose up. The giant demon paradise followed in the footsteps of the yin demon paradise. Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the peak 3rd Empyrean. He was only a step away from breaking through to the intermediate demigod. Next, the Spirit Ghost Sect, one of the 12 sects of the Ghost Dao. The Myriad Poison Wonderland was the lair of the 9 evil sects, the 10,000 Poison Sect. The entire Wonderland was filled with poisonous fog. Apart from the disciples of the 10,000 Poison Sect who specialized in poison, the rest of the warlocks, even the great warlocks, would die from the poison if they entered the 10,000 Poison Wonderland. In the center of the Myriad Poison Wonderland, the Myriad Poison Palace. This was the palace of the Myriad Poison Sect's founding ancestor, Myriad Poison Old Master. Speaking of this Myriad Poison Old Master, it could be said to be a legend of the world of warlocks. Originally, he was an ordinary scholar. With just a book of the poison scripture, he had gradually become the infamous Myriad Poison's ancestor, and had even created one of the 9 evil sects, the Myriad Poison Sect. One had to understand that among the other 8 great abominations, which one of them didn't rely on the legacy of their ancestors to have today's status? Only the Myriad Poison Sect's old ancestor had started from scratch. Among the 9 great evils, the Myriad Poison's ancestor wasn't the strongest, but in terms of difficulty, he could definitely make it into the top 3. Even some of the rank 4 Warlock King wouldn't dare to provoke him. The Myriad Poison old ancestor's body was full of poison. The art of creation was the greatest poison in the world, even for rank 4 Warlock King. If he wasn't careful, he might get hit. 5. Myriad Poison Palace, Main Hall. A white-robed scholar with a delicate and pretty face sat cross-legged. Countless strange green lights swarmed toward the white-robed scholar from all directions. The white-robed scholar was none other than Patriarch Myriad Poisons. However, judging from his appearance, there was no one who would associate him with the infamous Patriarch Myriad Poisons. Boom! Suddenly, the Myriad Poisons' ancestors' tightly shut eyes opened, and a hint of terror flashed through them. Arg, the 10 devilish Dao sects. The demonic Yin sect, the Giant Devil Sect, the Water Devil Sect, the 12 Ghost Dao Sects, the Spirit Ghost Sect, the Hungry Ghost Sect, the Fierce Ghost Sect, the Corpse Ghost Sect, the 9 Evil Dao Sects, the Yellow Sect, the 8-Armed Sect, and the Moi Sect had all been destroyed. Even their grotto heaven had been completely destroyed. How is this possible? How is this possible? They couldn't believe it at all. This was a top sect with Warlock King in charge, especially the Water Devil Sect, the Ghost Corpse Sect, and the Moi Sect. However, all of them were at the A-Tier 3 Warlock King. Their strength was slightly stronger than the Myriad Poison Sect. It was rare for a top-grade sect like this to be destroyed in 10,000 years, let alone the 10 Great Sect. It was simply a fantasy. It was only after a long while that old ancestor Wan Du finally believed this shocking fact. No, this won't do. The Myriad Poison's paradise is no longer safe. Retreat. He had to retreat immediately. Water Devil Sect, Ghost Corpse Sect, Moi Sect. Regardless of strength or foundation, they were all easily swept away by the Myriad Poison Sect. If that group of Dark Star came looking for them, their outcome wouldn't be any better than theirs. Heavenly Spirit Paradise. This was the lair of the Heavenly Spirit Sect of the 12 Ghost Dao Sects. Quick, 1 day. We only have 1 day. 1 day later, we will set off for the Xianxia branch. Under the urging of the Grand Warlock Elders, the tens of thousands of Heaven Spirit Sect's Ghost Warlock hurriedly packed his luggage. Blue Demon Wonderland, the heavenly abode of the 10 devilish Dao Sects, Blue Demon Sect. Under the lead of old ancestor Blue Demon, the tens of thousands of Blue Demon Sect Devil Warlocks quickly left the paradise. The Spiritual Light Paradise, the lair of the Evil Path's 9 gates spiritual light door. Hurry up and throw away all the unnecessary things. We'll leave the Wonderland immediately. C2065 Accident. Harvest. The destruction of the demonic Yin Sect, the Giant Devil Sect, the Water Devil Sect, and the other top 10 sects had frightened the remaining top sects and hidden clans. For example, the Moi Sect was ranked 3rd among the 9 evil sects, the sect. In the entire Great Xia Empire, in all the sect, it could be said that it was one of the top 20 hidden families. There was even a possibility of breaking into the top 10. There were a total of 4 Warlock King in charge. The strongest was King Moke, who was also a peak A Tier 3 Warlock King. He was only 1 step away from rank 4 Warlock King. In the Moi Cave abode, with the resources of the Moi Sect, even some low-level rank 4 Warlock King might not be a match for them. As an ancient sect that had existed for nearly 100,000 years, the foundation of the Moi Sect was far from comparable to a new and rising top-grade sect like the Myriad Poison Sect. At its peak, the Moi Sect, it was also a sect that had produced rank 4 Warlock King before. Furthermore, there was more than one of them. It was said that the founding ancestor, King Moi, was a high-grade rank 4 Warlock King. Tens of thousands of years ago, he had dominated the aqua-blue world and had almost no rivals. However, even such a powerful sect had been forcefully swept away by someone. Their entire family had been slaughtered, and even the Moi Paradise had been destroyed, completely wiped out from the aqua-blue world. If it was any other sect, they wouldn't be any better. It was the Ghost God Sect, the leader of the 12 evil sects, the first Devil Sect, the Devil King Sect. The number 1 evil sect, the Evil Emperor Sect, had all withdrawn from their nest, bringing the resources of the sect to the Association of Warlocks branch nearby, and even to the summer capital, heading to the head office of the Warlock Association. In the eyes of some of the Warlock sects, the 36th branch, it's still not safe enough, especially the lower-ranked divisions. Their defensive power wasn't much stronger than the Mo Xie sects, even if it was during this period of time. The head office of the Warlock Association had dispatched a large number of experts to move into the various branches. There were also a large number of sect warlocks moving in and building it with all their might. Increasing the defensive strength was only slightly stronger than the Heavenly Abode and the Evil Emperor's Heavenly Abode. They really did not have full confidence that they would be able to block the attacks of those evil demons. Only the summer capital, where the head office of the Warlock Association was located, was a truly safe place. The Association of Warlocks had been established for more than 1,000,000 years. It had a long history that far exceeded the top sects like the Evil Emperor Sect. Since ancient times, it had always been the ruler of the Great Xia Empire. No matter how the dynasty of the empire was replaced, the rule of the Association of Warlocks remained unchanged. It was just that it was once called the Warlock Union. Now, in order to adapt to the era, it had changed its name to an association. No one could imagine what kind of foundation the head office of the Warlock Association had. However, there was one thing that was certain. Even the legendary Warlock Emperor had no idea who would win or lose if he wanted to attack the head office of the Warlock Association. If he was not careful, he might suffer a great loss. The Great Xia Empire's Xia Du, the head office of the Warlock Association. President Yanzhong looked at the person who reported to him and frowned. Haven't you pried open their mouths yet? After all, the Great Xia Empire was the territory of the Association of Warlocks, and they had all sorts of spies in the Aconite. They were everywhere in the empire, and there were also all kinds of technological forces. With the help of satellite surveillance, the thousands of Great Xia Empires that came to the Great Xia Empire. Most of them were not like Yang Fann and the others, who possessed the power of Warlock King the moment they descended. Following the order of the Association of Warlocks, a large number of sects retreated to the 36 divisions. The difficulty of unsealing their powers had increased by 100-fold. They wouldn't leave even if it was 1,000 times more difficult. With their combat strength comparable to a rank 8 Great Warlock, how dare they try to attack a top sect like the demonic Yin sect? They were simply a bunch of old men who ate arsenic. They were tired of living. Another month had passed, and most of the universe sovereign's strength hadn't improved by much. Not to mention unsealing the first level of the universe sovereign, it was extremely rare for it to reach the Arch Warlock of the 9th rank, let alone the first level of the universe sovereign. Although these universe sovereigns were old monsters that had lived for countless eras, their concealment techniques were far beyond the imagination of the world of warlocks' warlocks. However, there were still a few unlucky fellows who were discovered by the Association of Warlocks. After that, they were hunted down by the Arch Warlock of the 9th rank and even Warlock King. Unfortunately, they were captured and turned into captives. Guild Master, this subordinate is incompetent. The person in charge of the law enforcement hall lowered his head in shame. He had used all kinds of methods. However, those people were like rocks in a latrine pit, stinky and hard. No one was willing to cooperate with them. The dignified universe sovereign had a firm will. How could they possibly imagine it? How could they care about a mere physical pain? In order to prove the universe sovereign, they had suffered a lot in their lives. It was not as if they had never experienced 1,000 times or 10,000 times more pain than this. As for using the power of magic to search their souls and their memories, that was a joke. Not only did they not receive any useful information, but Warlock King, who was searching their souls, also suffered a backlash, causing the souls to nearly collapse. Over 1,000 years of bitter cultivation had been completely wasted. Although the universe sovereign were suppressed by the will of the heavens and earth, the nature of the soul did not change at all. It was still the supreme universe sovereign that transcended all worlds. Some aphids that were not even true divinities actually wanted to search the universe sovereign's souls. It had to be said that the ignorant were fearless. They didn't die from the backlash. That was already their ancestral grave exploding. Fu Huo, I'll give you another 7 days. No matter what, you have to pry open those people's mouths. President, this. Hall Master Pu Huo had a bitter smile on his face, let alone 7 days. Even if he was given 7 more months, or even 7 more years, he would not have the slightest confidence to make them speak. Pu Huo, there's nothing like this. Then, in 7 days, I want to know their origins. Before Hall Master Pu Huo could finish his words, he was forcefully interrupted by Guild Master Yan Zhanzhong. He also knew that this was an act of forcing others. However, they really didn't have the time. Even the top sects, however, they were lucky. They were still confused about the background of these mysterious warlocks. Not to mention, they had come up with a suitable plan to deal with them. At this rate, he was really worried that even the various branches would be taken down by those demons. Yes, President, Zhongbei Province, Zhongbei City. Compared to 2 months ago, Zhongbei City was much more desolate. There were fewer pedestrians on the road, and they were all in a hurry. Between their brows, there was an unconcealable melancholy. Although Zhongbei City was not as chaotic as those cities at the border, where people killed, set fire, and robbed women, the entire Zhongbei City was filled with an indescribable pressure. Not only Zhongbei City, but also Zhongbei Province, and even the entire Great Xia Empire. Lingnan Garden, Mansion Number 9. 2 months later, Yang Fann pushed open the door of Mansion Number 9 once again. After a few failed attempts, Yang Fann understood that these top sects had already received the news and left his paradise. After running for a few more days and finding nothing, Yang Fann finally chose to give up. If he wanted to gain something, he would have to target the 36 branches of the Association of Warlocks. However, Yang Fann wasn't very confident about this. The demonic Yin sect, the giant devil sect, the water devil sect, and the other top 10 sects had all been destroyed by him. Apart from the demonic Yin sect and the giant devil sect, there was only the ghost corpse sect left. He was still a step too late. By the time he arrived at the spirit ghost cave, it was already a wasteland. He wasn't the only quasi-universe lord who had come to the Great Xia Empire. These quasi-universe lords weren't any weaker than him. In fact, it wasn't impossible for them to surpass him. They also had the power to deal with these top sects. Although the Ghost Corpse sect was the 4th largest sect among the 12 Ghost Dao sects, compared to the Moi sect, it was only slightly weaker. It was much stronger than the giant demon sect. But even so, it only made him stronger. He had advanced to 6th Empyrean demigod, plus a few large sects with the mentality of being lucky barely had the strength of demigod's 7th layer. In other words, he was a 4th grade high-rank warlock king. With such strength, it was virtually impossible for him to deal with a branch of Association of Warlocks by himself. After pondering for a moment, Yang Fann still decided to return to Zhongbei City. He didn't even try to hide his tracks along the way. He wanted to use him as bait to lure the Association of Warlocks into attacking him. These aboriginal warlocks were holed up in the various branches. He wasn't sure if he could deal with them, but if they came out, it would be a different story. Furthermore, with his current strength, as long as Warlock Emperor wasn't the one attacking him, he was confident that he would be able to escape unscathed even if he was surrounded by a few top-grade rank 4 Warlock King. However, it was unknown whether these native practitioners were frightened by his valiant battle record or not, because they were still unable to send out any experts to deal with him. The journey was peaceful, but they encountered a few ghosts that were stirring up trouble, and they were all killed by him. Unfortunately, these ordinary ghosts had almost no effect on the current Yang Fann. Even some of the Ghost King and Ghost Emperors needed dozens or even hundreds of them in order to make his strength improve slightly. However, most of these high-grade ghosts and demons were with the Association of Warlocks. All of them had an unclear relationship as the various sects were withdrawing. Most of these high-grade ghosts and demons had retreated to the neighboring branches. Very quickly, Yang Fann's mind was immersed in his inner world. The devouring black hole enveloped a high-level low-level universe sovereign, crazily devouring his strength of origin. He couldn't kill any warlocks to unseal his power for a short period of time. Yang Fann could only use this method to increase his power. If his overall strength increased by a bit, he would be able to unseal a bit more of his suppressed power. One day later, Pucci, the high-grade low-level universe sovereign, completely collapsed and turned into a flying ash. Right at this moment, Yang Fann's eyes widened, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. What exactly is going on? My strength. C2067 Help Eastern Sea Zhang family was one of the top families in Eastern Sea City, a 100-year family. The number 1 group in Eastern Sea City had a market value of over 100 billion Great Xia coins. The East China Sea group belonged to this Zhang family. Outside Eastern Sea City, Zhang Family Manor. A group of dozens of people, men, women, old and young, gathered in the hall. However, the entire hall was filled with an indescribable oppressive and panic-stricken atmosphere. It was so heavy that it made people feel like they could not breathe. If Yang Fann was here, he would have discovered. Among them was an old acquaintance of his. She was a young woman in her 20s. Her facial features were delicate and almost flawless. Her figure was hot and her towering mountain range almost burst her top. It was none other than Zhang Xin'er, who was saved by Yang Fann at the Western Ghost Mountain. This Zhang Xin'er was a disciple of the Zhang family of the Eastern Sea, and she was also a direct disciple of the Zhang family. She was the only daughter of the second young master of the Zhang family. If it wasn't for her powerful background, with Bailey Rui's personality, how could he let go of such a delicious little sheep? Was he just pursuing her? What kind of joke was this? It wasn't like young Master Bailey had nothing to do after eating his fill. How could he have so much time to talk to you about love? Besides, I only want your person, your body, not your heart. Since the first time he had tried the pleasures of men and women, in the past few years, even if there weren't 100, there would still be dozens of women that he had raped. He was only afraid of those daughters with powerful backgrounds. Dad, is there really no other way? A middle-aged man dressed appropriately and had an extraordinary bearing that was somewhat similar to Zhang Xin'er spoke to a well-built old man dressed in ancient clothing. His voice was filled with deep unwillingness. This middle-aged man was the second young master of the Zhang family, which was also Zhang Xin'er's father, Zhang Yu. The old man dressed in ancient clothing was the leader of the Zhang family, the acting head of the family Zhang Lan. Sigh. The old man sighed helplessly. In front of absolute strength, no matter how smart he was, it was all in vain. The East China Sea Group's main business. It was overseas trade, Aqua Blue World. The ocean occupied more than 7 floors, and it was even close to the 8th layer. And above this boundless ocean, there were numerous islands scattered all over the place. These islands were large and small. Some of these large islands were far from being comparable to the 4 great empires. However, compared to some of the kingdoms on the Blue Water continent, they were not the slightest bit inferior. In fact, they were even better. On some of the large islands, there were also forces of square-shaped countries. These overseas countries also had warlock groups and sects. The overall strength of these overseas sects was not inferior to Aqua Blue World, World of Warlocks, or even more. After all, the ocean area was several times bigger than the Blue Water continent, and the resources there were also much greater than the Blue Water continent. The trouble with the Zhang family was one of the sects in the ocean, the Black Shark Pai, who had set their eyes on the Zhang family, the East China Sea Group. They had detained a fleet of the East China Sea Group and used it as a hostage to prepare to swallow the Zhang family in one fell swoop. If it was 2 months ago, it would not be a big deal. The Zhang family could become the richest man in Eastern Sea City, and the East China Sea Group, who controlled the market price of hundreds of billions of great Sha coins, had a strong backer. The overlord of Eastern Sea Province, the East Sea Sect, was the backer of the Zhang family. As long as the East Sea Sect said something, the Black Shark Pai wouldn't dare to make things difficult for the East China Sea Group. As the overlord of Eastern Sea Province, although the East Sea Sect wasn't part of the 12 sects of Ghost Dao, it could still be ranked in the top 100 among the thousands of major sects of Ghost Dao. With 3 an arch-warlock of the 9th rank guarding the place, their strength was far above the Black Shark Pai, which only had 1 an arch-warlock of the 9th rank guarding it. Unfortunately, half a month ago, the East Sea Sect had moved their sect to Donghai Province and headed to one of the 36 branches of the Association of Warlocks, the Sky Sea Branch. They only left some low-rank 2 and 3 warlocks to take care of these secular forces. The Black Shark Pai was afraid of the East Sea Sect, but that didn't mean they could make the Black Shark Pai compromise with just a few ordinary disciples of the East Sea Sect. As for the Zhang family, in the past 100 years, with the help of the East Sea Sect's resources, they had managed to cultivate a few warlocks. However, the strongest one was a 4th-grade ghost warlock. If he wanted to deal with those small sects, ordinary warlocks would be fine. However, if he wanted them to deal with a huge force like the Black Shark Pai, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. Actually, it wasn't unacceptable for the Zhang family to seek refuge with the Black Shark Pai. Businessmen were concerned about benefits, and the mother was the milk. Since the East Sea Sect couldn't continue to protect the Zhang family, changing the sect was nothing to them. What they really couldn't accept was that the Black Shark Pai's appetite was just too big. It was like a lion opening its mouth to demand the benefits of the 9th level of the Zhang family. One should know that the agreement between the East Sea Sect and their Zhang family was a 46-fold agreement. The East Sea Sect had a 6-fold agreement, and their Zhang family had a 4-fold agreement. If they really agreed to the request of the Black Shark Pai and deducted some other expenses, their Zhang family's work all year round would basically be in vain. On one side of the main hall, Zhang Xin'er felt that her head was a little dizzy. 2 months ago, she had just discovered the science that she had studied for more than 10 years was all fake. There really are ghosts in this world, but how long has it been since then? Even the warlock sects in the novels had come out. The East China Sea Group. It even had a relationship with a big warlock sect. There was even a warlock sect that had designs on the Zhang family East China Sea Group. They wanted to annex their Zhang family, the East China Sea Group. All of this had completely refreshed her worldview. For a moment, she found it hard to accept. Not only Zhang Xin'er, but the other Zhang family juniors were also at a loss. Apart from Old Man Zhang and a few others, the connection between the Zhang family and the world of warlocks was kept in the dark. After all, This was a world of science. The so-called ghosts were all feudal superstitious. If it wasn't for the recent commotion caused by those mysterious warlocks, it would have overturned the worldview of countless people. Old Man Zhang and the others wouldn't let these juniors know about these things. An old man who looked like a housekeeper walked into the hall quickly and whispered into Old Man Yang's ears. In an instant, a glimmer of hope flashed across Old Man Yang's eyes. Quickly invite Master Ongja. A few breaths later, a middle-aged man in a green robe, led by the butler, arrived in front of Old Man Zhang and the others. Old Man Zhang, this. Master Ongja looked at Old Man Zhang apologetically, stammering and unable to speak. Master Ongja, could it be your sect? In an instant, Old Man Yang's heart sank. This was their last straw of hope. If the East Sea sect refused to help, then, their Zhang family. Old man, you also know. With the current situation, our sect is indeed. Master Ongja said guiltily. As the person in charge of the East Sea sect in the secular world, he had dealings with the Zhang family. It had not been a day or two since he had interacted with Old Man Zhang. They had been friends for a long time, but the Black Shark Pie was not a small sect. If he wanted to get rid of the idea of annexing the East China Sea group, the East Sea sect would need to mobilize at least an arch-warlock of the 9th rank. At this critical moment, which an arch-warlock of the 9th rank would dare to take such a risk? Although the East China Sea group was important, it was insignificant compared to an arch-warlock of the 9th rank. It was just a worldly business. They could support one in the future. As for the arch-warlock of the 9th rank, there were only 3 of them in the East Sea sect. Each of them was the foundation of the sect. Once one of them died, it would be a devastating blow to the East Sea sect. Although he had already thought that there would be 80 to 90% chance that the East Sea sect would stand up for the East China Sea group at this critical moment, Old Man Zhang still found it hard to accept that all of this had become reality. At this moment, he seemed to have aged by 10 years. The East China Sea group was the fruit of his life's hard work. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would hand it over to someone else. Right at this moment, a timid voice came from the side of the hall. Grandfather, I know a warlock expert. Maybe he has a way to deal with the Black Shark Pie. C2068 capture and play the game. Eastern Sea City, Zhang Family Manor. Zhang Xin'er looked at Old Man Zhang timidly. She was the one who spoke just now. Looking at her grandfather, who always doted on her, who seemed to have drained all his energy at once, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Her head heated up and she blurted out those words. However, the moment she said those words, she felt a wave of regret in her heart. It was only recently that she realized that she was above them. There was also the world of warlocks, so how could he know any powerful warlocks? All of a sudden, a figure flashed in her mind. But could he really be a warlock expert? That day, did he really save us? After the incident, she had also looked for people to investigate him, just short of turning over his 18 generations of ancestors. Unfortunately, she did not find any clues. What, Xin'er, what did you just say? The depressed and dispirited Zhang family old man was like a drowning man grabbing onto his only life-saving straw as he anxiously looked at Zhang Xin'er. At this moment, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was unwilling to give up. Grandfather, this is me. I know an expert warlock. I just don't know him. Zhang Xin'er gritted her teeth and said. At this time, if she denied it again, the old man would definitely collapse. She would give it a try, hoping that the guy was really a warlock. Old Man Zhang urgently said, Xin'er, can you contact that friend of yours now? Grandfather, this. When Zhang Xin'er heard this, she couldn't help but hesitate again. She naturally had Zhao Yu's contact details. With her popularity in Zhongbei University, she wanted to get Zhao Yu's phone number. That wasn't something that could be done with words. It was just that fellow really had a way to help their Zhang family tide through this crisis. The trouble with their Zhang family was not something that any random warlock could resolve. However, when she saw the old man's expectant gaze and the words that were about to come out of his mouth, she forcefully swallowed them. Grandfather, wait a moment. I'll call him and ask him. Okay, Xin'er. As long as your friend is willing to help, money is not a problem. Old man, you really believe in Miss Sun's friend? Can they deal with the Black Shark Pie? Master Ongja looked at Old Man Zhang speechlessly. Could it be that Old Man Zhang was a wise man? For a moment, this Miss Sun. She was just a university student who had yet to leave the school. How could she know such a powerful warlock? It was hard to say whether that warlock expert was an ignorant and incompetent swindler. In the Great Xia Empire, there were many people who cheated in the name of warlocks. Master Ungja, trying is always a hope. A trace of helplessness flashed across old man Yang's face. How could he not know that his decision? How unreliable was it? He wanted to solve the problem of their Zhang family. But, an arch-warlock of the 9th rank, which one of them wasn't an elusive master? How could they be so easily encountered? But at this moment, what could he do? Could it be that he was going to obediently hand over the 100 years of foundation of the Zhang family to someone else? Perhaps, a miracle will really happen. At the end of his words, old man Zhang gave Master Ungja a resentful look. If it wasn't for the fact that the East Sea sect wasn't willing to help, he wouldn't have made such a stupid decision. Zhongbei City, Lingnan Garden, Mansion Number 9. You said you shouldn't create grief for yourself. A slightly sad song sounded from Yang Fann's side. Who would call me? Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Since he transformed into Zhao Yu, in the past 2 months, which was the first few days, Luo Hao and a few others from the same dormitory had called him a few times. In the next month or so, no one had called him. It's still an unknown number. As he spoke, Yang Fann pressed the answer button. Hello, is that Zhao Yu? I am Zhang Xin'er. Very quickly, a clear voice sounded by Yang Fann's ears. It is actually her. A trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He did not have much interaction with Zhang Xin'er. Could it be that she wants to thank me for saving them at West Ghost Mountain that day? On that day, they had suspected that it was him who solved the Western Ghost Sect and saved them from a desperate situation. He had some understanding of Zhang Xin'er's background. She was the daughter of a big family. It was not impossible for her to obtain some information about him. Zhao Yu, about me. Before Zhang Xin'er could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Yang Fann. Zhang Xin'er, you don't have to say thank you anymore. That day at West Ghost Mountain, I was just passing by. I didn't save you on purpose. You don't have to take it to heart. There's nothing wrong with it. I'll be dead. Yang Fann wasn't interested in being associated with a mortal. What? That day, it was really Zhao Yu who saved us. Zhang Xin'er's heart shook, although she had guessed it. But if it really became reality, she still could not accept it. But very quickly, Zhang Xin'er was delighted. Previously, she just did not want the old man to be disappointed. That was why she made this call. She wanted to know whether Zhao Yu would be able to help their Zhang family tide through this crisis. She didn't have much hope in her heart. Zhao Yu, hey, he actually hung up on me. Zhang Xin'er looked at her newly bought pair 18 in disbelief. From the moment she was born until now, she had never been hung up on by someone so directly. It was even a man. Am I old and no longer charming? Or is it Zhao Yu who has a special hobby and doesn't like girls at all? Zhang Xin'er cursed in her heart and dialed the number again. Zhang Xin'er, what else do you want? Yang Fann's voice was clearly impatient. He did not have that much time to waste with Zhang Xin'er. This bitched faggot. Zhang Xin'er cursed in her heart and hurriedly said, Zhao Yu, don't hang up first. I really have something to talk to you about. There is an overseas sect, the Black Shark Pie, that detained a batch of my Zhang family cargo ships. You still want the Zhang family? If you have a way, please help me with the Zhang family. After this, my Zhang family will definitely reward you handsomely. Sects overseas, how could I forget about them? Yang Fann patted his forehead and said with some regret, the overseas and continents warlocks. They were two different worlds, and they could not be said to have never interacted with each other. However, it was not too different, and there was basically not much communication between them. Only some of the sects along the coast had some sort of connection with them. The Association of Warlocks was the Association of Warlocks of the Great Xia Empire. It was not the Association of Warlocks of the Overseas Warlocks. It would not protect them. This was a big piece of fat meat. If he could swallow it, it would be enough for him to break the seal and reach the true God stage, or even the domain God realm. You're from the Black Shark Pie, right? I'll take care of the Zhang family for you. I'll just give you a heavy reward. Just take it as repaying Zhang Xin'er's kindness. As for repayment, what good things could a secular family have? How could it catch Yang Fann's eyes? However, when these words fell into Zhang Xin'er's ears, it was another meaning. Could it be that this Zhao Yu is interested in me? If not for this, how could he have agreed to the conditions? He didn't even say anything and agreed to help them. Unknowingly, Zhang Xiner's pretty face turned slightly red. This Zhao Yu was not bad looking and also had the ability. If he had such a boyfriend, it did not seem like it was a bad thing. No, I can't agree to him just like that. He even played cat and mouse with me, and I almost got tricked by him. HMPH, it's not that easy to chase me. Right, Zhang Xiner, where the black shark pie is located. Your Zhang family should know about it, right? He had absorbed a lot of memories from the warlocks, but there were very few memories about the overseas world of warlocks. He did not know where the black shark pie was. This, my grandfather and the others should know. Zhao Yu, why don't you come to my house first? I will get someone to prepare a plane to pick you up right away. As expected of the daughter of a wealthy family, a private plane is always open to her. Yang Fann muttered in his heart, forget about a private jet. You tell me the place, and I will go there myself. The so-called private jet, how could it be faster than him? His cultivation base had been unsealed to the advanced demigod realm. His speed was so fast that even the newest fighter of Great Xia Empire could only follow behind him and eat dust. 4. Zhang Family Manor, in the main hall. Old man, the black shark pie is one of the 18 sect in the Black Star Sea. There are countless experts in the sect, and they are all an arch-warlock of the 9th rank warriors. No one dares to provoke the black shark pie, that friend of Miss Sun. Even if he had some abilities, he wouldn't be a match for the black shark pie. The old master should have made preparations earlier. The old master, in fact, you can move to Tianai province. With the protection of my East Sea sect, your Zhang family will definitely be able to set up roots in Tianai province very quickly. C2069 Kneeling Down Eastern Sea City, Zhang Family Manor. Master Engjia opened his mouth and started to move the old man's headquarters. The East China Sea Group was the biggest money bag of the East Sea sect in the secular world. It would be best if he could persuade the East China Sea Group to move to Tianai province. Upon hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on old man Yang's face. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about moving the headquarters. Although they would lose a lot of benefits in a short period of time, with the reputation and resources of the East China Sea Group and the help of the East Sea Sect, it wouldn't take them a few years to recover. Unfortunately, the black shark pie had been guarding against them for a long time. His eldest son, the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Chao, was in the fleet that was detained. If they dared to move out of the headquarters, his eldest son would undoubtedly die. Even their lives would be in danger. The path of warlocks was incomparably strange. With the blood of his eldest son, Zhang Chao, as a catalyst, it was not difficult for him to deal with his bloodline relatives. With the foundation of the black shark pie, if that an arch-warlock of the 9th rank personally attacked, even the arch-warlock of the 9th rank of the East Sea sect might not be able to protect them. Unless, they could ask the legendary warlock king to help them. But was this possible? In the secular world, their Zhang family was a first-class family. But in the eyes of the legendary warlock king, they were just a bunch of lowly ants. Not to mention that they had no way to get in touch with Warlock King, even if they were lucky enough to meet him, they were not related to him. Why would Warlock King help them? Right at this moment, Zhang Xiner walked briskly and swiftly to old man Yang's side. Exener, how is it? Is your friend willing to help us? Old man Zhang looked hopeful. This was their last hope. Grandpa, don't worry, my friend has agreed to help us. He is now rushing to our manor. Good, it's good that he has agreed. It's good that he has agreed. Old man Zhang immediately said good 3 times, and his spirit recovered quite a bit. Since he dared to agree, it was obvious that he had some ability. It was hard to say what kind of miracle would really happen. Old man, it's better that you don't have too high expectations. Master Engjia once again poured cold water on the old man. This old man Zhang was really desperate to seek help. How could the black shark pie be solved so easily? Of course, there was also a trace of resistance in his heart. A problem that even the East Sea sect couldn't solve. If this problem was solved by a wild warlock who came from nowhere, wouldn't that be a slap to the East Sea sect's face? Grandpa, don't worry, my friend said he can solve it, so he will definitely solve it. Zhang Xiner said unhappily. After she confirmed that it was really Yang Fann who saved them, she was full of confidence in Yang Fann. That day, Yang Fann was like a god's decree. With a cold shout, he killed thousands of ghosts. However, He kept thinking about Heavenly Ghost Emperor. As soon as he was born, it was like a storm was brewing. The weather changed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. But in the end, it was still easily dealt with by Zhao Yu. No matter how powerful this black shark pie was. Hong Long, Miss Sun, you don't understand world of warlocks. Maybe your friend is stronger than you. However, the black shark pie isn't an ordinary warlock, the sect. It's a famous major sect in the ocean. Even the East Sea sect has to be wary of them. Master Engjia shook his head slightly. This little girl was still too young. How could the black shark pie be so easy to deal with? My friend is. Zhang Xin'er wanted to argue, but before she could finish, old man Zhang interrupted her and said, Exener, don't be rude. Apologize to Master Engjia. No, I didn't say anything wrong. After stomping her feet, Zhang Xin'er pouted and ran to the side. Hey, this girl. Old man Zhang looked at Zhang Xin'er helplessly and apologized to Master Engjia. This girl has been spoiled by me all these years. Master Engjia, you must not take it to heart. Although their Zhang family had a good relationship with Master Engjia, it did not mean that Zhang Xin'er could recklessly contradict Master Engjia. If a rank 5 warlock really got angry, he would be able to easily slaughter every single person in their Zhang family, not to mention the huge East Sea sect that stood behind Master Engjia. Old man, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Master Engjia shook his head slightly. With his relationship with the Zhang family, could he still argue with such a junior? However, whether or not to relocate the headquarters, please make a decision early. Recently, in the 36 provinces in the southeast, many groups have moved their headquarters to Tianai province. As a large number of sects gathered in Tianai province, many of the industries under their control also moved toward Tianai province. If it's too late, I'm afraid there won't be any good spots left. Master Engjia, it's not that I don't want to move. Old man Zhang smiled bitterly and voiced out the concerns in his heart. That black shark pie is so despicable. Master Engjia couldn't believe his ears. This kind of intimidation method was rarely seen in the Great Xia Empire. The association of warlocks wasn't just for show. Looks like the black shark pie is determined to take down the East China Sea group. Using such a despicable method, it was obvious that they were determined to take down the East China Sea group. He even suspected that even the arch-warlock of the 9th rank of the East Sea sect wouldn't be able to make the black shark pie give up the idea of annexing the East China Sea group. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became incomparably heavy. Time passed minute by minute. Very quickly, an hour passed. Outside the hall, the sound of light footsteps broke the heavy atmosphere in the hall. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned towards the outside of the hall. Who is this person? Could it be that he is the helper that the lass found? But why do I feel that he is somewhat familiar, as if I have seen him somewhere before? Looking at black-clothed youth who was striding in, a trace of doubt flashed across Master Engjia's eyes. Is this the helper Exener found? Old man Yang's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Despite being so young, he seemed to be less than 20 years old. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't look like a warlock expert. Right at this moment, Zhang Xin'er cheered, Zhao Yu, you're here. What? Zhao Yu. These short 5 words were nothing in the ears of everyone within the Zhang family. However, when it landed in Master Engjia's ears, it was just like a divine lightning from the 9 heavens, causing him to nearly collapse onto the ground. The figure of black-clothed youth in front of him began to merge with the figure of devil god in his mind. Zhao Yu, you are Black Demon Zhao Yu. The 12 demons and many small and medium-sized sects only heard of this name. However, in the large sects, their image was no longer a secret. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and looked at Master Engjia with a cold gaze. Spare me master, spare me. Master Engjia felt like his soul was going to be frozen when he saw Yang Fann's cold gaze. His legs went weak and he fell to his knees. His mind collapsed, and his head felt like it was beating garlic. He begged with all his might. What exactly is going on? I didn't see wrongly, right? Master Engjia knelt down just like that. Is this still the Master Engjia we? No. Old man Zhang and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Master Engjia had always remained calm in front of them, not putting anyone in his eyes. This was definitely the first time in their lives that they had seen him lose his composure like this. I'm afraid I have misjudged him. This friend of Exener, he is not simple. A strange light flashed in old man Yang's eyes. With Master Ungja's cultivation as a rank 5 warlock, in addition to the fact that he was backed by the huge Xianxia sect, he was just a rank 7 warlock. At most, he could only make Master Ungja respect him a little. It was impossible for him to be like this. He was like a mouse that had seen a cat, shivering. Kowtow and beg for mercy. For a rank 8 great warlock, and possibly even an arch warlock of the 9th rank. Originally, he only wanted to give it his all. At this moment, he didn't have any hope at all. It was as if a ray of hope had blossomed in his heart. It quickly dispersed the darkness in his heart. The Black Shark Pai only had an arch warlock of the 9th rank. For the sake of their East China Sea group, they had offended an arch warlock of the 9th rank. He thought that the Black Shark Pai would have to consider whether it was worth it or not. Besides, judging from Exener's expression, he had a pretty good relationship with Zhao Yu. Perhaps, this was a chance for us, the Zhang family. If we can make it happen, even if we lose the backing of the Xianxia sect, we, the Zhang family, will also be able to. C2073 The unlucky Yin Yang ancestor Black Star Sea, Black Water Palace. Yang Fann stood in the air, his eyes flickering with cold shines. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of anticipation. In just one day, he had killed 17 overlords of Black Star Sea, and his power had been unsealed to the peak of demigod's 9 heavens. He was only a step away from the peak of demigod. He thought that by eliminating this Black Water sect, he would be able to take that step smoothly, and possess the power to fight against a top-tier demigod. As the number 1 overlord of Black Star Sea, the Black Water sect had over 100,000 official disciples. There were 6 an arch warlock of the 9th rank disciples, and it was said that the strongest amongst them had already stepped into the Warlock King realm. At that time, even if the legendary Warlock Emperor of World of Warlocks was born, he was confident that he could escape from them. Right at this moment, who is it? How dare you trespass into my Black Water Palace? With a shout, several rays of light shot up into the sky and surrounded Yang Fann in the blink of an eye. There were a total of 9 people, 8 rank 4 warlocks, and a rank 5 warlock. Each of them had an unconcealable pride between their eyebrows, as if they were born superior. This was the pride of being the number 1 overlord of Black Star Sea, the Black Water Sect. In the Black Star Sea, the Black Water Sect was the heavens. Their strength was incomparable to the other overlords. Even if several overlords of the sect joined forces, it would be very difficult for them to be a match for the Black Water Sect. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. Pucci, the 9 Black Water Sect warlocks in the surroundings instantly weathering and transforming into flying ashes, as though they had never appeared before. The next second, rumble, the heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, its terrifying pressure crushing everything. Ah, what is that? No, not good, it's an enemy attack. Quick, activate the sect protecting formation. In an instant, endless panic spread within the Black Water Palace. Roar Black Star Formation, activate. Buzz, 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 endless. Starlight burst out from the Black Water Palace, forming a dark starry sky that covered an area of 1,000 li. Legend has it that the Black Water Sect obtained the inheritance of the ancient sect's Black Star Sect. From the looks of it now, this isn't baseless. Yang Fann was deep in thought. The Black Star Formation was the Black Star Sect's protective formation. If it was the complete version of the Black Star Formation, I would have to put in a lot of effort to break it. It's just a broken formation, yet you want to stop me. Ridiculous. With just a glance, Yang Fann had seen through the true nature of the Black Star Formation. It was full of flaws. It was just a fragment of the formation, and its power was probably not even at the first level of the complete Black Star Formation. At most, it could block the attack of a rank 2 Warlock King, and it was still the weakest rank 2 Warlock King. Rumble, Devil God's hand struck the Black Star world. Countless stars exploded instantly, and countless mushroom clouds rose. In less than a breath's time, the starry sky that covered 1,000 miles turned into bits and pieces. Ah, no, how could this be? It's broken. The Black Star Array is broken. No, this is not true. It's not true. Second grade Warlock King. At least 2nd grade Warlock King. Finished. Our Black Water Sect is finished. Despair, endless despair swept through the Black Water Palace, rank 2 Warlock King. What kind of existence was that? It had far exceeded the imagination of their Black Water Sect. It was simply not something that their Black Water Sect could contend against. Woo. What exactly did my Black Water Sect do wrong? What exactly did we do wrong? Heavens, how dare you do this to our Black Water sect? Their Black Water sect, although they had grown a little arrogant over the years, they would never dare to offend Warlock King, not to mention a second-grade Warlock King. It was a complete disaster that descended from the heavens. Bang! The heavens collapsed and the earth collapsed. Under Devil God's command, everything in the Black Water Palace, including warlocks, evil spirits, sea beasts, all of them were destroyed. In the air, rumble, Yang Fann's chi fluctuated. As expected, he had successfully reached the peak of demigod and squeezed into the ranks of the top aqua blue worlds in the aqua blue world. Should I return to the Great Xia Empire and find a branch of the Association of Warlocks to test my strength? Currently, a large number of sects had gathered in the 36 branches of the Association of Warlocks. As long as he could take down a branch of the Association of Warlocks, it would be enough for him to break the seal and break through to the true God stage. Let's wait a little longer. After pondering for a moment, Yang Fann gave up on this crazy idea for the time being. Currently, he could only be considered ordinary amongst the many top-grade rank 4 Warlock King. He was still a bit lacking if he wanted to attack the Association of Warlocks' branch by himself. There's no hurry. I just came to the overseas world of magicians, and I still have a lot of chances to unseal my power. Black Star Sea was only a region of sea near the Endless Sea. A region of sea like this. There were many other regions in the Endless Sea, and there were also many sects in these regions. There was even the top sect that had Warlock King overseeing it. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Yang Fann's figure suddenly stopped. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. There's actually another fish that slipped through the net. Within the ruins of the Black Water Palace. Wang, a black and white taijutsu with a diameter of 3 meters slowly rotated. Under the taijutsu, a young man who wore the black water robe of the Black Water sect sat cross-legged. His face was pale, without a trace of blood. Buzz. The void twisted and Yang Fann appeared beside young man. The great Tao of Yin and Yang. I never thought that there would be a universe sovereign hidden among these natives. Suddenly, Yang Fann widened his eyes, as if he had discovered a new continent. With his eyesight, he was actually unable to see through this universe sovereign. In other words, even if this person's true strength was inferior to his, it wouldn't be much inferior. It was very likely that this person was a quasi-universe lord. Initially, he thought that it was just a small fish that slipped through the net, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a huge shark. Cultivate the great Tao of Yin and Yang. Could it be that Yin-Yang ancestor? Yang Fann seemed to be lost in thought. Out of all the quasi-universe lord he knew, the only one who cultivated the great Tao of Yin and Yang was Yin-Yang ancestor. This was an ancient existence in the eternal great world. The longevity had a long history, even longer than many universe lords. It was said that since the birth of the universe, it was the first Tai Chi Yin-Yang bear. It was the ancestor of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang bear clan, and was born with the ability to control the great Tao of Yin and Yang. I never thought that the dignified Yin-Yang ancestor would have such a day. Yang Fann sneered and probed. Junior, you do have some discerning eyes. Today, I don't want to kill anyone. Get lost. Yin-Yang ancestor's tightly shut eyes opened. In an instant, a powerful chi that was comparable to an intermediate demigod burst out from his body. It really is Yin-Yang ancestor. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. It was scorching hot, as if he had just seen the fattest prey. If quasi-universe lord was also divided into lower levels, medium level. If it was a high and top-grade quasi-universe lord, Yin-Yang ancestor would at least be a high-grade quasi-universe lord. If the two of them really fought at their peak, Yang Fann couldn't guarantee that he would be a match for Yin-Yang ancestor. Even if he won by a fluke, he wouldn't be able to stop Yin-Yang ancestor even if he wanted to leave. However, it was obvious that this Yin-Yang ancestor was severely injured, and he was just bluffing. Luck. It was really my luck. This Black Water sect really came at the right time. After absorbing Yin-Yang ancestor, breaking through to the half-step sovereign is a sure thing. It's even possible for me to break through to the intermediate level, or even the high-level half-step sovereign. Junior, get lost. Yin-Yang ancestor felt uneasy, but he didn't show it on his face. The powerful chi of intermediate demigod was crushing towards Yang Fann. Yang Fann acted as if he didn't notice the overwhelming pressure. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Yin-Yang ancestor, don't push yourself anymore. Do you really think I can't see that you are seriously injured? Bitch. A hint of anger flashed across Yin-Yang ancestor's eyes. If he wasn't injured, how could he allow this junior to behave atrociously in front of him? And that bitch Hua Sheng. If it wasn't for the suppression of Path of Eternity, I wouldn't have let that aphid bully me. Speaking of which, Yin Yang Ancestor was really unlucky. He had killed many sea monsters in the endless ocean. He had unsealed his cultivation base to a high-level demigod, but in the end, he had encountered a deep-sea giant beast whose combat strength was comparable to a true god. Without the suppression of the will of heaven and earth, a tiger would be bullied by a dog. But now, he had become a deadly beast. In the end, he still used the forbidden arts at the cost of severe injuries. He had just escaped from the giant beast's pursuit. However, sometimes, once a person was unlucky, even drinking cold water would cause them to have their teeth stuck out. Originally, he wanted to temporarily stay in the Blackwater sect and recover from his injuries. Never did he expect that he would run into a dark star like Yang Fann. He had already suffered a serious injury. In order to defend himself from Yang Fann's palm strike, he forcefully used the forbidden arts once again, causing his injuries to worsen. Not even a single arch warlock of the 9th rank warrior was left in his body. Any arch warlock of the 9th rank warrior could teach him how to behave. Junior, since you want to die so badly, I will grant your wish Hong Long. 3 Suddenly, Yin Yang Ancestor's chi rose once again. It was even stronger than many of the top-grade demigod. C2074 The Yin Yang Old Master was suppressed Black Star Sea, Blackwater Palace Ruins. Rumble. Yin Yang Ancestor's aura once again increased by a huge amount, and it was comparable to the pressure of a top-tier demigod. Boiling and boiling, it swept across all directions. His cold eyes were fixed on Yang Fann, and his killing intent was boundless. It was as if the god of hell had been revived, making one's hair stand on end. HMPH, putting on an act. You want to kill me? You better do it. Yang Fann coldly harumphed, showing no signs of fear. He had already seen through Yin Yang Ancestor's serious injuries. Even if he really had the combat strength of a top demigod, so what? After destroying the Blackwater sect, his strength had also been unsealed to the peak of demigod's realm. Could it be that this junior has really seen through my true strength? Yin Yang Ancestor's heart tightened. Currently, his true strength was not even comparable to an arch warlock of the 9th rank. That pressure was comparable to the pressure of a peak demigod. It was just an illusion created by using his last bit of strength. The suppression of Path of Eternity was truly thorough. Not only did it suppress all of their strength, it also suppressed their recovery ability to the lowest point. The strength of world in his body hadn't weakened in the slightest, but it couldn't be used to heal his injuries. Otherwise, if there was still a quasi-universe lord with such a terrifying recovery ability, it wouldn't be a big deal at all. In just a few words, he had almost fully recovered. Junior, are you really not afraid of death? Yin Yang Ancestor's voice was extremely cold. However, there was a trace of anxiety in the depths of his eyes. Why hasn't this young man left yet? When he was unharmed, he was only able to see that the seal had been broken, and now he was pretending to be a top-tier demigod with his severely injured body. His injuries were worsening with every breath of time. At this moment, he was completely relying on his unyielding will to support himself. Yin Yang Ancestor, if you don't attack now, I will attack first. While speaking, Yang Fann's face was full of ridicule as he approached Yin Yang Ancestor step by step. Every step was like stepping on the bottom of Yin Yang Ancestor's heart. That terrifying pressure almost made Yin Yang Ancestor unable to breathe. Bitch Junior, do you really think you can defeat me? Yin Yang Ancestor cursed in his heart, but the uneasiness in his heart was getting more and more obvious. This junior had probably seen through everything that had happened to him. Another breath passed. Poochie. That terrifying pressure vanished without a trace. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but that he had really reached his limit. No matter how strong his will was, he would never be able to stop it. There was always a limit to it. If he continued to hold on, he would faint before his opponent. Could even attack him. At that time, he would be the one to be slaughtered. I'm a meat on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. Who? Junior, what exactly do you want? Yin Yang Ancestor's voice was filled with helplessness and self-mockery. Since when did he, Yin Yang Ancestor, have the chance to compromise with others? Even when he faced Divine Emperor of the God race, he had never compromised. What do I want? Yin Yang Ancestor, do you need me to say it clearly? Yang Fann asked back. From the moment they entered the Path of Eternity, their relationship had already been decided. They were rivals, and they were mortal enemies. Once they met, apart from their own kind and friends, it would be a situation where they would fight to the death. Junior, I admit defeat. As long as you let me go today, I'm willing to compensate you with 10 billion cubic meters of origin of eternities. 10 billion cubic meters of origin of eternity. Yin-Yang ancestor, you are a dignified quasi-universe lord. It's only worth a few origin of eternities. Yang Fann sneered. It was just a few top-level universe sovereign. Even their belongings were worth far more than 10 billion origin of eternities. Yin-Yang ancestor's words were simply trying to get rid of a beggar. Besides, I'll kill you. Everything you have is mine, so why should I ask you to compensate me? Junior, don't push me too far. I am a quasi-universe lord. All kinds of divine abilities and means are beyond your imagination. Aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? Life and death struggle, hee. Fish will die, but the net will never break. Yang Fann said confidently. He moved his arm again and grabbed Yin-Yang ancestor with his palm. Junior, how dare you attack me? Good, just you wait. When I recover my strength, I will definitely turn you into ashes. He glared at Yang Fann fiercely, as if he was going to engrave Yang Fann deeply into his sea of consciousness. Swoosh. In an instant, Yin-Yang ancestor's speed increased by 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Not only that, he was even faster than many true god experts at the moment of life and death. Yin-Yang ancestor did not care about the price. He burned his own origin and used his cultivation to lower his cultivation level to forcefully increase his speed. This was not his unsealed cultivation base. It was his true cultivation base. With his quasi-universe lord cultivation base, he would not be able to recover without a few hundred eras if he were to weaken his cultivation base by 1 grade. This price was too great. If he wasn't forced into a desperate situation, Yin-Yang ancestor would never be able to make up his mind. In an instant, Yin-Yang ancestor had already traveled 1,000,000 miles. Right at this moment, bang, Yin-Yang ancestor crashed into an invisible wall and fell to the ground. Bitch, you actually sealed off the 4-direction space. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have wasted so much time with you. Yang Fann's voice sounded from behind Yin-Yang ancestor. The reason why he didn't attack immediately was to attract Yin-Yang ancestor's attention so that he could seal off the surrounding space. Yin-Yang ancestor was different from those universe sovereign. He was a quasi-universe lord who had broken through to the universe lord stage with just 1 step, and his techniques were far from being comparable to those universe sovereign. Even if he was severely injured, Yang Fann wouldn't dare to underestimate him. Sure enough, his caution wasn't in vain. If he really attacked immediately, the fat in his mouth would definitely fly away. Alright, Yin-Yang ancestor, obediently become my nourishment for my growth. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand shattered the vacuum, crushing towards Yin-Yang ancestor. Poochie. He was already severely injured, and he had forcefully burnt his origin energy, causing his injuries to worsen. Yin-Yang ancestor, who was weaker than an arch-warlock of the 9th rank, had no strength to resist at all. He was easily grabbed by Yang Fann like a chicken by an eagle. Junior, let me go quickly, let me go. I am a quasi-universe lord, how dare you? Junior, I admit defeat. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to swear. I'll do my best to help you fight for the heart of eternity. Junior, what do you think? You won't get any benefits even if you kill me. I'm not the only quasi-universe lord who has entered the path of eternity. With your own strength, however, with my help. That's a different story. Help me fight for the heart of eternity. I don't need it. If it was any other universe sovereign, they would surely be overjoyed if they could get the help of a quasi-universe lord like Yin-Yang ancestor. Unfortunately, Yang Fann was also a quasi-universe lord, and he was no weaker than Yin-Yang ancestor. There wouldn't be much difference whether he had Yin-Yang ancestor's help or not. Ah, Junior, do you really have to be so heartless? My Tai Chi Yin-Yang Bear clan isn't someone to be trifled with. If you dare kill me, then my Yin-Yang Bear clan won't let you go. The Yin-Yang Bear clan. They were a famous clan in the eternal world. They had talent and potential, but they were not the slightest bit inferior to the Taoism clan or even the gods. They were born true gods, and when they grew up, they became region gods. With just a little bit of talent, they could become gods. Apart from Yin-Yang ancestor, who was a quasi-universe lord, there were more than 300 universe sovereign in the Tai Chi Yin-Yang Bear clan. There were 6 top-level universe sovereign warriors in total. This time, There were more than 100 universe sovereign of the Tai Chi Yin Yang Bear clan that had entered the path of eternity. Besides the 8 most powerful races, the Tai Chi Yin Yang Bear clan was definitely ranked in the top 10. Do you want to take revenge on me? Alright, I'll wait for them. At that time, don't blame me for making your Tai Chi Yin Yang Bear clan completely disappear from the eternal world. C2075 Turtle God Resurrected Black Star Sea, Black Water Palace. Pucci. Without any hesitation, Yang Fann immediately put Yin Yang Ancestor into his inner world and completely suppressed him. He didn't take Yin Yang Ancestor's final threat to heart at all. In the huge Tai Chi Yin Yang Bear clan, only Yin Yang Ancestor could make him feel some fear. As for the other universe sovereign, including the 6 top-level universe sovereign, Yang Fann treated them like grass. It would be fine if they didn't come. Otherwise, Yang Fann wouldn't mind eliminating the Tai Chi Yin Yang Bear, a top clan in the eternal great world. Buzz. Yang Fann's body moved, and he quickly disappeared from the ruins of the Black Water Palace. Blue Spirit Sea Region. This was a large sea region near the Black Star Sea. The sea region was so vast that it was even larger than the Black Star Sea. It was no less than the 20 provinces of the Great Xia Empire. However, compared to the chaotic Black Star Sea, the entire Blue Spirit Sea domain was much more peaceful. It was like a tripartite empire. One was evil, and the other was the 3 great overlords. They were suppressing the entire Blue Spirit Sea domain. One was the Ghost Spirit Sect, which occupied almost 4 layers of the Blue Spirit Sea domain. It was the number 1 sect in the Blue Spirit Sea domain, and it had 2 Warlock King overseeing it. The strongest expert, Old Ancestor Ghost Spirit. It was a top-grade 1st-grade Warlock King, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the 2nd grade. He was the undisputed number 1 expert in the Blue Spirit Sea. The Evil One and the Evil One were respectively the Blue Blood Sect and the Sea Demon Sect. They each had a Warlock King in charge. The 2 major powers were allies, and they fought against the Ghost Spirit Sect together. This was also the reason why the 2 major powers were able to survive in the Blue Spirit Sea domain for over 10,000 years. Otherwise, the Ghost Spirit Sect would have destroyed them one by one and completely annexed them. Spirit Turtle Island was a large island with an area of 80 million square kilometers. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a continent. According to legend, there was no Spirit Turtle Island in the Blue Spirit Sea region. However, an ancient spirit turtle had fallen in front of 1 million people. Its spirit turtle body had evolved into this huge Spirit Turtle Island. Of course, countless people only treated this as a legend and did not believe all of this. One had to know that the bodies of those terrifying sea monsters that were comparable to rank 4 Warlock King were no more than 10,000 miles long. If this island was really transformed from the shell of a spirit turtle, how terrifying would that spirit turtle be when it was alive? It was common knowledge that the strength of the sea monsters was proportionate to their bodies. The bigger the shell, the stronger the sea monster was. And what kind of existence could kill such a terrifying spirit turtle? Even the legendary Warlock Emperor was far from being as powerful as this. As for the possibility of dying at the end of the longevity's lifespan, it was virtually impossible. Compared to human warlocks, sea monsters of the same level, the longevity was 10 times, or even 100 times, comparable to a terrifying sea monster like Warlock Emperor. The longevity was 100 million years old. Not to mention, the turtle clan was a long-lived clan, and ordinary turtles could live for hundreds of thousands of years. As long as one advanced to a spirit turtle, even the lowest level spirit turtle would be able to live for hundreds of thousands of years. The longevity was more than 10,000 years old, far surpassing the other sea monster clans. At the center of Spirit Turtle Island, there was a ghastly ghost city. It was covered in ghostly aura all year round. It was the forbidden land of countless living creatures on Spirit Turtle Island. Anyone who dared to approach the ghost city would immediately be devoured by it, turning into a pile of bones. This ghost city was none other than the ruler of Spirit Turtle Island, the nest of the Ghost Spirit Sect, the absolute overlord of the billions of miles of sea. Ghost King City, Pucci. Suddenly, the void above Ghost King City was torn apart like a curtain. Yang Fann, who had transformed into Zhao Yu, took a step forward. After sweeping across the 18 overlords of Black Star Sea, Yang Fann had read a lot of an arch-warlock of the 9th rank's memories at the same time. His understanding of the world of magicians in the ocean was no less than Warlock King's, especially the few seas near Black Star Sea. It was not an exaggeration to say that he knew everything about them like the back of his hand. With the spiritual sense, there was nothing in the Ghost King city that could be hidden from Yang Fann's eyes. What a good ghost spirit sect, they had hidden themselves really well. It seemed like they were after something big. In the Ghost King city, it was not as the rumors had said. There were only 2 Warlock King in the Ghost King city. There were 3, and even the most powerful of them all, who had already advanced to the 2nd grade, Warlock King. As for the 2nd grade and Arch Warlock of the 9th rank, there were more than 50 of them. This strength had already surpassed the demonic Yin sect, one of the 10 devil sects of Great Xia Empire. At the same time, they were far above the other 2 overlords of the Blue Spirit Sea, the Blue Blood sect and the Sea Devil sect. If the Ghost Spirit sect was willing to, it would be enough to annihilate the Blue Blood sect and the Sea Demon sect and unify the entire Blue Spirit Sea region. At most, they would pay a small price and injure some vital energies. However, that small price, it was nothing compared to the benefits of unifying the Blue Spirit Sea domain. However, the Ghost Spirit sect had been holding back. There was definitely a conspiracy. But soon, Yang Fann stopped thinking about it. No matter what the Ghost Spirit sect planned, it had nothing to do with him. After today, there would be no more Ghost Spirit sect in the world. The next moment, boom boom boom, a terrifying power that was comparable to a top rank 4 Warlock King burst out with Yang Fann as the center, sweeping across the entire Ghost King city. Kai, Kai, Kai. The Ghost King Grand Formation that was able to withstand the attack of a peak grade 1 Warlock King only lasted for a breath's time before it shattered into pieces, inch by inch. Ah, no, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Old ancestor, save me, save me. Heart-wrenching wails continuously rang out from Ghost King City. The evil ghosts were destroyed and turned into dust. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's aura rose steadily. Although the ones he had killed in the beginning were all low-ranked 7 and below warlocks, there were still many of them. As the number 1 force in the Blue Spirit Sea domain, the official disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect numbered more than 500,000. These were all official ghost warlock. It was enough to cause a qualitative change. Ah, Hua Sheng, you're going to die a horrible death. Boom boom boom. Following the roar of the enmity, the terrifying aura of Warlock King from the 3 paths exploded out from the center of Ghost King City. There were also the chi of 7 Ghost Immortals. The strongest Ghost Immortal was much stronger than the 2nd grade Warlock King. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 2nd grade Intermediate Ghost Immortal. Ah, it's the old ancestor. The old ancestor is here. We are saved. We are saved. The remaining Ghost Warlock's despairing heart was instantly filled with a glimmer of hope. The 3 old ancestors would definitely be able to save them, they would definitely be able to do so. In the void, how dare aphids be so noisy? Die! The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. A terrifying energy wave turned into a dark divine dragon, tearing the sky apart. It crushed towards the 3 Warlock King. Ah, no. The 2 first-grade Warlock King who bore the brunt of the attack only let out a despairing wail before they were reduced to ashes along with their first-grade Ghost Immortal Realm Imperial Ghosts. Ah, 3 Ghosts Junior Brother, Green-Eyed Junior Brother, 3. A Tier 3 Warlock King, you are. Old Ancestor Ghost Spirit let out a heart-wrenching wail, and his body completely collapsed. His 3 ghosts, Junior Brother, and the Green-Eyed Junior Brother were both first-grade Warlock King, especially the 3 ghosts, Junior Brother. He was a top-grade first-grade Warlock King, and his natal spirit, Ghost Controlling, was also a top-grade first-grade Ghost Immortal. Even if he was a top-grade second-grade Ghost Immortal, he wouldn't be able to kill both of them so easily, including their soul masters. Only a Tier 3 Warlock King had such terrifying power. Run at once. A Tier 3 Warlock King was not something he could fight against. At this moment, all his disciples were thrown out of his mind. The world was big, and he had the biggest life. Moreover, as long as he was alive, establishing another Ghost Spirit sect wouldn't be too difficult. Ah, how could this be? The old ancestor and the others. Old ancestor and the rest. They collapsed. The remaining Ghost Spirit sect warlocks, minds completely collapsed. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Was this really the case? You want to run? Be good and stay behind, he laughed sinisterly. A terrifying force had directly sealed off the 4-direction space. Arg, Hua Sheng, you forced me. It was you who forced me. Let's die together. With my blood as the catalyst, with my soul as the sacrifice. Listen to your servant's summons, Revive, Tortoise God, Arnias. C2076 killed the Lord of the God Turtle Blue Spirit Sea, Spirit Turtle Island, Ghost City. The ghost spirit ancestor was hysterical. His eyes were fixed on Yang Fann, like an angry beast that wanted to devour Yang Fann alive. Roar Hua Sheng, old ancestor is waiting for you down there. Pung. The ghost spirit ancestor and his 3 ghost immortal imperial ghosts exploded, causing a rain of blood to pour down from the sky. In the next second, rumble, an extremely terrifying fiendish aura rose up from beneath the Devil King's city. It was savage to the extreme and exuded a noble aura that surpassed all living beings. It was as if there was a high and mighty existence that had transcended the time-long river and was about to revive in this era. Looks like this old ancestor ghost spirit has created a big fellow. Turtle God, could it be? Yang Fann frowned slightly, deep in thought. It was said that Spirit Turtle Island was formed after the death of an ancient divine turtle. It seemed like it was not baseless. It was very likely that it was really formed from the body of the divine turtle. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was absurd. How could there be such a huge divine turtle in the world? The entire Spirit Turtle Island was 80 million square kilometers. However, in the eyes of the real expert, this was a very normal thing. Some top-level true god had divine bodies that were more than 80 million square kilometers. Not to mention the domain gods and sovereigns. For example, the universe sovereign had divine bodies that were 1,000 trillion, 10,000 trillion light years old. One breath later, that thing is about to come out. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows, but he had no intention of leaving. If this turtle god was at its peak, he might have to avoid it for now. The current him was no longer Little White who had just entered the aqua blue world. His understanding of the aqua blue world was no less than that of any rank 4 warlock king, or even more. The monsters that could become gods were all terrifying beasts comparable to Warlock Emperor. With his current strength, even the weakest Warlock Emperor would be much weaker than him. A top-tier demigod Yang Fann had only unsealed the power of a peak demigod, not unsealing the cultivation base of a peak demigod. Otherwise, given his terrifying ability to challenge those at a higher level than him, not to mention true gods, he was confident that he could even fight a domain god. However, this turtle god was merely relying on the sacrificial offering of old ancestor ghost spirit to revive. His strength was far from what it was at his peak, so what was there to fear? Perhaps, this was a chance for him, a chance to unseal the true god's battle force. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how weak a god was, he was still a god. The benefits of killing them were not something those Warlock King could compare with. Bang, bang, bang. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The entire Spirit Turtle Island began to crumble, the earth cracked, and the mountains collapsed. Ah, earth, earthquake, earthquake, earthquake. Quick, run, run, earthquake is coming. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, save me, someone save me, someone save me. The great turtle god Arnies, have you abandoned your people? Countless cries of despair erupted from Spirit Turtle Island. Countless creatures were devoured, crushed, and shattered. Similar to Black Shark Island, Spirit Turtle Island. It also had a country and civilization, which was even more prosperous than Black Shark Island. The total population was no less than 30 billion. In the air, Yang Fann looked at all of this coldly. He had no intention of saving them. Regarding this, Yang Fann had long become accustomed to it. It was like when a mortal spirit world devoured and merged with the other eternal world, a large number of living creatures would fall. It would be trillions, 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 and even trillions of mortals. In fact, just like the other universe sovereigns, Yang Fann didn't really think much of these natives of the aqua blue world. Except for Bloodline Descendant, who was also a universe sovereign, even if they were from the same race, in the eyes of these supreme experts, they were just insignificant ants. He has come out. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Rumble. The entire Spirit Turtle Island had completely collapsed. 1,000 miles tall gigantic turtle that was 10,000 miles long soared into the sky. Rumble. Boom, a terrifying aura burst forth, sweeping out in all directions. Swish whoosh poochie. Around them, the large voids were unable to withstand it. The terrifying pressure was chaotic and violent. Ha 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 ha, my great master of the divine turtle, Arnies, has come back to life again. Ha ha ha. Bitch you, Emperor Morat. Just you wait, I will definitely destroy your race. The Lord of the Divine Turtle, Arnias. Be obedient and become the source of my unsealing. Yang Fann grinned hideously. As he expected, the newly resurrected master of the divine turtle, Arnias, had yet to recover to his peak. He could barely step into the rank 4 Warlock King realm with his chi. As soon as he finished his words, rumble, Yang Fann threw a punch towards the master of divine turtle, Arnias. He didn't give the master of divine turtle any chance to speak. Bitch it, a top rank 4 Warlock King. This is the power of a top rank 4 Warlock King. The master of the divine turtle, Arnias, was terrified. He never thought that there would be a top rank 4 Warlock King waiting for him at the side. If he was at his peak, a mere top rank 4 Warlock King. But now, he had just been revived, and his strength was less than 1 in 10,000. He was barely able to fight against a low rank 4 Warlock King. The gap of 3 ranks was enough to make him despair. Roar, shield of the divine turtle, protect. The master of the divine turtle, Arnias, quickly shrank back into his turtle shell. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Rays of azure divine light flickered around his body, turning into layers of barriers. The current rank 4 Warlock King was not someone he could match. Now, he could only rely on the powerful defensive power of the divine turtle to have a slim chance of survival. Bang! Yang Fann's fist smashed down, shattering the layers of barrier and smashing into the turtle shell. No wonder the divine turtle was known for their defensive power. Yang Fann's punch only caused tiny cracks to appear on the turtle shell. HMPH, let's see how long you can last. Rumble rumble. Rumble, rumble. A brutal expression flashed across Yang Fann's face. Both of his fists were like a pair of firecrackers, violently bombarding the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, he had thrown out over 1,000 punches. Poochie 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 poochie. The tiny cracks spread in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Human, stop. As long as you stop, I can promise you that I will do my best to help you advance to Warlock Emperor. The master of the divine turtle, Arnias, continued to tempt Yang Fann. In just a short while, the shell of the divine turtle was covered with crisscrossing cracks. If this continued, it would take at most the time it takes to make a cup of tea. What was left of him would be completely destroyed. Warlock Emperor. Yang Fann smiled contemptuously. His fists didn't stop. He was a dignified top dominator, and his actual combat strength was comparable to a quasi-universe lord. It was a joke that a mere Warlock Emperor who was comparable to a true god was trying to seduce him. Die bang bang bang. Ah human, stop stop. As long as you let me go, I can give you all of my treasures. Human, you really want to kill me without my guidance? Don't even think about getting a treasure from me. A quarter of an hour later. Bitch it, why isn't this human exhausted yet? What kind of monster is this? In just a quarter of an hour, that human had already punched more than 1,000,000 times. If it was any other top-grade rank 4 Warlock King, he would have already used up all of his energy. No, let me go. Please, let me go. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. I'll acknowledge you as my master. 15 minutes later. Explode for me rumble. The shell of the divine turtle had finally reached its limit and completely exploded. Ah, no, the master of the divine turtle, Arnias, has yet to take revenge. How can he die, in the hands of such a lowly human? I have yet to take my revenge. I have yet to advance to God King. Roar, I am not willing to accept this human. You are a virgin, I curse you C 2077. The snipe and the clam clashed. Blue Spirit Sea, the ruins of Spirit Turtle Island. Ah, human, I curse you, I curse you, I curse you to die a horrible death. Following the sound of the enmity's curse, the master of the divine turtle, Arnias, exploded with a loud bang. He completely collapsed and turned into a flying ash. The master of the divine turtle was comparable to Warlock Emperor's supreme expert. With the help of the secret weapon left behind by the ancient era, he was finally able to revive in this world with great difficulty. He was killed in an instant. It had to be said that it was a tragedy. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura rose rapidly. Finally, it stabilized at the low-grade true god stage, and only then did it calm down. Gods were gods, even though they had just been resurrected, and their strength was far from 1/10,000th of their peak. After hunting, the unsealing power they obtained was far from what the other rank 4 Warlock King could compare with. If it was any other rank 4 Warlock King, not to mention a low-grade rank 4 Warlock King, even a top-grade rank 4 Warlock King wouldn't be able to unseal a true god stage. A few breaths later, Wang, Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and a hint of seriousness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. I thought I had overestimated this aqua blue world, but I didn't think that the water in this aqua blue world would be even deeper than I had imagined. Just now, he had absorbed part of the memory of the master of the divine turtle, Arnias. Gods were gods. The master of the divine turtle knew much more about the aqua blue world than those warlock king. The current aqua blue world was the world of human warlocks. However, in the ancient era, human warlocks were just servants of the gods. The gods were the true rulers of the world. One should know that the strongest human warlock, emperor, was only comparable to the most ordinary gods. And among the gods, above the ordinary gods, there was also the even more terrifying god king and divine emperor. It was even rumored that above divine emperor, there was an even more terrifying existence, except that the master of the divine turtle was at his peak. He was only a peak divine being, not even god king. He had no right to come into contact with those peak divine beings. However, 100 million years ago, for some unknown reason, divine emperor's expert fell into deep slumber one after another. After that, even god king fell into deep slumber one after another. 1,000,000 years ago, only a small number of ordinary gods were active in this world, and that was not all. The strength of these active gods had been greatly suppressed. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands controlling everything behind the scenes. The main reason why the master of divine turtle, Arnias, had fallen was that his strength had been greatly suppressed. Otherwise, with his power as a top god, Emperor Mara was merely a first intermediate warlock emperor. How could he kill him? One should know that at his peak, with the powerful defensive power of the divine turtle, even some god king would have to spend a lot of effort to kill him. It was the large-scale slumber of the gods, or the fall of the gods. The human race, the servant race of the gods, had risen to power. Now, they had become the ruler of the aqua blue world and ruled over the aqua blue world. Could it be that the reason these gods are sleeping is related to us? Vaguely, Yang Fann seemed to have understood something. If these gods had been active in the world all this while, with their little strength when they first arrived at aqua blue world, they might have been captured by those gods in one fell swoop. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, it would be very difficult for them to make a name for themselves. Moreover, the dusk of the gods had appeared more than once. Since the ancient times until now, it had appeared 5 times in total, and the path of eternity had only been opened 5 times in total. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? I have to hurry up and unseal my power. Yang Fann felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He had a feeling, sooner or later, he would face those gods. Gods were only sleeping, not completely dying. There would be a time when they would wake up. Based on the strength of the master of divine turtle, Arnias, the god king and divine emperor, their strength should be comparable to true gods, domain gods, and master gods. If divine emperor had an expert above him, it was very likely that he would have the power to fight against the universe sovereign. If he didn't unseal his power as soon as possible, those gods would revive. Not to mention fighting for the heart of eternity, even his own life wouldn't be guaranteed. Why don't I return to the great Xia Empire and sweep across the association of warlocks? Unknowingly, the idea of sweeping through the association of warlocks emerged once again in Yang Fan's mind. With his current low-grade True Gods battle force, it was impossible for him to destroy the head office of the Warlock Association. However, there was still quite a bit of hope for a branch division. After pondering for a moment, Yang Fann gave up on this idea for the time being. According to what the master of the Divine Turtle, Arnias, knew, the Association of Warlocks was once the Warlock Union. Warlock Emperor was not a small number. During his peak period, there were 18 Warlock Emperor. Looking at the history of the Association of Warlocks, there were at least 300 Warlock Emperor who were born, even if there were not 500 of them. Even if only a portion of these Warlock Emperor used the arcane art to seal his life force, the number of Warlock Emperor who had accumulated so far was not a small number. Currently, he only had the True Gods battle force. If he could lure out 2 or 3 of them, it would be a huge problem for him to escape. As the gods fell into deep sleep, the divine warlocks began to walk on a different path. The surviving Warlock Emperor was basically a demon, and an evil warlock from the 3 paths. Every one of them had at least one divine-level ghost monster. If they faced one Warlock Emperor, they would have to fight at least 2 true gods. Unfortunately, the master of the Divine Turtle, Arnias, doesn't know where those gods are sleeping. What a pity. Yang Fan's eyes were filled with regret. Those gods were sleeping. It could be said that they were at their weakest, which was the best time to kill them. Some of the humans, Warlock King, were lucky enough to find the place where the gods were sleeping. He took the opportunity to kill the sleeping gods and seize the divine treasure. That was the reason why he was promoted to Warlock Emperor. Of course, what Yang Fann was interested in was not the divine treasure. It was the divine treasure itself. A newly resurrected master of the divine turtle had unsealed his power to the true god stage. If he could kill a few sleeping gods, he might be able to unseal his power to the domain god realm immediately. However, the master of the divine turtle, Arnias, would never give him the chance to kill a god. That was true. The slumbering place was related to his life and death. He was afraid that the gods would never reveal it to anyone who was closest to him. Southeastern direction of the Blue Spirit Sea region. At the bottom of the ocean, there was a huge palace that stretched for thousands of miles. Powerful auras of warlocks rose from within, and from time to time, large numbers of warlocks could be seen entering and leaving. This group of palaces was none other than one of the three great overlords in the Blue Spirit Sea region, the lair of the Sea Demon faction, the Ocean Devil Palace. Rumble. Suddenly, 1,000 miles wide heaven sheltering big hand descended from the sky, crushing towards the Ocean Devil Palace. The Ocean Devil Palace, which only had a high-grade first-grade Warlock King, could not resist a true god's attack. In less than a breath's time, the Ocean Devil Palace was completely wiped out, forming a huge ocean whirlpool that swallowed all the surrounding seawater. 2 hours later, the last overlord of the Blue Spirit Sea region, the Blood Spirit Island where the Blue Blood Sect was located, had been shattered and sunk into the ocean. Hundreds of thousands of Blue Blood Sect practitioners had been completely annihilated and turned into flying ashes. Wang. The void twisted and Yang Fann took a step out from it. There was a trace of disappointment on his face. He thought that since the Blue Blood Sect and the Sea Demon Sect were able to fight against the Ghost Spirit Sect for such a long time, they would need to have some foundation. Even if they couldn't summon the fallen deities, they could still summon 1 or 2 second Tier 3 Warlock King sea monsters. Unfortunately, they took advantage of the situation and returned in defeat. Only the 2 first-grade Warlock King had been able to hold the battle and destroy the 2 sects. It had only helped him unseal some of his power, and he hadn't even broken through a minor level. Senluo Ocean Domain. This was a large sea region adjacent to the Blue Spirit Sea region. It was different from the Blue Spirit Sea region, which had 3 parts of the world. The entire Senluo Sea region had long been unified by a major power. It was the Senluo Zong, a top-grade Devil Dao sect. The name of the Senluo Sea domain was precisely because of this. On the surface, there were 5 Warlock King in charge of the Senluo Zong, and the strongest was a Devil King, who was also a Tier 3 Warlock King. As for the Arch Warlock of the 9th rank, there were more than 3 of them. Their strength could even be ranked in the top 3 amongst the top 10 devil sects in the Great Xia Empire. Senluo Island, Senluo Palace. This was the lair of the Senluo Zong. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in Senluo Palace was extremely oppressive. Countless devil practitioners from the Senluo Zong were staring at the sky above the Senluo Palace, their eyes filled with nervousness and anxiety. In the sky above the Senluo Palace, 2 figures that looked like devil god, one red and the other black, were clashing and fighting at high speed. The terrifying power seemed to want to overturn the entire world. C2078 suppressing the source fire ancestor Senluo Island, Senluo Palace. Rumble rumble rumble, rumble. 2 terrifying giant spirits, one red and one black, that were tens of thousands of meters tall, collided with each other crazily. The terrifying energy tide seemed to want to overturn the entire world. Endless mushroom clouds kept rising, as if it was the end of the world. The red giant was a fire giant wearing a flaming divine armor and surrounded by divine fire. It looked like a fire giant that had been resurrected by the ancient fire god. Each strike seemed to be able to trigger the ancient fire world and send down endless heavenly fire, destroying the heaven and earth old ancestor Yuan Huo, the first divine fire avatar of the eternal great world, known as the origin of all flames. The ancestor of flames was a quasi-universe lord who had stepped into universe lord's realm. Its strength was no weaker than the yin-yang ancestor who was suppressed by Yang Fann. In the past 2 months, he had hunted and killed a large number of sea monsters in the endless sea. His strength had also been unsealed to the advanced demigod realm, which was also known as the high-grade rank 4 Warlock King. An hour ago, he had gone to the Senluo Zong. His opponent was also not an ordinary being. It was the strongest foundation of the Sen Luo Zong, a terrifying eight-clawed Asura. Asura was an ancient devil clan. When he grew up, he would possess the power of a heavenly devil, and eight-armed Asura was one of the royal families. Once he became an adult, many low-grade rank 4 warlock king might not be his match. The outstanding ones among them even had the power to slaughter gods. In the ancient era, he was extremely ferocious. Even the gods had to be wary of the eight-armed Asura. However, the eight-armed Asura of the Sen Luo Zong was not a living being. It only had the body of the eight-armed Asura. Its devil soul had been destroyed for countless years. Now, the number one expert of the Sen Luo Zong, Patriarch Senluo, had merged with it, and was controlling this eight-armed Asura. Otherwise, if it was a living eight-armed Asura, how could it be an imperial censor of the Sen Luo Zong? Even so, the combat strength unleashed by the eight-armed Asura was no less than that of some high-level rank 4 warlock king. It wasn't hard to tell that this eight-armed Asura was extraordinary. Even if it hadn't broken through to the godly state, it wouldn't be much different. For a moment, the god and the devil exchanged blows. It was as if they had met their match and were about to meet a good talent. The concourse of the underworld. Old ancestor, you must win unknowingly. The hearts of countless Sen Luo Zong disciples were in their throats. The Senluo ancestor was their biggest reliance. Once the Senluo ancestor lost, they would know what awaited them. Ah, not good. The situation is not good. A second-grade warlock king's expression changed. After all, the eight-armed Asura was an inanimate object. The magic power within it was rootless water, so it was a little bit less to use. After fighting for such a long time, the aura of the eight-armed Asura had clearly decreased by a lot. On the other hand, the opponent's breathing was at most a little hurried, and his aura was not weakened at all. The balance between the two sides was gradually breaking. What should I do? What should I do? He wanted to help, but the battle between rank 4 warlock king. It was not something they could interfere with. Even a top grade 2 warlock king was far from enough. If it wasn't for the protection of the grand formation, all of them would have been turned into ashes by the aftermath of the battle. Senluo senior brother, you have to hold on the lives of millions of disciples of the Sen Luo Zong and all the inheritances of the sector in your hands. 15 minutes later, Wang, the aura of the eight-armed Asura dropped drastically, dropping a level. Now that it had reached the intermediate rank 4 warlock king, the scale of victory was completely leaning towards old ancestor's source fire. Ah, how could this be? Old ancestor is no match for that warlock. Woo woo woo. No, this isn't true. It's not true. How could the old ancestor be defeated? How could he be defeated? Endless panic and uneasiness spread throughout the entire Senluo palace. In the sky, boom boom boom, the divine fire around old ancestor Yuan Huo's body increased by 30%, and his momentum increased dramatically. It was as if he could already see the beautiful scene of blowing up this eight-armed Asura and destroying the concourse of the underworld. At that time, even if he couldn't unseal his cultivation base to the true god stage, he wouldn't be much weaker. Kekekeka, evil creature, obediently die for the old ancestor. Soon, another 15 minutes passed. The eight-armed Asura's aura once again plummeted, and it was on the verge of falling out of rank 4 warlock king's body. Ah, finished. It's over, it's over. Someone save us, save us. Despair. The countless concourse palace warlocks were in complete despair as they collapsed. Ha ha ha, evil creature. The final strike. With a wild laugh, old ancestor Yuan Huo unleashed his most terrifying attack. This was an attack that gathered all of his essence, energy, and spirit, and it was so powerful that it was on par with a peak-grade demigod. Ah, no, arg. The Senluo ancestor let out a wail of despair. It wasn't that he didn't want to give up on the Sen Luo Zong and escape by himself. As long as he was here, it wouldn't take long for him to rebuild the Sen Luo Zong. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance. The eight-armed Asura wasn't known for its speed. Moreover, it only had a demonic body. There were many divine abilities and techniques that couldn't be used. It could be said that it was completely suppressed by Patriarch Origin Flame. As for himself, he was only a third-grade intermediate, warlock king. If he abandoned the body of the eight-clawed Asura, he would only die faster. Little aphid, go on your way obediently. Old ancestor Yuan Huo's expression was ferocious. However, in an instant, his expression changed, and an extremely dangerous feeling enveloped his heart. Ah, not good. In the blink of an eye. Rumble. One seemed to be like a A huge palm that looked like devil god descended from the sky and crushed down on ancestor Yuan Huo. The terrifying power was more than 10 times stronger than old ancestor Yuan Huo's. It was more than 100 times stronger. True god, this was the power of a true god. Ah, no. Old ancestor Source Fire let out a despairing howl before the beast died. How could he dodge in time? Not to mention dodging, it was impossible for him to even change his moves. The timing of the person who attacked was really too good. It was precisely the time for him to concentrate all of his essence, energy, and spirit. Pucci. The heaven-sheltering big hand grabbed ancestor Yuan Huo in its hand. In the next second, the void twisted, and a black-clothed youth walked out from it. It was Yang Fann. A quarter of an hour ago, Yang Fann had rushed to the vicinity, but he had been hiding at the side and did not attack immediately. It was not easy for him to encounter a big fish like old ancestor Origin Fire. Yang Fann did not want to let him slip away under his nose just like that. This was an expert of the same grade as Yin Yang Ancestor. After absorbing and refining it, it could at least provide him with 1 trillion cubic meters of Origin of Eternity. Although Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat the current old ancestor Origin Fire, it was impossible for him to capture him alive. These old monsters had lived for countless eras. All of them had a lot of means to protect their lives, so it was not an exaggeration to attach great importance to them. Who are you? I am the master of the Fire Clan, old ancestor Yuan Huo. Release me at once. I can pretend that nothing has happened, and I can also let you live in the Sen Luo Zong. Otherwise, I, the master of the 5 elements, will never let you go. There is no place for you in the sky or in the earth. Old ancestor Yuan Huo stared straight at Yang Fann. He threatened. Not only was old ancestor Yuan Huo strong, he was also a quasi-universe lord with a formidable background. He also had 4 other brothers, and they were the lords of the 1,000 Gold Association, the lord of Myriad Gold, the lord of Myriad Wood, old ancestor Muyuan, the lord of all water. Patriarch Primordial Water, the lord of all earth. Mother Earth was the source of the other 4 paths, and these 4 were also quasi-universe lord warriors. With the 5 of them working together, there was almost no one who could match Universe Lord. Even the 9 great Universe Lord brothers and sisters had to give them some face, and they didn't dare to provoke them. Noisy Yang Fann let out a cold snort. With a wave of his energy, he completely sealed old ancestor Yuan Huo. Others might be afraid of their lord of the 5 elements, but he wasn't. At most, he would just fight them. In fact, Yang Fann was even looking forward to the other 4 lords coming to his doorstep. In the eternal great world, he might not be the enemy of the 4 quasi-universe lord, but it was different in Aqua Blue World. Old ancestor Yuan Huo had only broken through to the high demigod realm. The other 4 old ancestors might not be much stronger than him. Senior, thank you for saving my life. The Sen Luo Zong will never forget it. Senior, if you have any orders in the future, I, the Sen Luo Zong, will not hesitate to climb the mountain of blades and plunge into the sea of flames. C2079 Sweep Senluo Island, Senluo Palace. Who? The Senluo Patriarch let out a long breath. So close, just a little bit more. Luckily, my life was saved. After that, I hastily thanked Yang Fann. If it wasn't for this senior's sudden attack, not only would he be doomed, but the Sen Luo Zong would also be finished. Right at this moment, Yang Fann's gaze shifted and he said with a mocking smile, "You said it yourself. I happen to have something I need you to do." The Senluo ancestor's voice froze. He was speechless by Yang Fann's words. "Please, senior, I'm just being polite. Why did you take it so seriously? Even you, senior, can't solve this problem. How can a small family of Sen Luo Zong solve this problem? Isn't this asking for trouble?" But very quickly, he hurriedly said, "Senior, if there's anything you need, feel free to tell me. I, the Sen Luo Zong, will do everything I can to help you." At this moment, it wasn't the time for him to decline. Even such a terrifying fire devil was easily suppressed, let alone the Sen Luo Zong. If they really made this senior unhappy, the Sen Luo Zong would surely suffer. If something went wrong, perhaps their sect would be in danger of being destroyed. These seniors all had strange tempers and were temperamental. If anything went wrong with their minds, they might start a massacre. No matter how difficult it was, he could only brace himself and agree. "Don't be nervous, it's just a small matter. You can definitely do it." Hearing this, the Senluo ancestor let out a long breath, according to what this senior said, it should only be a small matter. Perhaps it's because the matter is too small that senior couldn't be bothered to deal with it, so he handed it over to our Sen Luo Zong. Yes, it must be so. It must be so. After comforting himself, Sen Luo ancestor calmed down a lot. Perhaps this was an opportunity for their Sen Luo Zong. If they could establish a relationship with this senior because of this, they would be furious. The strength of this senior was terrifying. Even if he wasn't Warlock Emperor, he wouldn't be much weaker than him. Senior, may I know what's the matter? It's nothing, I just want to borrow your lives. Yang Fann grinned, revealing his white teeth. Ah, senior, please don't joke around with this junior. Sen Luo ancestor exclaimed and looked at Yang Fann cautiously. I'm not joking with you. You didn't say that, I'm willing to do anything for you. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. What? Do you want to go back on your word now? Ah, no, senior, please spare my life, please spare my life. Panic-stricken, the Senluo patriarch howled in anguish. All right, let's go on our way, Rumble. With a slap of his palm, the heaven-sheltering big hand crushed everything in its path. Ah, no, senior, let go of me later. Bang! The eight-armed Asura, along with the Senluo patriarch inside his body, shattered into dust. The Senluo palace. Ah, old ancestor. No, how could this be? How could this be? Isn't he the helper invited by the old ancestor? Isn't he the helper invited by the old ancestor? The millions of Sen Luo Zong practitioners were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. In many people's eyes, Yang Fann was the helper invited by the Senluo ancestor. They never thought that Yang Fann would suddenly kill the Senluo ancestor. Ah, not good. Run. Soon, many of the Sen Luo Zong warlocks' facial expression changed again, and they came to a realization. Since that man had killed their ancestor, would he spare the juniors like them? Buzz. Instantly, streams of light escaped towards the surroundings of the concourse palace. As for avenging their ancestor, no one had such thoughts. The old ancestor who had merged with the eight-clawed Asura, whose combat strength was comparable to rank 4 Warlock King, was instantly killed with a single palm strike, let alone these ants who didn't even have AA Tier 3 Warlock King. If they wanted to avenge their old ancestor, they would have to cultivate for tens of thousands of years. In the sky, Yang Fann grinned hideously, trying to escape. Did you ask me? All of you will be my nourishment for unsealing the seal the next second. Rumble. The heavens shook and the earth shook. The sky darkened, and the entire world seemed to have sunk into the limitless darkness. A terrifying gigantic hand that covered an area of 10,000 miles descended from the sky, crushing everything in its path. Ah, no, senior, don't kill me. Let me go, let me go. Woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Woo. You will have your retribution, you will definitely have your retribution. Boom. Yang Fann's aura was rising steadily and crazily. 10 breaths later, only then did Yang Fann's soaring momentum gradually stabilize. Middle-level true god. A hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This Sen Luo Zong had brought him a great surprise, especially the eight-clawed Asura body. Although it wasn't as good as the Divine Spirit, the Lord of Divine Turtle, it was still similar. It was very likely that it was also a divine-grade expert when it was still alive. If a few other big sects like the Sen Luo Zong came, unsealing the combat strength of their divine masters would only be a matter of time. Wang. Yang Fann's body moved, and he quickly disappeared into the void. Seven Saint Sea Region. This was a large sea region near the Senluo Sea Region. Above this sea region, there was an overlord called the Seven Saint Sect. Although the history of the Seven Saint Sect was far from comparable to the ancient sect like the Sen Luo Zong, it had only been founded less than 10,000 years ago. Among all the top-grade sect, it was considered relatively young. However, the scariness of its strength was even greater than the Sen Luo Zong. The only thing it lacked was the foundation of the sect. One should know that the reason why the Seven Saint Sect was called the Seven Saint Sect. The reason why the Seven Saint Sect was called the Seven Saint Sect was because it was formed by the 7 evil saints. And these 7 evil saints were all top-grade Warlock Kings of Warlock Kings level. There were even 2 A Tier 3 Warlock King among them, and according to the legends, the eldest was a top-grade A Tier 3 Warlock King. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of the Sen Luo Zong's resources. The 8-armed Asura, the entire limitless ocean domain, had probably been swallowed up by the Seven Saint Sect. The Seven Saint Continent, this was a large island with an area of over 100 million square kilometers. In the center of the continent, there were 7 of them. They were like pillars that reached into the sky. Seven Saint Peak, the headquarters of the Seven Saint Sect. According to the legends, the 7 great saints of the Seven Saint Sect used the mountain shifting and ocean filling technique to move from the other continents. Each of these godly mountains represented the 7 sacred clan, and there was an evil saint guarding them. Rumble. All of a sudden, the 7 divine mountains of the Seven Saint Sect turned dark. A huge heaven-sheltering big hand that was countless miles long descended from the sky. It was like Devil God's hand that could destroy the world. Ah, this. What on earth is going on? Has the sky changed? The million warlocks of the 7 sacred clan were all shocked as they raised their heads to look at the sky. Am I seeing things? That seems to be a hand. Bululu. Gulp. How was this possible? At that moment, boom boom boom. 7 terrifying auras of Warlock King burst out from the 7 divine mountains and soared into the sky. Finally, they turned into 7 majestic figures that looked like Devil God. They were indomitable and invincible. It's the 7 divine lords. His Majesty Holy Lord is here. His Majesty Holy Lord is here. His Majesty Holy Lord is invincible. Roar. Break it. Evil eye arcane art human devil fusion. Devil God transformation slaughter life-taking sword myriad ghost banner, come out. None of the 7 sacred lords dared to hold back. All of them unleashed their strongest attacks, and they didn't even hesitate to burn their longevities to forcefully increase their strength. That terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand made them feel a deep aura of death. If they couldn't block this palm, all of them would die. Roar. Break for me. Bang. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. All the ghostly chi, devils, evil light, including the 7 great saints, they were all obliterated into dust. Middle-level true god, a group of ants that were at most at the peak of the Saint King realm. The gap between them was too huge. Not to mention the 7 of them, there was no need to talk about the 7 of them. Even if there were 10 or 100 times more of them, it would not change anything. Ah, no, His Majesty Holy Lord, His Majesty Holy Lord and the others. No, this isn't true, it definitely isn't true. Dream on, I must be dreaming. His Majesty Holy Lord is invincible, how could he lose? Next, Flood Dragon Ocean Domain, Flood Dragon Palace. C2084 The fishermen reaped the benefits. Great Sha Empire, Mystic Moon Sect. Rumble rumble, 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 endless mushroom clouds kept rising. It was like 3 calamities and 9 calamities were approaching the end of the world. Everything within 1,000 miles was in chaos, and countless buildings and buildings were destroyed. Countless mortals were dead, and their souls were destroyed after this battle. Regardless of anything else, the economy of the Mystic Moon province would regress by at least 100 years. It could even be said that they would be demoted to a lower province. In a corner of the plains of Mystic Moon, 3 Warlock King were besieging a low-level universe sovereign from the Golden Blade Lion clan. 2 top-grade 1st-grade Warlock King, 1 high-grade 2nd-grade Warlock King, and 7 1st and 2nd-grade heavenly ghosts. Under the Saint King realm, even top-level half-step Saint King warriors might be killed by them. Although that low-level universe sovereign had a terrifying battle consciousness that was close to the Tao, his unsealing power was still a little weak. He was only comparable to middle-level half-step Saint King, but for a moment, he seemed to be suppressed by the 3 great Warlock King. 2 Junior brother, work harder. This evil god Warlock is about to die. Yes, senior brother, kill him. Heavenly ghost soul seizing. Despicable aboriginal ant, the universe sovereign of the Golden Blade Lion race gritted its teeth. Its eyes were filled with unwillingness. If it wasn't for the fact that its power had been suppressed to the limit, it wouldn't have been suppressed by 3 aphids that weren't even holy kings. Even if it only used 1/1000th of its power, it would still be able to easily crush these ants. Blade Lion's fury, die. The 4 people who were in the middle of an intense battle. They did not notice that not far from them, a ranked 6 warlock was rapidly approaching them. Of course, even if they did, they would not pay too much attention to it. It was just a ranked 6 warlock. An ant that could be killed with a wave of his hand was not worth their attention. Whoosh! Suddenly, the ranked 6 warlock soared into the sky and struck the low-level universe sovereign descendant of the Golden Blade Lion clan with his palm. Rumble! A terrifying and invincible force erupted in an instant, completely sealing the low-level universe sovereign warrior. Ah, this. What in the world is going on? I'm not seeing things, am I? How is this possible? The three great Warlock King were dumbstruck. They could not believe their eyes. That was a top rank 2 Warlock King. Even if the three of them joined forces, they could only barely suppress him. How could a mere rank 6 Warlock, an ant, have the power to suppress that evil god Warlock? Just the defensive magic power of that evil god Warlock could easily crush that ant into powder. Right at this moment, boom! A terrifying and invincible power enveloped their entire bodies. The three great Warlock King and the 7 heavenly ghosts didn't even have the time to scream before they were crushed into pieces. It wasn't in vain for me to rush over from the ocean. 5 quasi-universe lord and 1 warlock sovereign are all my prey. The white-clothed youth looked greedily at the center of the battlefield. This young man in white was none other than one of the clones that Yang Fann left behind in the Great Xia Empire. With this as the coordinate, Yang Fann would be able to reach the location of the clone very quickly. This was also one of the main reasons why Yang Fann dared to be at ease and kill in the world of the overseas magicians. As long as he was willing, he could return to the Great Xia Empire at any time. After a slight pause, Yang Fann turned his gaze to the smaller battlefields. But now, let's finish off these amphioxus first. These Warlock Kings were of great use to him. If he could kill all of these 100 over Warlock King, the unsealing power he had obtained was definitely not much weaker than the power he had obtained from killing a god. There were also those Universe Sovereigns, and those high-grade Universe Sovereigns. Top-level Universe Sovereign could increase his foundation and strength. Intermediate and low-level Universe Sovereign could unseal his strength. In any case, Ancestor Xing Yuan and the others still had a fight with the Flame Emperor, so there was no need to rush. The next one will be you guys. Boom boom boom. A low-level Universe Sovereign Underlord of the Evil Gods' command was engaged in a fierce battle with 2 second-grade Warlock King. All kinds of terrifying evil skills were displayed at his fingertips. Horrifying evil spirits kept appearing around him, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, as if they wanted to devour everything. Buzz. All of a sudden, ripples appeared on the void on the low-level Universe Sovereign's back. A man appeared out of nowhere and completely suppressed the low-level Universe Sovereign with his palm. Then, the 2 stunned second-grade Warlock King and their devil-controlling technique were all destroyed. Buzz. Yang Fann's body moved and disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the side of a female venerable of the Tian Mei clan. Without any hesitation, he ruthlessly destroyed the flower. At this moment, Yang Fann was like a shadowless assassin, shuttling back and forth between the small battlefields, suppressing the Universe Sovereign and killing Warlock King one by one. With Yang Fann's current strength of a high top-level true god, he wouldn't even have the strength to deal with these demigods. Warlock King had no ability to resist at all. 5s were captured and suppressed by Yang Fann. More than 50 of them had fallen in Yang Fann's hands, including more than 200 heavenly ghosts, heavenly devils, and evil immortals. This allowed Yang Fann's combat strength to be unsealed once more, reaching the peak of the top-level true god. After the time for an incense stick to burn, whether it was the Universe Sovereign or the Mystic Moon Sect's Warlock King, more than half of them had died. Except for a few unlucky fellows, most of them had died in Yang Fann's hands. Yes, Yang Fann's combat strength was only a step away from reaching the limit of top-level true god. However, at this moment, the remaining Universe Sovereigns and Warlock King woke up. Someone was secretly plotting against them, otherwise, they wouldn't have lost so many of their comrades in just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Furthermore, they weren't weak, at least they had the combat strength of a top-ranked demigod. One should know that although these Universe Sovereigns' combat strength wasn't that great, each of their life-saving techniques had far exceeded the imagination of these native practitioners. Even if they only had the combat strength of a second-grade Warlock King, rank 4 Warlock King wouldn't be able to keep them alive. There was no way they could lose so many people. The Universe Sovereign that was hidden in the darkness were equally shocked. They were secretly guessing who it was that dared to have such an audacious intention to attack the 5 major powers. Yang Fann wasn't the only one who was attracted by the commotion caused by Ancestor Xing Yuan and the others. It was only because they were afraid of the 5 major powers that they didn't dare to act recklessly. At most, they would hunt down some great warlocks and take advantage of them. Those were the major powers of the powerful races with quasi-universe lord guarding them. They had provoked the 5 major powers at the same time. Even Universe Lord had to weigh whether it was worth it or not, let alone these Universe Sovereigns. If he really dared to plot against the 5 major powers, he was afraid that he wouldn't even know how he would die in the end. In an inconspicuous corner, has it been exposed, looking at the temporary ceasefire, he vigilantly looked at the Universe Sovereign and Warlock King around him. Yang Fann frowned, but he quickly relaxed. In fact, he had already expected this. A sneak attack alone wouldn't be enough to deal with all of them, especially the Universe Sovereign. Each and every one of them was a smart person, and they had only been discovered now. To be honest, they had all exceeded Yang Fann's expectations. Since they have been exposed, we will just kill them by force. A fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. Swoosh! His body moved, tearing the sky apart. He appeared next to a high-level Universe Sovereign warrior, then he thrust his palm toward the high-level Universe Sovereign warrior. Yang Fann had preserved most of his strength in this strike, but he had only used the power of a low-level true god. He didn't want to use his full strength to scare away those big fish. Ah, not good. This is the power of a true god. The high-level Universe Sovereign's expression changed. Although it was only the power of a low-level true god, his current strength was even weaker. He had only unsealed the peak power of Saint King, and that was all. The gap between them was like a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Even running away was an extravagant hope. Poochie! Yang Fann's strength broke through the layers of barriers like a hot knife cutting through butter. He grabbed the high-level Universe Sovereign in his hand. Who is this person? He dared to target the Golden Blade Lion clan and the other 5 major powers just by unsealing the low-grade True God's battle force. Does he not want his life anymore? C2086 War against the Lord of Blade Lion's Great Xia Empire, Mystic Moon Sect. It collapsed. The remaining 21 Universe Sovereign had completely lost their minds. There was no way they could fight this battle. Compared to their speed, they were at least 10 times slower. In terms of attack, they could still hit him without suffering any injuries. As for the Witch Clan Barbarian, if he were to bump into them, he would be severely injured. If it was more serious, his body would explode. The fact that they were able to hold on until now was because of their determination. If it wasn't because they were afraid that the old ancestor would find trouble with them afterwards, they would have fled long ago. Who would be willing to fight such a monster? In any case, they wouldn't accompany him any longer. Many of the Universe Sovereigns secretly made up their minds. If their old ancestor didn't suppress the Witch Clan's barbarians, they wouldn't care about anything anymore. They would just use the arcane art and flee far away. Even if they were punished by their old ancestor in the future, it would still be better than losing their lives here. Bitched barbarians of the Witch Clan ancestor Xing Yuan and the other 5 quasi-universe lord warriors cursed in their hearts. It seemed like it wouldn't take long for them to kill these barbarians. Hong Long. They had never thought that such an unforeseen event would occur. There's also this bunch of brats. Truly a bunch of trash. There were so many of them, and they couldn't even entangle with a single barbarian from the Witch Clan. We still need their help. Trash. The 5 quasi-universe lords saw how Yang Fann dealt with the Universe Sovereign under their command. He only wanted to deal with the Flame Emperor and kill him, so that they could unseal their stronger combat strength, so they didn't pay any attention to it immediately. Many people couldn't see it, but they knew very well that the barbarian from the Witch Clan had only suppressed their Universe Sovereign in his inner world. He didn't really kill them. As long as they could suppress him after that, the Universe Sovereign under their hands would be able to escape safely. If it wasn't because they were clear about this, they wouldn't just ignore him and continue attacking that Flame Emperor. Not to mention the 57 Universe Sovereigns that had fallen. Even if it was half, or even a third, they wouldn't be able to sit still. No matter which race it was, the Universe Sovereign was the foundation of the clan. Even a top clan like them only had 1 to 200 Universe Sovereign, perhaps not yet. Every loss of a Universe Sovereign was enough to cause a great deal of damage to the race's Yuan Qi. However, they had no choice but to make a move now. The remaining Universe Sovereigns had clearly collapsed. If they did not make a move, they would definitely scatter completely. At that time, if the barbarian from the Witch Clan took the opportunity to escape, the 57 Universe Sovereign that was suppressed would be completely destroyed. Especially when there were 8 top-level Universe Sovereign among them. This was a huge loss that even the 5 major powers couldn't bear. Lord of the Blade Lion, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Ancestor Xing Yuan pondered for a moment and said, under the suppression of the bloodline power of the Bladed Lion, the opponent of the Master of the Bladed Lion could be said to have been completely defeated. It had been completely trapped in the saber array by the Master of the Bladed Lion. It could only rely on the tenacious life force of the divine grade expert to persist. Even if the Lion Lord left temporarily, the lion wouldn't have the strength to break out of the array in a short period of time. It wouldn't be too late to deal with the lion after the Lion Lord finished dealing with the Witch Clan's junior. At most, the lion would only be able to survive for a few more breaths. However, the others were different. The Master of Tian Mei only had the upper hand. It would still take some time to completely suppress the Netherworld Fire Wolf. As for the three of them, there was even less of a need to talk about the Flame Emperor and the Earth Heart Fire Devil, a human and a demon combination. Their strength had somewhat exceeded their expectations. The three of them only barely managed to gain the upper hand, without the help of others. Even if they fought bitterly, for an hour or two, they might not be able to completely suppress them. Once one of them decided to deal with the junior from the Witch Clan, the situation would turn around immediately. It might even affect the entire situation. A hint of unwillingness flashed across the eyes of the Master of the Lion. The lion was almost at the end of its flight. He would be able to kill the lion in 1 or 2 minutes at most, but he still agreed in the end. He knew that Ancestor Xing Yuan and the others would not be able to escape. Right now, the only one who had the ability to deal with the Witch Clan's junior was him, the Lion Lord. I'll let this Hua Sheng live for a few more breaths of time. He looked coldly at the wounded lion trapped in the 10,000 Blades formation, leaving a trace of his consciousness behind. Controlling the 10,000 Blades formation and suppressing the lion, he tore through the sky and charged towards Yang Fann. It's the Master of the Lion. The Master of the Blade Lion personally took action. That barbarian from the Witch Clan is finished. The surrounding universe sovereign were shocked. They looked at Yang Fann with pity in their eyes. One was a peak middle-level true god while the other was just a low-level intermediate true god's battle force. The gap between them was just too big. Even if the Witch Clan had an unparalleled defense, it would only take them a few more breaths of time. It's all because of the greed of the venerable of the Witch Clan. He didn't know when to stop and waited for the Master of the Lion to attack. Now, he can't even protect his own life. The old ancestor, the Master of the Lion, has arrived. The remaining 20 universe sovereigns all let out a long sigh. Just as they were thinking about it, another universe sovereign was ruthlessly suppressed. This terrifying pressure made them almost unable to breathe. In the next second, each and every one of them looked at Yang Fann with a trace of satisfaction from getting their revenge. Hua Sheng, your death has come. Junior of Witch Clan, who gave you the audacity to touch my clansmen? Killing intent burst out from the eyes of the Master of the Lion. Terrifying killing intent blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Now he didn't have any intention to waste time with Yang Fann. He just wanted to fight, and he would do it in a swift and decisive manner. The extreme darkness fire lion wouldn't be able to break out of the formation in a short period of time, but after a long period of time, it was hard to say. Without him personally leading the formation, the 10,000 Blades formation's power would have been reduced by more than a level. Rumble. A terrifying storm of blades tore through the sky like a tornado. Each blade seemed to have the power to kill a peak demigod. When all these blades combined, even a low-level true god would be killed and turned into dust. This could be said to be the strongest killing move of the Master of the Lion Blade. The Master of the Lion Blade had attacked in anger. Without giving Yang Fann a chance to catch his breath, he swore to kill Yang Fann in one strike. This attack is interesting. Yang Fann sneered in his heart. If he really only had a low-level intermediate true god's battle force, he might have to use a secret technique to burn his bloodline potential and escape. Unfortunately, he wasn't a low-level intermediate true god's battle force. He had the combat strength of a peak top-level true god. Just as he was about to shatter the storm of blades with a single strike, he forcefully suppressed the Master of the Lion. However, this thought was instantly suppressed by him. It wasn't difficult to suppress the Lion Lord. Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat the Lion Lord in one fell swoop. The difficult part was to eliminate all 5 quasi-universe Lord Warriors in one fell swoop. Ancestor Xing Yuan and the others weren't Ancestor Origin Fire or Yin Yang Ancestor. Their strength hadn't been unsealed to the True God stage. If they wanted to leave, Yang Fann could only leave them behind. He had absolutely no confidence in leaving all of them behind. Top-level true god and middle-level true god were both considered true gods, unless he could advance further and unseal the domain god battle force. He couldn't rush, he had to take it slow. He had to leave the life of the Lion Lord for now, lest he alert the enemy. Buzz. Yang Fann suddenly doubled his speed and narrowly avoided the storm of blades. Bitch, this witch clan barbarian actually hid his speed. Fuck, are they still those fully developed and muscular witch clan barbarians? Since when did these witch clan barbarians have such schemes? All the universe sovereigns in the surroundings were filled with universe sovereigns. They felt as if they had encountered a fake venerable of the witch clan. In their impression, the expert of the witch clan. Which one of them wasn't straightforward? They didn't seem to have any tricks up their sleeves. Unlike this man in front of them, who had hidden himself so deeply. Junior of the witch clan, let's see how long you can hide. Die now. C2087 fight with all his might. Great Sha Empire, Mystic Moon Sect. Rumble, 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 rumble. The endless blades seemed to go berserk. Like a storm, the blade erupted from the body of the Lion Lord and flew towards Yang Fann. However, Yang Fann was like a loach in the water, slippery and slippery. He could avoid the attacks of the Lion Lord every time. In order to find an opportunity to capture the Lord of Blade Lion and ancestor Xing Yuan in one fell swoop, Yang Fann had put in a lot of effort. He suppressed the urge to kill the master of the Bladed Lion with a single palm strike and fought with it with great difficulty. He was like a lone boat in the ocean of fury, as if he was in danger of being overturned at any moment. But strangely, he managed to hold on stubbornly. Time passed by, 1 second at a time. Very quickly, half an incense stick of time had passed. Bitch, that witch clan barbarian, what a terrifying reaction, the master of the Blade Lion cursed. In the depths of its eyes, there was a trace of anxiety. He could feel that the aura of the extreme dark fire lion in the grand formation was gradually rising. If this continued, it was afraid that it would soon break out of the formation. At that time, the favorable situation would likely be destroyed. He wanted to return to the main formation and suppress the extreme darkness flame lion. However, if the barbarian from the witch clan didn't die, he wouldn't be able to do anything for the time being. He was a mighty quasi-universe lord, and he had also unsealed the limit of the intermediate true god's battle force. If he couldn't deal with a barbarian from the witch clan who had just unsealed the intermediate level true god's battle force, then he would be dead by now. He really couldn't afford to lose face. Secondly, the 58 universe sovereign of the 5 major powers were still in the inner world of the barbarian from the witch clan. He could ignore the universe sovereigns of the other 4 major powers, but the 13 universe sovereigns that were suppressed by the Blade Lion clan. He had no choice but to save them, especially those 2 top-level universe sovereign warriors. This was the top combat strength of their clan, the pillar of support. If he didn't do anything, the overall strength of the Golden Blade Lion race would be. They would immediately be reduced by 2 levels. Hiss. The reaction of the venerable from the witch clan is invincible. When did the witch clan? Such a monster has appeared. In all directions, all the witch clans sucked in a breath of cold air. The master of the lion wasn't an ordinary universe sovereign, it was a quasi-universe lord warrior who had broken through to the universe lord stage with a single step. Even the other quasi-universe lord warriors had the same combat strength. They might not even do better than the witch clan. Is this really the witch clan that we are familiar with? Many universe sovereigns once again doubted their lives. All these years, could it be that they have seen a fake venerable of the witch clan? Didn't these muscular men like to use brute force to speak? Since when did they become so agile? Very quickly, another half an incense stick of time passed. Bitch it, little bastard from the witch clan. If you have the guts, don't run away. Do you dare to fight me fair and square? The master of the lion blade said angrily. Yang Fann sneered. He didn't reply to the master of the bladed lion, but continued to dodge the attack of the master of the bladed lion. Don't worry, I will fight you fair and square, and it won't take too long. He could feel a powerful force brewing in the 10,000 blades formation. It seemed like the lion wasn't far away from breaking the formation. The opportunity that he had been looking for was about to arrive. Son of a bitch, could it be that the witch clan are all cowards who only know how to hide? Son of a bitch from the witch clan, are you still a man, or are you just a woman who only knows how to hide? Ah, little bastard from the witch clan, you have no balls, you've completely lost the face of the witch clan junior, you are the shame of the witch clan. Ah, where is the glory of the witch clan? Are you going to let a dog eat you? The Lion Lord kept swearing, provoking Yang Fann. He was only a step away from greeting Yang Fann's 18 generations of ancestors. Regarding this, Yang Fann had always turned a deaf ear to it. However, the killing intent in his heart was surging and rising continuously. He looked at the master of the Blade Lion with an incomparably cold gaze. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. Another 10 breaths of time passed. A woo, a terrifying howl of a beast could be heard. In the next second, bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The 10,000 blades array collapsed inch by inch. Without the control of the Blade Lion Lord, the 10,000 blades array finally could not withstand the impact of the extreme darkness flame lion and exploded. Ah, not good. The expression of the Blade Lion Master changed. He had been trying to provoke Yang Fann with his words, hoping that he would succeed in goading the Blade Lion into action. However, he had actually forgotten about the extreme dark fire lion for a moment. His body moved. He wanted to go back and suppress the extreme darkness fire lion so that he could join Ancestor Xingyuan in the others' battle. The great situation would probably become confusing again. At this moment, Yang Fann, who was wandering outside, changed his attitude. He took the initiative to attack and entangle the Lion Lord. "Bitched young man from the witch clan, you are courting death." The lion gave the Lion Lord a fierce look. Then, it turned around and quickly regrouped with the Flame Emperor. Then, it started a big fight with Ancestor Xingyuan and the other two. "Bitch it, what is that old lion doing?" Ancestor Xingyuan and the other two cursed in their hearts. They had only gained the upper hand in the first place, but with the addition of the lion, their advantage was instantly gone. It was even to the extent that they were faintly aware of it. There was even a hint of a disadvantage. Good, the Flame Emperor is safe now. His Majesty the Flame Emperor is safe. 2 minutes. His Majesty War Emperor will arrive in 2 minutes at most. Once His Majesty War Emperor arrives, it will be the time of death for these evil gods. The group of Warlock King put down their weapons one by one. That evil god had given them a huge help. Currently, His Majesty, the Flame Emperor, had the upper hand. Not to mention 2 minutes, he would be able to hold on for 10 minutes or even 20 minutes, let alone 2 minutes. Then, their eyes shone with hatred. They wished they could tear the Master of Star Origin and the others into pieces and burn their bones to ashes. The Mystic Moon Sect had almost been destroyed in this battle. Out of the millions of warlocks, who knew how many of them would survive, let alone ordinary people? 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds. The situation isn't looking good for Ancestor Xingyuan and the others, who would have thought that such a person would appear out of nowhere. The 5 major powers have fallen this time. The surrounding universe sovereign were filled with mixed emotions. A man's plan was not as good as a god's plan. If it wasn't for that stirring stick, Ancestor Xingyuan and the others would have easily killed that Flame Emperor and taken down the Mystic Moon Sect. The two of you, don't hesitate anymore. Use the forbidden arts. Ancestor Xingyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of spiciness as he spoke with the sound transmitting. They did not have much time left. It had almost been 15 minutes, and the dozens of other sovereign warlocks from the association were very close to the Mystic Moon Sect. Once the other warlocks of the Association of Warlocks arrived, all their efforts would be in vain. Alright, let's use the forbidden arts to deal with them. Lord of the Evil Gods and Thunder King were decisive people. They knew that now was not the time to hesitate. Otherwise, everything would be a failure on the verge of success. As long as they could kill this Flame Emperor and unseal his combat strength, the side effects of the forbidden art would be eliminated very quickly. Bloom, Origin Fated Star Thunder King of the Continent of the 9 Clouds, Thunderclap of the Continent of the 9 Clouds. I am Lord of the Evil Gods, I will gather all the evil beings of the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Ancestor Xingyuan and the other two's energy started rising rapidly. Soon, they had surpassed the bottleneck of the high-level True God and were advancing towards the mid-high-level True God. Ancestor Xingyuan and the other two actually used the forbidden arts to forcefully increase their combat strength. It seems like the outcome of this battle will be decided soon. Bitched evil goddess left. In less than 5,000 years, he continued to burn longevities. It was said that in 1,000 years, the longevities would dry up and die. The time-sealing technique could not be used twice. After using it once, it could not be used again. However, at this moment, he did not have the time to think too much. If he did not put his life on the line, he would die immediately. Rumble. The few longevities that Flame Emperor had were burning crazily. Zhou Shen's aura was also rising steadily. Not only him, but even the imposing manner of the three great demon masters under his command was also rising. They had directly broken through the bottleneck of the intermediate god realm. Ah, not good. A strange blush appeared on the perfect face of the heavenly charm master, and she spurted out a mouthful of blood. The strength of the netherworld fire wolf, which was suppressed by her, suddenly rose to the high-level true god, and it caused her to suffer a backlash, causing her to suffer a serious injury. The Tao of charm was unpredictable, and it caused people to be careless when defending against it. However, it was also the easiest for them to suffer a backlash. For in the next moment, the Master of Charm didn't dare to hesitate. He also used the forbidden arts to forcefully raise his strength to the intermediate high-level true god. Good, they are all going all out. Yang Fann, who was trying his best to dodge, felt happy. He was going all out. His chance was about to come. The three of you, there's not much time left. Use your strongest attack and send them on their way. C-2089 Suppress the Quasi-Universe Lord Great Sha Empire, Mystic Moon Sect. Ancestor Xing Yuan, the Master of Tian Mei, Thunder King of Divine Sky, and Lord of the Evil Gods all gave Yang Fann a fierce look, as if they wanted to carve Yang Fann's image into their minds. Bitch, that bastard from the witch clan. I will remember this debt when I unseal my power in the future. I will definitely get back this debt in the next second. Wang, hum. All of them increased their speed to the limit, transforming into 4 streaks of light that tore through the skies as they fled in all directions. A half-step domain god was not someone they could match, let alone a half-step domain god. Right now, they had just used the forbidden arts, and their strength had fallen to the lowest point. They were not much stronger than some low-level true gods. They continued to stay here. That was because they felt that their death was not fast enough. This young man from the witch clan, even the master of the lion, would be suppressed as soon as he said so. He would never show mercy because they were quasi-universe lord warriors. It's too late for you to think about leaving now. A ferocious expression flashed across Yang Fann's face. He had been enduring it for so long, and he didn't hesitate to be chased and beaten by the Lion Lord. Wasn't it all for the sake of catching all 5 quasi-universe lord warriors in one fell swoop? How could he let them escape just like that? Be good and stay behind. Boom. The half-step power of Domain God instantly exploded out, sealing off the surrounding space. Bang, bang. The master of the Star Origin sector and the other 3 people felt as if they had crashed into a steel plate, and their entire bodies almost hit their heads and dropped to the ground. Ah, not good. This young man from the witch clan has sealed off the space. Bitch, this junior from the witch clan, he's determined to kill us all. Am I, a dignified quasi-universe lord, going to fall at the hands of such a young man? The Lord of Xingyuan and the other 3 looked at each other. Suddenly, a deep sense of unease swept through their hearts. No, I can't die in the hands of that junior. I'm going all out. Origin of stars, burn divine sky lightning seed, explode origin of the evil god, sacrifice. Almost at the same time, the master of the star source and the other 3 once again used the forbidden arts. They burned their own origin energy and forcefully increased their strength at the risk of their cultivation falling drastically. At this moment, they couldn't care less. It was better to lower their cultivation base than to lose their lives. Comparing the 2 evils, it was easier to take them down. However, in their hearts, their killing intent towards Yang Fann was rising rapidly. Bitch junior, just you wait. One day, I will definitely skin you alive. This wasn't a drop in combat strength from before. It was a drop in cultivation base. No one knew how many eras it would take for him to recover. This grudge, this hatred. He couldn't live under the same sky roar. Break for me, rumble. A powerful force, comparable to a top-level true god, erupted from the hands of the 4 great ancestors Xing Yuan and the other 2, bombarding the seal. If it was before I killed that flame emperor, it would be really difficult for me to kill all of you. But now, Yang Fann sneered. At their peak, Hong Long. Even if their combat strength couldn't be raised to the half-step god realm, it wouldn't be too far away. At that time, he had sealed himself with the power of a peak top-level true god. He definitely wouldn't be able to trap them, but now, things were different. His power had been unsealed to the half-step god realm, while Ancestor Xing Yuan and the other 3 had been weakened to the level of a low true god. The result was obvious. The first one will be you. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yang Fann moved his body and appeared in front of Thunder King, who was the closest to him. Rumble. The half-step domain god battle force exploded. It was a palm strike aimed at Thunder King. Hong Long. Arg. Bitch bastard, you're the first one who came to find me. I'm so easy to bully. Thunder King's eyes were filled with the light of enmities. Roar, look at my means. Thunder God's judgment, break for me. Boom. The purple lightning spear shot up into the sky. Its power was comparable to a full-force attack from a low-grade top-level true god. However, it was so weak compared to Yang Fann's half-step power of domain god. Poochie. In an instant, the lightning spear was pulverized. The heaven-sheltering big hand was crushed, and Thunder King's black hair was completely sealed. Ah, Divine Sky Thunder King has been sealed. Quick, break it, break. Ancestor Xing Yuan's heart trembled violently. He attacked with all his might, trying to break the seal in front of him. Old man, don't waste your time. Be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. A nightmarish voice rang in Ancestor Xing Yuan's ears once again. A horrendous hand shattered the void and pressed down on him. Ah, no, I'm not willing to accept this. I'm not willing to accept this. Arg. Ancestor Xing Yuan let out an indignant wail. If it wasn't for the suppression of the heaven and earth, he wouldn't have been bullied by a junior from the Witch Clan. Roar. Junior from the Witch Clan, do you dare to wait for me to break the seal and fight me fair and square? Fuck, retard. He could have easily suppressed them, but why did he want to have a fair fight? Did he really think that he was an idiot? Lord of the evil gods, it's your turn. Junior, let me go. As long as you let me go, I can give you all of my collections. Lord of the evil gods, I will kill you. All of your collections will be mine. No, without my guidance, you will never get all of my collections. So what? You, Lord of the evil gods, are the greatest treasure in the world. Come here obediently. Ah, no, the evil god's light. The last one. Ah, don't. Let me go. Please, let me go. The celestial charm master's face turned pale. She knelt down and begged pitifully, as long as you spare me, I am willing to be your servant and serve you. In order to protect her own life, there was nothing that couldn't be abandoned, including her dignity and body. You want to serve me? There's no need. A cruel smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. With his current spiritual power, he didn't have much confidence that he could control a quasi-universe Lord Warrior, especially the Master of Tianmei, who specialized in the path of charm and charm. He was the best at controlling spiritual power. It was hard to say when this charm devil lord would break free from his control and bite back at her. Ah, I rejected it. He actually rejected it. No, this isn't true. It's not real. The heavenly charm master's eyes widened. He could not believe what he had just heard. How could this be? He was the #1 beauty of the eternal great world. She did not know how many universe sovereigns had fallen to her garnet dress, so how could there be a man who would reject her service? Or could it be that this Witch Clan junior liked men and did not like women? Alright, let's go on our way obediently. Ah, no. After throwing the celestial charming lord into the inner world, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's face. This time, he had really struck it rich. With these 5 quasi-universe Lord Warriors and Yin-Yang Ancestor, who had been suppressed by him for a long time, Old Ancestor Yuan Huo and the Origin of Eternities on their bodies. Extreme Half-Step Sovereign wasn't very likely to succeed. However, it was very likely that he was a peak Half-Step Sovereign. It had only been less than a year, but he had already gained so much. It wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the Universe Sovereign realm. Ah, am I seeing things, Jen? Suppress all 5 quasi-universe lord have been suppressed. We've all been deceived, we've all been deceived. He has always been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He has always been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Fuck, this fellow had hidden himself too deeply. He is really too deep. Is he really from the Witch Clan? From all directions, universe sovereigns could be seen with their mouths agape. Many of them even started cursing. This sudden change had caught them off guard. After all this time, the venerable from the Witch Clan had been hiding his true strength. If this was a universe sovereign from another race, it wouldn't be a big deal. But he was from the Witch Clan. MLGBD, since when did the Witch Clan become so scheming? Or should I say, I haven't been born for so many years, and I can't keep up with the trend of the times. I'm afraid the 5 major powers are going to have a tragedy. Without Ancestor Xing Yuan and the other 5 quasi-universe lord, the 5 major powers would be reduced to a high-ranked power. Adding on the fact that a large number of universe sovereigns had been suppressed, their lives in the future would definitely not be easy. For the other major powers with quasi-universe lord guarding them, their lives would definitely not be easy. The current Golden Blade Lion race and the other 5 major powers were no different from fat meat on a chopping board. And the remaining 20 universe sovereign. Will that monster let them go? C2090 Kill the Combat Emperor Great Xia Empire, Mystic Moon Sect. Old ancestor, woo. How could this be? How could this be? No, this was not true. It was not true. The universe sovereign of the 25 major powers let out heart-wrenching wails. Each and every one of them looked as if they had lost their parents, their minds completely collapsing. The old ancestor was the strongest expert of their race, an invincible existence that was only second to Universe Lord. How could such an expert be suppressed by a junior of the Witch clan? Right at this moment, Yang Fann shifted his gaze, and his cold gaze fell upon them. A group of universe sovereigns was also a piece of delicious meat, and the remaining universe sovereigns were either high-level universe sovereign or top-level universe sovereign. There was no reason for him to let them go. Ah, not good. This bastard has his eyes on us. No, quick, run. In an instant, endless panic swept through their hearts, finally allowing them to regain their senses. Each and every one of them was scared out of their wits, no longer caring about the matter of their own ancestor being suppressed. Want to escape? All of you stay behind. Yang Fann grinned hideously. The terrifying power of the half-step domain god erupted, and swept across the land. Ah, no, master, let me go. Please, let me go. Hua Sheng, roar. You will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death. Bastard, you will have your retribution. You will definitely have your retribution. Even their old ancestor was far from being a match for Yang Fann, let alone a junior like them who didn't have the combat strength of demigod. Without any suspense, they were mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann. On the side of the void, the remaining 60 over Warlock King were all dumbfounded. They had yet to recover from their shock. They thought that they would be doomed, but they never thought that such a huge change would happen in the blink of an eye. The evil gods that had caused them to despair had been so easily suppressed by someone, making them feel as if they had fallen into a dream. It was just that this dream was a bit too realistic. Wang. Terrifying energy waves quickly engulfed them. Warlock King was still useful to Yang Fann. Poochie. The group of Warlock King, including the ghost demons in their hands, didn't even have the time to scream before they were completely turned into ashes. Boom. Yang Fann's aura rose once again. Unfortunately, he did not cross the threshold and unseal the Domain God Battle Force. It seemed that if he wanted to truly unseal the Domain God Battle Force, he still needed to rely on those Warlocks Emperors. Just relying on this Warlock King, he had to kill thousands or tens of thousands of people. And this was much harder than hunting a Warlock Emperor. The Mystic Moon Sect only had a few hundred or so Warlock King. In the entire Great Xia Empire, even if all 36 branches were combined, there might not even be 10,000 Warlock King. However, for now, we should first take care of those little rats hiding in the dark. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up as a mocking smile flashed across his face. The hidden Mystic Moon sects around the Mystic Moon Sect were mostly at the half-step Saint King. With the strength of a Saint King, how could they hide from his eyes? It was just that he didn't want to alert the enemy at the beginning, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. Ah, not good. That dark star has discovered us. Bitch it, He wouldn't want to attack us, would he? Bululu this can't be that crazy, right? The surrounding universe sovereigns not only included dozens of high-level and top races of the eternal world, there were also devil clans from the God race, Devil Clan, Heaven race, and Taoism clan. If they really wanted to kill them, they would have offended nearly half of the major powers of the eternal great world, even the Witch clan. Even such a powerful race would have to consider whether they could withstand the backlash of so many major powers. Aphids, obediently become my nourishment. With a ferocious laugh, the half-step power of Domain God burst out with Yang Fann as the center and swept across the surrounding thousands of kilometers. There was only one Heart of Eternity, and all of them were Yang Fann's competitors. Not to mention these alien universe sovereign, even if it was a human universe sovereign, Yang Fann wouldn't show any mercy. If the other humans really had the power to kill him, Yang Fann believed that they wouldn't let him go just because they were of the same race. It had nothing to do with right or wrong. Justice and evil were all for the sake of achieving the Tao. Ah, bitch it, this bastard, he really dared to kill me. Roar. Stop, stop, bastard, I am the heavenly race's radiance heavenly monarch. Does your witch clan really want to start a war with my heavenly race? Ah, bastard witch clan, you are courting death, my devil clan will never let you go. Hua Sheng, the Taoism clan will never forgive the witch clan. Buzz. A stream of light flashed past. In all directions, all the universe sovereigns that were watching the show were all suppressed and sealed by Yang Fann. He had struck the jackpot, he had really struck the jackpot. Yang Fann couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Including the 78 universe sovereigns from the 5 major powers, Yang Fann had captured a total of 296 universe sovereigns, of which 89 were low-level universe sovereign, 121 were middle-level universe sovereign high-level universe sovereigns, and 52 were high-level universe sovereign high-level universe sovereigns, 16 were top-level universe sovereign, and together with the 5 quasi-universe sovereigns, this force could be said to be apart from the 8 most powerful races. It was enough to sweep away any major clan. Including the hundreds of Yang Fanns that Yang Fann had captured in the past half a year, the number of Yang Fanns he had lost to Yang Fann had exceeded 400. It was terrifying. One should know that in the entire human race, there weren't even 400 universe sovereigns that had successfully entered the aqua blue world. As a newly risen supreme race, the foundation of the human race was still a little lacking, especially under the snipe of a few great supreme races. The universe sovereign that had successfully entered the aqua blue world was far inferior to the other 7 great supreme races. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Suddenly, the corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up as a playful smile appeared on his face. In the depths of his eyes, there was even an indescribable pleasant surprise. I never thought that there would be such a big fish. My domain god battle force has succeeded. Mystic Moon Sect, 3,600 miles away. A majestic great man who was wearing a golden divine armor and holding a golden halberd, looked like warlord who had descended from the heavens. His body stiffened, and a trace of panic flashed across his eyes. Not good, that evil god has discovered me. War Emperor, a high-ranked arcane master emperor, was also sent by dozens of associations to rescue the Flame Emperor from obtaining the expert. However, just as he was 3,000 miles away from the Mystic Moon Sect, War Emperor was shocked by Yang Fann's explosive strength, causing him to lose the will to fight. That terrifying power was not much weaker than the legendary God King. How could he, a mere high-ranked warlock emperor, be a match for that evil god? Even if he gathered the power of a few great evil spirits, it was still impossible for him to be a match for that evil god. In his heart, he had already cursed the higher-ups of the dozens of associations. Motherfucker, was he supposed to save them? He was simply here to send himself to his death. If this emperor does not die today, I will definitely teach those idiots a lesson. Su. War Emperor raised his speed to the limit and fled into the distance. Flee immediately, otherwise, the Flame Emperor would be his role model. However, he was fast, and Yang Fann was even faster. One breath later, obediently stay behind for me, a nightmarish voice rang in War Emperor's ears once again. Rumble. The terrifying devil god's hand covered an area with a radius of several hundred miles. It sealed the sky and locked down the earth, crushing towards War Emperor. Bitch it, how could it be so fast? No, this emperor has yet to see through the shackles of the longevity. How can I die here? Roar battle soul fusion, battle heaven and earth, rumble rumble. Rumble, rumble. The 2 combat souls of the high-level divine spirit realm merged into one. In an instant, War Emperor's aura skyrocketed, reaching the top level. True God, not enough. My strength is still not enough. I'll give it my all. I'll burn the longevity for 5,000 years. Roar. Warlord's halberd, break the heavens. C 2091 sun extinguishing branch. Roar. Break for this emperor. Like the roar of a giant beast, War Emperor's halberd pierced through the air. With the support of the 2 divine level combat souls and the few longevities he had burnt, this halberd strike could be considered the strongest attack War Emperor had ever used in his life. Its power was terrifying, and it was able to step into the top-level True God stage steadily, and it was even able to catch up to a high-level top-level True God. However, under Yang Fann's half-step power of Domain God, everything was just a last-ditch struggle. In less than a breath's time, Poochie, the terrifying halberd light broke into pieces and completely collapsed. An invincible force spread across War Emperor's body along with Warlord's halberd. Bang! War Emperor's entire body was like a balloon that was inflated. He rapidly expanded and finally shattered into countless pieces. In the next second, Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's chi started to rise at a terrifying speed. After killing War Emperor, this high-level arcane warrior, and the two high-rank divine-level combat souls under his command, Yang Fann's combat strength had broken through the bottleneck of the Domain God realm in one go, and entered the low-level Domain God realm. A few breaths later, Yang Fann exhaled a mouthful of foul air, and his terrifying imposing aura gradually withdrew before returning to its ordinary state once more. His entire body returned to its original state. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that he had just killed a high-ranked warlock sovereign. Now is the time to conquer the other association of warlocks branches. After his combat strength was unsealed to the low-level domain god, only the Great Xia, the capital, could still make him feel afraid of the huge Great Xia Empire. After killing Yan Huang and War Emperor, Yang Fann had also absorbed their souls' memories. He now had a deeper understanding of the association of warlocks. As the strength of these universe sovereigns was quickly unsealed, they rose to power. Many warlock emperor woke up from his deep slumber. Every branch usually had one or two martial scholars overseeing it. Of course, this wasn't a big deal to the current Yang Fann. What was truly terrifying was the head office of the Warlock Association. On the surface, there were 12 warlocks who had awakened. If they really encountered any great danger, they would be able to wake up dozens of them in a matter of minutes. There were even terrifying experts that surpassed the Warlock Emperor. Humans rose up in the Middle Ages millions of years ago. At that time, although most of God King had already become a legend and no one knew where he was, there were still some God King experts that were active in the world and dominated a region. As the human race was able to defeat those God King experts, they had gradually become the #1 overlord of the Aqua Blue world. How could they not have the resources to fight against them? With Yang Fann's current low-level domain god combat strength, if he really dared to plot against the head office of the Warlock Association, if he wasn't careful, he might end up in a bloody fight, and might even lose his life. Since ancient times, the Great Xia Empire had always been the strongest branch of the human race. The depth of their foundation was far greater than that of the other 3 great empires and many other kingdoms. In order to sweep across the head office of the Warlock Association, Yang Fann estimated that he would need to at least unseal the half-step dominant force, and even the true power of a ruler. The Tianyang branch was located in the Great Xia Empire, Shangyang Province, within the borders of the Tianyang Province. It was one of the 8 major branches in the western part of the Great Xia Empire, and was closest to the Mystic Moon Sect branch. War Emperor had been in charge of this branch. After receiving the order from the headquarters, he rushed over from the branch in a hurry. It was just that the outcome was somewhat tragic. After becoming the Flame Emperor, the second Warlock Emperor had fallen. Heavenly Sun Valley. This was the largest valley in Heavenly Sun Province. Its area was no less than 1,000 li. Different from the Mystic Moon Sect that was built at the edge of the city, the Heavenly Sun branch was located in the Heavenly Sun Valley, and there was no second city within 1,000 miles. Compared to the Mystic Moon Sect, the Tianyang branch was obviously much stronger. In the entire branch, Warlock King had more than 200 experts, which was almost half of the number of Mystic Moon sects in the Mystic Moon Sect. The strongest was rank 4 Warlock King. There were even 7 of them, twice as many as the number of people in the Mystic Moon Sect, and one more. There were thousands of an arch-warlock of the 9th rank warriors who were below the 1st grade. Rumble. The heavens shook and the earth shook. The entire sky darkened, as if it had fallen into the limitless darkness. Even time seemed to have come to a halt at this moment. Ah, what happened? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Ah, I didn't see wrongly, right? That seems to be a hand. Not good. Someone attacked the branch. Someone attacked the branch. In an instant, the entire Sky Sun branch was alarmed. Countless warlocks, expressions changed, and they became panicked and uneasy. Ah, quickly activate the Grand Defensive Formation. Quickly activate the Grand Defensive Formation. Roar. Ghost Dragon Formation, activate. Roar. A loud and clear dragon's roar and a terrifying and savage aura rose from the Heavenly Sun Valley. Boundless ghostly aura gathered and turned into a 10,000 jong long ghastly dragon. The dragon claw moved, bringing with it the power of a peak middle-level true god. It thrust its claw toward Devil God's hand that was falling from the sky. Poochie. The phantom dragon's claw was destroyed, and then its entire dragon body was crushed into powder. In the next second, bang, 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 Countless explosions resounded within the heavenly Sun Valley as countless mushroom clouds rose into the air. Ah, no, why, how is this possible? How is the Guardian formation possible? No, this isn't true. It is not true. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. In the heavenly Sun Valley, countless practitioners were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. The Ghost Dragon formation was a top-level defensive formation. The Dark Phantom Dragon that was summoned had a combat strength comparable to a high-level god. As long as the formation wasn't broken, it wouldn't be destroyed. It was practically an immortal body. Even a top senior warlock sovereign like War Emperor couldn't guarantee that he could destroy the Ghost Dragon formation with a single strike. At this moment, boom! A powerful aura of a high-ranked warlock sovereign rose from the center of the Sky Sun Valley. Ah, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is here. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is here. We are saved. We are saved. In an instant, the morale of the countless warlocks in Heavenly Sun Valley shook, and the panic and uneasiness in their hearts dissipated. Unlike the Mystic Moon Sect, there was only the Flame Emperor standing guard. As the second branch of the Great Xia Empire, besides War Emperor, there was also the Wind Emperor guarding this branch. Just like War Emperor, the Wind Emperor was also a high-ranked magic warrior, and his combat strength wasn't much weaker than War Emperor's. It was also because of the Wind Emperor guarding the branch that War Emperor dared to leave the branch and rescue the Flame Emperor. Wang. As soon as the Wind Emperor appeared, he turned into a cool breeze and escaped out of Heavenly Sun Valley. He had no intention of resisting the heaven-sheltering Big Hand. He had a deep understanding of the power of the Ghost Dragon Grand Formation. Relying on its immortal characteristic, even he, a high-level arcane sovereign, could not guarantee that he could break this formation. However, Devil God had easily destroyed the Ghost Dragon Grand Formation. This power was far beyond his imagination. Despite knowing that he was going to die, he still charged forward without hesitation. It was not like he had been kicked in the head by a donkey. As for the tens of millions of warlocks in Tianyang Valley, he could only pray for his own good. To make him sacrifice himself for these warlocks, he knew that he was not that great. Ah, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. He was fleeing. He is running away. This is abandoned by His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. How could this be? No, this isn't true. The tens of millions of warlocks were dumbstruck. Their hearts were as dead ashes. They had completely collapsed. The spiritual pillar in their hearts had completely collapsed. Ant, where do you want to run to? Suddenly, a cold voice drifted down. Buzz. The breeze suddenly stopped, revealing a panicked man in a green robe. His face was twisted and hideous, as if an invisible force had completely bound him. Bang! Under the despairing gaze of the Wind Emperor, the heaven-sheltering Big Hand descended and crushed him into pieces. Ah, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, has fallen. Kill well. This bastard actually dared to abandon us and escape alone. Death is not enough to atone for his crimes. No, sir, please spare us. Let us go. Woo. I don't want to die. Someone save me. C2092. He swept across the West Great Xia Empire, Sky Sun Branch, ruins. Wang. The void twisted and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. The chi around his body had increased significantly. After killing the Wind Emperor, he had obtained 232 Warlock Kings and nearly 20 million Warlocks. This had allowed Yang Fann's combat strength to be unsealed to the mid-low-level Domain God, and it was very close to the advanced low-level Domain God. If he continued to kill a few more association of Warlock's branches, it should be enough for his combat strength to be unsealed to the limit of low-level Domain God, or even middle-level Domain God. Next, Meisha Branch. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. His gaze seemed to penetrate through countless space and landed on the Meisha Branch millions of miles away. Similar to the Tianyang Branch and the Mystic Moon Sect, the Meisha Branch was also one of the 7 major branches of the Association of Warlocks in the West. It was ranked 4th among the 7 major branches in the Western region. Its strength was slightly stronger than the Mystic Moon Sect, but it was still much weaker compared to the Sky Sun Branch. There were a total of 183 Warlock King in the Meisha Branch. 5 of them were rank 4 Warlock King, and they had a lot of resources. Even Ancestor Xing Yuan and the other 5 Quasi-Universe Lord were not confident that they would be able to take down the Meisha Branch. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set their target as the weaker Mystic Moon Sect. Meisha Province, Merlin Desert. This was the largest desert in the Meisha Province, and it was also one of the 7 great deserts in the Great Xia Empire. The desert was so vast that it took up almost a quarter of the Meisha Province. At a glance, it was like a boundless desert with no signs of life. The name of the Meisha Province was largely due to the Merlin Desert. The Mesa Desert was actually a desert without sand. Unfortunately, this was only a dream in the hearts of countless people. The officials of Meisha Province had never given up on governing the Merlin Desert. Every year, they would invest large amounts of money, manpower, and material resources to govern the Merlin Desert. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. Even the Merlin Desert was slowly expanding every year, turning the oasis into sand. Perhaps in tens of thousands of years, the entire Meisha Province would become a part of the Merlin Desert. In the center of the Merlin Desert, under the 1,000 zhang yellow sand, there was a completely different world. This world was about 800 li in size, and it was surrounded by layers of barriers, isolating the endless yellow sand from the barrier. Countless warlocks with powerful auras came and went. From time to time, many great warlocks of the 7th stage and above could be seen. This was the location of the Association of Warlocks' Meisha branch, and the person in charge of this branch could be considered a unique person. If one didn't have an acquaintance to lead the way, it would be impossible to imagine that this Meisha branch was not only built on a barren desert, but also 1,000 feet under the desert. If Yang Fann hadn't read the memories of a large number of warlocks, he might not have been able to find this Mesa branch. Rumble, 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 rumble. All of a sudden, the heavens and the earth shook, and the entire Meisha paradise began to shake violently. A large number of mountains began to collapse and fall off. Is this an earthquake? How is this possible? How is this possible? I'm not dreaming, am I? How could there be an earthquake in the Plum Sand Paradise? Countless warlocks were dumbfounded and confused. An earthquake? It was impossible for it to happen in their Mesa branch. As a small hollow that was opened underground, the most important thing to guard against was earthquakes and other changes in the Earth's crust. The entire hollow was surrounded by Warlock King, who had set up layers of restrictions to strengthen the space. Ever since the Meisha branch was established, there had never been an earthquake. Taking a step back, even if there was an earthquake, it would not be able to affect the Meisha branch. Right at this moment, Poochie, the protective barrier of the Plum Sand Paradise cracked layer by layer, crisscrossing. Terrifying cracks that were several kilometers long quickly spread in all directions. It was as if the entire barrier of the paradise would completely collapse in the next second. The estate world barrier would shatter. It shattered. Am I seeing things? The paradise barrier broke just like that. Not good, there's an expert attacking the Plum Blossom Paradise. At this moment, someone finally reacted. The barrier of the paradise, especially recently, had been strengthened by the Warlock Sovereign. Even an intermediate Warlock Sovereign wouldn't be able to easily break the barrier of their paradise. It wasn't something that could be destroyed by a mere earthquake. Even the most terrifying level 18 earthquake wouldn't be able to damage the Heavenly Abode's barrier in the slightest. Only the attacks of those warlocks, Emperor-grade experts, could destroy the Heavenly Abode's barrier. In other words, outside the Heavenly Abode, there was also the Magistrate Emperor expert attacking the Heavenly Abode. Your Majesty, the Spear Emperor, and the evil god attacking my Meisha Heavenly Abode. Your Majesty, please attack and kill the strong enemy. Your Majesty, please take action and kill the strong enemy. Similar to the Sky Sun branch, the Masha branch also had 2 Warlock Emperors, the Tsar and the Spear Emperor. However, their strength was a little lacking, both of them were intermediate Warlock Emperors. The Spear Emperor among them was slightly weaker than the Flame Emperor. How could this be? Why hasn't the Tsar and the Spear Emperor appeared yet? What's going on? Where did His Majesty and the Spear Emperor go? Bang! The Heavenly Grotto barrier completely shattered, turning into specks of light and disappearing without a trace. Not good, the Plum Sand Paradise is about to be destroyed. Run! The expressions of countless warlocks changed. The paradise had collapsed. That terrifying force was enough to destroy everything. Even Warlock King couldn't guarantee that he would be able to survive that destructive force. Not to mention, they, who weren't even ants to Warlock King, were in a situation where they would die without a doubt. No, why can't I use my earth movement technique? Roar run. No, I don't want to die, Woo. Your Majesty, the Spear Emperor saved me. Save me. In the sky above the Mesa Paradise. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's aura kept rising, and finally, his combat strength steadily advanced to the low-level domain god. However, there was a faint trace of regret. The Spear Emperor and the Sand Emperor's strength were still a little inferior. If they were like War Emperor and the Wind Emperor. With two high-grade arcane warriors, Yang Fann was confident that his combat strength would be unsealed to the peak low-level domain god in one go. Spiritual Ability Branch, Forest Ocean Branch, Neil Branch. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the branches of Association of Warlocks were swept away by Yang Fann. To Yang Fann, who had unsealed the domain god battle force, these branches were like sheep in his lap. He could slaughter them as he pleased. There was no doubt about it. Regardless of whether it was the high-ranked or low-ranked Grand Masters, they were all ants. Great Xia Empire, capital Xia, head office of the Warlock Association. Several terrifying experts with powerful auras, as deep as the ocean, gathered in one hall. Everyone's aura. They were even stronger than the War Emperor who was killed by Yang Fann. As for the dozens of association leaders, including the chairman, Hua Fengjiang, they had long retired to the second tier. In the end, World of Warlocks was still a place where strength was the most important. Whoever had the bigger fist would be the boss. With the recovery of the various arcane masters, there was no place for Warlock King to speak. Furthermore, who would be willing to listen to Warlock King's orders as a grand and prestigious Grand Masters? If these people really didn't know the difference between life and death, they wouldn't even know how they died if they didn't let go of the upper echelons of the Association of Warlocks. Anyone who could become a Warlock Emperor was someone who walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They were decisive in killing, and many of them were temperamental. If anything went wrong, they would kill. Bitch it, just where did this evil god come from? Why isn't there any news at all? It's as if he jumped out from a rock crack. Mystic Moon Sect, Tianyang Branch, Meisha Branch. In the western part of the empire, 6 of the 7 major branches have been sent. Their next target is obviously the Mingxia Branch. Quick, inform the rescue team and let them directly head to the Mingxia Branch. Sigh, I hope the rescue team will be able to arrive in time. C2093, you are not qualified to be my dog's Mingxia Branch. This was the last of the 7 major branches in the western region of the Great Xia Empire. At the same time, it was also the head of the 7 major branches in the western region. Its strength was the best in the western region. It was far from being comparable to the other branches. It was the Heavenly Sun Branch, which was also known as the second branch. Compared to it, it was much weaker. In the entire Mingxia Branch, Warlock King alone had more than 300 people. Rank 4 Warlock King had a total of 12 people, and there were more than 10,000 of them who were at the Arch Warlock of the 9th rank, which was enough to match up to 3 Mystic Moon Sect. Mingxia Province, Mingxia Lake. This was Mingxia Xing, the biggest lake in the province, with an area of more than 1,000,000 square kilometers. At a glance, it was like a boundless ocean, with no end in sight. And in the center of this lake, there was an island that covered thousands of square kilometers. However, the surrounding clouds and mists were faintly discernible, like a dreamlike island. It made people unable to see it clearly, as if it was a mirage, as if it did not exist in this world at all. The island at the center of the lake was none other than the Association of Warlocks, where the Mingxia Branch was located, Bright Sunset Island. Poochie. The void was torn apart like a curtain, and the white-clothed youth that Yang Fann had transformed into appeared out of thin air. What a good Mingxia Branch is expected of the number 1 branch in the west. Its strength is really strong. With just a glance, Yang Fann had already seen most of the situation on the island. More than 300 Warlock King. Not to mention that there were 3 of them, and just like War Emperor, the Wind Emperor and the others, they were all at the high rank. Even the strongest one had already stepped into the top rank. In the next second, a hint of surprise climbed onto Yang Fann's face. He wasn't afraid of the strength of this branch, but he was afraid that it would be too weak. There were 3 high-grade Sovereign Realm experts and nearly 400 Warlock King. After eliminating this branch, his combat strength should be able to smoothly advance to the middle-level Domain God stage. After destroying the 6 major branches of Association of Warlocks, there were 10 Sovereign Warlocks, nearly 2,000 Warlock King, and nearly 100 million ordinary practitioners. Yang Fann's combat strength had reached the limit of the low-level Domain God, and he was only a step away from the middle-level Domain God. While Yang Fann was looking at the island, the 3 warlock sovereigns on the island had also discovered Yang Fann. In an instant, the expressions of the 3 warlock sovereigns changed, and their gazes became unprecedentedly serious. There was a hint of bitterness in their hearts. This dark star had indeed come, and he was still so fast ordinary warlocks did not know, but the 3 warlock sovereigns had already received the news that the 6 major branches had been completely destroyed. Facing Dark Star and Devil God, even if the 3 of them were high-level warlocks and had the geographical advantage, they did not have much confidence that they could win. With such ease, they were able to sweep away the 6 major branches. Their strength was terrifying. Even if they hadn't broken through to the God King realm, they wouldn't be much weaker. If it wasn't for the rescue team, they would have already fled the Mingxia branch without caring about anything else. As for the life and death of these ordinary warlocks, what did that have to do with them? The Universe Sovereign looked down on these native warlocks and regarded them as ants. In fact, in the eyes of many warlock sovereigns, it was the same as well. It was fine if they could do what they could, but they had to sacrifice their lives for these ants. They were not saints who sacrificed themselves for others. Not good. That devil god has begun his attack. Hiss. Alright, what a terrifying power. This power is absolutely not something that a peak godly spirit can compare with. Gulp, gulp. Can we really hold on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn and wait for the rescue team to arrive? The expressions of the 3 warlock sovereigns suddenly changed, and traces of uneasiness arose in their hearts. There was also a little bit of regret that they should not have been careless and continued to stay in the Dawn Sunset branch. He should have made up his mind long ago to leave this Dawn Sunset branch. At most, he would be punished by the headquarters. Could it be that they would take his life? However, it was too late to regret now. If he left Xianxia Island at this time, he would only feel that his death was not fast enough. Without the protection of the formation, he was now in the hands of a half-step God King. All of them were just slightly stronger ants. Fuck, let's go all out. I hope the rescue team can come faster. Roar. East Azure Dragon, South Vermilion Bird, West White Tiger, North Black Tortoise. 4 Elephants formation, activate. Roar. 4 Elephants Great Array, activate. Roar, roar, chirp, chirp. With a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar, 4 divine lights shot up into the sky. Finally, they evolved into azure dragons, vermilion birds, white tigers, and black tortoise. This was the grand formation that the 3 warlock sovereigns had carefully prepared for Yang Fann. It was also the reason why they dared to fight Yang Fann on Bright Dawn Island. With the 3 warlock sovereigns and the 300+ warlock king on Xianxia Island as the core, with the help of hundreds of thousands of great warlocks, they summoned the 4 ancient divine beasts to fight. Each of the 4 divine beasts had a powerful aura that was no less than a peak divine spirit, and they were even the cream of the crop amongst peak divine spirits. Of course, even so, the 3 warlocks Huang Yi knew that the 4 symbols great formation was no match for Devil God, but they didn't expect the 4 divine beasts to suppress Devil God. They only hoped that they could hold on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and wait for the rescue team to arrive. At that time, it would be their time to counterattack. The rescue team did not lack top-ranked sovereign warriors, and even quasi-god king experts. 4 symbols returned to 1, Devil Execution. Boom boom boom. The 4 divine lights intertwined and fused together. Finally, the 4 divine beasts merged into one, turning into a terrifying monster that was tens of thousands of meters long, with a dragon head, a turtle body, a phoenix wing, and a tiger tail. Its aura rose endlessly, and it seemed to have surpassed the top-level true god, and it was chasing after the half-step domain god. The combat strength of the 4 symbols divine beast is on par with the half-step god king. Even if he's a half-step god king, it will take him some effort to kill the 4 symbols divine beast. It shouldn't be a problem for me to kill it in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The terrifying aura that was 1,000 times stronger and more than 10,000 times stronger than them caused the 3 warlock sovereigns to feel slightly uneasy. Amir David's deer wants to fight against me. Don't you know what you're talking about? Break it for me. Yang Fann grinned hideously. Rumble. The power of a peak low-level domain god struck the David's deer. Bang. The violent force smashed the David's deer to the ground, turning it into dust. Even a half-step domain god was still a step away. Trying to block the power of a peak low-level domain god was simply a joke. Bang bang bang. In an instant, countless mushroom clouds appeared. They rose from the clear Dawn Island seed. The hundreds of thousands of great warlocks who had set up the formation exploded and died without a burial ground. More than 300 warlock king were bleeding from their eyes, nose, and mouth. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Even the 3 great warlock sovereigns felt the same. They spat out blood continuously. Their auras were extremely weak. Their eyes were filled with panic and despair. Ah, how could this be? How could this be? Wrong. We were all wrong. God King was the real God King. It was so easy to blow up the 4 elephants formation with just a single strike. This strength was not something a half-step God King could possess. Only the true God King had such terrifying strength. Roar, we have all been tricked, bastard. If today this emperor does not die, this emperor shall teach those bastards a lesson. If it wasn't for the fact that the warlocks in the headquarters told them that Devil God was only a half-step God King, they wouldn't have been able to stay on this island and wait for Devil God to come knocking on their door. He's actually not dead yet. I'll send you guys on your way now. A mocking voice sounded by the ears of the 3 warlock sovereigns. Ah, not good. Spare my life, spare my life, spare my life, spare my life, spare my life. Your Majesty God King, I am willing to surrender, I am willing to submit to your Majesty, and I am willing to pledge my loyalty to your Majesty. Yes, yes, yes. As long as your Majesty God King spare my life, I, the Green Emperor, will be your Majesty's dog from now on. I will pledge my loyalty to your Majesty for generations and never betray you. You are not qualified to be my dog. Bang. Mountains and rivers collapsed, and the entire Xianxia Island sank to the bottom of the lake, causing huge waves to billow into the sky. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's energy rose at an incredible speed. He broke through the bottleneck of the middle-level domain god and advanced towards the mid-middle level domain god. 10 breaths later, Wang. Yang Fann opened his eyes and a flash of light appeared. A rescue team from the Warlock Sovereign. Good, I'll wait for you here. C2094 Crush the Elephant Emperor Great Xia Empire, Ming Xia Lake. Yang Fann stood in the air, quietly waiting for the rescue team to arrive. After refining the memories of the 3 warlocks of the Ming Xia branch, Yang Fann clearly knew that there was a rescue team that was rapidly approaching the island, preparing to rescue the Ming Xia branch. At the same time, they were also here to kill him. The entire team was made up of Grand Warlock Sovereigns, and they were not ordinary mid-level or low-level Grand Warlock Sovereigns. The weakest of them was stronger than War Emperor, and had stepped into the ranks of peak-rank Grand Warlock Sovereigns with a single step. There were 4 true top-rank warlocks, and the strongest one had stepped into the God King realm with 1 step. He could easily enter the top 5 or even the top 3 among the newly awakened warlocks. It would be fine if he didn't know about such a big piece of fat meat, but now he clearly knew that there was no reason for Yang Fann to miss it. After eliminating them, even if he couldn't break the seal and break through to the high-level domain god in one fell swoop, his combat strength wouldn't be too far away. A high-level Ard Warrior Sovereign could provide the power to lift the seal, but it was several times stronger than an intermediate Ard Warrior Sovereign, dozens of times stronger than a low-level Ard Warrior Sovereign. And so on and so forth. A top-level Ard Warrior Sovereign could match a few hundred low-level Ard Warriors Sovereign, not to mention a quasi-God King who was stronger than a top-level Ard Warrior Sovereign. Time passed, minute by minute. Very quickly, the time it takes for an incense stick to burn passed. Rumble. Suddenly, a bolt of divine lightning descended from the sky from Yang Fann's side. A terrifying man wearing blue armor and his body was surrounded by lightning. It was as if he could unleash endless lightning with just a thought. He was like the legendary god of thunder, who controlled all the lightning in the world. Chirp. A phoenix cry resounded through the heavens and earth. A fiery phoenix with a wingspan of more than 10,000 feet cut through the void. Endless phoenix divine flames burned in all directions. A beautiful woman with a fiery divine armor and a fiery body stood proudly on the back of the phoenix. Su. Another strange dark shine tore through the sky. It was a huge black snake that was as black as ink, and it was emitting an endless evil aura. On top of the snake's head was a pale-faced black-clothed youth, who stood on top of the snake without a trace of blood on his face. Both of his eyes were filled with strange snake eyes that were flickering with a frightening green light, causing one's hair to stand on end. Awoo! A terrifying tiger roar descended from the sky, rolling and boiling, engulfing the entire world. 100-meter-tall white tiger stepped into the air and arrived. He looked mighty and mighty, as if he was looking down upon the world. On the back of the tiger sat a silver armor man with his back straight. It was as if there was a peerless divine weapon in his body that could support the entire heaven and earth. His entire body was emitting a terrifying aura. That was Emperor's dignity, making people bow their heads in submission. Buzz. Another sword light slashed through the void. The majestic Emperor tore through the sky. A black-clothed swordsman walked out from within. His entire body was filled with endless killing intent and sharpness. As he walked, the void in all directions was mercilessly cut apart, as if he was a supreme divine sword. He was showing off his abilities and killing gods. Dong, dong, dong. The void trembled, as if 10,000 beasts were galloping. In front of Yang Fann, a terrifying giant elephant appeared. It was over 3,000 meters tall, and its entire body was emitting the desolate chi of the ancient era. It was much stronger than many top-level true god warriors. The scariest one was the middle-aged man wearing black scale armor on the elephant's back. His chi was 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than the ancient elephant's chi. It had completely exceeded the realm of a peak-grade martial saint. Every move he made seemed to make people instinctively feel fear. The Elephant Emperor, one of the most powerful human experts in the recent ancient times, was known as the closest magic emperor to God King. Evil God, you even destroyed the Dawn branch. It seems like we have underestimated you. However, your luck has come to an end. Surrender now. I might be able to give you a quick death. The Elephant Emperor looked down at Yang Fann from above and spoke confidently. It was as if he was stating a fact. He, the Elephant Emperor, was the half-step God King who was closest to God King. His combat strength was so strong that he could even fight God King. 1 or 2, he was far from what an ordinary half-step God King could compare with. Not to mention, he also had 5 great art warriors. With the help of the Fire Phoenix Emperor and Sword Emperor, both of them were top-grade amongst peak sovereign warlocks. If the 2 of them joined forces, they would be able to fight a half-step sovereign God King. Such a luxurious lineup, even if they were to fight a true God King, they would still have the strength to fight him. It was simply not something a half-step God King could fight against. You want me to surrender without putting up a fight? One aphids isn't that powerful, but it has a big mouth. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. These ants with the highest cultivation base of half-step domain god battle force had just been destroyed by the Heaven Sun branch, and Yang Fann didn't even put them in his eyes, let alone now. What a reckless evil god. He still dares to be stubborn when his death is at hand. Everyone, help me hold the line and watch me hammer him to death. A fierce light burst out from the Elephant Emperor's eyes. Buzz, buzz, hum. As he spoke, the Elephant Emperor's entire body was like an inflated balloon as it rapidly expanded, growing inch by inch. In an instant, he transformed into a terrifying giant that was over 10,000 feet tall. He rode on the wild ancient elephant, looking majestic and domineering. Hammer, come Su. 2 streaks of light tore through the sky and fell into the Elephant Emperor's hands. They were 2 huge golden hammers that were 500 meters long. The Elephant God's giant hammer. It was said to be the personal weapon of the ancient elephant god. This was the true weapon of God King, a treasure that even God King coveted. Boom 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 hong, hong. With the 2 hammers in his hands, the aura around the Elephant Emperor's body rose once again, rising endlessly. Kai, 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 kai. In all directions, the huge void could not withstand the violent pressure and collapsed, exploding. Roar, evil god, eat this Emperor's hammer. The Elephant Emperor's voice was like Devil God's roar, rolling and boiling, shattering the vacuum. Rumble, the giant hammer was unleashed. It was like the fury of a god. Devil God had destroyed the world and destroyed everything. His power was so terrifying that it was almost comparable to a single strike from a low-grade low-level domain god. Gulp gulp. This was the unparalleled divine power that Boss Elephant Emperor had obtained. Hiss. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. It's unstoppable, completely unstoppable. If this hammer strikes, then even if the evil god doesn't die, he'll still lose a layer of skin. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Don't let any of the evil gods leave. Ant-like things, do you think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have some strength? Today, I will let you, an ant, witness what is called divine power. As he spoke, whoosh, Yang Fann pointed his finger at the giant hammer. In an instant, the Elephant Emperor felt a terrifying force that far exceeded his imagination. The palm of his hand shattered, and the Elephant God hammer flew out of his hand. Ah, no, boom. Yang Fann's middle finger continued to expand in the Elephant Emperor's eyes. It was as if the pillar that supported the heavens and earth had taken away the Elephant Emperor's mind in an instant. Bang! Yang Fann pointed at the Elephant Emperor's forehead, and a violent and invincible force erupted. Rumble! A terrifying mushroom cloud rose up, and the Elephant Emperor along with the wild ancient elephant underneath his crotch exploded into countless pieces. Boom! Yang Fann's combat strength rose rapidly. It was only when he reached the peak middle-level domain god did he slowly stop. As expected of the existence closest to God King, the unsealing power obtained from killing this Elephant Emperor was probably not much weaker than killing a true God King. Ah, no, Boss Elephant Emperor. How is this possible? How is it possible for Boss Elephant Emperor to do this? God King, he is the real God King, the real God King. C2095 The birth of a God King Great Xia Empire, Mingxia Lake, Mingxia Island ruins. Sword Emperor and the other 5 sovereign warlocks widened their eyes in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with panic and despair. Woo they. What did they see? With just one finger, the strongest one among them, the one who claimed to be the closest to God King, the big Elephant Emperor, was killed by a single finger. Is this something a mere half-step God King can do? Divine. God King's expert. This evil god was definitely a God King's expert. Furthermore, it wasn't an ordinary God King. It was very likely to be a middle-rank God King. An ordinary low-level God King would never be able to kill Big Boss Elephant Emperor so easily. What should we do? What should we do now? I have just revived in this era. It has not even been half a year. I do not wish to die. I really do not wish to die like this. Endless panic was like a surging tide, as if it wanted to swallow their souls. An ordinary low-grade God King was not someone they could match, let alone that middle-rank God King. We have been cheated by those bastards. Almost at the same time, waves of resentment flooded their heart sea. They had agreed that it would only be a half-step God King, but in the end, it turned out to be a middle-rank God King. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. This group of bastards was setting the 6 of them up. Buzz. Yang Fann stabilized his combat strength. He turned around and looked at Sword Emperor and the others. Soon, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Next, it's your turn, aphids. Ah. No. In an instant, an ominous omen of falling apart swept across their hearts and almost caused them to collapse. Flee. Flee immediately. However, just as this thought appeared in their minds, Sword Emperor and the other 3's expressions changed. They were shocked to find out that they had been imprisoned by a terrifying force. Not to mention escaping, even moving their bodies was extremely difficult. How could this be? When did this happen? Why does this emperor not feel anything at all? This is middle-rank God King's power. Spare my life, your majesty God King. The first surrender. I surrender, your majesty God King. Your majesty, please spare me this time. I swear that I will pledge my loyalty to your majesty God King. Be obedient and become the source of my unsealing, won't you? Yang Fann smiled sinisterly. The next second, rumble, 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 terrifying mushroom clouds rose around Yang Fann. Yang Fann's stagnant aura continued to rise. A few breaths later, Yang Fann's combat strength had reached the limit of the middle-level domain god. Sword Emperor and the other 5 Grand Warlock Sovereigns were still slightly weaker compared to him. If he was also a half-step sovereign like Elephant Emperor, Yang Fann would be able to break through to the intermediate domain god battle force, which was a step closer to breaking through to the high-level domain god. All 7 major branches in the west of Association of Warlocks have been taken care of. Where should I go next? The 6 major branches in the south? The 9 major branches in the middle? Or the 8 major branches in the north? The Morning Sun branch was one of the 9 major branches of the Great Xia Empire. It was the most prosperous and central region of the Great Xia Empire. The 9 major branches of the Great Xia Empire were generally one level stronger than the other 4 branches. For example, the Dawn Sun branch could only be considered average among the 9 major branches of the Great Xia Empire. It was ranked 5th. However, the strength of the branch was even faintly stronger than the Heaven Sun branch in the western region, directly catching up to the Dawn Sun branch. There were also 3 Warlock Sovereigns in charge, but unlike the Dawn Sun branch where the 3 Warlock Sovereigns were all high-level Warlock Sovereigns, the Dawn Sun branch had 3 Warlock Sovereigns. Only 2 of them were high-ranked Warlock Sovereigns, and the other was an intermediate Warlock Sovereign. Warlock King, who was a level lower, had only passed 300. Rank 4 Warlock King had 10 of them, only 2 less than the Xianxia branch. The Morning Sun Mountain was the number 1 mountain in the Morning Sun province. It was 800,000 feet tall, like a heavenly pillar that pierced into the clouds. Above the 700,000 feet that ordinary people could not reach, there were many pavilions and palaces. It was completely different from what the world had imagined. It was a world of ice and snow, devoid of people. Instead, birds sang and flowers bloomed. It was like spring all year round, like a paradise on earth. Every now and then, there would be warlocks shuttling back and forth. This was the location of the Dawn Sun branch, one of the 36 branches of Association of Warlocks. Poochie. Strands of ripples appeared on the void, forming a wormhole. A young man in white stepped out from within. After thinking for a while, Yang Fann still chose the 9 major branches of the central region. The reason was none other than because they were strong enough. Whether it was in terms of the number of experts or quality, they far surpassed the 14 branches of the northern and southern territories. The upper echelons of the Association of Warlocks were not fools. After discovering that they were no match for him, they would not let the expert of the various branches stay where they were and wait for him to kill them one by one. They wanted to wipe out all 36 branches of the Association of Warlocks in one fell swoop. It could only be said to be a beautiful wish. He could only take advantage of the fact that the Association of Warlocks had completely lost their confidence and retreat, and kill as many experts as possible to obtain more power to unseal the seal. Who is it? Report your name, Su. Su whoosh. In an instant, a patrol team consisting of 9 ranked 6 warlocks led by a ranked 7 warlock used the power of their ghosts and demons to fly in the air and block in front of Yang Fann. Under the control of the head office of the Warlock Association, the news of Yang Fann destroying the various branches in the western region was only spread to the various branches in the western region. It was not spread to the central region or the Morning Sun branch. Otherwise, the entire Morning Sun branch would have been facing a great enemy long ago. It would have been a huge mess. How could a small team of warlocks with the highest rank of a ranked 7 warlock have the courage to look for Yang Fann? Yang Fann's voice was cold, like a high and mighty god, announcing the fate of the group of warlocks. The next second, the team of 10 warlocks had all turned into dust, as if they had never existed. How dare you kill people in my Sunrise branch? How dare you men? Take them down for me. As he spoke, a powerful aura of a rank 1 warlock king rose from below. Noisy Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. Rumble. The power of Domain God burst out, rolling like a tidal wave towards the Morning Sun branch. Ah, not good. This power. God. This was the power of a god. Ah, no. Save me, His Majesty the Sovereign of Dawn. Save me, His Majesty the Sovereign of Shi. Save me, the Sovereign of Wei. Your Majesty, save me. Ah, why aren't the 3 of you making a move yet? Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Your Majesty, where are you? Where are you? Why aren't you attacking? It's over, it's all over. Half an incense stick later. The Mount Dawn Sun, which was 800,000 feet tall, was directly flattened, losing 100,000 feet. Yang Fann's combat strength had been successfully unsealed to the limit of middle-level Domain God stage. Great Sha Empire, Capital Sha, head office of the Warlock Association. The 6 top-ranked skill warriors gathered together once again. The entire hall seemed to be filled with an indescribable pressure. The expressions of the 6 warlocks were extremely solemn, as if they were weighed down by a heavy load. Everyone, that evil god has already arrived in the central part of the empire. Even the Dawn Sun branch has been destroyed by that evil god. Furthermore, War Emperor and the others have lost contact with us. I'm afraid that the odds are against us. Sigh. We have underestimated that evil god. God King, that evil god is definitely God King's expert. God King's expert is not something we can fight against. Even if more arcane masters were to be revived and that evil god wants to leave, it would be very difficult for us to keep him alive. If we want to completely get rid of that evil god, we can only ask for the help of our ancestors. Everyone, what do you think? There's no other way. We can only alert the ancestors. No matter what, the evil god must die quickly. Otherwise, all 36 branches of our Association of Warlocks will be destroyed by him. In order to protect the other branches, we can only alert the old ancestor and the others. I agree. I also agree. All right, since everyone agrees, we shall head to the Holy Ancestral Palace now. C2097 He blew up the godly monarch ancestor Great Xia Empire, Ningyang Division. This was one of the top 3 branches in the central region. It was even one of the best amongst the 36 branches of the Association of Warlocks. Compared to the Mingxia branch, it was much stronger. It was on a completely different level. Currently, in the Ningyang Division, rank 4 Warlock King alone had a total of 24 branches, and the rest of the A Tier 3 Warlock King had a total of 600 branches. With just these Warlock King alone, he could almost fight an intermediate Divine Spirit. Not to mention, there were also 5 Warlock Sovereigns residing in the Ningyang Division. 4 of them were high grade, 1 was a top-grade Arcane Master, and with the resources of the Ningyang Division, the half-step God King wanted to attack the Ningyang Division. If he wasn't careful, he would be badly injured. However, at this moment, the entire Ningyang Division seemed to be shrouded in a terrifying darkness. Including the 5 great spell warriors, all of their faces were solemn, and they couldn't hide their hesitation and uneasiness. It was as if a black cloud was pressing down on the city, and a storm was coming. Ningyang Division, in the center, in a grand palace. Rumble. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in golden armor opened his eyes. His eyes were glowing with a golden light. It was as if the chaotic devil god had created the world and ripped apart the world. Evil god, I've finally let you wait for me. What? Did the evil god come? The golden armored man was left and right. The hearts of the 5 warlock sovereigns on both sides shook, and their eyes revealed traces of nervousness and panic. They had long heard of the terror of the evil god. Not only had he destroyed the 7 branches in the west, but he had also destroyed 3 of the 9 branches in the middle. No, 4 of them had died at the hands of the evil god. More than 30 warlock sovereigns had fallen at his hands. There was even a peak half-step sovereign like God King. Terrifying, truly terrifying. God King's expert. That evil god was definitely God King's expert. In fact, it wasn't as simple as just advancing. If it wasn't for Kiming's presence in Ningyang Division, they would have run as far away as they could. Despite knowing that they were no match for Kiming, they still chose to stay behind and die. It wasn't courage, it was stupidity. Poochie. The void twisted and Yang Fann took a step forward. Rumble. A bright golden light shot into the sky from the center of the Ningyang Division. It was as bright as a pillar, piercing through the heavens and earth. In the next second, Kiming slowly walked out from the golden light. His aura was domineering, and every move he made was filled with supreme power. The surrounding voids were trembling slightly, as if they were bowing their heads and worshipping him. There's actually a middle-level domain god. Yang Fann squinted his eyes. This association of warlocks still has some foundation. But very quickly, a blazing heat light blossomed in Yang Fann's eyes. He looked at Kiming as if he was a hungry wolf looking at a beautiful woman. It was as if he wanted to swallow her whole. If he could kill a middle-level domain god, the power of unsealing the seal would be thousands of times greater than that of the Elephant Emperor. His combat strength would probably be able to break through to the top-level domain god stage in an instant, and he might even be able to break through to the head office of the Warlock Association. It would be a lie if Yang Fann said that he wasn't interested in the head office of the Warlock Association. Under the deep slumber of the gods, the head office of the Warlock Association could be said to be the biggest fat piece of meat in the world. No matter who it was, as long as they could swallow this piece of fat meat, they would immediately be able to throw the other universe sovereign, quasi-universe lord, far behind them. They would fight for the heart of eternity and seize the initiative right at this moment. Kiming moved his lips and said, "Evil god, you have finally fallen into my hands. How dare you destroy all 12 branches of my association of warlocks? You have the audacity to do so today. I will make you regret coming to this world." Hong Long. Horrifying killing intent rose from Kiming's body like a long river of stars, stirring up endless wind and clouds, causing the world to change. Ever since the rise of the human race, the association of warlocks had never suffered such a huge loss in the past tens of millions of years. A debt of blood could only be washed away with blood. Saber, come buzz. A ray of golden light tore through the sky, and an ancient, one-handed golden saber fell into Kiming's hand. Boom, 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 boom. With a blade in his hand, Kiming's aura started to rise rapidly. His aura was like a cosmic storm that swept across the entire universe. He seemed to have turned into a Blade Dao Supreme Being, the overlord of the blade. His domineering aura was unparalleled, and it was restrained. Poochie Poochie. Poochie. The invisible saber chi cut in all directions. Tiny cracks appeared in the countless spaces. Hiss. Alright, such a terrifying pressure, Is this the power of the old ancestor? Gulp, gulp, frightening, truly terrifying. Just a bit of pressure is enough to make me despair. I can't even muster up any thoughts of resistance. With the presence of the old ancestor, we will definitely be able to defeat that evil god. We will definitely be able to. The 5 great warlocks sucked in a breath of cold air. However, their uneasy hearts were relieved. This was especially true for the top-ranked warlock, who had the deepest experience. He had faced a low-ranked god king before, but that low-ranked god king gave him a feeling that he was far inferior to their ancestor. The old ancestor was definitely not an ordinary low-ranked god king. It was very likely that he had already stepped into the middle-ranked god king realm. No matter how strong that evil god was, it was impossible for him to step into the middle-ranked god king realm. There isn't even a trace of the aura of an evil demon. It seems like it's really as the Elephant Emperor knew. If the Warlock Emperor wants to advance to God King, he must fuse with all the power of the ghost demon he nurtured. Yang Fann seemed to be deep in thought, and a trace of disappointment could be seen in the depths of his eyes. If this ant, as well as a few God King grade ghosts and devils, devil god, everything would be perfect. At that time, his combat strength would increase by another level. Evil god, you should be proud of yourself for being able to die under my divine radiance blade. An ant dares to bark in front of me. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. Rumble, he no longer held back any of his chi. It erupted crazily, and a terrifying pressure that was more than 10,000 times stronger than Kiming exploded out from Yang Fann's body. Yang Fann had destroyed 5 major branches in the central region, 16 warlock sovereigns, more than 1,500 warlock king, and tens of millions of ordinary warlocks. Not only had he broken through to the high-level domain god, but he had also broken through to the mid-high-level domain god in one go. Ah, no, it's high-rank god king, you are high-rank god king. Ah, how could this be? How could this be? Kiming was so shocked that he almost died. He let out a heart-wrenching wail. From the beginning to the end, he had only regarded Yang Fann as a low-grade god king. At most, he was one of the best among the low-grade god king. He had never thought that Yang Fann was middle-ranked god king, not to mention high-ranked god king. When he was tracking Yang Fann, he had seen the residual energy of all the branches. It was definitely the power of a low-grade god king. You have been hiding your true power all this time. You have been scheming against me from the very beginning. Suddenly, Kiming seemed to have thought of something. He pointed his finger at Yang Fann and said with a trembling voice, "Hiding your strength, and plotting against you." Yang Fann sneered. He really knew how to make up his mind. He had never thought of hiding his power. His power was being unsealed at all times. There was no need for him to hide anything. It was just that his opponent was too weak. He simply didn't have the qualifications to make Yang Fann use his full power. The next second, Poochie, Yang Fann's body moved. He ripped apart the void and lunged at Kiming. Die rumble. With a ferocious laugh, Yang Fann struck with his palm. The strength in his body erupted with all his strength. Ah! No! Divine power ignite, killing god saber hum. A beautiful blade light tore through the sky like a meteor. Its speed exceeded one's thoughts. This was Kiming's strongest blade, a blade that gathered all of his strength. Poochie. Yang Fann slammed his palm onto the blade light. The terrifying force shattered everything, and the bright blade light instantly shattered into pieces. The gap between a great secret stage and a few major realms was not something that could be made up with one's life. Hong Long. Yang Fann's right hand kept expanding in front of Kiming's eyes. It was like the hand of Divine Emperor that came out of the legends from the epic and took over Kiming's mind. Bang! C2098 Regret Great Sha Empire, Ningyang Division. Boom boom boom. The aura around Yang Fann's body was getting stronger and stronger, and he would never be able to stop it. God King was God King. He was not someone those warlocks could compare with. Just one person could match up to hundreds or thousands of warlocks. This caused Yang Fann's combat strength to rise rapidly. High-level domain god. Top-rank high-level realm god. A limit high-level domain god. Ningyang Division, Central Divine Hall. The 5 warlocks were all dumbfounded, not daring to believe their eyes. How could this be? How could this be? Kiming is middle-ranked god king. How could he lose? How could he lose? No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's fake. This must be fake. Middle-ranked god king, even in the ancient era tens of millions of years ago, he was still the overlord of a region. How could a top-tier expert be destroyed so easily by someone? Even some high-ranked god king wouldn't have such terrifying strength. In the void, Yang Fann's aura gradually calmed down. The next second, boom, Yang Fann's eyes widened, and a hint of regret flashed across his face. He had thought that his strength would be able to break through to the top-level domain god stage in one go, but in reality, there were still some differences. The only difference was that his combat strength had been broken through to the peak of the high-level domain god, and there was still some gap between him and the top-level domain god. A peak-grade sovereign warlock, and 4 high-grade sovereigns. More than 600 warlock king. I wonder if killing them will allow me to unseal my top-level domain god combat strength. Yang Fann muttered in his heart. He felt a little nervous. These warlocks seemed to have more people than him. However, when they were combined together, the unsealing power that they provided. They weren't much stronger than the Elephant Emperor. At most, it was comparable to a low-ranked god king, and he had just broken through. Not good, now is not the time to be in a daze. The hearts of the 5 warlock sovereigns trembled. The extremely uneasy atmosphere finally made them come back to their senses. The fate of the first 12 branches was still fresh in their minds. They were the true masters of killing without blinking their eyes. They would not show mercy and let them go just because Kiming had fallen. Flee. Flee immediately. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. With a shudder of his body, the 5 grand warlock sovereigns didn't bother to inform the others, and they all transformed into rays of light that shot into the sky. When a great disaster befell them, they would all fly away, and their lives would soon be lost. How could they still have the time to care about the life and death of those juniors? At this moment, the 5 great warlocks were all using all their strength. They didn't even hesitate to use the forbidden arts to burn the few remaining longevities to increase their speed. In the blink of an eye, the speed of the 5 warlock sovereigns increased by more than 10 times, and they appeared thousands of miles away. Trying to escape, be obedient and stay behind. Yang Fann smiled cruelly. The power of Domain God burst out like a cosmic storm, sweeping across the entire Ningyang division. Ah, no, don't kill me, spare my life, Your Majesty, spare my life, spare my life. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the entire Ningyang division had turned into ruins. All living beings had been turned into dust, leaving no survivors. Unfortunately, Yang Fann had said that the numerous expert practitioners in Ningyang division had only increased his combat strength by a little bit. He was still a little bit away from unsealing his top-level domain god combat strength. After unsealing the combat strength of a high-level domain god, even Warlock King was almost useless, let alone those great warlocks and ordinary warlocks. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that they were all gathered here, Yang Fann wouldn't even bother to attack Warlock King. Over 1 million warlocks could barely increase his combat strength by a little bit. The efficiency was too low. A warlock sovereign and even god king's expert were the targets he needed to find. The Mingyang branch was the second of the 9 major branches in the central continent. Its strength was even a little stronger than the Ningyang division. There were also 5 arcane scholars overseeing it, but compared to the opening of the Ningyang division, the Mingyang branch had 1 more top-rank arcane scholars. There were 2 top-rank warlocks. As for Warlock King, who was only 1 rank lower, there wasn't much of a difference, only a dozen or so more. Mingyang branch, in a glorious hall, the 5 warlocks gathered together. I wonder how the Ningyang division is doing now. That evil god has gone to the Ningyang division. A top-rank warlock sovereign said, his voice carrying a trace of unconcealable melancholy. Although there was Kiming, this god king, guarding Ningyang division, that evil god was also god king's expert. Whether Kiming would be a match for that evil god or not, he really didn't have much confidence. Once Kiming lost, Ningyang division would be finished. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Mingyang branch was the closest to Ningyang division. Once the evil god finished off the Ningyang division, their next target would be them. Brother Mingguang, don't worry about your wine. Don't tell me you don't know Kiming's strength. He isn't an ordinary god king. How could that evil god be a match for Kiming? The other top-ranked magician sovereign comforted, let's just wait and see. Soon, the news of the evil god being suppressed by Kiming will be heard in Ningyang division. Brother Longan is right. Brother Mingguang, since ancient times, evil has never been seen as evil. I believe that the one who will win in the end will definitely be Kiming. A high-ranked warlock sovereign said firmly. Brother Mingguang, just relax. Kiming won't let us down. Middle-rank God King is not a match for a low-rank God King. Even if the evil god is lucky enough to survive Kiming's attack, he will have to pay a heavy price. He won't be able to threaten us in a short period of time. Compared to Radiant's Emperor, the other 4 Grand Warlock Sovereigns were clearly more confident. Kiming was one of the few experts in their history, and even God King's expert that he had personally suppressed was more than one. Even if the evil god was also a God King, it was impossible for him to be a match for Kiming. Sigh, I hope so, Emperor Mingguang sighed. However, he still felt a hint of unease in his heart. One should know that Ningyang Division had lost contact with them for almost 2 hours. Although it was very easy to affect the transmission of information when the war broke out, it was still a little too long for God King to interfere with it for 2 hours. If what they said was true, that evil god was only a low-level God King. With Kiming's strength, it definitely wouldn't take that long for him to defeat that evil god. Only 2 equally matched experts could fight for so long, and it was difficult to determine the victor. This won't do. I still have to prepare for the worst. I'm not afraid of 10,000. I'm just afraid of what if. What if Kiming really loses? Mingguang Emperor rolled his eyes and thought of retreating. Half an hour. I will wait for another half an hour. If there is still no news from Ningyang Division, then I will leave Mingyang branch first. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. At most, those old fellows will complain a few times. They are all top-rank arcane masters. Could they really punish me? Although the Mingyang branch was the closest branch to the Ningyang Division, it was still relatively close. In fact, the distance between the 2 branches wasn't close. Even if it was God King's expert, he wouldn't be able to get to Mingyang branch from Ningyang Division in less than 2 hours. Time passed minute by minute, and soon, 15 minutes had passed. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of despair descended from the sky, engulfing the entire Mingyang branch. Bang bang bang, countless warlocks exploded into pieces under the terrifying pressure, turning into a mist of blood and bones. Ah, not good, it's true. It's that evil god has come. What's going on? Why would that evil god appear here? Where is Kiming? Where is Kiming? Why didn't he stop the evil god? Woo woo woo. I knew that old man Qian Ming is unreliable. I shouldn't have stayed. Woo woo woo. I should have left long ago when I lost contact with the Ningyang Division. I should have left. I hate it, I really hate it. C2099 Fight against the 4 godly monarchs, Great Sha Empire, Association of Warlocks as Mingyang branch. Endless panic and despair. In the midst of the 5 great art warriors' hearts seas flooding in, especially that Emperor Mingguang, his intestines turned green with regret. He didn't have much hope for Kiming to begin with, so why couldn't he hold on to his own opinion and leave the Mingyang branch as soon as possible? Why did he have to wait for that half an hour? Now, he had to wait for the evil god Dark Star. Even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't. Woo woo woo, I shouldn't have believed old man Qian Ming, and I shouldn't have listened to the bullshit of these guys. That evil god is no match for Kiming. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. Who on earth isn't a match for whom? Woo woo woo. It's over, it's all over, we're dead for sure. We're dead for sure. There was no way the evil god would let us go. This emperor's life, how can it be so bitter? In the sky, Yang Fann stood proudly, as if he was a god looking down on the world. With just a glance, he had seen most of the situation in the Mingyang branch. 2 top-rank arcane masters and 3 high-rank arcane masters. 638 Warlock King. Not bad. 2 top-rank magic emperors, 3 high-rank magic emperors, 638 Warlock King. Killing them should be enough for me to unseal my combat strength to the top-level domain god stage. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes. He muttered to himself, although there was no God King's expert, with so many of them, Warlock King would be able to break through to the top-level domain god stage. It was almost comparable to a low-grade God King. Currently, he was only a thin layer of window paper away from the top-level domain god. The next second, boom, Yang Fann waved his arm again and sent a palm strike towards the island below. Ah, not good. This power, is this the power of the evil god? It's middle-rank God King, at least it's middle-rank God King's power. Gulp, gulp, Kiming was speechless. I'm afraid Kiming is real. I'm afraid Kiming really lost to this evil god. All the warlocks were so shocked that they finally believed the fact that old ancestor Kiming had lost. However, all of them only thought that Yang Fann had defeated Kiming. None of them thought that Yang Fann had killed Qiming. Although this strength was powerful and made them despair, it gave them the feeling that it wasn't much stronger than Qiming's strength. It was still far from enough to kill a middle-ranked god king like Qiming. Roar. Activate the yin-yang formation. Wang, wang, wang. Streaks of black light rose from Brighteong Island before finally transforming into a massive yin-yang taijutsu that covered an area of several hundred kilometers. It blotted out the sun, enveloping the entire Brighteong branch. Yin-yang Grand Formation. This was the island's protective divine formation on Mingyang Island. It was a combination of the power of the earth veins on Mingyang Island, as well as the formation of the 5 great warlock royal lords. Even some low-ranked god king would have to spend some effort to break through the defense of the yin-yang taijutsu. However, at this moment, the 5 warlocks' faces were filled with anxiety. Their hearts almost jumped out of their throats, and they didn't have any confidence at all. They silently prayed in their hearts. The heavens are above, block it, we must block it. Bang! The heaven-sheltering big hand slammed onto the yin-yang taijutsu. In the next second, Puchi Puchi, the yin-yang taijutsu cracked like glass, inch by inch. Terrifying cracks spread out in all directions like spider webs. Ah, not good, the yin-yang great array is broken. No, no, don't. Emperor God King, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Ah, after a quarter of an hour. Wang, Yang Fann's combat strength had stabilized at the low-grade top-level domain god stage. After putting in so much effort, he had finally recovered a trace of his strength. It was truly not an easy task. Next, it should be the Haeong branch. Great Sha Empire, capital's summer city, head office of the Warlock Association. The atmosphere in the headquarters of the association was extremely heavy, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was going to collapse. Bitch it, even Qiming died at the hands of the evil god. We still underestimated that evil god. Even if that evil god's true strength isn't as great as high-ranked god kings, I'm afraid it won't be too far off. Sigh, I was too impulsive. We were too impulsive. We shouldn't have just informed Qiming. It was our recklessness that harmed Qiming. The eyes of the various grandmasters were dim and filled with regret. There were only a few god king in the human race. Each of them was the backbone of the human race and the foundation of their race. The death of Qiming was even more painful than the destruction of the 7 major associations in the western region. This loss was too great, too great. It had truly shaken the foundation of the human race. Sigh, if they had been more cautious and didn't blindly believe in Qiming's strength, they wouldn't have ended up like this. At least, even if they couldn't completely suppress the evil god, Qiming would still be able to retreat safely, and wouldn't die in the hands of the evil god. Besides, it would be even harder to deal with the evil god now. They hadn't forgotten that these evil gods could quickly increase their strength by killing these warlocks, experts. The evil god from before was probably only close to high-ranked god king. Now that he had killed Qiming, there was a high chance that he was the real high-ranked god king. High-ranked god king was in the ancient era tens of millions of years ago. Those were all first-class ultimate experts that could run amok in any direction. He was invincible. Among the humans, there were only a handful of people who could fight him. However, no matter how difficult it was, this evil god had to die. Otherwise, if he continued to grow, their association of warlocks, and even the entire human race would be destroyed by this evil god. Although those evil gods who were captured by them were all stubborn, none of them had spoken up until now. The universe sovereign had the pride of a universe sovereign. It made them beg for mercy from expert of the same level. They did not have much conflict with it. Even if it was a half-step sovereign or top dominator, they could barely accept it. However, these ants, who weren't even rulers or even domain gods, wanted to make them surrender. It was simply a pipe dream. It would be better to just kill them. How shameless was the dignified universe sovereign? That was true. They had their bottom line and persistence. Otherwise, how could they go from billions to billions? They stood out from the trillion spirits, transcended all worlds, and became the high and mighty universe sovereign. But even so, it wasn't as if the association of warlocks didn't have any results at all. At least there was one thing that was certain. These evil gods increased their strength by killing them. From the moment they appeared, both sides would never rest until one of them died. It was impossible for them to calm down. Everyone, let's go to the Holy Ancestral Palace. How to deal with that evil god still needs to be decided by the old ancestor and the others. Right, Let's go to the sacred ancestral palace and ask the ancestor to make a decision. The Heaven's Central Branch was the last of the 9 major branches in the Central region. At the same time, it was also the strongest of the 9 major branches. It could even be said to be the head of the 36 branches of the Association of Warlocks. Its strength was second only to the head office of the Warlock Association. It was much stronger than the Mingyang branch. There were 3 of them, followed by 5 of them, and 2 of them were intermediate warlocks. There were a total of 10 of them. It could be said that it was impregnable. Even if some low-ranked God King wanted to attack the Heaven's Central Division, if he was not careful, not only would he not gain anything, he might even be suppressed by the Heaven's Central Division. The Zhangtian Cave Abode was where the Zhangtian branch was located. The size of the heavenly abode was no less than 3,000 miles. Among the many small heavenly abode in the aqua blue world, the heavenly abode could be said to be one of the many. It had steadily entered the top 10, or even the top 5. The entire heavenly passage was covered with layers of seals. If there was no secret technique to enter or exit, even God King's expert would not be able to enter and exit the heavenly passage easily. Pucci. All of a sudden, the crystal wall that was able to stop God King from entering and exiting the heavenly passage was like a piece of paper that was easily torn apart. In the next second, Yang Fann took a step out from the broken crystal wall. There are actually 4 God King waiting for me. This association of warlocks really thinks highly of me. C 2100 Domineering Great Sha Empire, Zhangtian Branch. Yang Fann stood in midair with a playful smile on his face. With just a glance, he had already seen through the situation of the Heaven's Central Branch. There were actually 4 God King waiting for him, and the weakest of them were the outstanding geniuses of middle-ranked God King. Compared to Qian Ming God King, they were several times stronger. Not only that, there were even 2 high-ranked God King among them. This lineup could be said to be extremely luxurious. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was the strongest force that the Association of Warlocks could use. Qiming, as a middle-ranked God King, was one of the top 10 big shots in the entire Association of Warlocks. His understanding of the Association of Warlocks was far beyond those of the Arcane Sovereign Realm. To him, the Association of Warlocks basically had no secrets to speak of. In Qiming's memory, there were a total of 18 God Kings sleeping in the Association of Warlocks. Currently, there should be 17 of them. The strongest one among them was top-level God King, followed by high-ranked God King, who was a level lower. There were 4 of them, followed by Qiming, who was a level 1 middle-ranked God King. There were a total of 6 of them, and finally, there were 7 low-level God King. Even if there was really an expert that Qiming didn't know about, at most, there would only be 1 or 2 God King. 2 middle-ranked God King and 2 high-ranked God King, these were the top combat strength of the 3rd level of the Association of Warlocks. If they were killed by him again, it would be difficult for the Association of Warlocks to organize an effective force to kill him. Including Qiming, only 5 God King were killed by him, and they were all ranked in the top 10. Unless the top-level God King made a move himself, the rest of the God King would be useless even if they sent out all their forces. However, the possibility of this happening was too low, and it was almost negligible. That was the strongest combat strength of the Association of Warlocks. It was the true pillar of the sea, the spiritual pillar. If anything were to happen to it, the Association of Warlocks would be destroyed soon. Right at this moment, rumble, a brilliant sun rose from the eastern sky, shining brightly in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Yang Fann. A middle-aged man in a white robe walked out from it. His face was resolute, as if he was carved out of stone. His entire body was filled with peerless dignity. It was as if the high and mighty sun god controlled the light of the world. True Yang God King, one of the 2 great high-ranked God King, was ranked 4th among the 18 God King of Association of Warlocks. Rumble, a strange evil energy tore through the sky and landed on the right side of Yang Fann. A young man in white clothes walked out from it. He looked very young, as if he was not even 20 years old. His face was as clear as jade, and he was extremely handsome. His strange pair of deep red blood eyes were like an endless sea of blood, causing one's hair to stand on end. His entire body erupted with a strange gray evil energy. The evil energy soared through the sky and swept in all directions, as if it could transform a part of the world into an evil spirit world at any moment. Evil Ocean God King. He was the 6th person among the 18 God King in Association of Warlocks, and he was faintly known as the #1 person below high-rank God King. Buzz. A demonic light flashed and landed on Yang Fann's left side. It turned into a black armored figure over 100 jong tall. Its body was emitting terrifying killing intent, violence, terror, and cruelty. The terrifying devil god who was emitting a lot of negative energy. It was as if with just a single glance, he could make people's soul go crazy, and cause them to lose their minds. They would be immersed in all kinds of negative emotions, and they would be unable to extricate themselves from it. Violent God King, he was the 7th person amongst the 18 God King in the Association of Warlocks. He was a truly ruthless character, a person who did not care about his own life. If there was no need, even high-ranked God King would not want to provoke this madman. Rumble. A terrifying aura that was even stronger than true Yang God King rose from behind Yang Fann, completely sealing off his path of retreat. This was a tall, thin old man dressed in a black robe. His entire body was filled with ghastly energy, corroding the 4-direction space. Countless ferocious ghosts were baring their teeth and roaring around him. That horrifying ghostly howl seemed to be able to tear apart the soul, pierce through everything, and shatter the void. Gui Li, God King. The 3rd-ranked God King in the Association of Warlocks was also the #1 person in the Association of Warlocks' Ghost Dao. Throughout the history of the human race, there were only a few people who could match him. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the ancestor of the human race's Ghost Dao. Evil God, with my 4 great God King here today, there is no way for you to live. Surrender now, or else we will give you a quick death. True Yang God King's voice was like a bronze bell as it swept across the entire culmination paradise. As he spoke, a terrifying essence, Shenfeng, exploded out from his sea of consciousness, mixing with streams of true sun flame that could burn the sea and boil it, pressing down on Yang Fann. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. A mere high-level domain god actually wanted to use his mental energy to pressure a quasi-universe lord like him. What was this? An ant trying to show off his mightiness to an elephant. And it was an ancient mammoth. Ridiculous, truly laughable to the extreme. Very quickly, the sarcasm turned into a trace of cruelty. After killing the 4 great God King, his combat strength should be unsealed to a higher top-level domain god in the next second. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's aura was no longer suppressed. He unleashed his full strength, and a violent pressure shot up into the sky, sweeping across all directions. His body also became taller. In the blink of an eye, he turned into 100,000 feet tall terrifying great gods. It blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun, and it was as majestic as a mountain. Pucci. Pucci Pucci. In all directions, the ghostly chi, Yang Fann's, and evil energy that had sealed off Yang Fann's surroundings were everywhere. All of them had been destroyed. Ah, poof, pooh. The faces of the 4 God Kings turned pale as their auras rapidly weakened. Especially the ferocious God King and Xie Ming God King. They felt a sweetness in their throats, and they spat out blood. Yang Fann's sudden outburst had caused them to suffer a great deal of damage. Arg, top-level God King. You are top-level God King. No, how could this be? How could you be top-level God King? Roar, you bitch junior, how dare you set me up, I'm not finished with you. Very quickly, the 4 great God King burst out with heart-wrenching cries, as if they had lost their parents. Top-level God King was the strongest amongst God King, and there was a fundamental difference between him and high-ranked God King. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they were absolutely no match for top-level God King. At this moment, they had really cut off the hearts of those combat emperors. Fuck, this was the high-ranked God King you all were talking about, the high-ranked God King who had just broken through. How could they scam their ancestors like this? If they can survive today, they will definitely tear those juniors into pieces and burn their bones and scatter their ashes. Otherwise, it would be difficult to dispel the anger in their hearts. Flee, flee immediately. In an instant, True Sun God King and the other 3 made a decision. Almost at the same time, the 4 great God King turned into a ray of divine light and fled in all directions. Staying here was simply courting death, especially the ferocious God King. The 2 great middle-ranked God King and top-level God King of the evil ocean God King wanted to kill them. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack. Trying to escape, who do you think you are? Universe Sovereign or Quasi-Universe Lord? Yang Fann sneered. If it was a Universe Sovereign or a Quasi-Universe Lord, Yang Fann would still be worried, and he would not be able to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Yang Fann had no worries about these aboriginals. With their simple and crude means of saving their lives, there was no way they could be compared to the universe sovereign. Similarly, by burning their own blood essence's origin, these native warlocks could increase their speed by several times with just a layer of the blood essence. If they were replaced by the universe sovereign, their speed would increase by more than 100 times. They were on a completely different level. Be obedient and stay behind. Space, seal buzz, buzz, hum. The power of the top-level domain god had sealed off the four-direction space. In an instant, the four-god king felt as if he had fallen into a deep swamp, and his speed dropped drastically. He couldn't even walk as fast as an ordinary person, and it was extremely difficult for him to walk. Ah! Bitch it, this four-direction space, how could it be? No, move ah, who, I just revived, how could I die here? I can't accept this. I can't accept this roar. After burning the divine blood, Devil God broke apart C-2101 killed them all. The leader of the 36 branches of the Great Xia Empire. Heaven branch, boom boom rumble, the four great God King let out hysterical roars. Blue veins popped out on their foreheads, and they gritted their teeth as if they had gone mad. They all used the forbidden arts to burn the divine power of the divine blood, crazily increasing their strength. In order to protect their lives, they couldn't care about any side effects or side effects. In an instant, their auras skyrocketed, rising steadily. Their bodies also increased at a visible rate. A bunch of ants trying to overturn the heavens. What a joke! A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. He didn't care about it at all. The most primitive forbidden arts didn't even increase his strength by tenfold. The strongest one, Gui Li, God King, had only just stepped into the threshold of the top-ranked high level. If he could break free from the restriction of his strength with just this little bit of strength, Yang Fann wouldn't need to cultivate anymore. He just needed to find a place to fight for the heart of eternity. He would be able to save himself the embarrassment of coming out. Bitch it, how could it be like this? No, I don't believe it. I can definitely break through. It definitely can. Roar break for me! The four great God King howled in grief. The divine power in his body surged madly, exploding and exploding. Boom, boom, boom. Countless mushroom clouds kept rising. Unfortunately, it was like a mortal who had sunk deeper and deeper into the quagmire, sinking deeper and deeper. The first one will be you. A mocking smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. He waved his arm again and sent a palm strike towards the ferocious God King on the left. Ah, no, violent God angry hammer. A wild beast let out an unwilling howl before it was on the brink of death. The ferocious God King struck out with his hammer. This was his most powerful punch, and its strength was comparable to the full strength of a mid-high level domain god. Even if it was Gui Li God King, he wouldn't be able to use the forbidden arts to increase his cultivation base, and he would have no choice but to retreat and avoid the attack. However, under the strength of Yang Fann's top-level domain god, he was like an ant trying to shake a tree, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was so tiny and powerless. Bang! Heaven and earth split apart. The ferocious God King's body, which had expanded to a height of more than 10,000 feet, exploded in an instant, turning into powder. Ah, ferocious God King! The three great God King let out heart-wrenching howls. Amongst the 18 God King, the ferocious God King was known to have a bad temper and did not have many friends. Their relationship with the ferocious God King was also very ordinary, and there were even some contradictions between them. However, at this moment, a feeling of sadness welled up in their hearts. Once the ferocious God King died, would they still be far away? Middle-ranked God King is middle-ranked God King. Indeed, he is not someone those underlings can compare with. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. With just the weakest ferocious God King, his combat strength had been unsealed and he had reached the intermediate top-level domain god. If he could get rid of all four of them, unsealing the combat strength of a peak top-level domain god wouldn't be a dream. It was even possible for him to have the combat strength of a peak top-level domain god. Bang! With a thought, Hong Long. This Xie Ming God King was slightly stronger than the ferocious God King, but his strength was limited. On the other hand, Yang Fann had unsealed another level of his combat strength. Not only did the gap between the two of them not decrease in the slightest, it had also increased significantly. It was even easier to crush this Xie Ming God King than crushing the ferocious God King to death. Boom! Yang Fann's aura rose once more. He had successfully unsealed the combat strength of a high-level top-level domain god. A terrifying pressure crushed down on both of them, causing them to be unable to breathe. The sealing force in the surroundings increased exponentially. Ah, no. Gui Li, God King, and Tru Yang God King, these two great high-rank God King, have looks of despair on their faces. They even forgot to continue struggling. Originally, the evil god's strength was far above theirs. Even if they used the forbidden arts, they wouldn't have much of a chance of survival. But now, right under their noses, the evil god's strength had increased by several times. It was totally not giving them any chance to live. Boohoo. Heavens, what have we done wrong? Can't we just change it? Do we need to be so cruel to us? Bang! Another terrifying mushroom cloud rose into the sky. One more person from the four great God King had left, leaving only the strongest one, Gui Li, God King. Yang Fann's aura had once again increased by a large amount, and it seemed to be comparable to a peak top-level domain god. Looks like it's impossible for me to unseal the limit of the top-level domain god's combat strength in one go. However, Yang Fann wasn't too disappointed. Being able to unseal the peak top-level domain god combat strength in one go had already exceeded his expectations. His initial goal was to unseal the combat strength of a high top-level domain god the next second. Yang Fann's mocking gaze fell upon God King. Ah, no, no, don't kill me, woo-woo-woo. Master, please, please don't kill me. I surrender, I surrender. From now on, I, Gui Li, will be your dog and a dog by your side. Gui Li God King wept bitterly. The three great God King had died one after another. The terrifying pressure that kept gathering was Hong Long, Hong Long. What responded to Gui Li God King was a heaven-sheltering big hand that fell from the sky. Except surrender, it didn't exist. Even the universe sovereign didn't have the qualifications to become Yang Fann's dog, let alone an ant that wasn't even a ruler. Ah, no, woo-woo-woo-woo. Why, I'm already willing to be your dog. Why do you still want to kill me? Hua Shang, Lord Mo Shang won't let you go, he won't let you go. Mo Shang, if he doesn't let me go, I won't let him go, Yang Fann sneered. In head office of the Warlock Association, the remaining 13 God King, including God King Mo Shang and top-level God King, had been regarded as the meal on the plate by Yang Fann. In the middle heaven branch, am I seeing things? His Majesty, the four of them, God King. How could this be? No, this is not true. It definitely isn't true. How could the evil god be so strong? Woo-woo-woo. Illusion, I must have been affected by an illusion. Fake, it's all fake. Countless warlocks, including the 10 grand warlock sovereigns. This wasn't how the script should be. The 4 great God King were the 4 great God King, and at the very least, they were middle-rank God King. Even high-rank God King would be mercilessly surrounded and killed. How could this be possible? In the blink of an eye, all of them were slaughtered. The one who lied must be the one who lied. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The culmination paradise was one of the top 10 worlds in the world of magicians. It turned into the brightest star and burned away the last of his light. What should I do next? Continue to sweep away the remaining 20 association of warlocks branches? Or should we go straight to the root of the problem and take care of the head office of the Warlock Association? A trace of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The 5 great God King had fallen, and they were all ranked in the top 10. It could be said that the head office of the Warlock Association was at its weakest right now. A few breaths later, Yang Fann forcefully suppressed the urge to destroy the head office of the Warlock Association. Currently, he was only barely able to unseal the combat strength of a peak top-level domain god. He was still quite a distance away from the half-step dominant force. As for the head office of the Warlock Association, it was also guarded by top-level God King, and with the help of the Association of Warlocks' numerous resources, he might not be able to suppress God King Mo Shang. In order to be safe, he had to wipe out a few more branches to increase his combat strength. After that, he would deal with the head office of the Warlock Association and let the head office of the Warlock Association survive for a few more days. However, which region should I choose as my target? These 6 southern branches. The 8 northern divisions have limited strength. Their overall strength is only a little bit stronger than the 7 western divisions. Compared to the 6 branches in the east, they were much weaker. They won't stay in the branches and wait for me. Time is limited. I still need to find a powerful branch to take action in order to maximize the benefits. This is the eastern 6 branches. C-2102 abandoning the chariot to protect the commander. The Eastern Dragon branch of the Great Xia Empire was the head of the 6 major branches in the East. Among the 36 branches of the Association of Warlocks, it could be said to be one of the top 5, or even the top 3. Compared to the Ningyang division, it was even better. Just like the Ming-Yang branch. Currently, the East Dragon branch also had 2 top-rank Warlock Emperors and 3 high-rank Warlock Emperors. There were more than 700 people who were ranked below Warlock King, and rank 4 Warlock King alone had 28 of them. Eastern Dragon Mountain Range was the number 1 mountain range in the eastern part of Great Xia Empire. It was connected to 1,000,000 miles of land, and it ran through dozens of provinces in the eastern part of Great Xia Empire. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a divine dragon that was lying dormant in the ground. It was quietly sleeping, and it would wake up at some point of time. It would soar into the sky and travel through the 9 heavens according to the legends. This Eastern Dragon Mountain Range was the ancient era. It was formed after the fall of a top-level God King realm divine dragon. This was also the reason why the Eastern Dragon Mountain Range was named. Of course, whether or not it was the truth, there was still a need to investigate. In the middle of the East Dragon Mountain Range, an inaccessible land, there was a huge mountain city hidden within the mountains. This was the location of the Association of Warlocks' Eastern Dragon branch. Pucci. The space above the city distorted, and Yang Fann took a step forward. After choosing the 6 major branches of the East as his target, Yang Fann didn't go to the other 5 major branches of the East. Instead, he went straight to the East Dragon branch, which was the first branch of the East. The news of the death of the 4 great God King wouldn't last for long. Once the news was leaked, the Association of Warlocks would surely be in a state of panic. Every branch of the Association of Warlocks would be filled with warriors, and none of them would dare to stay in any of the major branches, giving him the chance to break through. It could be said that they were racing against time, trying their best to obtain as many benefits as possible. One East Dragon branch could be compared to 2 or 3 other branches, or even more. It seems like the Association of Warlocks still doesn't know about the death of the 4 great God King. Yang Fann squinted his eyes. In the mountain city below, there were many 5 great warlocks. Even a few hundred Warlock King were staying in the mountain city peacefully. All of them proved that the Association of Warlocks was still under the dark. Otherwise, the East Dragon branch would have been in chaos long ago. Who would stay in the branch and wait for death if they knew that staying in the branch would only lead to certain death? It was not like their heads had been kicked by a donkey. The next second, rumble. The power of a top-level domain god. The energy of a top-level domain god erupted from Yang Fann's body, rushing to the next division. He didn't have that much time to waste in this East Dragon division branch. Pucci. Wherever the power passed. Pucci. 2 hours later, the East Dragon division had followed the footsteps of the East Dragon division. The entire branch had 3 warlocks, more than 300 Warlock King, and tens of millions of warlocks. All of them had been turned into flying ashes, and the East Sun City, where the branch was located, had been reduced to ruins. Great Xia Empire, capital Xia, head office of the Warlock Association. The group of top-level grandmasters looked as if they had lost their parents. Their faces were ashen, as if they had lost their parents. Their eyes were filled with an indescribable fear. Woo. The old ancestor and the others. How could they possibly? Old Ancestor Xie Ming and the ferocious Old Ancestor are the best of the best, middle-rank God King. Old Ancestor Gui Li and Old Ancestor Zhen Yang are the real high-rank God King, the evil god. He's just a high-rank God King. What right does he have to be able to do that? Woo. There's a mistake, there must be a mistake. Even though the rationality in their hearts was telling them that Old Ancestor Gui Li and the rest had really fallen, otherwise, how could it be possible that a day had already passed and they still could not contact the Heaven's Central Branch? Only after 2 hours had passed and a Warlock King had arrived at the ruins of the Zhangtian Paradise did they reluctantly accept this terrifying fact. Woo. Really? It's true, all of this is true. Ancestor Gui Li, they really are, were really screwed. What should we do now? What should we do? The Warlocks lamented. They wanted to continue their journey to the Holy Ancestral Palace to seek an audience with the old ancestors, God King. However, their legs seemed to have been filled with lead, and they were unable to move a single step. Even the 4 great ancestors of God King had been killed by the evil god. The strength of the evil god was definitely at top-level God King's level. Otherwise, it would be easy to defeat old ancestor Gui Li and the others. It was absolutely impossible to keep all of them here. Top-level God King, unless they could invite old ancestor Mo Shang, even if there were only 12 old ancestors left, they still wouldn't be a match for top-level God King. If they weren't going to take revenge, it would be like sending someone's head to the ground from thousands of miles away. However, could old ancestor Mo Shang make a move so easily? He was the #1 person in Association of Warlocks. If he could defeat the evil god, it would be fine, but if he could defeat God King as well, then it would be fine. If they were to die in the hands of the evil god, the Association of Warlocks would be finished. Furthermore, it would be very difficult to invite old ancestor Mo Shang, even if they were only arcane masters. In the Association of Warlocks, old ancestor Mo Shang was the true controller and the #1 person. What? The East Dragon Division, the Dongyang branch, and the Jade Tower branch had all lost contact with each other. Not good. The evil god was attacking the 6 major branches in the east. No way. If this continues, the association's 36 branch divisions will be destroyed by the evil god retreat. The remaining large associations must retreat immediately. Otherwise, the evil god will destroy them one by one. No, the tens of millions of warlocks will retreat together. The target is too big, and it's easy to be targeted by the evil god. Right. With those ordinary warlocks dragging them down, it will be difficult for them to leave even if they want to. How about this? Inform all of the Grand Warlock Sovereigns, as well as those warlocks, and tell them to be careful not to alarm those ordinary warlocks. It was very obvious that many of the ordinary warlocks in the various branches were treated as abandoned children by them. What they truly cared about was the Warlock Kings above Warlock King. This was the true backbone of Association of Warlocks. As for those warlocks and great warlocks, they could only leave them to their own devices. As long as Warlock King and the warlocks didn't die, ordinary warlocks would be able to be trained back very quickly. The Great Xia Empire was lacking in everything except for people. As the largest country in the Aqua Blue world, the Great Xia Empire's total population exceeded 100 trillion. Compared to the total population of White Bear, Golden Eagle, and Redbud, 3 great empires, it was much more. Even if there were only 1 in 10,000 talented warlocks, they could easily find billions among so many people. Since ancient times, countless talented warlocks had been buried to fill their stomachs. They were like carps in a river. Magic could not be passed down easily. To become a real warlock, it was not something that could be done as long as one had talent. One of the 6 major branches of the Association of Warlocks, the Jade Tree branch. Pucci. The ordinary curtain of the void was forcefully torn apart, and Yang Fann's figure suddenly appeared. But soon, Yang Fann frowned. In the Jade Tree branch below, not to mention the Warlock Sovereigns, there wasn't even a single Warlock King, and there were even very few an Arch-Warlock of the 9th rank warriors. As the closest existence to Warlock King, an Arch-Warlock of the 9th rank had an extraordinary status in each branch. The disappearance of the Warlock Emperor and Warlock King surpassed those low-level warlocks. However, it was not an easy task to hide from these an Arch-Warlock of the 9th rank's eyes and ears. Each and every one of them had lived for hundreds and thousands of years. How could they not see that something was wrong? Rumble. Yang Fann furiously slapped down with his palm, completely wiping out the branch of the Jade Tree from the world below. Golden Gong branch, Tang Yun branch, Jade Lake branch, Navigation branch. From the eastern part of Great Xia Empire to the southern part of Great Xia Empire, Yang Fann had finally given up on the 5 major branches of Association of Warlocks. The news of him killing Gui Li and God King had been completely exposed. It seemed like all of the major branches had been evacuated by Warlock King, and the rest were just abandoned children. What a decisive move! Abandoning the chariot to protect the commander is really decisive. After casually wiping away Yunshan's branch from Aqua Blue World, Yang Fann's gaze turned and seemed to have seen through countless spaces, landing on the Great Xia Empire's capital's capital of summer. Capital's head office of the Warlock Association. It's about time. There were no Grand Warlock Sovereigns or Warlock King in charge of the various branches. There were only 2 or 3 of them in each branch. To the current Yang Fann, it was just a drop in the bucket. Even the destruction of the 5 branches only increased his combat strength by a little bit. Even if he destroyed all the remaining branches, it would not allow his combat strength to be unsealed for a small level. C-2103 Infiltrating Great Xia Empire, one of the 8 major branches in the north, Desolate North Branch. 3,000 miles away, there was a huge mountain. It was unknown when, but the interior had been hollowed out, forming a small hollow with a radius of several miles. In the center of the cave, a handsome young man, who was wearing a white robe and had a handsome face, was sitting with his legs crossed. Between his eyebrows, there was a vertical eye that was half closed. Vaguely, one could see the 3,000 great Taos flashing within it. With just a single glance, one would be intoxicated by it and be able to roam the boundless sea of great Taos. This divine eye was a divine eye that was half closed. It seemed to be able to faintly see 3,000 great Taos flickering within it. It was the great Tao divine eye possessed by the Taoism clan, one of the 8 most powerful races in the eternal great world. It was a high-level universe sovereign from the Taoism clan. More than half a year had passed, and the White Knight Tao sovereign's luck wasn't bad. He didn't encounter many dangers, but he didn't gain much either. Apart from killing thousands of ordinary practitioners, he had also killed 3 Warlock King, allowing him to barely break through to the 8 Tier 3 Warlock King. This combat strength was only considered ordinary amongst the thousands of high-level universe sovereign warriors who had entered the Aqua Blue world. Even the top 500 warriors were considered insignificant. Buzz. Suddenly, Tao Venerate White Knight opened his tightly shut eyes and revealed a look of disbelief. Someone had actually destroyed 24 branches of the Association of Warlocks in a row. There was even a savage god king who had died in his hands. Where did this amazing man come from? More than half a year had passed, and the cultivation system of these aboriginal warlocks was clear to him. The aboriginals, God King, were comparable to the realm god's expert. When he thought about himself, he had expended a great deal of effort just to see the combat strength of the unsealing Holy King. Comparisons between people really pissed him off. Who was the quasi-universe lord that did this? As for the top-level universe sovereign, the possibility was too small. Even extreme top-level universe sovereign, who had just entered the Aqua Blue world, barely had the strength of an arch-warlock of the 9th rank. In less than a year's time, it was almost impossible for him to have the strength to slaughter God King. But this is my chance. Very quickly, a bright light flashed across Tao Venerate White Knight's eyes. Scared by the mysterious expert, Warlock King from the various branches. The Ard Warrior Emperor had all secretly escaped from the branches. There was only a group of aphids that Warlock King didn't even have, and that was a beauty who had been stripped naked. He would let this at Tier 3 Warlock King trample on him. No, I can't delay any longer. I have to rush to the desolate North Branch immediately. The Venerable White Knight's expression changed as he stood up. 10,000 universe sovereigns. Half a year had passed, and some of them had fallen. There were also a few unlucky ones who had been captured by the local forces. However, there were still 7,000 universe sovereigns left, and there were at least 1,000 to 2,000 people left in the Great Xia Empire. The number of universe sovereigns he knew in the vicinity of the desolate North Branch alone was more than 20. Including those he didn't know, 50 universe sovereigns was the minimum. He was late, not to mention eating meat. Even a mouthful of soup wasn't enough for him. With his identity as the Taoism clan, he wouldn't be able to use it in Aqua Blue world. Desolate Dragon Branch, Thousand Moon Branch, Heavenly Snow Branch, Nanshuan Branch, Guyuan Branch. Around the remaining 12 divisions, universe sovereigns tore through space and swarmed toward the various divisions like sharks that had smelled the scent of blood. They wanted to split up the Teodes feast. Half a year had passed, and these universe sovereigns basically all had Warlock King's combat strength. Without Warlock King guarding the various divisions, how could they put them in their eyes? Kekekeka, the aphids of the natives, obediently die for the old ancestor. Ha ha ha, pleasant, truly enjoyable, ha ha ha. Die, woo woo woo, don't kill me, don't kill me. The king of the kingdom of Chen, and all the Warlock Kings. Where are you? Come and save us. Hua Sheng, I'm going to stake it all against you. Roar, explode explode explode. Rumble, 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 rumble. Yang Fann had no idea that the accumulation that he did not think highly of had indirectly benefited a large number of Great Xia empires in the Great Xia Empire. Of course, even if he knew, Yang Fann would not take it to heart. Without a Warlock Emperor, the top Warlock Kings like Warlock King, these branches of the Association of Warlocks were just superficial. When all the Warlocks joined together, the unsealing power they could provide might not even be comparable to a low-level Warlock Emperor. With 12 Association of Warlocks branches combined, it was the limit to be able to match up to an intermediate Warlock Emperor. If hundreds or thousands of universe sovereigns were divided up, it was unknown whether or not a few true gods would be born. With Yang Fann's current combat strength, how could he possibly put a few true gods in his eyes? Great Xia Empire, capital Xia. Along with the arrival of numerous universe sovereigns, countless cities within the territory of the Great Xia Empire were in constant chaos and killings. There were almost no places of peace. However, this summer city was as peaceful as ever. Those who needed to work continued to work, and those who needed to eat and drink were not affected in the slightest. It was like two different worlds. As the core of Great Xia Empire and where the head office of the Warlock Association was located, Shadu had hidden countless experts. As long as one's head wasn't kicked by a donkey, many universe sovereigns wouldn't act recklessly in Shadu. It was the same as an old man eating arsenic, complaining that his life was too long. East District, an ordinary 3-story building. Young man, who wore a black shirt and black pants and looked like an office worker, suddenly froze. One breath later, young man's aura suddenly changed. It became somewhat illusory and unpredictable. Just like the young man in white, young man was also a clone of Yang Fann. The vest of the young man in white was useless. If he really carried the vest and entered the capital, Yang Fann would be attacked immediately. The head office of the Warlock Association was different from the other branches. Both sides were on completely different levels. Even if the 36 branches were to be combined, they would still be far from being as powerful as the headquarters. Regarding this, Yang Fann was still quite wary. Currently, he only had the combat strength of a peak top-level domain god. There was no qualitative difference between him and top-level God King. It was better to be careful. Yang Fann didn't want to be caught in a trap. In the center of the capital, there was a city that covered an area of 100 miles. The city within the city was heavily guarded. It was guarded every 3 steps and guarded every 5 steps. There were over 1,000 of them. They were fully armed, and armed soldiers patrolled the city day and night. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was the technological research base of Great Xia Empire. It was one of the most important military restricted areas of Great Xia Empire. However, the real warlocks understood. The technological research base, it was just a pretense. In fact, it was the true master of Great Xia Empire, the headquarters of Association of Warlocks. Of course, this city in the middle of the city was only exposed to the public. The real head office of the Warlock Association was underground. This was a huge underground cave with a radius of 10,000 miles. Its area was so vast that it was even bigger than the entire Xia capital. The surroundings of the cave were covered with layers of seals and formations from the past generations of the Association of Warlocks as expert. Even some top-level God King wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the cave easily. Ordinary members of the Association of Warlocks wouldn't have the chance to enter this underground hollow. At least, it would be the ranked 7 Great Warlock. As for the forces outside of the Association of Warlocks, it was impossible for them not to be Warlock King. Within the cavern, there were countless palaces and pavilions. They were built in the shape of a pyramid. The higher one was at the top of the pyramid, the more luxurious and glorious the palace would be. It was a clear indication of the level of the Association of Warlocks. Every member of the Association of Warlocks had their own residence. In the middle of the pyramid, there was at least a rank 1 Warlock King. If he wanted to go to the top of the pyramid, he would be delusional if he didn't have the strength of a Warlock Emperor. At the top of the pyramid was naturally the 18 God King from the Association of Warlocks. The 18 majestic divine palace were also known as the 18 sacred ancestral palaces. The layers of advancement clearly indicated the level of each major warlock. On the top floor of the pyramid, in a magnificent palace, an old man in a black robe sat cross-legged. Dense ghost energy erupted from all the pores on his body and transformed into numerous malevolent spirits. The entire hall became a world of malevolent spirits. Anyone who dared to step into the hall would instantly be devoured by the ghosts. Buzz. Suddenly, a ripple appeared behind the old man. Yang Fann silently appeared behind the old man. C-2105 War against God King Mashang Great Xia Empire, Capital Xia, Head Office of the Warlock Association, Divine Sword Palace Die God Slaying Sword Boom. The Divine Sword God King's eyes flashed with killing intent. A supreme sword intent shot up from the top of his head. This sword intent was the evolution of the sword Dao in the Divine Sword God King's body. It was his strongest sword. It was like the judgment of the great Dao. It was incomparably profound and could destroy gods and devils. It could cut through the void and kill everything. Sigh, have you still been discovered? Indeed, the sword cultivator is the most sensitive to vital energy. A ripple appeared in a corner of the Divine Sword Palace, and Yang Fann's figure suddenly appeared. There was a hint of regret on his face. Looks like this was the end of his assassination path. The sword cultivator, especially this kind of pure sword cultivator, had its own unique characteristics in certain areas. The remaining 3 great middle-rank God King. Putting aside the 6th-ranked Frost God King, he had only just broken through to the middle-ranked God King realm. Compared to Qian Ming God King, he was much weaker. However, that King Fire God's strength was not any weaker than that of the ferocious God King. However, he still did not find any traces of Yang Fann, and was easily dealt with by him. He did not expect that God King, the Divine Sword, would be able to see through his true identity. However, Yang Fann did not pay too much attention to it. If he exposed himself, he would expose himself. At most, he would just kill him by force. He had already killed 9 of the 13 God King. His combat strength had been unsealed to the medium half-step dominator. At least, he was confident that he would be able to suppress the association of warlocks. Pucci, with a wave of his right hand, it was as though he was slapping a fly, shattering the brilliant sword intent into pieces. How is this possible? Divine Sword God King's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. The God-slaying sword was his most powerful killing move. With the terrifying attack power of the sword cultivator, there were only a few high-ranked God King. Under his sword, he had no choice but to dodge, not to mention shattering his sword so easily. Gulp, gulp, top-level God King. He was top-level God King. Suddenly, the Divine Sword God King's body quivered, as if he had thought of something terrifying. Not good. He is. Top-level God King was a rare existence even in the ancient era where spirit of heaven and earths had yet to dry up. It could be said that he was a peak expert that stood at the top of the pyramid, not to mention the present twilight of gods, the cultivationless age where spiritual energy was depleted. Similarly, top-level God King also had a grudge with the association of warlocks. The identity of the person in front of him was obvious. It was the evil god, the terrifying evil god that had forced the association of warlocks to retreat from their headquarters. No, run now. The Divine Sword God King's desire to retreat increased dramatically, and he couldn't muster up any fighting spirit at all. Gui Li, Zhen Yang, Xie Ming, and Zhen Yang, which one of them wasn't stronger than him? Especially Gui Li, God King, and True Yang God King, high-ranked God King, but in the end, the 4 of them were all slaughtered by the evil god even when they joined forces. How could he possibly be a match for the evil god alone? He liked challenges, but that didn't mean he was willing to die at this moment. The only way to save his life was to escape to God King Mo Shang's side as soon as possible. However, the Divine Sword was faster than God King, and Yang Fann was even faster than him. Yang Fann, who had already been exposed, didn't need to worry about anything anymore. He simply sent a palm strike toward the Divine Sword, God King. Ah, no, this strength, I can't block it. Roar, Lord Mo Shang, save me, save me. The Divine Sword God King let out a despairing wail. That invincible power made him unable to resist at all. It was not something that middle-ranked God King could resist. Stop right now. A stern shout filled with dignity. Rumble, a powerful aura of a top-level domain god was transmitted from outside Divine Sword Palace. It was boiling, and it was crushing towards Yang Fann. It's Lord Mo Shang. Lord Mo Shang is here. A ray of hope blossomed from God King's hopeless heart. In just an instant, the ray of hope was mercilessly extinguished in the cradle. Bang! The heaven-sheltering big hand mercilessly crushed down. Ah, no, I'm not willing, I'm not willing. Ah, Divine Sword. A heart-wrenching cry that sounded as though his parents had lost their parents swept over from outside the Divine Sword Palace. It caused a huge commotion and spread throughout the entire world. Roar. Bastard, I told you to stop. Why did you do that? Why did you? Still, roar. Bang, bang, bang. Countless mushroom clouds rose up, and large patches of voids shattered under the terrifying sound waves in the next second. Pucci. The space within Divine Sword Palace was forcefully torn apart, and a person appeared in front of Yang Fann. This was a middle-aged man wearing a black battle robe, and he had a resolute expression on his face. It was as if he was carved out of jade, and every cell in his body was emitting a terrifying aura of death. It was like the death god from the nether hell. Every action of his seemed to cause people to feel an instinctive fear. This man was none other than the true master of the Association of Warlocks, God King Mo Shang. However, at this moment, God King Mo Shang's eyes had turned red. Both of his eyes were staring at Yang Fann. A gurgling sound came from his throat. He was like an enraged beast that wanted to eat Yang Fann's flesh and drink his blood. Currently, there were only 3 middle-ranked God King left in Association of Warlocks. Now, another middle-ranked God King had been killed. This was definitely a heavy blow to Association of Warlocks. Especially the Divine Sword, God King. His talent was extremely high. He was one of the best amongst the 18 of them. There was a high possibility that he could advance to the higher grades in the future, or even top-level God King. Buzz, buzz. 2 divine lights tore apart the void and descended from the sky. 2 experts walked out from within. Their auras were as powerful as the deep sea. Although they couldn't be compared to God King Mo Shang, they were far superior when compared to true Yang Divine King. It was the remaining 2 high-ranked God King from the Association of Warlocks. Ghost God King and Heavenly King God King. Strange, Ghost, Heavenly King, why are there only the 2 of you? A trace of doubt flashed across God King Mo Shang's eyes, causing such a huge commotion. Logically speaking, the other 9 great God Kings should have rushed over at this moment. God King Mo Shang, who had been focusing his attention on the Divine Sword, didn't notice that the other God King had already disappeared. Gradually, a hint of uneasiness arose in God King Mo Shang's heart. Ah, no, 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 how could this be? How could this be? Suddenly, Mo Shang's expression changed once again. His spiritual sense had searched the entire world, but he still couldn't find any trace of King Fire God and the others. Not only that, even the number of masters had decreased by more than half, leaving only 2 or 3 of them. Something wasn't right, something wasn't right. If he had something to do, he wouldn't have left the headquarters together with so many people. Furthermore, in order to prevent the evil god from attacking them one by one, he had ordered the upper echelons of the association not to leave the headquarters without permission for a short period of time. Could it be that? Could it be? Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in God King Mo Shang's mind. What did you do to Li Huo and the others? God King Mo Shang, what do you think? Yang Fann laughed evilly and asked back. You took all of them. Kill them all. God King Mo Shang's voice was trembling, and the uneasiness in his heart was getting bigger and bigger. Congratulations, you got it right, don't worry, they haven't gone far yet. You will catch up to them very soon. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up. He did not deny it and admitted it directly. Their whereabouts had already been exposed, so there was nothing to hide. Ah, Hua Sheng, you, how dare you? God King Mo Shang's eyes were filled with tears, even though he had the worst plan in his heart. If he really thought that all of this would become reality, it would still be beyond the limits of what he could bear. 10 God King and over 100 art warriors. This was more than half of the top combat strength of Association of Warlocks. Everything was destroyed by Hua Sheng just like that. What? Li Fire God and the others? All of them, behind God King Mo Shang, the Heavenly King God King, Ghost God King and Ghost God King were dumbstruck. They could not believe what they had just heard. Roar, Hua Sheng, I want you to die, I want you to die. C-2106 An open path in a secret path. Great Sha Empire, Xiadu, the underground cave of head office of the Warlock Association. The true master of the Association of Warlocks, God King Mo Shang. Both of his eyes were blazing with flames of fury. Horrifying killing intent was surging on his body, filling the entire Divine Sword Palace. With a roar, God King Mo Shang finally couldn't suppress the killing intent in his heart. He lunged at Yang Fann. 10 God King and more than 150 Warlock Sovereigns. This was a huge loss, a huge loss. It had almost wiped out all the upper echelons of the Association of Warlocks. Including Gui Li, God King, and the other 5 great God King who had fallen at the hands of this evil god, as well as the 24 Association of Warlocks branches that had been destroyed by him, as well as trillions of practitioners and countless experts. It could be said that the Association of Warlocks had been destroyed by the evil god. 100,000 years, a million years, or even tens of millions of years, they might not be able to recover the consumed vital energies. Roar, all of this was the fault of this flower. It was all the fault of this flower. If the flower didn't die, then he would be the master of the Association of Warlocks in vain. How could he face the Divine Sword, God King, and the others? Hua Sheng, Die boom boom boom. Boundless death energy erupted from all the pores and cells in God King Mo Shang's body. It was like a tidal wave that surged wildly. Finally, it condensed into a terrifying death god wearing armor and holding a death scythe. It was soul-stealing. I didn't expect that God King Mo Shang would be proficient in the great Tao of Soul. I didn't expect that God King Mo Shang would be proficient in the great Tao of Soul. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with a strange light. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. It was a smile of victory. It wasn't that the great Tao of Soul wasn't strong. On the contrary, the great Tao of Soul was illusory and illusory. It was one of the top great Tao among the 3,000 great Tao. It was second only to the 10 great Tao of time, fate, destruction, and devour. If Yang Fann was really only at the top-level domain god, or perhaps at the half-step dominator, against this God King Mo Shang, he would surely have a headache. If he was not careful, he might suffer a huge loss from God King Mo Shang. Unfortunately, Yang Fann was not one of them. His strength of soul, although it was suppressed infinitely, its essence didn't change. It wasn't any weaker than many quasi-universe Lord Warriors, and it might even surpass them. A top-level domain God Warrior was trying to hook the soul of a quasi-universe Lord Warrior. What was this? There was nothing in this world that was crazier than this. Yang Fann didn't even make any defense, and just let the death god's scythe slash at his soul. Kekakekaki. Chosheng, your death has come. A ferocious expression flashed across God King Mo Shang's face. How dare he ignore his death attack? He was truly courting death. Not to mention top-level God King, even if Divine Emperor who had just broken through to the half-step Divine Emperor realm suffered a blow from his soul blade, he would still be severely injured by the soul. But very quickly, the ferocious smile on God King Mo Shang's face stiffened, and his eyes widened like the eyes of a fish. No, how could this be? My soul attack, how is this possible? Ah, how could I forget? These demons, these demons. Suddenly, God King Mo Shang's facial expression changed again. He recalled that although these evil gods weren't very strong, their soul was exceptionally powerful. It wasn't that he hadn't searched the evil gods that he had captured before, but even the weakest and arch-warlock of the 9th rank wasn't something he could read. If it wasn't for the fact that he had recovered his strength in time at the critical moment, he might have been severely injured by the backlash of the evil gods. Even so, he had still injured some of the vital energies. It was only after recuperating for over a month did he recover. Hua Sheng had appeared at the same time as those evil demons. If he was like those evil demons, having horrendous souls that were 10 million times stronger than them and ignoring their soul attacks, it would make sense. If that's the case, we'll be in trouble. God King Mo Shang's face darkened, and his heart sank to the lowest point. Most of the power in his body was concentrated on the great Tao of Soul. Once the soul power was used as a decoration. Although his combat strength was not to the extent of being 1/10 of what it was. However, it would not be much better. Compared to Ghost God King and the others, it wasn't much stronger than Ghost God King and the others. Right at this moment, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Ant, take a punch from me. Yang Fann grinned hideously and threw a punch at God King Mo Shang. If it was said that he was only a 8th layer before, he would have been able to suppress the head office of the Warlock Association. But now, he was full of confidence. God King Mo Shang, who was completely suppressed by him, and whose combat strength might not even be as strong as a low-grade top-level domain god, and 2 high-rank God King, if he still couldn't defeat them, he would just buy a piece of tofu and knock himself to death. No, this strength cannot be blocked. I can't block it. God King Mo Shang's expression changed once again. Roar the soul pearl of death, come out buzz. A gray stream of light rose from his body. It was a gray bead the size of a human head. A mysterious and ancient gray light was emitted from the bead and covered the area within 1,000 feet of God King Mo Shang. However, one could vaguely see that there seemed to be some tiny cracks on the gray bead. The Dead Soul Pearl. This was the strongest defensive divine artifact in God King Mo Shang's hand. The Death Soul Pearl was the reason why he was able to break through to top-level God King and become the top expert of the human race. According to the legends, this Death Soul bead was the lifeblood divine artifact of the Death Divine Emperor from the ancient era. Later on, during the ancient era, a war broke out between the gods. The Death Divine Emperor was surrounded and killed by several Divine Emperor. The Death Soul Pearl was severely damaged, and it was lost in the mortal world. No one knew where it had gone. He didn't expect that it would fall into God King Mo Shang's hands. Bang! Yang Fann smashed his fist onto the death barrier, causing it to distort and concave. It's actually a intermediate main divine artifact. Yang Fann frowned slightly. If it was in the eternal great world, not to mention a intermediate main divine artifact, even a intermediate universe treasure might not catch Yang Fann's eyes. But now, this intermediate main divine artifact had become Yang Fann's biggest obstacle. Fortunately, this intermediate main divine artifact was a broken main divine artifact, and its power was not even at its peak. Compared to many low-level main divine artifact, it was nothing. Otherwise, there was no need to fight this battle anymore. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to break through the intermediate main divine artifact's defense. As one of the top overlords of the human race, God King Mo Shang really did have some hidden trump cards. In the next second, Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and a violent aura erupted from all the pores and cells in his body. It was as if the legendary ferocious beast had awakened. "Ant, let me see how long this turtle shell of yours can last. Break it for me, rumble rumble. Rumble, rumble." Yang Fann's fists were like shooting stars. They were as fast as lightning, and they exploded towards the death barrier like a storm in the blink of an eye. He threw out thousands of punches. Each punch was a full-strength attack, and it was comparable to one of the medium half-step Dominator's punches. "Bitch it, this strength. The soul pearl of death, block it, you must block it." God King Mo Shang's heart was in his throat. The strength of each punch was more than 10 times, 100 times stronger than his. It seemed like it had exceeded the scope of top-level God King. Although the defense of the Soul Pearl of Death was strong, it was still able to block the storm-like attacks. God King Mo Shang was truly uncertain. After all, the Soul Pearl of Death was just a broken divine artifact and it was still severely damaged. Even after he obtained the Soul Pearl of Death and tried his best to repair it, he only managed to heal the external injuries of the Soul Pearl, but his true origin hadn't recovered much. It was blocked. The Soul Pearl of Death did not disappoint me. Bang, bang bang. Soon, the time for an incense stick to burn passed. A lean camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if the power of the Death Soul Pearl was less than 10%, its defense was still not something that a medium half-step Dominator could break through. Not to mention shattering the death barrier, there wasn't even a trace of breaking apart. God King Mo Shang's heart, which he was holding tightly, was completely relieved. The cold shine in his eyes flickered. "Evil God, let's see how long you can last. When your divine power is exhausted, it will be the time of your death." Each of these crazy attacks would consume a large amount of godly power, and in this cultivationless age where spiritual energy was depleted, the recovery speed of godly power would drop by 1,000, 10,000 times. He didn't believe that this evil god would be able to persist on. Another incense stick of time passed. "Bitch it, what kind of monster is this?" God King Mo Shang widened his eyes. If it was him, such an uncontrolled attack had already exhausted all the divine power in his body. 15 minutes later, God King Mo Shang could not help but be slightly shaken. Can I really exhaust all of his divine power? After such a long time, the monster's attack didn't weaken at all. It didn't even have the slightest bit of disorder in its breathing. It was as if it wasn't the one attacking crazily. God King Mo Shang, who was in a trance, didn't realize that Yang Fann had unknowingly circled behind him. The distance between him and Ghost God King and Heavenly King God King was constantly shortening. Aphids, die for me. C 2107 Death Evasion Great Sha Empire, Head Office of the Warlock Association, Divine Sword Palace. Ah, not good. God King the Ghost and Tian Luo God were watching the show. The faces of God King and Tian Luo God changed dramatically. Their eyes were filled with panic and despair. They had never thought that Yang Fann would turn the spearhead and attack them at this moment. Lord Mo Shang, save us! An ominous sign of collapsing enveloped the bodies of the two great God King. How invincible and terrifying was that energy! It was far beyond their imagination. It was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than high-ranked God King. Arg, the Netherworld realm has emerged. Heavenly Net Great Technique. Buzz, buzz. A dark underworld world that made people tremble from the depths of their souls rose above God King's head. Almost at the same time, God King Tian Luo's aura rapidly rose and multiplied. However, the gap between the two of them was just too huge. High-level domain god and half-step dominator, the gap between them was more than 108,000 light-years. It was not something that they could make up for with their lives. Bang! The heaven and earth collapsed. In the nether world, including Ghost God King and Heaven's Net God King, they were all destroyed and turned into dust. Ah, no, specters, Heavenly King's God King Mo Shang let out a heart-wrenching cry, as if he had lost his parents. He wanted to save them, but how could he? The Spectre God King and Heavenly King God King had already been blown into pieces by Yang Fann roar. Hua Sheng, you will die a horrible death. I will skin you, extract your soul, and let you suffer the pain of Ming Huo, burning your soul day and night. God King the Ghost and God King the Heavenly King. These were the last two God King of association of warlocks besides him. This had made God King Mo Shang the commander without any army. There were 17 God King and 17 God King. This grudge, this hatred. It was an irreconcilable hatred. God King Mo Shang's eyes were filled with tears of blood, his face distorted to the extreme. He looked like a ferocious ghost that had crawled out of the nether hell, making one's hair stand on end. Ants, what are you screaming for? Don't worry, I'll send you down to accompany them right now, Yang Fann shouted. Both of his hands were like two blades as he once again attacked the death barrier crazily. The death of the two great high-ranked God King had directly increased Yang Fann's strength by a notch, and he had broken through to the superior half-step dominator. Furthermore, he was now very close to a peak half-step dominator, and his strength and speed had also increased by several folds. Ah, not good, the evil god's attack is really powerful. God King Mo Shang's expression changed. His heart, which had been at ease, tightened once again. He could no longer be bothered to hate Yang Fann. Half an incense stick of time passed. Poochie poochie poochie. Tiny cracks finally appeared on the death barrier. After all, the Death Soul Pearl was heavily injured, and its power had dropped drastically. Under the crazy bombardment of the power of a peak half-step dominator, it had finally reached its limit. Good, let's see how long you can last. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and his speed suddenly increased by another 30%. Bang bang bang. Bitch it, how could this be? Where is the limit of this life? God King Mo Shang's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. It had already been so long, but that life, she had actually still used so many killer moves, yet she still acted as if nothing had happened. That divine power was a bit too exaggerated. Poochie poochie, poochie. The cracks on the death barrier spread in all directions like a spider web. 15 minutes later, the entire barrier was covered in cracks. It was as if it could collapse at any moment. No, I can't just sit there and wait for my death anymore. That bastard is just an animal. His divine power seems to be endless. With just the power of the Soul Pearl of Death alone, it is virtually impossible to exhaust his divine power like this. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across God King Mo Shang's eyes. Arg, PFF'd. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the Soul Pearl of Death. This was God King Mo Shang's natal blood essence. It contained part of God King Mo Shang's origin divine force. With just a mouthful, it had severely injured God King Mo Shang's vitality. His face was pale, as if there was no blood left. However, the effect was also obvious. The light of the Death Soul Pearl shone brightly, and the cracks on the death barrier began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The defense also increased. Life blood essence, you are willing to part with it, but I want to see how long you can last. Yang Fann's fierce light flashed, his attacks did not stop, and he exploded crazily. Life blood essence was the blood of the heart. The blood essence of a cultivator was limited in quantity. A top-level domain god like God King Mo Shang could only have a maximum of 36 life blood essences. Once it was used up, he didn't even need to attack. God King Mo Shang's soul would be destroyed. He didn't hesitate to use his life blood essence to increase the power of the Death Soul Pearl. Obviously, he was at his wit's end. All fight. Bang. Bang bang. Bitch it, this bastard. Puff puff. One life blood essence after another was continuously spat out from God King Mo Shang's mouth, and his aura rapidly weakened. An hour later, pooh. This was the 9th life divine blood that God King Mo Shang had spat out, and his aura had dropped to the early stages of the top-level God King realm. What kind of monster is this? What kind of monster is this? Unconsciously, a trace of panic appeared in God King Mo Shang's eyes. In his body, there were a total of 32 life-bound blood essences. Now, he had already spat out 9 of them. Even if he had to sacrifice everything to make his cultivation base drop forever, he could at most spit out 22 life-bound God Kings for another 2 hours. Could he really exhaust the divine strength of that monster in just an hour? God King Mo Shang had no confidence at all. Up until now, almost an hour had passed. However, the monster didn't even sweat. At most, it had just warmed up its lower body, let alone reaching its limit. Another quarter of an hour passed. God King Mo Shang's aura had almost reached the critical point of top-level God King. As long as he spat out another mouthful of his natal blood essence, his cultivation base would drop to high-rank God King. No, I can't continue wasting my time with this monster. God King Mo Shang's desire to retreat increased dramatically. This animal was a bottomless pit. He could not see any hope of victory. If he continued to waste time, once his cultivation base really fell, he would be able to defeat top-level God King. That would completely shake his foundation. He wouldn't be able to make any progress in the future. Even recovering his previous cultivation base would be an extravagant hope. Revenge is not too late for a gentleman, 10 years is not too late. Hua Sheng, wait for me, I will not let it go like this. The next second, God King Mo Shang's body turned into a ray of light and entered the soul pearl of death. Boundless heavens, death evasion. It was as if the voice of the underworld god, who controlled all the souls of the dead, came from the soul pearl of death. This was another function of the soul pearl of death. At its peak, the death evasion could cover hundreds of millions of kilometers with a single move. Now, it was heavily injured. The distance of the death evasion was far less than 1% of its peak. It was only 300,000 miles, but it was still the most powerful life-saving method in God King Mo Shang's hands. Swoosh! The death soul pearl instantly lit up. Like a bright star, it instantly turned into a ray of light and tore the space apart. Not good, this God King Mo Shang is trying to escape. Roar! Stay behind. C-2108. The Warlock Association was destroyed. Great Sha Empire, Capital Sha, Underground Paradise, Divine Sword Palace. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's facial expression changed slightly, and a trace of urgency flashed across his eyes. The energy in his body surged crazily, locking down the four-direction space. A top-level God King was much bigger than the other 17 God King combined. It was enough to lift his combat strength to the ultimate half-step dominator, and even allow him to possess the dominant force. How could Yang Fann be willing to let this happen? He just let this top-level God King slip away right under his nose. Unfortunately, the Death Soul Pearl was an intermediate main divine artifact after all. No matter how serious the injury was, there was no change in its nature. The unique Death Underworld escape technique of the Death Soul Pearl couldn't be sealed so easily. With just the combat strength of a mere superior half-step dominator, it was still far from enough to stop the Death Soul Pearl. If it was the dominant force, it would be more or less the same. Bitch it, I let that bastard run away in the dark. Yang Fann cursed. He watched helplessly as the Death Soul Pearl passed through the layers of seals and quickly disappeared from his sight. 300,000 miles away from the capital, in a vast wilderness. Poochie. The void was torn apart. A gray bead the size of a human head passed through it. The next second, a dark shine flashed by. Men in Black's face was pale and bloodless, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Who else could it be if it wasn't God King Mo Shang, who had used up a large amount of his natal God King Mo Shang's and fled in a sorry state? Who? God King Mo Shang looked at his surroundings and let out a long breath. Luckily, Hua Sheng did not chase after him and his life was saved. But soon, God King Mo Shang's face was full of pain. This time, he had suffered a huge loss. He had lost 12 of his natal blood essences, and his cultivation base had almost dropped to top-level God King's realm. Without thousands of years of cultivation, he wouldn't be able to recover. And that Death Soul Pearl, under the wild bombardment of the flower, some of his origin source was faintly injured, and his power was reduced by quite a bit. Furthermore, he could no longer use the death escape art for a short period of time. He had temporarily lost his biggest trump card, not to mention the numerous God King and Warlock sovereigns who had fallen at Hua Sheng's hands. Furthermore, with Hua Sheng's cruel and bloodthirsty nature, would he let the association of warlocks go? He knew with his toes that the tens of millions of association of warlocks elites who were missing from the underground grotto heaven were going to die for sure after this battle. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the association of warlocks existed in name only. All of this was the fault of Hua. It was all his fault. If it wasn't for Hua Sheng, their association of warlocks would have died and Nang had fallen into such a predicament. Boom boom boom. Boundless killing intent rose from God King Mo Shang's body like a great river. Kai, 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 Kai. In the vast wilderness, Countless plants and living beings were killed by the terrifying killing intent. Roar. Hua Sheng, just you wait. I will definitely take revenge for this sooner or later. I will tear you into pieces and burn your bones into ashes. God King Mo Shang gritted his teeth, and his eyes were blazing with flames. It was as if he had traveled through countless spatial zones and had finally seen Yang Fann's detestable face. Right at this moment, a mocking voice descended from the sky and entered his ears. There's no need to wait for the future. I'll send you on your way right now. Ah. What? That voice just now was. It was. God King Mo Shang's heart skipped a beat. An ominous omen swept across his heart. No, it can't be him, it can't be him. Illusion. It must be my illusion. Death evasion. One evasion is 300,000 li, and it's a random evasion. It's untraceable, that flower. How could he possibly catch up to me? Poochie. The void twisted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. Ah, it's you. It really is you. Number. This is impossible, this is impossible. God King Mo Shang let out a hysterical howl. He could not accept what was happening in front of him. You really have some skills, you aphid. I almost let you slip away. Yang Fann looked at God King Mo Shang with a playful expression, and his voice carried a trace of happiness. Fortunately, after killing Ghost God King and Heavenly Net Divine King, his combat strength had been unsealed to the high-grade half-step dominator stage. The range of the spiritual sense had expanded a little, and it could cover an area of 320,000 miles. If he was still a medium half-step dominator warrior, perhaps today, he would have really let God King Mo Shang escape with his life. At that time, the world would be vast, and it would be difficult to find God King Mo Shang. In the next moment, a ferocious expression flashed across Yang Fann's face. All right, be good and go on your way. Rumble. Yang Fann's hands were like blades, and he once again blasted wildly at God King Mo Shang. Not good, this is not good. Really, it's not an illusion, it's not an illusion. The extremely dangerous aura finally made God King Mo Shang believe this cruel reality. Buzz. With a flash of gray light, the Death Soul Pearl appeared above God King Mo Shang's head once again. It opened the death barrier and protected God King Mo Shang. Bang 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 bang, bang. Yang Fann attacked crazily, and the God King Mo Shang's mouth sprayed out continuously. At this moment, he could no longer care about the permanent repercussions. He kept begging for mercy. Stop, stop. Let me go, I surrender, I surrender. It was better to stay alive than to die. What kind of blood feud was this? God King's dignity had been completely forgotten by him. He was about to lose his life. Where did he get the right to talk about dignity and hatred? Bang, bang, bang. What responded to God King Mo Shang was an even more violent attack from Yang Fann. This God King Mo Shang was truly valuable. That's his shitty life. Everything else, including the Soul Pearl of Death, was trash. Ah, no, are you really going to kill them all? No, Hua Sheng, you're going to die a horrible death. Roar. I curse you, the soul, and you will never be able to reincarnate. 2 hours later. Bang. Heaven and earth split apart. The death barrier finally couldn't withstand Yang Fann's crazy attack and exploded with a loud bang. Ah, no. Boom. Yang Fann's aura started to rise crazily. His combat strength quickly broke through to the peak half-step dominator, and he started advancing towards the ultimate half-step dominator. Shadu, head office of the Warlock Association. The remaining dozen or so arcane warriors, as well as the thousands or tens of thousands of Warlock King, carefully looked at Divine Sword Palace. In his heart, he secretly wondered how the old ancestor and the others were fighting with the evil god. It had been so long, and he didn't know whether the victor had been decided or not. He also didn't know who had laughed in the end. They wanted to enter Divine Sword Palace and explore it, but each and every one of them only thought about it in their hearts. Without the permission of old ancestor God King, even a warlock emperor wouldn't dare to casually step into the various divine palace. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. God King's Majesty's sect did not have a good temper. Even if he was a grand warlock, in their eyes, he was just an ant in his first year of university. The old ancestor and the others would definitely be able to defeat that evil god. They would definitely be able to. Old ancestor Mo Shang, he was top-level God King, and with the help of old ancestor Ghost and the others, he had the geographical advantage of the head office of the Warlock Association. With so many advantages, if he still couldn't take down the evil god, would there still be justice in the world? The association of warlocks would definitely win in the end, it would definitely be them. Rumble. A terrifying pressure that made God King Despair descended from the sky and covered the entire underground cave. Ah, it's not the old ancestor and the others. Rumble. Could it be? Could it be that he's that evil god? The old ancestor and the others. Could it be that they have succeeded or failed? Defeated? No. This. How is this possible? Patriarch Mo Shang. But top-level God King was an invincible existence. They might lose, but how could they lose? No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. C2109 Shield of the White Bear, Great Xia Empire, Xiadu, Head Office of the Warlock Association. Wang. Buzzing. Yang Fann's aura started to rise rapidly. Although many God King and Warlock sovereigns in the head office of the Warlock Association had been slaughtered by him, there were still millions of warlocks left. It was also a big gain. Different from the 36 branches, there were many warlocks. They were all good-looking, 8th layer, or even 9th level. They were all low rank 4th grade and below warlocks. In the head office of the Warlock Association, the lowest rank was a 7th grade Great Warlock. Most of them were at the rank 8 or an Arch Warlock of the 9th rank. With over 10 million warlocks combined, the power of unsealing could be compared to dozens of warlocks. Adding the thousands and tens of thousands of attacks from Warlock King, the power of unsealing was no less than the power of slaughtering over 100 warlocks. A few breaths later, Boom Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a trace of regret could be seen in his eyes. He was just a little bit away from slaughtering the entire head office of the Warlock Association. His combat strength had been stuck at the peak of the ultimate half-step dominator. But soon, the dark feeling in Yang Fann's heart was swept away. The Great Xia Empire was not the only fat piece of meat in the aqua-blue world. Although the White Bear, the Golden Eagle, and the Redbud, 3 great empires weren't as good as the Great Xia Empire, the combined strength of the 3 great empires was even better than the Great Xia Empire. As long as he destroyed the headquarters of an empire, it should be enough for his combat strength to reach the sovereign realm. He would wipe out the entire 3 great empires. It was hard to say whether he would be able to obtain the intermediate dominant force, but he believed that he wouldn't be much weaker. Capital of the White Bear Empire. This was the capital of the White Bear Empire. The entire city stood on top of a world of ice and snow. At a glance, it was a vast expanse of white. The White Bear Empire did not have the association of warlocks, only the shield of the White Bear, known as the White Bear Empire's guardian organization. Actually, the essence of the White Bear Empire's association of warlocks was just that its name was different. The headquarters of the White Bear shield was also built in the empire's capital. What was slightly different from the head office of the Warlock Association was that the shield of White Bear was not located in the center of the capital, but in a snowy mountain located in the outskirts of the capital. This snowy mountain was thousands of feet tall. The interior of the snowy mountain had been hollowed out long ago, and it had been artificially created into an ice cave. The size of the cave was almost half the size of the head office of the Warlock Association. Every now and then, there would be warlocks entering and exiting the cave. They were in a hurry, and there was a hint of melancholy in their expressions. Compared to the Great Xia Empire, the situation in the White Bear Empire was not much better. It was a mess, and there were endless killings. The slumbering warlocks came out one after another, suppressing many universe sovereigns. The only difference between them and the Great Xia Empire was that God King had not descended. After all, within the borders of the White Bear Empire, there was no monster like Yang Fann. At this moment, even those quasi-universe Lord warriors who had their high-level true god combat strength removed were few in number, not to mention the domain god battle force. There was almost no one there. They did not have the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to rely on. They could devour other universe sovereigns, plunder their spoils, and unseal their combat strength. While sweeping across the world of warlocks in the ocean, Yang Fann was multitasking. While rushing, he was also refining those low-level universe sovereign warriors. First step by step. It was because he had seized the unsealing power of those low-level universe sovereign warriors that he was able to lead the other quasi-universe lord warriors by a large margin. Before them, he had swept through many branches of the Association of Warlocks, and even the head office of the Warlock Association, quickly unsealing his combat strength. For the other universe sovereigns and even quasi-universe lord warriors, a sovereign warrior was more than enough to suppress everything. There was no need to alarm the God King warriors. A warlock sovereign was restricted by a longevity. It was the same for the human God King. 1,000,000 years was the limit of God King. Even if he consumed longevities that increased his longevity, he wouldn't be able to live for more than 1,500,000 years. The advancement of human practitioners was far above those evil creatures. In just a few hundred years, they had achievements that other races couldn't achieve even in 10,000 years or even tens of thousands of years. However, the longevity was also famous for its short duration. It was far from comparable to the experts of other races. The Great Tao was paramount. The human race possessed a powerful cultivation talent, so they would inevitably have to pay a price. A short period of time was one of them. God King's expert had sealed himself. On one hand, it was the foundation of the human race. On the other hand, it was also to wait for the gods to awaken, so that he could have a chance to advance further and break through to the divine emperor realm. According to the legends, when the gods were revived, the world would undergo a great change. A great fortune would descend upon the world, and not only would it break through to divine emperor, it would even surpass him and become the legendary expert. Would once again increase by more than 10 times, and they would be able to easily live for more than 10,000,000 years. If they could take a step further and surpass divine emperor, they wouldn't need to worry about their longevity. They would be able to live as long as the heavens. Now that the gods had yet to awaken, they had already removed their seals and awakened from their deep slumber. All their previous efforts would be in vain if not for the fact that the shield of the white bear had reached a moment of life and death. Who would dare to unseal them without permission? When they woke up, the first person they wanted to kill was the one who unsealed them. The headquarters of the white bear shield was a few thousand miles away, and there were many universe sovereigns hidden within. They were looking for an opportunity to hunt down the white bear empire's warlock expert. Without God King's experts, the warlock sovereign alone had already unsealed the sacred king. As long as demigod was careful, his safety would be guaranteed. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying might that could rival a sovereign lord descended from the skies, enveloping the entire snowy white bear mountain. Ah, this pressure. Ultimate half-step dominator. This is the pressure of a ultimate half-step dominator. Gulp. Was there a mistake? Is it really a ultimate half-step dominator? This. How is this possible? How is this possible? The surrounding universe sovereign were shocked. They couldn't believe what had just happened. All of them were still struggling to break free from the true god's battle force. They didn't even see the taillights of the domain god battle force, but the others had already broken free from the true god's battle force. It seemed like they were about to possess the dominant force. Damn it, even if they had an affair with the will of the heavens and earth of Aqua Blue World, they shouldn't be exaggerating like this. White Bear Snow Mountain, headquarters of the Shield of White Bear. Ah, this. What's going on? How can there be such a terrifying pressure? God King, this is definitely the power of His Majesty God King. Furthermore, it's not an ordinary low-level God King. Endless panic spread across the White Bear Cave, including the peak rank warlocks. Each and every one of them had an unconcealable panic on their faces. Under that terrifying pressure, these peak rank warlocks were no different from lowly ants. Those who are kind don't come with ill intentions. This won't do. My white bear shield must be guarded by a God King quickly. Quickly ignite the divine summoning incense. Quickly ignite the divine summoning incense. The God summoning incense. This was the divine incense left behind by the great God King of the white bear shield before they fell asleep. By igniting the God summoning incense, it could awaken them from their slumber. Buzz. The space above the white bear snow mountain distorted. Yang Fann appeared above the white bear snow mountain with his original identity, Black Demon Zhao Yu. It was different from dealing with the head office of the Warlock Association. This time, Yang Fann did not think about sneaking in and assassinating them. With his current strength, there was no need for this. After absorbing the memories of the 18 God King from the Association of Warlocks, he knew the true strength of this white bear shield. Not only did he not know everything, he also had a rough understanding of it. Among the 4 empires, the White Bear Empire was ranked 3rd, and the White Bear Shield was guarded by 9 God King. Among them, 2 were high-ranked God King and 3 were middle-ranked God King. 4 were low-level God King. Even if there were some differences, it was just 1 or 2 more God King. It was very likely that it was still the middle and low-level God King. Even if he relied on the geographical advantage, it would be very difficult to bring him any danger. In the time it takes to breathe, boom boom boom, 9 terrifying auras rose from the snowy white bear mountain, rising endlessly. They were like numerous ancient vicious beasts, crossing the time-long river and reviving in this era. C2110 Power of the Lord Bear Empire, Bear Capital, Bear Snow Mountain. Boom boom boom. 9 powerful auras shot up into the sky. They were as tall as mountains, sweeping through everything in their path. Within the void, Yang Fann stood in the air with an evil smile on his face. The 9 Great God King, I know one more than I do, and he is also a high-ranked God King. Regarding this, not only did Yang Fann not panic, he even felt a trace of excitement. The more God King there was, the more unsealing power he would be able to obtain in the end. As long as it wasn't a top-level God King like God King Mo Shang, no matter how many of them came, they would just be food for him. His Majesty God King has recovered. His Majesty God King has recovered. We are saved, we are saved. Woo woo woo. There is no need to die. We don't need to die anymore. The Knights of the Shield of the White Bear heaved a sigh of relief. Many of them even shed tears of joy after surviving the calamity. With their knowledge and experience, they could not see the huge gap between God King, whom they were so proud of, and Yang Fann. In their point of view, no matter how strong God King was, he would never be the enemy of the 9 Emperors of White Bear Shield. Right at this moment, an unbelievable scene occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 Great God King, who the White Bear Shield and countless warlocks viewed as their reliance, suddenly turned into rays of light and fled in all directions. What exactly is going on? I'm not seeing things, am I? His Majesty God King, what are they doing? Running away. Gulp, gulp. How was this possible? How was this possible? They were the Supreme God King, how could this be? Countless warlocks widened their eyes, unable to accept all of this. Was this still the invincible God King in their hearts? Woo woo woo. No, no, Emperor God King, don't abandon us, don't abandon us. Woo woo woo. Come back, Your Majesty, please, come back. Woo woo woo. Countless warlocks cried and begged. However, the 9 Great God King did not seem to hear the cries of his subordinates at all. He even used the forbidden arts to forcefully increase his speed. He truly hated his parents for giving them 2 less legs. That terrifying pressure was thousands of times stronger than the strongest among them. It was more than 10,000 times stronger than what they had imagined. Even if they used all the resources of their White Bear Shield, it was impossible for them to be a match for that man. If they stayed, they would only lose their lives for nothing. There was no other possibility. It was not like their heads were kicked by donkeys. Even though they knew they were going to die, they still stayed behind to die as usual. As for their juniors, they could only apologize. Don't be obedient, we are heartless. It's just that evil god is too powerful, far from what we can match. But rest assured, one day, my sect will definitely take revenge for you. In the sky, if you want to leave, stay behind. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. In the next second, wang, hum, the power of a ultimate half-step dominator completely sealed the space within a few thousand miles. Not good, the surrounding space. No, don't, let me go, let me go. Woo woo woo, I don't want to die. Sir, please spare my life. Sir, please spare my life, my lord, I beg of you, please spare my life. I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. Bang, bang, bang. 9 brilliant fireworks exploded within the void. They were dazzling and dazzling, burning the last of the 9 God King's life force. God King's expert, a peak expert of the human race, had been completely destroyed in body and soul without even saying a few words. It was a great irony. Buzz, buzz, wang. Yang Fann's energy rose rapidly, and he started charging towards the dominant force. No, God, His Majesty God King. His Majesty God King and the others. Woo woo woo. No, this isn't true. It's not true. Roar. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. On the White Bear Snow Mountain, countless warlocks let out heart-wrenching wails. The spiritual pillar in their hearts collapsed, completely collapsing. That was His Majesty God King, the top expert of the human race. Each and every one of them was an invincible expert that slaughtered a large number of gods. How could they be killed so easily like chickens? In your dreams I must be here, dream on, otherwise, how could such an absurd thing happen? Buzz. Yang Fann's pressure increased and gradually calmed down. His combat strength had stabilized at the low-level dominator. The next second, Kai, a terrifying force that made all top-level God King despair swept across the snowy White Bear Mountain, wherever it passed. Everything, from the warlock sovereigns to the ordinary warlocks, was turned into powder and turned into ashes. Next, it's your turn, little mice. Yang Fann surveyed his surroundings. His gaze seemed to ignore the layers of space and saw the universe sovereigns hidden in the darkness. 6 top-level universe sovereign, 26 middle-level universe sovereign, 63 middle-level universe sovereign, 52 low-level universe sovereign. This was a big fat piece of meat. It was a pity that he hadn't found any quasi-universe Lord Warriors yet. Now was the best time to deal with those quasi-universe Lord Warriors. Besides him, Yang Fann didn't think that there was anyone else who could unseal the half-step dominator or even the true dominant force. Otherwise, how could he be the one to sweep away the white bear's shield? Ah, not good, this monster has discovered me. Over 100 universe sovereigns trembled all over their bodies, and an extremely uneasy feeling surged into their hearts. Gulp gulp, could it be that this monster has also taken care of this sovereign? No, this won't do. For safety's sake, it's better to leave as soon as possible. Just as they were about to leave, the group of universe sovereigns felt a terrifying force that caused them to despair, locking down the surrounding space, causing them to be unable to move an inch. Ah! Bitch it, what are you trying to do? Stop, I am the god race's violet firmament god king. Do you want to start a war with my god race? Let me go. I am heavenly king Yu Guang of the celestial race. If you dare to hurt me, the heavenly emperor will not let you go. Roar. Bastard, let me go at once, otherwise, my witch clan will never forgive you, bastard. I am the son of the dragon monarch, mighty heavenly dragon king. If you dare to touch a single hair of mine, there will be no place for you in the eternal great world. Even at the brink of death, you still dare to threaten me. Come over obediently, Yang Fann sneered. Without any hesitation, he circulated his energy and sealed all the universe sovereigns in his inner world. He was determined to obtain the Heart of Eternity. At that time, even if he couldn't reach the Tao-confirming realm, he would still have the battle power of Universe Lord. Even if Universe Lord was here, he wouldn't fear anything else that he had suppressed and swallowed. There were more than 600 universe sovereigns that had fallen into Yang Fann's hands. There were nearly 700 of them. If this news spread out, it would definitely scare the entire group of universe sovereigns. One should know that those who entered the path of eternity, it was only 10,000 universe sovereigns. Furthermore, it had only been a short period of time, less than 10 months had passed. Wang, a terrifying spiritual force erupted from Yang Fanshihai once again and swept across the area of several tens of thousands of miles. After carefully searching for a moment, he discovered that there were no fish that escaped the net. Yang Fann's body moved and disappeared into the vast void. One day later, White Bear Snow Mountain, 8,000 miles away, in an inconspicuous valley, a ripple appeared on the void, and an old man in white clothes walked out from it. He had a frightened look on his face. When did? It had only been less than a year since such a monster appeared. He had unsealed the dominant force. If it wasn't for the fact that this old man was good at concealing himself, he had to find a way to get rid of this monster. Otherwise, with him around, I have almost no chance of obtaining the Heart of Eternity. Redbud Empire, Redbud Flower. This was the #1 warlock faction in the Redbud Empire, patron saint, the ruler. Redbud Garden. It was called a garden, but it was more like a large island with an area of no less than 1,000,000 square kilometers. However, unlike the other islands, Redbud Garden was suspended high in the sky. It was like a floating cloud, constantly moving around the Redbud Empire. Its whereabouts were unpredictable. Without the guidance of a secret technique, it was almost impossible to find the Redbud Garden. And this was the headquarters of the Redbud Flower C-2111 sweeping across the blue water continent. Redbud Garden. This was the nest of the Violet Thistle Flower, the #1 warlock group in the Violet Thistle Empire. It hung high in the sky like an immortal island surrounded by layers of clouds and mist. In the water blue continent, the Redbud Empire was ranked second among the 4 great empires of the human race. Its foundation was only below the Great Xia Empire, but it was a notch stronger than the White Bear Empire. There were a total of 12 God King, and they were known as the 12 Sovereigns. The strongest was the Sun Sovereign, Soros, who was a top-level God King. His strength was only a minor realm lower than God King Mo Shang's. In addition, there were nearly 200 deities in the Redbud Garden, which was the first-level expert of the Warlock Sovereign. The war between the 3 great empires and the Great Xia Empire had always been led by the Redbud Empire. 1,000,000 square kilometers of Redbud Garden was covered by a huge divine formation. The floating was only the basic function of the divine formation. Once its true effect was activated, even top-level God King would not be able to go if he was not careful. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the #1 divine formation in the Redbud Empire. Rumble. All of a sudden, the 1,000,000 square kilometers of Redbud Garden suddenly turned dark, sinking into an endless darkness. A heaven-sheltering big hand appeared out of thin air, crushing towards Redbud Garden. This large hand blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It covered millions of square kilometers. Not only that, but the enormous Redbud Garden was like a piece of rock the size of a palm that was easily covered. Ah, what is that? No, not good. Enemy attack, roar. The Redbud Divine Formation has been activated, and the protective barrier has been activated. Boom boom boom. Countless purple dots of light rose from the Redbud Garden and merged into a purple barrier that covered the entire garden. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand struck the purple barrier. The terrifying sound waves seemed to want to shatter the surrounding voids. In the next second, poochie poochie, poochie, cracks started appearing on the purple thorn's divine formation, which could withstand top-level God King's attack. The cracks were spreading in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were going to be completely shattered in the next second. Ah, not good. The Redbud Divine Formation is about to break the Redbud Divine Formation. No, how is this possible? Rumble. Am I seeing things? Within the Redbud Garden, countless experts were in utter shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The Redbud Divine Formation was the guardian formation of their Redbud Garden. It was once besieged by several top-level God King, but they were still able to hold on stubbornly. How could this be possible? They didn't even manage to hold on for a single breath of time, and they were already on the verge of collapsing. Right at this moment, boom boom boom, rays of divine light shot into the sky from the center of the Redbud Garden. There were 12 of them in total. Each ray of godly light contained a magnificent figure, as if the king of all gods had descended upon the world and stood at the peak of all living beings. Ah, it's His Majesty, the Sovereign, the mighty Sovereign has awakened. Sob, sob, sob. We're saved, we're saved. In an instant, the spirits of the countless warlocks in the Redbud Garden shook, and the panic in their hearts was swept away. His Majesty the Sovereign was their Redbud Flower's patron saint, especially Sun God, Solomon. He was one of the greatest experts of the human race. He had led the Redbud Flower to suppress countless evil gods of other races. Today, it would not be an accident either. Under the leadership of His Majesty Solomon, they would defeat powerful enemies and obtain the final victory. Sun God's judgment, the wrath of the goddess of earth, thunder gods roar, the roar of the wind god. The 12 master gods attacked in unison, unleashing their strongest killing moves. None of them dared to hold back. Boom boom boom, the scorching sun, the falling stars, the thunder dragon, the hurricane. It swept across the world and swept across the world. A top-level God King, 2 high-rank God King, 4 middle-rank God King, 5 low-level God King combined their attacks, and with the help of the Redbud Flower, this attack was no weaker than the full strength of many half-step Dominator warriors. It was even more powerful than the full strength of many half-step Dominator warriors. Poochie poochie, poochie, wherever he went, all the voids would be destroyed. Roar. The might of His Majesty the Sovereign is unparalleled within the Redbud Garden. The spirits of countless warlocks were greatly shaken. Their eyes were blazing hot, and their faces were filled with madness. They were like the most devout believers, looking at the holiness in their hearts. The 12 sovereigns were the strongest. How could a mere evil god be a match for His Majesty and the others? Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand was crushing down on them. Under the power of a true overlord, the power of the 12 sovereigns was nothing. In less than a breath's time, poochie poochie poochie, the scorching sun, the falling stars, the thunder dragon, the hurricane. All of them were destroyed. Ah, no, how could this be? His Majesty the Sovereign and the others. They're not a match for that evil god. Bang, bang bang. Ah, His Majesty Solomon, His Majesty, the goddess of earth, His Majesty God of the storm. No, he died. His Majesty and the others. They had all fallen. This. The countless warlocks in the Redbud Garden were all dumbstruck as they stared blankly at the heaven-sheltering big hand that had descended from the sky. Before they could recover from the shock of the 12 sovereigns, defeat, another even bigger surprise, had arrived. At this moment, everyone's soul seemed to have been sucked out, and they had all become walking corpses. Bang, The sound of stars exploding swept across the world. The Purple Thorns Garden, which had stood tall in the void for tens of millions of years, had completely turned into history and turned into ashes. Buzz. The void twisted and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. His combat strength had stabilized at the high low-level dominator, and he was only a step away from unsealing the combat strength of a peak low-level dominator. After destroying the headquarters of the Shield of the White Bear, Yang Fann did not let go of the various branches of the Shield of the White Bear. He spent some time and swept through the 24 branches of the Shield of the White Bear Empire. A single major branch was nothing, but when the 24 branches were combined, it was still quite impressive. Among them, there were 76 warlock sovereigns. Of course, during this period, Yang Fann also did not let go of the universe sovereigns hidden around the various branches. At this moment, the number of Yang Fann had obtained had exceeded 1,000, and he had even captured 3 quasi-universe Lord Warriors. The Lord of Dusk, the Lord of Disaster, the Lord of All Poisons, and the 3 quasi-universe Lord Warriors were only slightly weaker than Yang Fann. If it wasn't for the suppression of the will of the heavens and earth, Yang Fann would at most be able to defeat them. Unfortunately, the 3 quasi-universe Lord Warriors who had just unsealed their high-grade True Gods battle force were only able to run away from Yang Fann, who was the God Lord. 7 days later, after sweeping through the 28 branches of the Redbud Empire, Yang Fann appeared in Golden Eagle City, the headquarters of the #1 warlock group in the Golden Eagle Empire. In an instant, endless panic and despair covered the entire Golden Eagle City. Woo woo woo, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save me, sob, sob, sob. C2113 The Descent of the God Realm Aqua Blue World. Under the horrified gazes of countless people. Bang 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 boom, the dazzling rainbow light within the void descended from the sky like meteors, quickly streaking across the sky and merging into the ground. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The crowd was dispersing rapidly, as though they were running in all directions. However, the truth was that the earth was spreading and stretching in all directions. As it expanded, the land was expanding endlessly. It was not just the blue water continent, the endless sea, but also the billions of islands on the sea. The same thing was happening to the blue water continent, the endless sea, and the billions of islands on the sea. The mountains rapidly grew to tens of thousands of meters tall. 1 million feet. 1 million feet. At this moment, it was as if the entire aqua blue world had been freed from its seal. Its area had expanded exponentially and infinitely. Pissed, 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 pissed. Kai, the spirit of heaven and earth, which was so thin that it almost reached the limit, also rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had surpassed the sobbing blood continent. The expansion of the world and the recovery of the spiritual energy was a great fortune for cultivators. Countless practitioners found an empty and safe place and sat cross-legged. They entered a state of gradual improvement, like a dry sponge. The spiritual energy in the surroundings crazily increased. However, this was the greatest misfortune for ordinary mortals. Bang bang bang. Under the pull of the earth's string energy, the skyscrapers and buildings completely collapsed, and countless mortals were buried within. Ah, no, save me, save me. Woo 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 woo. Don't leave me behind, save me. Ah, Dad, Mom, where are you? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Woo woo woo. Bastard, didn't you say that you want to love me for the rest of your life, and that you want to live and die with me? Why did you leave me behind so cruelly? Come back, woo 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 woo. Countless cries of despair and curses rose and fell, resounding through the heavens and earth. In the midst of such a change in the world, the lives of mortals were simply too fragile, unable to put up any resistance at all. On a small island in the endless sea, Yang Fann quietly watched the changes in the world. He seemed to be deep in thought. The world has changed. It seems like the resurrection of the gods is not far away. There was a legend in the memories of many human god king and the warlock sovereign. When the world expanded and the spiritual energy recovered, it would be the time when the gods woke up from their deep slumber. At that time, a great fortune would descend and obtain it, surpassing everything else. Yang Fann had a faint feeling that the so-called great natural luck was very likely. It was that heart of eternity. Next, it seemed like not only would he have to struggle with the universe sovereigns, but he would also have to fight with the native deities. However, I believe that the heart of eternity will belong to me in the end, and will only belong to me. Yang Fann's eyes glittered. In these 100 years, he did not waste any of his time. He fought in the world of the overseas cultivators and slaughtered a large number of sea monster experts. Especially in the endless sea, the deep sea was rarely seen. Almost no warlock had stepped foot in it. It was the world of sea monsters. There were many powerful sea monsters that were as powerful as Warlock King. There were also many sea monsters like Emperor, who was comparable to a mage emperor. There were even some deep-sea god kings that were comparable to God King resting at the bottom of the sea. Yang Fann had killed a large number of sea monsters. That was pushing him upward. Furthermore, during his free time, Yang Fann had never forgotten about the absorption and refinement of those middle-low-level universe sovereign monsters. Not only was he able to devour and refine nearly 1,000 low-level universe sovereign warriors, he also devoured all of the 300-plus universe sovereigns that were suppressed behind him. The Endless Sea was different from the Blue Water Continent, as it was a place where one could encounter a universe sovereign. It wasn't that easy. In the past 100 years, Yang Fann had only managed to suppress less than 500 universe sovereign. At the same time, more than 100 middle-level universe sovereign were devoured by Yang Fann. The first universe sovereign was suppressed by Yang Fann. Putting aside the fact that most of them only had Warlock King's combat strength, after absorbing and refining them, the unsealing power they obtained was not much stronger than killing Warlock King. However, the universe sovereigns that came later were different. After dozens of years of development, hunting, and combat strength, they had all reached the lowest level of the low-grade True God stage. Many of them had unsealed their peak True Gods and even the Domain God realm. At this moment, Yang Fann's combat strength had already stepped into the half-step sovereign. Even if he were to fight against the natives, he was confident that he could escape from Divine Emperor. Hong Long. Boom. 7 days had passed since the 7-colored divine light fell. The aqua-blue world had expanded infinitely. No one knew how many times it had expanded. It had a huge area, and it wasn't any smaller than the size of the pagoda. It was completely different from the Great Realm, and the spirit of heaven and earth had also increased by many times. It wasn't much different from the eternal Great World. In the aqua-blue world, the original population of over 1,000 trillion humans was less than 10 trillion, less than 100 of them were still alive. Furthermore, they were scattered across the vast land. It was almost impossible to see a second person in a place that was tens of thousands of miles wide. It was truly a desolate wasteland that was tens of thousands of miles away. The last one to survive was. It was likely that there would be a sharp decline in the number of survivors. It might not even be a billion. Under the baptism of the abundant spirit of heaven and earths, countless animals and plants underwent tremendous changes. There were hundreds of Zhongtal trees everywhere. Many animals stimulated the bloodline of their ancestors and turned into ferocious beasts and giant beasts that were over 100 Zhongtal and over 100 Zhongtal. On the other hand, even though the humans were being washed by the spirit of heaven and earths, they still obtained some benefits. However, apart from those powerful warlocks, descendants, the vast majority of humans only had healthier bodies. They ran faster and had greater strength. They were far from being able to compete with those giant beasts and ferocious beasts. Fortunately, after the baptism of the spirit of heaven and earth, although these mortals were still unable to completely avoid fasting, it was still not a big problem for them to not eat anything for 10 days to half a month. Otherwise, just hunger alone could kill more than half of the human survivors. Very quickly, another 3 days passed. Wang. The sky suddenly darkened, and the entire aqua-blue world seemed to have fallen into boundless darkness. Ah, why is the sky getting dark? What exactly is going on? Countless people felt uneasy, especially those ordinary people. Their eyes were filled with terror. 10 days ago, the rainbow light had reduced the number of humans to less than 1. If this were to happen again, how many of them would still be able to survive? Heavens, are they really going to destroy us humans? Rumble. All of a sudden, a loud rumble was heard. It sounded like a clap of thunder. The next second, the entire aqua-blue world, every corner and every living being saw a shocking scene. It was as if a huge hole had appeared in the sky. A huge pitch-black world fell from the hole. Slowly, it fell towards the center of the aqua-blue world, towards the blue water continent. It's actually a big world. I wonder what exactly is inside that big world. Around the aqua-blue world, there were countless experts, universe sovereigns, and even native experts. Both of their eyes were staring at that world. Vaguely, there were traces of burning heat. Although they weren't sure what that world was, there was a faint voice telling them. There were great fortunate encounters and fortunate encounters in that world. Whoosh. Very quickly, many experts tore through space and closed in on that world. An hour later, that world was less than 10,000 meters away from the blue water continent. At this moment, it was as though an invisible force was holding down the entire world. The speed at which it was falling suddenly slowed down as it floated in the air. The next second, boom boom boom, powerful auras rose from that world. It was as if the ancient existences had awakened from their deep slumber. Their auras were still rising rapidly. In the blink of an eye, many of their auras had surpassed the gods, and the outstanding ones had even surpassed top-level God King, who had yet to reach his limit. It was as if there was no end to it. This aura is the aura of the ancient gods. Could it be that this world is the god domain where the ancient gods resided? See 2114 Devil Tree Emperor God Domain. This is ancient era. The place where the gods resided hung high above the 9 heavens, high above, overlooking all life. However, in the late stages of the ancient era, the divine realm suddenly disappeared without a trace. According to legend, it was the ancient era. A supreme expert that surpassed Divine Emperor personally took over the divine realm. No one knew if it was true or not. He didn't expect that the god domain would appear at this time. In the endless sea, on a lone island with an area of more than 100 million square kilometers. Yang Fann's eyes flashed and he seemed to be deep in thought. So it turns out that the gods are sleeping in the god realm. No wonder I can't find them. In the past 100 years, Yang Fann had been searching for the traces of those gods. Many of the gods sleeping in ancient era were God King, and even Divine Emperor was a lot of them. If he could kill some of them, it would be enough to lift the seal on his combat strength. If he was lucky enough to kill a supreme expert that was stronger than Divine Emperor, his combat strength would immediately return to the universe sovereign stage. However, everything was just wishful thinking. 100 years had passed, and he had been dreaming for a long time. Yang Fann had only found a few slumbering gods in the ancient era. The strongest among them was only a peak divine god. Not to mention Divine Emperor, he didn't even see God King's shadow. In the next second, Yang Fann's body moved. He ripped apart the void and flew towards the divine realm. Vaguely, Yang Fann had a feeling that there was a great opportunity in the divine realm that was attracting him. Once he missed it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Perhaps the heart of eternity he was painstakingly searching for was in the divine realm. All these years, while crazily hunting and unsealing his combat strength, Yang Fann had never given up on searching for the heart of eternity. He hunted warlocks, monsters, and evil creatures, unsealing his combat strength. It was all for the sake of finding heart of eternity's better. Yang Fann would not mix this up. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. He didn't even find any news about the heart of eternity, let alone finding it. Divine realm, an inconspicuous small plane. Wang. The void twisted, and Yang Fann took a step out from within. He did not reveal his true appearance, but simply disguised himself as a native warlock from Aqua Blue World. In the divine realm, there were many experts. They were comparable to Divine Emperor, the ruler, and even supreme universe sovereigns that could rival experts. It wasn't as if there weren't any. Currently, his combat strength was far from being restored to his peak. Divine Emperor was still alright, but when it came to the ultimate experts that were comparable to the universe sovereign, it wasn't enough to look at them. It was still inappropriate for him to be too high profile. Even Black Demon Zhao Yu and the other vests that he had previously used, Yang Fann chose to give up. These few vests had been famous in Aqua Blue World all these years, causing countless experts to tremble in fear. This is that divine realm. Yang Fann casually sized up his surroundings. No matter if it was the spirit of heaven and earth or the spatial barrier, this divine realm was much stronger than the Aqua Blue World. This was still the Aqua Blue World after the great change in the world. The Aqua Blue World from before had no comparison at all. It was hundreds of millions of times worse. Even compared to many regions in the eternal great world, this divine realm was even more powerful. In other words, the core worlds of the human race, the 12 king realms, and other large domains could be compared to the divine realm. If placed in the eternal great world, it was a paradise that was enough to make countless universe sovereigns struggle until their heads bled. In this divine realm, wanting to shatter space without the power of half-step sovereign was simply an extravagant hope. Currently, Yang Fann only barely had the qualifications to shatter space. A few breaths later, Yang Fann casually found a direction and soared into the sky, quickly moving forward. When the human race rose to power, the god domain had already disappeared without a trace. God King Mo Shang and God King had never really entered the god domain before, so their understanding of the god domain was extremely limited. The few gods that he had refined were also not much better. They were all at the late stage of the ancient era, and they had only just attained the Tao and become a god. As for the legendary god domain, they had only heard of its name, but had never seen it. As for those sea monsters, there was no need to mention them. Each of them had powerful combat strength, comparable to a god, or even god king. However, those with low intelligence could be compared to a few years old child. Many of them were ignorant and ignorant. They only had a bit of intelligence, so there was not much information to refer to. An hour later, a vast sea of trees appeared in Yang Fann's line of sight. There was no end to it. The ancient trees inside were as tall as 1,000 zhang tall tree. Inside, there were many ancient trees that were 3,000 zhang tall, or even 10,000 zhang tall. Kekekeka, a living person, a living person. Jia, ants, contribute your flesh and soul and become our nourishment. Jia, GG. It had been so many years since I last saw a living person. 1,000,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 100,000,000 years. Jia. As soon as Yang Fann stepped into the forest, strange laughter came from all directions. After that, the towering ancient trees in the forest with a diameter of several meters and a height of more than 300 meters rose from the ground and turned into terrifying tree men with a height of over 300 meters. In the blink of an eye, there were over 100 tree ants around Yang Fann. Each of them was emitting a powerful chi that was comparable to a first-grade warlock king. Ants, one aphids, let me tell you, who is the true ant? A cold light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. Boom! A divine flame rose from Yang Fann's body and turned into sparks. It streaked across the sky and landed on the hundreds of tree ants. Boom 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 bang. In an instant, it was as if a volcano had erupted. The tiny flames turned into a massive fire that engulfed the 300-meter-tall tree ants. In that instant, the tree ants were quickly incinerated, turning into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah, no, it's so hot, so hot, so hot, it's burning me to death, it's burning me to death. What kind of flame is this? Why can't it be put out? No, I don't want to die, roar human ant. His Majesty Devil Tree Emperor won't let you go, he won't let you go. Devil Tree Emperor. Could it be a divine emperor? Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Ancient era was not a place where titles could be used as they wished. Some ants who were not even gods dared to call themselves kings and emperors. In the ancient era, those who didn't have the corresponding strength would dare to call themselves kings and emperors. It was simply because they felt that their lives were too long. The dignity of the expert could not be humiliated. If it was really a divine emperor, killing him would be enough for his combat strength to be unsealed for a period of time. The next second, Yang Fann's body rose into the air. Boom, boom, boom. All the pores on his body expanded, and endless divine fire burst out from Yang Fann's body, turning into a terrifying rain of fire that fell from the sky and covered a large part of the sea of trees. Whether Divine Emperor really existed or not, it would be clear after a try. Of course, even if he didn't, it didn't matter. These tree monsters were enough for him to unseal quite a bit of power. These tree monsters were all powerful monsters like Warlock King. Kai. As soon as the trees were touched by the star's flames, they immediately lit up and let out blood-curdling howls. Even those terrifying tree ants that were tens of thousands of meters tall and had the same aura as God King's expert could only struggle under the star flames. They could only hold on for a period of time compared to those 300 meters tall tree ants. Although Yang Fann didn't focus on the Tao of Fire, he had devoured so many universe sovereigns. His understanding of the Tao of Fire couldn't be compared with the quasi-universe lord experts who specialized in the Tao of Fire like Ancestor Yuan Huo. However, he was still not comparable to some top-level universe sovereign experts who specialized in the Tao of Fire. Even though his strength was greatly suppressed and he didn't use his full strength, it was still extremely terrifying. Without the power of a ruler, under those tiny sparks, his only fate was to be burned into ashes. Buzz, wang. Yang Fann's combat strength was quickly unsealed, and he kept pushing towards the high-level half-step sovereign. The change in quantity caused a qualitative change. There were more than 100,000 tree demons in this forest, 1 million of them. The divine realm was the divine realm. It was far from what the aqua blue world could compare with. In the aqua blue world, if one wanted to hunt, with so many powerful demons, Yang Fann would be very busy. Without 20 to 30 years, he wouldn't even think about it. Of course, this was only Yang Fann. If it was any other universe sovereign, they would dare to do so. He didn't even know how he died. 100 years had passed. Although the combat strength of the universe sovereign had greatly increased, most of them had only just stepped into the threshold of the domain god realm. There were very few who could reach the half-step dominant force realm, let alone someone like Yang Fann, who had the combat strength of a half-step sovereign. 10 breaths later, more than 100,000 treants had fallen under the divine fire. Among them, there were more than 1,000 treants that were as strong as a warlock emperor. There were even 2 that were as strong as God King. Yang Fann's combat strength had successfully stabilized at the high-level half-step sovereign right at this moment. Rumble. The ground cracked open, and terrifying cracks spread out like a spider web, spreading to the surroundings of the forest. A terrifying aura that was more than 10 million times stronger than God King Mo Shang's rose up from the depths of the forest. It was as if the prehistoric berserk beast had awakened. The terrifying pressure was about to crush everything. The airflow in all directions made rustling sounds, as if it was worshipping God King Mo Shang. Divine Emperor, this Devil Tree Emperor really is a Divine Emperor expert. C2115 Ancient Secrets Divine Realm, Devil Tree C. Yang Fann stood proudly above the sea of trees, his eyes shining with a divine light. This Devil Tree Emperor was really a Divine Emperor expert, and he wasn't even an ordinary low-ranked God Emperor. The aura that erupted from him wasn't any weaker than a high-level dominator. In the divine realm, he would be a high-ranked God Emperor. However, the stronger he was, the more excited Yang Fann became. When the time came, he would be able to kill this Devil Tree Emperor and obtain more of the power to unseal the seal. As long as he didn't encounter those Divine Emperors that surpassed Divine Emperor, he would be able to enter Divine Emperor's territory. Yang Fann didn't fear anyone, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. It wasn't a big problem for him to stay alive. Rumble. The heavens shook and the earth shook. The entire Devil Tree Sea began to shake violently. In the next second, Poochie, a terrifying treant rose from the ground, its height reaching millions of meters. It was like a mountain of trees, towering into the sky. Its aura descended upon the heavens. It swept through everything in its path. The air currents in all directions were in chaos, making rustling sounds as if they were kowtowing to him. Compared to that 100 jong tall, 10,000 jong tall tree man, it was as unremarkable as the lowly weeds on the ground. Ah, it's His Majesty Devil Tree Emperor. His Majesty Devil Tree Emperor is here. His Majesty Devil Tree Emperor is here. Woo woo woo. His Majesty saved us woo 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 woo. He burned the little one to death, burned the little one to death. The tree ants that were struggling in the endless sea of fire. Their despairing hearts immediately emitted a glimmer of hope as they wailed in anguish. Roar. Devil Tree Emperor let out a roar that sounded like the wrath of the heavens. In an instant, Lei Yun rolled around and a lightning dragon flashed. The next second, Kai, 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 large patches of black rain poured down, covering the entire Devil Tree Sea. Wherever the black rain passed, the divine fire that made countless tree corpses cry out in despair was quickly extinguished. The divine fire that Yang Fann casually unleashed was still a little weak for a high-ranked God Emperor like Devil Tree Emperor. Not only that, but also, within the black rain, there seemed to be a strong life force. Under the impact of the black rain, the burnt body of Yang Fann started sprouting new sprouts at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I'm saved, we're saved, woo woo woo, there's no need to die. We don't need to die anymore. His Majesty is mighty, His Majesty is invincible. In an instant, countless tree corpses burst out with joy after surviving the calamity. They knew that His Majesty Devil Tree Emperor would not let them down. Very quickly, the eyes of the group of treants shone with hatred. In just a short period of time, their Devil Tree race had suffered heavy losses. Countless of their clansmen had been buried in the sea of fire. Woo 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 woo, Your Majesty, you must seek justice for us and avenge us. That's right, Your Majesty. The people of our race have died a horrible death. You must avenge them. In the sky, you actually want to take revenge. What a joke. I'll let you all witness my true strength. Hong Long. As soon as he finished speaking, boom boom boom, endless black divine fire fell from the sky like a storm. At this moment, Yang Fann did not hold back anymore. He pushed the great Tao of fire to its limit and unleashed his full power. The terrifying divine fire burned and boiled the ocean. It covered the entire Devil Tree Ocean. The terrifying temperature was tens of millions of times higher than the temperature of a star. Even a top dominator wouldn't be able to withstand the divine fire for a short period of time before being burnt to ashes. Poochie poochie, poochie. Those 300 zhang tall and several hundred zhang tall tree monsters were reduced to ashes in less than a breath's time. The 3,000 zhang tall warlock emperor tree monsters were also unable to last more than a breath's time. Only those 10,000 zhang tall god king level tree monsters were still struggling to hold on. Woo woo woo. It hurts, it hurts. Your Majesty, save me, save me. Woo woo woo. Your Majesty, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Your Majesty, please, help me, save your people. The god king tree monsters begged in pain, hoping that their emperor could unleash his divine might again and save them from danger. However, this time, they were destined to be disappointed. Under the full force of Yang Fann, even Devil Tree Emperor himself couldn't protect himself from the terrifying divine flame. The Devil Tree's body was burning at a speed of more than 300 meters per second. How could he still have the energy to save them? Time passed by. Poochie, poochie poochie. First, it was 100,000 feet tall tree ant, then it was 200,000 feet, 300,000 feet, 400,000 feet. One by one, God King level tree men turned into flying ashes. Yang Fann's combat strength was completely unsealed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In comparison, in the past 100 years of hunting, it was completely tortoise speed. This was the true hunting ground in the divine realm. In just a single Devil Tree Sea, God King had killed over 500 tree demons. Compared to all the other God King he had hunted in these past few years, he had come much more. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. As the last tree man that was nearly 1,000,000 feet tall turned into a flying ash, all of God King's tree men were killed in the Devil Tree Sea. Devil Tree Emperor was the only one left struggling. After killing more than 500 God King's tree men, thousands of Divine Spirit tree men, and 1,000,000 Warlock King's tree men, Yang Fann's combat strength was unsealed to the peak half-step sovereign, and he was only one step away from extreme half-step sovereign. It seemed like killing the last Devil Tree Emperor would be enough for him to take that step. How could this be? How could a lowly human be so strong? How could he be so strong? Devil Tree Emperor resisted the burning of the divine flame with all his strength, both of his eyes turned red. It was almost as if a fire was about to burst out from his eyes, and the depths of his eyes were filled with disbelief. Human race. In his memory, they had always been synonymous with inferiority. They were the slaves of the gods. Even the strongest human was only a peak god. Ordinary people were even more insignificant. There was almost no power to speak of. Any single one of their Devil Tree humans could slaughter billions of humans. As long as there were a few God King Realm Tree generals, they could sweep across the entire human race. However, this human in front of them was much stronger than the top-ranked God Emperor he had encountered before. Gulp. Could it be that the legend is true? Suddenly, Devil Tree Emperor seemed to have thought of something. The legend was during the fourth twilight of the gods. The human race was the most respected and the strongest race in the world. The emperor of the human race was also known as the #1 expert in the world. Even the gods were merely his servants. Life and death were in his hands. However, later on, for some unknown reason, the human emperor and many other mighty human beings suddenly disappeared mysteriously, causing the strength of the human race to plummet. After that, the entire human race was thrown into chaos, and all God King and above experts were exterminated. Furthermore, God King was not allowed to appear in the human race, causing the human race to be reduced from the #1 hegemony to the lowest level, 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 the lowest level. However, Devil Tree Emperor had always been skeptical about this legend, and didn't believe it at all. How could that lowly human be the #1 hegemony in Aqua Blue World? One should know that even their Devil Tree race, with high-ranked God Emperor as their leader, they could only barely be called as the #1 hegemony in the Aqua Blue World. It was just a powerful race. In the entire divine realm, even if there were no 10,000 people stronger than their Devil Tree race, there would still be a few thousand. But now, it seemed like this legend was not baseless. Wasn't this human in front of him the highest example? But soon, Devil Tree Emperor didn't have time to think about it. The power of the divine fire on his body suddenly increased by more than a few times. In an instant, the tree trunk that was 1,000,000 feet tall was incinerated. One should know that his body of Devil Tree was only 1,000,000 feet long. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it had been burned to nearly 1,000,000 feet. If this continued, it wouldn't even take an incense stick to burn his body of Devil Tree to ashes. Bitch human scum, he actually hid it. He racked his brain. Devil Tree Emperor didn't expect that Yang Fann didn't have any secrets at all. His strength had increased in just a few minutes. His cultivation base had reached the Divine Emperor realm. Every advancement would take 100,000 years. 1,000,000 years, let alone a terrifying existence that surpassed Divine Emperor. Even if it was a few hundred to tens of millions of years, there might not be any major improvement. No, let's go. I have to leave now. Otherwise, I will die in the hands of this human ant today. No. C2115 Ancient Secrets Divine Realm. Devil Tree Yang Fann stood proudly above the sea of trees, his eyes shining with a divine light. This Devil Tree Emperor was really a Divine Emperor expert, and he wasn't even an ordinary low-ranked God Emperor. The aura that erupted from him wasn't any weaker than a high-level dominator. In the Divine Realm, he would be a high-ranked God Emperor. However, the stronger he was, the more excited Yang Fann became. When the time came, he would be able to kill this Devil Tree Emperor and obtain more of the power to unseal the seal. As long as he didn't encounter those Divine Emperors that surpassed Divine Emperor, he would be able to enter Divine Emperor's territory. Yang Fann didn't fear anyone, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. It wasn't a big problem for him to stay alive. Rumble. The heavens shook and the earth shook. The entire Devil Tree Sea began to shake violently. In the next second, Poochie, a terrifying tree ant rose from the ground, its height reaching millions of meters. It was like a mountain of trees, towering into the sky. Its aura descended upon the heavens. It swept through everything in its path. The air currents in all directions were in chaos, making rustling sounds as if they were kowtowing to him. Compared to that 100 jong tall, 10,000 jong tall tree man, it was as unremarkable as the lowly weeds on the ground. Ah, it's His Majesty Devil Tree Emperor. His Majesty Devil Tree Emperor is here. His Majesty Devil Tree Emperor is here. Woo woo woo. His Majesty saved us woo 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 woo. He burned the little one to death, burned the little one to death. The tree ants that were struggling in the endless sea of fire. Their despairing hearts immediately emitted a glimmer of hope as they wailed in anguish. Roar. Devil Tree Emperor let out a roar that sounded like the wrath of the heavens. In an instant, Lei Yun rolled around and a lightning dragon flashed. The next second, Kai, large patches of black rain poured down, covering the entire Devil Tree Sea. Wherever the black rain passed, the divine fire that made countless tree corpses cry out in despair was quickly extinguished. The divine fire that Yang Fann casually unleashed was still a little weak for a high-ranked God Emperor like Devil Tree Emperor. Not only that, but also, within the black rain, there seemed to be a strong life force. Under the impact of the black rain, the burnt body of Yang Fann started sprouting new sprouts at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha 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 ha, I'm saved. We're saved. Woo woo woo. There's no need to die. We don't need to die anymore. His Majesty is mighty, His Majesty is invincible. In an instant, countless tree corpses burst out with joy after surviving the calamity. They knew that His Majesty Devil Tree Emperor would not let them down. Very quickly, the eyes of the group of tree ants shone with hatred. In just a short period of time, their Devil Tree race had suffered heavy losses. Countless of their clansmen had been buried in the sea of fire. Woo 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 woo. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for us and avenge us. That's right, Your Majesty. The people of our race have died a horrible death. You must avenge them. In the sky, you actually want to take revenge. What a joke. I'll let you all witness my true strength. Hong Long. As soon as he finished speaking, boom boom boom, endless black divine fire fell from the sky like a storm. At this moment, Yang Fann did not hold back anymore. He pushed the great Tao of fire to its limit and unleashed his full power. The terrifying divine fire burned and boiled the ocean. It covered the entire Devil Tree Ocean. The terrifying temperature was tens of millions of times higher than the temperature of a star. Even a top dominator wouldn't be able to withstand the divine fire for a short period of time before being burnt to ashes. Poochie poochie, poochie. Those 300 zhang tall and several hundred zhang tall tree monsters were reduced to ashes in less than a breath's time. The 3,000 zhang tall warlock emperor tree monsters were also unable to last more than a breath's time. Only those 10,000 zhang tall god king level tree monsters were still struggling to hold on. Woo woo woo. It hurts, it hurts. Your Majesty, save me, save me. Woo woo woo. Your Majesty, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Your Majesty, please, help me, save your people. The God King tree monsters begged in pain, hoping that their emperor could unleash his divine might again and save them from danger. However, this time, they were destined to be disappointed. Under the full force of Yang Fann, even Devil Tree Emperor himself couldn't protect himself from the terrifying divine flame. The Devil Tree's body was burning at a speed of more than 300 meters per second. How could he still have the energy to save them? Time passed by. Poochie, Poochie Poochie. First, it was 100,000 feet tall tree ant, then it was 200,000 feet, 300,000 feet, 400,000 feet. One by one, God King level tree men turned into flying ashes. Yang Fann's combat strength was completely unsealed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In comparison, in the past 100 years of hunting, it was completely tortoise speed. This was the true hunting ground in the divine realm. In just a single Devil Tree Sea, God King had killed over 500 tree demons. Compared to all the other God King he had hunted in these past few years, he had come much more. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. As the last tree man that was nearly 1,000,000 feet tall turned into a flying ash, all of God King's tree men were killed in the Devil Tree Sea. Devil Tree Emperor was the only one left struggling. After killing more than 500 God King's tree men, thousands of Divine Spirit tree men, and 1,000,000 Warlock King's tree men, Yang Fann's combat strength was unsealed to the peak half-step sovereign, and he was only one step away from extreme half-step sovereign. It seemed like killing the last Devil Tree Emperor would be enough for him to take that step. Bitch, how could this be? How could a lowly human be so strong? How could he be so strong? Devil Tree Emperor resisted the burning of the divine flame with all his strength, both of his eyes turned red. It was almost as if a fire was about to burst out from his eyes, and the depths of his eyes were filled with disbelief. Human race. In his memory, they had always been synonymous with inferiority. They were the slaves of the gods. Even the strongest human was only a peak god. Ordinary people were even more insignificant. There was almost no power to speak of. Any single one of their Devil Tree humans could slaughter billions of humans. As long as there were a few God King Realm Tree generals, they could sweep across the entire human race. However, this human in front of them was much stronger than the top-ranked God Emperor he had encountered before. Gulp. Could it be that the legend is true? Suddenly, Devil Tree Emperor seemed to have thought of something. The legend was during the fourth twilight of the gods. The human race was the most respected and the strongest race in the world. The emperor of the human race was also known as the #1 expert in the world. Even the gods were merely his servants. Life and death were in his hands. However, later on, for some unknown reason, the human emperor and many other mighty human beings suddenly disappeared mysteriously, causing the strength of the human race to plummet. After that, the entire human race was thrown into chaos, and all God King and above experts were exterminated. Furthermore, God King was not allowed to appear in the human race, causing the human race to be reduced from the #1 hegemony to the lowest level, 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 the lowest level. However, Devil Tree Emperor had always been skeptical about this legend, and didn't believe it at all. How could that lowly human be the #1 hegemony in Aqua Blue World? One should know that even their Devil Tree race, with high-ranked God Emperor as their leader, they could only barely be called as the #1 hegemony in the Aqua Blue World. It was just a powerful race. In the entire divine realm, even if there were no 10,000 people stronger than their Devil Tree race, there would still be a few thousand. But now, it seemed like this legend was not baseless. Wasn't this human in front of him the highest example? But soon, Devil Tree Emperor didn't have time to think about it. The power of the divine fire on his body suddenly increased by more than a few times. In an instant, the tree trunk that was 1,000,000 feet tall was incinerated. One should know that his body of Devil Tree was only 1,000,000 feet long. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it had been burned to nearly 1,000,000 feet. If this continued, It wouldn't even take an incense stick to burn his body of devil tree to ashes. Bitch human scum, he actually hid it. He racked his brain. Devil Tree Emperor didn't expect that Yang Fann didn't have any secrets at all. His strength had increased in just a few minutes. His cultivation base had reached the Divine Emperor realm. Every advancement would take 100,000 years. A million years, let alone a terrifying existence that surpassed Divine Emperor. Even if it was a few hundred to tens of millions of years, there might not be any major improvement. No, let's go. I have to leave now. Otherwise, I will die in the hands of this human ant today. No. C2116 The situation in the realm of the gods' divine realm, Devil Tree C. Devil Tree Emperor's enmity looked at Yang Fann, as if he wanted to deeply imprint Yang Fann in his mind. Bitched human aphids, I will remember you. If he had the chance, he would skin this human alive, extract his tendons, and imprison his soul, causing him to suffer the suffering of the soul-devouring day and night, and never be able to reincarnate. It was this human who had destroyed millions of people under his command. It was him who had destroyed the Devil Tree Ocean, the place where the Devil Tree people lived for hundreds of millions of years. This hatred was not something that could be described with words, and that human, just you wait. I will definitely slaughter billions of humans to comfort the souls of my people in heaven. The next second, bang, Devil Tree Emperor's gigantic Devil Tree body exploded with a loud bang, and split into several million feet tall tree men. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In an instant, these miniature Devil Tree Emperor transformed into streams of light, tore apart the void, and fled in all directions. The Devil Tree Clone Technique. This was Devil Tree Emperor's most powerful life-saving technique. Unlike the other clones, clones were clones. The main body was the main body, and most of the clones were just illusions. Devil Tree Emperor's Devil Tree Clone Technique was a clone, and every clone was the main body. No matter which clone it was, as long as it could escape from the heavens, Devil Tree Emperor would be able to recover in the shortest time possible. For billions of years, with the help of this Devil Tree cloning technique, Devil Tree Emperor had survived countless life and death situations. What a good doppelganger technique, to actually be able to escape my eyes. A hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He had swallowed a lot of universe sovereigns and experts. Among them, there was no lack of great Tao Divine Eyes, the Eye of Limitless. The heavenly Tao Divine Eyes and other special divine eyes were Yang Fann's eyes. They were also evolving limitlessly. In the entire eternal world. In terms of eye techniques, except for Universe Lord, Yang Fann was not afraid of anyone. Even though his combat strength had been suppressed to the limit, his pair of divine eyes was still incomparable to a middle-low-level universe sovereign. Devil Tree Emperor was merely a high-level dominator, but he was able to hide from his eyes. It had to be said that he had his own unique points. But if you want to leave, forget about the door, there isn't even a sheet of paper on the window. Yang Fann changed the topic and revealed a mocking expression. So what if he couldn't tell which one of them was the real one? He could just capture all the clones in one fell swoop. One of them would always be his real body. Of course, Yang Fann wasn't the only one who thought of this. However, there were very few people who could actually do it. After using the Devil Tree clone technique, the speed of each clone increased tremendously. Even a top-ranked God Emperor couldn't leave behind all their clones. As he spoke, boom boom boom, Yang Fann did not hold back any longer. A terrifying devouring black hole burst out with Yang Fann as the center. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of 1,000,000 kilometers, and all of Devil Tree Emperor's clones were within it. Ah, no, this human actually hid his true strength. How could this be? Devil Tree Emperor was so scared that his guts were about to explode. He thought that the human was most proficient in the great Tao of Fire, but he never thought that. The true terror of the great Tao of Devour was its terrifying power. Compared to the power of fire, it was more than 10 times stronger. They were on completely different levels, making him unable to resist at all. Boom boom boom. The power of devouring rolled like a tidal wave, erupting crazily. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. Devil Tree Emperor's clones disappeared at a terrifying speed. 8 million, 7,500,000, 6,300,000, 5 million, 3 million, 5 billion, 2 million, 1 million. No, no, my lord, please spare my life. Let me go, please let me go. When his clone was less than 500,000, Devil Tree Emperor finally collapsed and wailed in pain. He had never faced death at such a close distance before. He had relied on his magic clone to create a huge magic spell. Devil Tree Emperor had always been arrogant, and even a top-ranked God Emperor warrior wouldn't be taken seriously by him. He admitted that as long as he didn't meet someone who was more knowledgeable than Divine Emperor, even if he couldn't defeat Divine Emperor, he would still be able to escape safely. Very quickly, another 3 breaths passed. Devil Tree Emperor's clones were already insufficient. 100,000. Master, stop, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. From now on, I will be your servant. If this continues, in a breath's time at most, he will destroy his last clone and completely transform it into a flying ash. Ah, no, Hua Sheng, I curse you, 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 I curse you. Poochie. Devil Tree Emperor's last clone turned into powder. Buzz. Yang Fann's chi rose. His combat strength had been unsealed to the extreme half-step sovereign realm. This god domain was truly a blessed land. If he continued to stay in Aqua Blue World, he would have to struggle for at least several hundred years to unseal extreme half-step sovereign's combat strength. In fact, he didn't even have much hope. The Aqua Blue World used to be so big, and the number of powerful monsters in it was limited. After 100 years of hunting, the number of powerful sea monsters in the Endless Sea had decreased by at least 2 or 3 levels. Furthermore, there were still so many universe sovereigns that were fighting with him. A few breaths later, Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in them. He had absorbed more than 100 million years of Devil Tree Emperor's memories. He was finally no longer clueless about the Divine Realm, and knew nothing about it. According to the legends, the Divine Realm was created by the first invincible expert during the dusk of the gods. Of course, the truth was still unknown. However, most of the living beings in the Divine Realm still believed that the Divine Realm was naturally nurtured by the heaven and earth. Even the worlds created by the ultimate Divine Emperors that surpassed Divine Emperor were far inferior to the 1 in 10,000 of the Divine Realm. How could there be anyone in this world who possessed such mighty strength to open up this vast Divine Realm? The Divine Realm was vast and boundless. It was unknown how many light years it had traversed. For countless years, the gods had divided the Divine Realm into a total of 19 large territories. It was called 9 heavens and 10 earth, and it was also known as the upper 9 heavens and the lower 10 earths. The upper 9 heavens was the true core of the Divine Realm. It was less than 1/10 of the Divine Realm, but it occupied more than an 1/8 layer in the Divine Realm, close to 9 levels of resources. Although the lower 10 earths were vast, the resources within were extremely barren, far from being comparable to the upper 9 heavens. Even if the lower 10 earths were combined together, they might not be able to compare to a heavenly realm. Currently, Yang Fann was in the Taroti of the lower 10 earths, Devil Tree Ocean. In the huge Taroti, there were countless races and forces. They were divided into slave clan, low-rank races, high-rank races, and powerful races. Without the presence of a god, that was the lowest level of the slave clan. The safety of the entire race was not guaranteed at all. There was no telling when it would happen. The inheritance would be destroyed, followed by the low-level clans. With the presence of the deities, the human tribe was one of them. Their safety was slightly guaranteed. Above that, it was a higher race with God King in charge. In Taroti, they already had quite a high position, as long as they did not seek death themselves. There was basically no danger of being wiped out. Finally, it was the 36 powerful clans with divine emperors in charge. The Devil Tree people were one of them, and their ranking wasn't low. They were ranked 11th among the 36 powerful clans. They were only a step away from the top 10. Even the 10 powerful clans didn't dare to provoke the Devil Tree people. According to Devil Tree Emperor's memories, every time the gods of dusk came, they were all born in the upper 9 heavens, but they were all born in the upper 9 heavens. If there really is a heart of eternity in the divine realm, it will most likely be in the upper 9 heavens. Yang Fann calculated in his heart. Looks like heading to the 9 heavens is a must. But before that, I still have to unseal my combat strength to the Universe Sovereign stage. Extreme Half-Step Sovereign's combat strength. In the lower 10 lands, he could be said to be invincible. It was almost impossible to find a worthy opponent. This was the strongest clan in Taroti. Even Yang Fann dared to fight him head-on, but if it was in the core of the divine realm, 9 heavens above, it would be a bit lacking. As the true core of the divine realm, in the upper 9 heavens, all the top forces of the divine realm, top-tier expert, and 4th-tier races were gathered. That was only for the lower 10 Earths. In fact, after the powerful races, there was the even stronger hegemony. And behind every overlord, there was often a supreme expert that surpassed Divine Emperor. There might even be a terrifying existence comparable to a quasi-universe lord. The environment of the divine realm was in no way inferior to those top great worlds of the eternal great world. It wasn't impossible for quasi-universe lord to be born. The next one will be him, Death Valley. C. 2117 Old Master Chenkin. Death Valley was one of the forbidden areas of Taroti. It was said to be the resting place of the dead, the final destination of the dead. Anyone who dared to approach the Death Valley would become a corpse, causing the expressions of countless living beings to change. However, to the Taroti and other powerful races, Death Valley was not a secret. Because Death Valley was the territory of one of the 36 powerful races, the Death God clan. Those who didn't know the situation and approached Death Valley were only captured by the Death God's soul. Among the 36 powerful races, the Death God race was ranked 17th. Their ranking was above average. Compared to the 11th ranked Devil Tree Human clan, the foundation of this Death God clan was a little stronger. Apart from the strongest Death God Emperor, this middle-ranked God Emperor, there were also 2 low-ranked God Emperor warriors. Quasi-God Emperor, who had stepped into the Divine Emperor realm, had more than the number of hands he had. There were hundreds of God King grade experts. The true strength of the Devil Tree Human race was Devil Tree Emperor, this high-ranked God Emperor. He was the only one who had brought the Devil Tree Human race to the 11th powerful race. One should know that among the top 10 powerful races, the strongest of the 5 strongest races were only at high-ranked God Emperor's cultivation level. He might not be a match for Devil Tree Emperor in a one-on-one fight. It could be said that without Devil Tree Emperor, the overall strength of the Devil Tree race was only enough to fight against the 36 strongest races in the last few. Time passed quickly. 3 days had passed. Death Valley. Wang. The void twisted, and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. The next second, rumble. A terrifying devouring black hole suddenly appeared. It instantly expanded to a radius of several million kilometers, covering the sky and covering the earth, enveloping the entire Death Valley. Without any hesitation, they started the fight. Ah, what is that? All right, such a terrifying power of devouring. Ah, no, your majesty, save me, save me. The death gods of the Death God clan, who were dressed in black robes and had strange soul flames flickering in their empty eyes, let out mournful wails as they involuntarily flew towards the devouring black hole. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of death gods were reduced to ashes. Who is it that dares to behave atrociously in my Death Valley? A roar that sounded like devil gods was heard. The terrifying aura of the ruler of 3 paths, the expert, rose from the center of Death Valley. Break for this emperor and reap the harvest of death. Boom! A pitch-black blade beam shot up into the sky like an absolute dark beam, slashing towards the devouring black hole. Death Harvest, the innate ability of the Death God clan. With the cultivation base of the middle-ranked God Emperor, Death God Emperor, and the inheritance of the Death God clan, divine weapon, Death Blade. This blade was definitely not inferior to high-ranked God Emperor's full-strength attack, and it might even surpass it. One should know that the Death God's blade was the lifeblood divine artifact of the first Death God Emperor, and the first Death God Emperor was once one of the top Tarotis in the Taroti, a mighty top-ranked God Emperor. However, what made the Death God Emperor despair was that when his strongest attack fell into the devouring black hole, it was like a mud bull entering the ocean, and there was not a single ripple. Ah, why is it like this? Top-ranked God Emperor, this is the strength of a top-ranked God Emperor. Furthermore, this isn't an ordinary top-ranked God Emperor. Bitch it, when did my Death God clan offend a top-ranked God Emperor? The Death God clan had always been in awe of the top 5 ranked experts who had top-ranked God Emperor guarding the 5 powerful races. They didn't dare to provoke them. Ah, no, my lord, is there any misunderstanding? If my Death God clan really offends my lord, my Death God clan is willing to compensate you for all your losses. Stop, sir, I beg you. Please let my Death God clan go. As long as you let my Death God clan go, my Death God clan is willing to compensate sir with 500 million, no, 1 billion divine crystals, 3 billion, 5 billion, 10 billion, my lord, as long as it's the Death God clan, we are willing to hand over all of our clan's wealth. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The Valley of Death had truly become a land of death. There was no longer a single living person in the entire Valley of Death, including the Death God Emperor. All of them were devoured by Yang Fann. A mere divine crystal and treasure was enough to move him. Who did he think he was? Another 3 days passed. The Fire Spirit race, one of the 36 powerful races closest to Death Valley, followed the footsteps of the Devil Tree human race and the Death God race. Apart from the clansmen who were traveling outside, all the clansmen in the headquarters of Fire Spirit Hall were devoured by Yang Fann. Among the 36 powerful races, the Fire Spirit race was ranked 13th. They were much stronger than the Death God race. Apart from the middle-ranked God Emperor Fire Spirit Emperor, there were still 4 low-ranked God Emperor warriors and 28 quasi-God Emperor who had broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. However, even so, they were only able to increase Yang Fann's combat strength by a little. He was still far from unsealing the Universe Sovereign's combat strength. Yang Fann estimated that in order to truly possess the combat strength of the Universe Sovereign, he would need to wipe out at least half of the 36 powerful families in Taroti. The Sunset Moon Clan, the Snow Spirit Clan, Zan Quintang's Ancient Clan, Rock Clan, Scarlet Ridge Clan, Suffering the Shu Clan, the K Wong Tribe, all the powerful races were quickly swept away by Yang Fann. They were completely defenseless wherever they went. Even the Jade Seal race, one of the top 5 families, could only hold on for an extra 2 hours. In the entire Taroti, only the number 1 Consonance Ancient Clan could make Yang Fann feel some fear. The other powerful races, including the number 2 family, Yang Fann regarded the 4-armed barbarians as chickens and dogs. In less than 3 months, Yang Fann had taken down 15 powerful races. And this was because the distance between the powerful races was very far, and the shortest distance was 3 to 4 days. Otherwise, why would it take so long? Just the time needed to attack was not even a day. After killing 15 powerful families, 1 top-ranked God Emperor, 4 high-ranked God Emperor, 22 middle-ranked God Emperor and 100 low-ranked God Emperor, Yang Fann's combat strength had reached the limit of the half-step sovereign, just a little bit away from the Universe Sovereign. Thinking about it, another powerful family would be enough for him to unseal the Universe Sovereign's combat strength. The next one will be the Asura race. The Asura Emperor. This was the 3rd strongest race among the 36 powerful races of Taroti. Their strength was second only to the Consonance Ancient Clan and the 4-armed barbarian race. Apart from the Emperor of the Asura race, Emperor Di Luo was the only one who was stronger. There were also 2 high-ranked God Emperor, 5 middle-ranked God Emperor, and 26 low-ranked God Emperor. A single race was comparable to most of the powerful races in Taroti. Divine Sovereign City. This was the lair of the Di Luo clan, and it faintly had the title of the number 1 city in the Taroti. In the sky above Divine Sovereign City, boom boom boom, the green and gold streams of light were colliding rapidly, shattering countless vacuum spaces. The golden divine light was from golden-robed man, who had a golden horn on his head. His body was full of dominance, as if everything in the world was under his control. Every single move he made had an indescribable type of intimidation, as if a supreme sovereign was patrolling the mountains and rivers, making one unable to resist prostrating on the ground, prostrating themselves in worship. This golden-robed man was none other than the Emperor of the Asura race, Emperor Di Luo. The azure light was that of an old man in a green robe. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, as if he was floating in the air like an immortal. It was as if he was about to return with the wind in the next second. A diagram of the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth floated above his head, blocking Emperor Di Luo's attack with all its might. Although he was at an absolute disadvantage, he was only able to parry the attack of Emperor Di Luo. He didn't have the strength to fight back, but on his face. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of panic on his face. He intentionally lured the battle towards the Divine Emperor city below. Bang, bang bang. As a large amount of the expert of the Asura race was affected and died, a mysterious power seemed to flow into the azure-robed elder's body, causing his strength to continuously rise. This is the Old Master Chenkin. C2118. Suppressing the Old Master Chenkin. Divine Realm, Taroti, Divine Sovereign City. Rumble rumble, rumble, rumble. The 2 godly lights, one gold and one green, clashed with each other. Countless mushroom clouds rose up in the God Emperor city. The void was in chaos. Countless streams of air were collapsing, flowing in reverse, and exploding. A large number of the Asura race's demigod, gods, and even God King were caught in the crossfire and turned into ashes. Divine Emperor City, tens of thousands of miles away. Buzz. Ripples appeared in the space. Yang Fann took a step forward. Looking into the distance, Yang Fann's eyes seemed to be able to see through the layers of space and look directly at the old man. He instantly recognized the identity of the Old Man Universe 8 Trigrams diagram. This was the famous divine ability of Quasi-Universe Lord Old Ancestor Qian, and it could also make him unable to see through the depths of his cultivation base. In the vast eternal world, only the Old Master Qian was qualified to meet this condition. Old Master Chengqin, he was an outstanding Quasi-Universe Lord expert with a profound cultivation base. Compared to Yin Yang Ancestor and the other Quasi-Universe Lord experts he had suppressed, he was much stronger. To put it bluntly, even Yang Fann, who was at his peak, would usually lose more than he could win against Old Ancestor Qian. This was an ancient existence that was on par with the Heavenly Emperor and the Tao Father of an era. In terms of seniority, even Devil Emperor and the Dragon Monarch were slightly inferior. As for the Human Emperor, he was the junior of the junior generation. Of course, this was not what Yang Fann was concerned about. He was worried about the current combat strength of the Qian Kun ancestor. The combat strength of a high-level Dominator warrior was still advancing towards the top Dominator. It had only been 3 months, and it had only been a short period of time. Other than him, there wasn't a single one on the surface. Entering the divine realm was like a fish in water to these quasi-universe lords. In less than 3 months, this old ancestor Qian Kun was able to unseal the combat strength of high-level Dominator warriors. It was likely that the other quasi-universe lord warriors were not much weaker than him. Some of the lucky ones had unsealed their top-grade dominant force. Unlike the native God Realm warriors, their cultivation base wouldn't change much in a short period of time. As for the Universe Sovereign, it was only able to unseal its power, and in a very short period of time, unsealing the combat strength of a half-step Sovereign warrior, or even the combat strength of a true Venerable was possible. Compared to the Aqua Blue world, the number of experts of this native from the God domain was simply too much. If the deities were to travel all over the place, God King would be like a dog. Not to mention these powerful races, just the hegemony had as many God Kings as the Great Sha Empire's association of warlocks in the Aqua Blue world. There were many universe sovereigns, but why didn't Quasi-Universe Lord become stronger quickly? It wasn't because they were incapable, but because they didn't have enough prey for them to hunt. Looking at it now, my greatest opponent isn't the native divine spirits of the divine realm, but those universe sovereigns and Quasi-Universe Lord. This divine realm is my blessed land. Similarly, it's also the other universe sovereigns. The blessed land of a Quasi-Universe Lord. There was a faint trace of regret. In the past 100 years, I should seize this opportunity and rely on my advantage in combat strength to kill more of those universe sovereigns and Quasi-Universe Lords so that I can eliminate more of my competitors. Mistake, what a miscalculation! No matter how he calculated, he did not calculate in the realm of the gods. There were actually so many experts. Bang, bang, bang. Within the void, Emperor Di Luo and Old Master Chengqin were colliding with each other. However, there was a faint reversal in the situation. The more Old Ancestor Qian Kun fought, the more courageous he became. From the beginning, he had been completely suppressed, and only had the ability to parry, without any ability to fight back. Now, within 10 miles of him, he was able to fight back with 1 or 2 moves. Bitch it, the strength of this guy. Di Luo cursed. The Emperor frowned. If this continued, perhaps he, a top-ranked God Emperor, would really be defeated by this puny high-ranked God Emperor. That's not right, this fellow seems to be able to. All of a sudden, a flash of inspiration appeared in Emperor Di Luo's mind, as if he had discovered something. Everyone, spread out, all of you, spread out for this Emperor. Spread out. His Majesty has ordered everyone to spread out. The power of this aphid has slowed down a lot. As expected, it can absorb the power of the dead for its own use. A flash of understanding appeared in Emperor Di Luo's heart. Although there was a gap between them and the truth. It wasn't absorption but unsealing, it was still a lucky hit. Retreat, continue to retreat, all of you, retreat far away from this Emperor. HMPH, aphids, without the power of the dead for you to absorb, let this Emperor see how you are going to fight me. Die for this Emperor. Di Luo behead. Wang, wang, wang. Old Master Chengqin, the Heaven and Earth 8 Trigrams diagram. Above him started spinning rapidly. Streams of heaven and earth chi were circulating in all directions, blocking the terrifying saber chi. Vaguely, a trace of desire to retreat emerged in the heart of the old ancestor. Today, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to take down Di Luo's clan. Without the fall of the expert of the Asura race, he wouldn't have been able to unseal his combat strength. With his current strength, there was no way he could be a match for Di Luo, a top-ranked god emperor. The defense of the Universe 8 trigrams chart was unparalleled, but his current cultivation base was a little weak. It was not easy to make up for the gap between them. If it wasn't for his intentional guidance, which affected the numerous experts in the Divine Emperor city and unsealed their combat strength, he would have been unable to hold on for a long time. The Di Luo clan, and Emperor Di Luo. When this sovereign descends once more, it will be the day of your destruction. Old ancestor Qian gave Emperor Di Luo a deep look. This period of time wouldn't be too long. 1 month. In a month at most, he would return home. The Universe 8 trigrams diagram turned. It wrapped itself around the body of the old master Chenkin and brought him up into the sky. Not good, he wants to run. Roar. Stay behind for this emperor. Emperor Di Luo's face is filled with unwillingness as he attacks frenziedly. If this person were to escape today, he would definitely become a huge threat to their Asura race. With this person's strength, no one in the entire Asura race, including the 2 great high-ranked god emperor, was a match for him. This wasn't the scariest part. The scariest part was his ability to absorb the power of the dead. In just a short period of time, his power had doubled. If he was given some time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass the top-ranked god emperor. Hong long, hong, hong. Thousands of saber chi shot up into the sky like peerless evil dragons, sweeping across the heavens. However, under the protection of the 8 trigrams of universe, Patriarch Chenkin completely ignored the attack of Di Luo, turned a blind eye to it, and broke out of the encirclement. Bitch it, how could this guy's speed be so fast? Seeing that the old ancestor was about to disappear from his sight, Di Luo was filled with resentment. The defense of this aphid worm was heaven-defying. It was one thing for a top-ranked god emperor like him to be helpless against it, but it was even faster than him. Bitch it, who was the top-ranked god emperor and who was the high-ranked god emperor? Right at this moment, rumble, the space above the Chenkin sect ancestor darkened. A heaven-sheltering big hand shattered the space around it, crushing down on the Chenkin sect ancestor. Ah, not good. The expression of old ancestor Qian, who had remained calm all this while, finally changed. Bitch it, extreme half-step sovereign. This was the power of extreme half-step sovereign. Bitch it, how could this be? If he was at his peak, a mere extreme half-step sovereign. With a wave of his hand, he could kill tens of thousands of people. But now, it had made him so desperate that he had no strength to resist. Poochie. The Heaven and Earth 8 trigrams diagram that Di Luo had always been helpless against was like a piece of paper. It instantly shattered into pieces and turned into specks of light. Hiss. It actually broke just like that. I'm afraid. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This strength has already far exceeded the limit of a top-ranked god emperor. Ah, no, this noble one is not willing to accept this. I am not willing to accept this. C2119 The power of a supremacy divine realm, Taroti, divine sovereign city. Ah, no, I'm not willing, I'm not willing. Old ancestor Qian Kun howled. With unwillingness, he was a peak quasi-universe lord, a expert second only to universe lord. How could he allow himself to be defeated? How could he be defeated by a mere venerable Lien? He couldn't accept it, he really couldn't accept it. However, no matter how unwilling he was, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't change the fact that he was being suppressed. A high-level dominator, a half-step universe sovereign, the gap between them was more than 1,000,000 times, 10 million times, not to mention. Furthermore, Yang Fann's current combat strength wasn't that of a low-grade half-step sovereign, but was infinitely close to the universe sovereign. Not to mention, it was also because of his unintentional calculations that the attention of old ancestor Qian was more than half-focused. All of his attention was on Di Luo, and he wasn't prepared for it at all. With so many conditions, if old ancestor Qian could still escape, Yang Fann wouldn't have to fight for the heart of eternity anymore. He would have found a place earlier to wash up and sleep so that he wouldn't come out and embarrass himself. Buzz. The void twisted and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. On his face, there was a trace of excitement that could not be concealed. Old ancestor Qian Kun. That was a peak quasi-universe lord expert under universe lord. Old ancestor Qian Kun could be said to be one of the top 10, and was one of his biggest competitors in the competition for the heart of eternity. To be honest, he had easily won the competition. Up until now, Yang Fann still felt that it was not true. Right at this moment, thank you, Senior, for eradicating this devil for the Asura race. You have done us a great favor. The Asura race will remember this in our hearts. In the future, if you have any orders, I, the Asura race, will go through fire and water to get rid of this devil. I will not hesitate to come to Yang Fann's side, he said with a grateful expression. However, there was a faint trace of worry and anxiety in the depths of his eyes. The power that Yang Fann had just unleashed had far exceeded his imagination. It was 1,000, 10,000 times stronger than his top-ranked God Emperor Cultivation base. Not only that, even the legendary expert that surpassed Divine Emperor was probably the same. If he had any ill intentions towards the Asura race would not be able to resist at all. Going through fire and water. That is not necessary. All you need to do is obediently give up your lives. The corners of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, and a wisp of a cruel smile flashed across his face. Ah, Senior, please don't joke with me. The Asura race has never offended Senior. Emperor Di Luo's heart skipped a beat. An extremely uneasy feeling swept through his heart, but he smiled brightly and said, I never joke with a dead person. Yang Fann's voice was cold. As for what he said about not being able to make a move against someone he had never offended, it was even more ridiculous. If he really had to be obedient, he would be able to live on. In this world, there wouldn't be so many dead people every day. In the cultivation world where humans eat humans, weakness was the original sin, everything else was false the next second. Boom! Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Di Luo. Extreme half-step sovereign's power erupted once again, wreaking havoc in the sky. Ah! No, Senior, please spare my life, please spare my life. In an instant, an ominous sign of collapsing enveloped Di Luo's entire body. Under the heaven-sheltering big hand, he, a top-ranked God Emperor, was so lowly and tiny, like an ignorant ant on the ground, without any ability to resist. Roar! Burn the sovereign vein! Di Luo's bloodline was burning crazily in his body. The chi around his body was rising steadily, and he let out a hysterical beast roar, break Di Luo / boom. A dazzling blade light burst out. This was the most powerful strike of Di Luo, a strike that contained all of his strength. It was as if Devil God had opened the sky and shattered everything. In less than a breath's time, Poochie, the golden blade light shattered into pieces. Ah, no, bang! A brilliant firework exploded in the sky like a star, burning the last of Di Luo's life force. Buzz, buzz, wang! In an instant, Yang Fann unleashed his energy. It was like a torrent of energy. Like a river, it was surging and rising rapidly. A top-ranked God Emperor had finally allowed Yang Fann's combat strength to take a crucial step forward, and he had broken through to the low-level universe sovereign. After working hard for so long, he was finally able to exert 1/1000th of his strength. Ah, Your Majesty! Woo! How could this be? How could this be? No, this is impossible, impossible, I don't believe. Inside the God Emperor city, countless members of the Asura race were screaming in pain. The mental pillar in their hearts collapsed with a loud rumble and shattered the heavens and the earth. It collapsed, his mind completely collapsed. Their emperor was a top-ranked God Emperor, one of the top 3 Tarotis in the Taroti. Even the Consonant's ancient clan, the #1 expert in the Taroti. The Divine Rhinoceros Emperor was at most the emperor who defeated them. It was impossible for him to kill their emperor. How could he be killed so easily with a single palm? It was as simple as killing a mosquito with a single palm. Illusion, this must be their illusion. In the air, wang! Yang Fann's surging chi gradually calmed down. He turned his eyes and looked down. Now it's your turn, aphids. Boom! The force of the low-level universe sovereign engulfed the entire divine sovereign city like a tidal wave. Poochie. Wherever the energy tide passed, a large expanse of space turned into powder. Ah, it's true, all of this is true, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, he really has already. Ah, no, don't kill me. I don't want to die, woo. Someone save me. A few breaths later, Divine Emperor City, the largest city in Taroti, had been turned into ruins. Inside, all the expert of the Asura race, including the 2 great high-ranked God Emperor, had been destroyed. Not a single one of them was left alive. They had all turned into flying ashes. Yang Fann's combat strength had successfully stabilized at the low-level universe sovereign. The unique race. Yuehua clan, Lava clan, Boulder clan, Ironarm barbarian tribe, the Silver Light tribe, the Butterfly ritual clan. The powerful races carried Yang Fann and quickly swept through them. After his combat strength was unsealed, Yang Fann's speed also increased by leaps and bounds. Under his full speed, he also increased his speed by leaps and bounds. In less than a month's time, Yang Fann had swept across 17 powerful races. Out of the 36 powerful families in Taroti, only the number 1 Consonance Ancient clan was left. Among them, there were 2 powerful races, the Fallen Phoenix clan and the Flying Spear clan. When Yang Fann arrived, they had already been reduced to ruins. It was obvious that someone had taken a step ahead of them. There was a high chance that it was those Universe Sovereign and Quasi-Universe Lord who had done it. During this period of time, Yang Fann had also encountered a few Universe Sovereign. Each and every one of them had a qualitative leap in their combat strength. At least, they had unsealed the half-step Dominator combat power, and many of them had unsealed the Dominant Force. If they wanted to deal with them, it wasn't impossible for the Flying Spear clan and the Falling Phoenix clan, which were ranked above the top 30 of the 36 families. Unknowingly, the sense of urgency in Yang Fann's heart increased a little. Originally, he still had the mood to go to the other 9 great territories and sweep through them. With his low-level Universe Sovereign combat strength, he was an invincible existence in the 10 Earths. But now, he had put this thought out of his mind. Once he destroyed the last Consonance Ancient clan, he would head straight to the 9 heavens. The lower 10 Earths were too vast, occupying more than 9 layers of the divine realm. If he wanted to sweep through the lower 10 Earths, even with his speed, it would take several 100,000 years. Don't look at him. In just half a year, he had practically swept through all the powerful races in Taroti. That was only because all of the powerful races. The total area of the core area of the Taroti was less than 1% of the entire Taroti. If he really had to spend a few hundred, or even a few thousand years to sweep through the entire land, those Universe Sovereigns and Quasi-Universe Lord would probably have already unsealed most of his combat strength. At that time, even the flowers and vegetables would turn cold. The strength of the lower 10 lands in all the other realms was not much different. With the Taroti as the basis, he had swept through the lower 10 lands. It was the limit for him to raise his combat strength to the high-level Universe Sovereign. This little bit of combat strength. To those top-level Universe Sovereign and Quasi-Universe Lord, he was no different from an ant. The Divine Rhino Pond was the lair of the Consonance Ancient clan. C 2120 God Extermination Rhinoceros Ancient Race. The Consonance Ancient clan was the number 1 powerful race in the Taroti of the Divine Realm. Its strength was far above the D Luo race and the 4-armed Barbarian race. At the same time, the Consonance Ancient clan was also the most mysterious and low-key of the 36 powerful races in the Taroti. The people of the Consonance Ancient clan would never leave the Divine Rhino Pond unless it was necessary. The Divine Rhino Pond. This was the territory of the Consonance Ancient clan. It was named after the Consonance Ancient clan. Looking down, it was a small pond with a radius of less than 100 miles. However, there was another world underneath the Divine Rhino Pond. The deeper one went, the wider the area was. The bottom of the pond was boundless, and one couldn't see the end of it. Horned god rhinos that were over 1,000 feet long were running, chasing, and frolicking at the bottom of the water, causing waves to rise from time to time. In the sky above the god rhino lake, Wang, ripples appeared on the void as Yang Fann took a step forward. He lowered his head and looked down. His eyes were shining brightly, as if he was ignoring the layers of water. He looked straight at the bottom of the Divine Rhino Pond. Suddenly, a surprised expression appeared on Yang Fann's face. The strength of the Consonance Ancient clan in the Divine Rhinoceros Pond had exceeded his expectations. After sweeping across the 35 powerful families in Taroti, Yang Fann had also devoured the memories of Divine Emperor. According to these memories, Yang Fann knew that although the Consonance Ancient clan was the strongest family, there were less than 1 million of them. However, there were as many expert as there were clouds in the sky. There were 3 top-ranked God Emperor, 8 high-ranked God Emperor, 25 middle-ranked God Emperor warriors, and nearly 100 low-ranked God Emperor warriors. The strength of a clan could almost rival over 20 powerful races. However, the truth was far more than that. In this Divine Rhino Pond, the aura of the strongest person had already surpassed the limit of top dominator. He was no less than a high-level half-step sovereign, and there were 5 top-ranked God Emperor warriors who were comparable to top dominator warriors. There were 18 first-grade high-rank God Emperor, intermediate warriors, and 300 low-grade Divine Emperor. This strength had far exceeded the combined strength of the other 35 powerful races. It could easily sweep across the entire Taroti. There was something strange about it. There was something strange about the Consonant's ancient clan. With such strength and a tiny bit of ambition, it was impossible for them to stay in the Divine Rhino Pond obediently. And this Consonant's ancient clan really didn't have any ambition. Yang Fann would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Even if the Divine Rhinoceros Emperor didn't have the intention to expand, was there no ambition in the entire Consonant's ancient clan? Obviously not. As long as it was an intelligent life, there would be ambition and desire. He, Yang Fann, had the same ambition. It was also an enormous ambition. Not only did he want to transcend everything, he wanted to become the strongest person in the universal world, and even the strongest person in the universe. He also wanted to transcend with his family and friends, and live forever. The next second, Yang Fann still had a trace of happiness in his heart. He was glad that he did not recklessly seek out the Consonant's ancient clan. With his combat strength when he first entered the Divine Realm, if he rashly found this Consonant's ancient clan, he would definitely suffer a great loss. It wasn't impossible for a high-level half-step sovereign to completely suppress him, who only had the combat strength of a mid-level half-step sovereign, in addition to his clan's foundation and geographical advantage. After letting out a breath of foul air, Yang Fann gently shook his head and stopped thinking about it. No matter what secrets the Consonant's ancient clan had or what schemes they had, once they were eliminated, the truth would naturally be revealed in the next second. Rumble. The terrifying pressure of a low-level universe sovereign was unleashed from Yang Fann's body, crushing down on the Divine Rhino Pond below. Hong Long. Kai. A large amount of water evaporated quickly. The entire Divine Rhino Pond began to dry up at a visible rate. This pressure. Rumble. Such a terrifying pressure, even the Patriarch and the others can't match up to it. Hiss. Just what kind of divine being is it, to actually have such a terrifying pressure? In an instant, endless panic spread within the Divine Rhinoceros Pond. This terrifying pressure was so horrifying that it made people despair. It was the difference between the level of life and the difference between mortals and gods. Wang. A powerful aura of a high-level half-step sovereign rose from the Divine Rhino Pond. In the next second, a brawny middle-aged man wearing silver-gray armor walked on the waves. It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor is here. The old ancestor is here. In an instant, the panicking Consonant's ancient clan members felt as if they had found their backbone. With the help of the old ancestor, they would definitely be able to protect them. In the blink of an eye, the old ancestor of Consonant's ancient clan arrived in front of Yang Fann. He bowed respectfully and said, "Shi greets God Sovereign. May I know God Sovereign's name? What orders do you have for coming to Consonant's ancient clan?" God Sovereign, this should be the realm above Divine Emperor Yang Fann was deep in thought. Venerable and God Sovereign were similar. I don't have any instructions. I am here to borrow something from you. May I know what God Sovereign wants to borrow? Old ancestor Shi carefully looked at Yang Fann, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. As a big shot of God Sovereign, he had mobilized so many forces to find Yang Fann. The things he wanted were definitely not simple. Perhaps it was clan-suppressing treasure of Consonant's ancient clan, the Rhinoceros God Horn. This was a lifeblood divine artifact refined by their first patriarch using his horn as the main body and a huge amount of heavenly materials. The first patriarch was quasi-God Sovereign, who was only a hair away from advancing to God Sovereign. His lifeblood divine artifact was something that even God Sovereign would be moved by. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was true. The Consonant's ancient clan only had one treasure that could attract God Sovereign. Although the other treasures and divine weapons were precious, they were nothing compared to the high and mighty God Sovereign. They were not worth God Sovereign's trip. Should he agree to it or reject it? Unknowingly, old ancestor Shi was in a dilemma. He was extremely unwilling to accept it. The Rhinoceros God's horn was the strongest foundation of the Consonant's ancient clan. Without it, the strength of the Consonant's ancient clan would drop drastically. However, if they didn't agree, a God Sovereign expert was not something that Consonant's ancient clan could afford to offend. If they really angered God Sovereign's expert, perhaps the entire consonant's ancient clan would be buried along with him. The thing I borrowed is very simple, that's to borrow your lives. It wasn't the rhinoceros god's horn. Luckily, it was still fine. Old ancestor Xigu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. As long as it wasn't their clan-suppressing treasure's rhinoceros god's horn, it would be their lives. Ah, no wait, did he just say that he wanted to borrow our lives? This. In an instant, Patriarch Xigu's relieved heart rose to his throat, and he trembled as he said, Lord Hierarch, do you need the rhinoceros divine pearl? The rhinoceros god pearl had the ability to cleanse one's bloodline and purify it. The god race cultivated their first bloodline, so it could be said that the purity of their bloodline depended on their final achievement. Therefore, the rhinoceros god pearl was sought after by countless god race members. It was one of the treasures that many gods wanted the most. However, to the consonant's ancient clan, the rhinoceros god pearl was like the heart of a mortal. Once the rhinoceros god pearl was lost, it would be like a mortal losing his heart and dying. To a certain extent, taking their lives was the same as taking their rhinoceros divine pearl. If it wasn't for the rhinoceros divine pearl, it would only be effective to those below divine emperor. Furthermore, the consonant's ancient clan was very powerful. The entire consonant's ancient clan would have long become history. If that's the case, we still have some rhinoceros god pearls left in our race. I will bring them for Lord Supreme Divinity now. Even though the rhinoceros god orbs were relics of their people, he couldn't care less whether or not they would offend their heroic spirits. After all, it was better than sacrificing his people's lives. It was likely that their souls in heaven would agree to it. I don't want any rhinoceros god orbs. I want your lives, your entire consonant's ancient clan's lives. Yang Fann's voice was cold. Ah, Lord Supreme Divinity, you. However, before old ancestor Shijiyu could say anything, Yang Fann sent a palm strike toward old ancestor Shijiyu. Ah, no, don't go too far. My consonant's ancient clan isn't easy to bully either. Roar rhinoceros god's horn, let's go. Roar. The horn sounded. The terrifying sound waves rolled and boiled like the eruption of billions of volcanoes. Millions of devil god roared. Interesting. If it wasn't for the breakthrough, it would have caused me some trouble. Now, break it for me. Boom. The strength of a middle-low-level universe sovereign was unleashed at full force. It swept across the surroundings and suppressed everything. Ah, no, ah, old ancestor woo-woo-woo, how could this be? How could this be? Bastard, Lousy is going to stake it all against you. Return my old ancestor's life. C 2121. First time in the Nine Heavens. God Rhino Pond. Yang Fann stood in the air, his aura rising steadily and crazily. A terrifying pressure. It crushed the Four Directions Space A consonant's ancient clan. Compared to the 33 powerful families he had killed, the amount of unsealing power he had obtained was much greater. It had allowed his combat strength to break through to a new level, and not only that, it had almost reached the peak low-level universe sovereign. A few breaths later, Wang, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Sure enough, there is another secret in consonant's ancient clan. The consonant's ancient clan wasn't a powerful clan in the Taroti. Instead, it came from the bright sunset sky, one of the 9 heavens. It was once one of the 108 powerful clans in the bright sunset sky, but later on, it offended one of the hegemony in the bright sunset sky. The Jia Luo clan had no choice but to migrate to bright sunset sky and hide in the barren land of Taroti. They were deeply afraid of attracting the attention of the Garo clan. Even though they had the power to unify Taroti, they had no choice but to suppress their ambition and hide in the divine rhinoceros pond. They didn't dare to go out and expose their whereabouts. He had to keep a low profile to the extreme. It couldn't be helped. The Jia Luo clan was one of the 28 hegemony in the bright sunset sky, and they weren't ranked at the bottom. God Sovereign was in charge, and there were more than one of them. If they really attracted the attention of the Jia Luo clan, with the power of the consonant's ancient clan, it would be no different than a mantis trying to stop a chariot, seeking its own death. Any random God Sovereign would be able to completely wipe out the consonant's ancient clan from this world. Through the memories of old ancestor Xigu, Yang Fann had gained a good understanding of the 9 heavens. At least, he had a rough understanding of the situation. The upper 9 heavens was the bright sunset sky, the blue dawn sky, dawn sky, Dan sunset sky, red dawn 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 sky, blue dawn sky, and 9 heavens. When combined together, they were not even half the size of the Taroti. However, The spirit of heaven and earth within was dozens, or even hundreds of times bigger than the Taroti, and the resources within were thousands, or even tens of thousands of times more. It was more than that in the Taroti. In this place, God Kings were as numerous as the clouds, and experts were like rain. God King was everywhere, and Divine Emperor was worse than a dog. Only high-grade and top-ranked God Emperor could be called experts. Compared to the 12 king realms of the human domain, he was even better. He was afraid that he would be able to compare with the true core of the human domain. Supreme Human Emperor was there. The Supreme Imperial Universe wouldn't be much weaker. In the Nine Heavens realm, the difference in strength was just like the difference between the Nine Heavens realm and the Supreme Imperial Universe. On the surface, there were 20 to 30 hegemony that dominated a region and controlled more than half of the resources in the Nine Heavens. God Sovereign, who was comparable to the Universe Sovereign, had over 100 experts. Of course, how many God Sovereign were hidden in each realm? It was not something that old ancestor Shijiyu could understand. Furthermore, this was information from hundreds of millions of years ago. There were many pieces of information that could only be used as reference. Hundreds of millions of years were placed in the eternal great world. It was nothing. Many universe sovereigns would take more than a short nap. Other than Yang Fann, who was a monster, there was no need to talk about a few 100 million years of universe sovereigns. Even if it was a few 100 billion years of universe sovereigns, or even trillions of years of universe sovereigns, there was not even one of them that could be found in the history of the eternal great world. Those who were able to break through to the universe sovereign realm within an era. However, it was very different in the path of eternity. The law of the path of eternity was very different. Many God Sovereign were not older than 1 billion years old. There were even some who had advanced to God Sovereign in 100 million years. The water of the upper nine heavens isn't an ordinary depth. Looks like it's better to not be too high profile before completely unsealing all of his combat strength. Yang Fann's heart sank slightly. His current combat strength was placed in the upper nine heavens. He would only be a low-grade God Sovereign compared to his expert. Putting aside the nine heavens realm, just the bright sunset sky alone. Even without 500, there would still be 1 or 200. Those intermediate and high-ranked God Sovereign, that was fine. However, when he encountered a top-ranked God Sovereign, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Yang Fann's entire body soared into the sky. The upper nine heavens was not connected to the lower 10 earths. It was located above the lower 10 earths. Above the million-mile void, there were 9 layers of astral thunder in the middle. Each layer of the astral thunder layer was filled with a large amount of terrifying astral winds and lightning. Moreover, each layer of the astral thunder layer was stronger than the last. Anyone below the level of a god who dared to trespass the thunder astral layer would be turned into a flying ash in a matter of minutes. The last level, which was the 9th level of the thunder astral layer, was the 9th level, and there were even some middle-ranked God Emperor warriors. If they didn't have enough protection, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. This was the greatest natural chasm between the living beings of the lower 10 lands and the upper 9 heavens. You have to know that among the 10 lands of mine, the middle-ranked God Emperor is the highest grade of experts. Among the 36 families in Taroti, the strongest amongst the top 20 families is only at the middle-ranked God Emperor. Apart from the small group of people, most of the living beings in the lower 10 lands were. They only heard of their names in the upper 9 heavens. 15 minutes later, Yang Fann entered the first level of the astral thunder layer. Bang bang boom. In an instant, the sound of thunder rumbled. Strong winds raged. Countless thunderbolts and strong winds swept towards Yang Fann. However, when these thunderbolts that could severely injure or even kill rank 4 Warlock King landed on Yang Fann's body, they were not even enough to tickle him. The journey was smooth and smooth. The 2nd level of the astral thunder, 4th level of the astral thunder, 6th level of the astral thunder realm. The 8th level of the astral thunder. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Fann entered the 9th level of the astral thunder. Here, lightning dragons were roaring and hurricanes were roaring. The power was terrifying, and it wasn't any weaker than the full force attacks of some middle-ranked God Emperor warriors. However, when it landed on Yang Fann's body, it was like a mosquito tearing at his body. Apart from the slight pain, there was no other effect. This was because Yang Fann didn't use the 9 revolutions divine devil body, and only relied on his body defense. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt such pain. Very quickly, A minute passed. Wang. The void twisted. A light flashed in front of Yang Fan's eyes, and the scenery changed. This is the bright sunset sky of the 9 heavens. Yang Fan looked around with suspicion. In his memory, the upper 9 heavens was a true paradise in the mortal world. Birds sang and flowers bloomed. The environment was better than the barren land of the Taroti. 100 times, 1,000 times better, more than that. However, what did he see? At a glance, he saw a piece of scorched earth and ruins everywhere. It was as if he had just experienced an apocalyptic sky law, and there was no sign of life at all. There was also that spirit of heaven and earth. What was more than 100 times richer than the Taroti? It was simply a joke. Not to mention comparing it to the Taroti, even if it was compared to the aqua-blue world in the past, it wouldn't be much stronger. It was like the scene of the cultivationless age. If it wasn't for the surrounding spatial barrier, it would be thousands of times sturdier than the Taroti. Not only that, underneath the universe sovereign, there was almost no possibility of spatial teleportation being torn apart. Yang Fan really suspected that this broken place was real. Could it be the 9 heavens? Or is it because I happened to appear on a battlefield? Yang Fan was deep in thought. This wasn't impossible. The combat strength of the universe sovereign was monstrous, and it could destroy the heavens and earth. If the 2 god sovereign fought, they would destroy the surrounding dragon veins and turn this place into ruins. It would be normal for this place to be a land of death. I hope this is only an exception. Looking around, Yang Fan identified a direction and soared into the sky. Hundreds of millions of years had passed, and the world had turned into ruins. The map of Xianxia Heaven Realm in old ancestor Zigu's mind had long become a decoration. Time passed day by day, and soon, half a month had passed. Without realizing it, Yang Fan's brows had already started to furrow. Ruined land. Along the way, other than ruins, there was also ruins. There was no life force at all. It was a land of death, not to mention human figures. Not even a ghost could be seen. A hell that came even more than the seamless hell. What had happened in Xianxia Heaven Realm? He had been flying at full speed for half a month. Even though the spatial barrier in the Xianxia Heaven Realm was much stronger than the spatial barrier in the Taroti, it had greatly suppressed his speed. However, in the entire Xianxia Heaven Realm, there were at least 101 spatial barrier. Even if it was God Sovereign, he wouldn't be able to cause such a huge damage to the Xianxia Heaven Realm. Could it be that all the God Sovereign in the Xianxia Heaven Realm had gone to war and destroyed the entire Xianxia Heaven Realm? Soon, another half a month passed. Yang Fan's heart sank to its lowest point. As usual, it was still in ruins. Could it be that the Xianxia Heaven Realm has really been reduced to ruins? Vaguely, Yang Fan felt a trace of regret in his heart. If he knew that the upper 9 heavens looked like this, he might as well stay in the lower 10 earths and continue to hunt those gods and unseal his combat strength. I can't go on like this. If I don't find anything after walking for another month, I will return to the lower 10 earths. Yang Fan's eyes flashed and he made a decision. It wouldn't take long for the universe sovereigns and quasi-universe lord to unseal the combat strength of the venerables. He didn't have much time to waste here. 5 days later, Wang. Suddenly, Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up. His spirit slightly shook. It's a divine palace. I hope I can gain something from it.